Alright, you and I are starting with a literal triple S rank angel whose power could shake the heavens. But the second he spots this random dude, he instantly turns and runs. See? That guy over there wields some incredibly broken, forbidden abilities. His signature spells can completely disintegrate an angel in a single second. The catch? Casting them normally drains your entire lifespan to 0. Yet somehow, this guy doesn't take any damage. He awakened a broken cheat skill complete, absolute immunity to the backlash of forbidden magic. Every technique he learns automatically mutates into an overpowered god-tier spell. In fact, just testing one skill literally turned over 1,000 monsters within a 1 kilometer radius into solid gold. But enough talk, let us jump right in. We begin at the Ability Academy. Right in the middle of a massive crowd, Ningfang is staring at his phone, grinning like an idiot. He is silently mocking his opponent, watching his character secure an absolute victory on the screen. With a massive lead like this, there is no way he can lose. Wait, that was actually her speaking. Let's look closely at what happens right after. Before he can even finish gloating, a hand smacks Ningfang right across the face, catching him completely off guard and sending him spinning. Wang Yu yells, asking what he is doing playing mobile games when the crucial awakening exam is literally about to start. Even with his head still completely ringing, Ningfang does not dare talk back to Wang Yu. He just rubs his head and nervously asks if this counts as balancing rest and study. Besides, he's 18 now. He will probably only awaken a basic 1 or 2-star class. Unlike a true prodigy like her. She awakened a 5-star class at 16, so why should he struggle when he can just leech off his wealthy childhood friend? That shameless comment only makes Wang Yu angrier, earning him another swift, painful punch directly to his back. Still thoroughly annoyed, she wraps Ningfang in a tight headlock and aggressively starts giving him a painful noogie. Trapped in her grip, Ningfang's face goes completely purple as he gasps out that he cannot breathe. The surrounding students hear the noise and turn around. Seeing his miserable struggle, they can only look on in pity. Then, the crowd recognizes her. Wait, is that the school goddess Wang Yu? She must have finally finished her elite training. Instantly, the rumors start flying. This girl awakened a powerful 5-star class at 16. Our entire province hasn't seen a prodigy like her in years. She is beautiful, incredibly wealthy, and insanely talented. I know what you're thinking, the gap is huge. And everyone's wondering who that basic guy next to her is. A know-it-all kid wearing glasses immediately steps up to spill the gossip. That is Ningfang, the school's biggest loser. He is almost 18 and still has not awakened. Hearing that a complete, unawakened nobody is so intimate with the school's top goddess, the other guy instantly turns green with jealousy. Wang Yu is supposed to be an untouchable, icy goddess. Why is she wasting her time with him? The nerdy kid is just as pissed off by their closeness, but he can only grind his teeth, muttering that they are childhood sweethearts. Isn't he just some nameless orphan? How does a useless loser like him deserve to stand next to our school goddess? Welcome to Blue Star, a reality completely merged with video games. Today is the 2025 National Awakening exam at 7th High School. Anyone who is 16 can unlock a class and become an official adventurer. Once the students enter the massive testing arena, the principal's voice echoes through the speakers as different class images flash on the big screens. Attention, students. I will now explain the basic exam rules. Suddenly, a bright red alert pops up. You are the next miracle. Ningfang just stands there looking incredibly bored, completely detached from the sheer hype of the crowd. Ignoring the dirty looks from his classmates, he stays lost in his thoughts, wondering why Wang Yu is stressing so much. Why is she being so dramatic? I have literally failed this exam 3 times already. I am basically a seasoned veteran. While waiting in line, Ningfang listens to Chiwei giving out instructions for the upcoming evaluations. Once you successfully awaken, grab your starter equipment and get ready for the mandatory combat trials. The very second she stops talking, the entire room erupts with excited chatter about hopefully unlocking a powerful mage class. Some prefer brute strength for close combat, while others dream of fast, agile thief classes, sneaking around and striking silently. Honestly though, playing support is the real big brain move. Just then, Chiwei calls his name. Trust me, you and I are about to see him step up. He calmly says, Here, let's dive into the story of Ningfang, a guy surrounded by a crowd of classmates looking at him with pure disgust. Isn't that the 12th grade senior who spends his whole day following Goddess Wang Yu like a lost puppy? We all thought he was special, but he is 18 and still hasn't awakened. If he fails today, he is a certified loser. Ningfang ignores the cruel whispers, walking right up to instructor Chiwei as she tries to reassure him. Do not be nervous. Start whenever you are ready. Even though he has failed many times, she still carefully follows the procedure. Just place your hand on the crystal and relax your mind. Ningfang reaches out, touching the crystal lightly. A few seconds tick by with zero response. But just as he expects another failure, his pupils suddenly contract in shock. The sight before him shocks him to the core, leaving him completely stunned and staring wide-eyed. The stubborn crystal that never showed a single spark of life is suddenly glowing with a brilliant, magical light. This sudden glow leaves everyone in the room, including Ningfang, completely jaw-dropped as the light flares even brighter. Instructor Chiwei watches this bizarre phenomenon without any surprise, her eyes darkening as she begins to carefully analyze the glowing crystal. The crystal is reacting, meaning he is finally awakening. That blue glow represents the magic path. He will automatically learn a skill. You and I must watch closely to see his star rating. Suddenly, the crystal erupts in a blinding flash. As it fades, a mechanical voice rings in his head, announcing a 1-star awakening. Learned skill, Mud Tide Technique. Instructor Chiwei stands right behind him, staring at the system screen displaying his newly unlocked class. She feels a wave of disappointment. Only 1 star. What a shame. The moment the other students realize his magic path only unlocked a weak 1-star skill, they burst into mocking laughter. And here they go again. They thought he was some heaven-defying genius, but he is just a weak 1-star. They yell at him to stop acting like a fool and get off the stage. Did he really think he could pull off a miracle? Even though Instructor Chiwei knew his aptitude was low, she still spoke up. Ningfang, what skill did you awaken? Seeing him stand there completely frozen, her voice is thick with worry. Ningfang finally snaps out of his daze, stunned that after failing 3 whole times, he actually awakened something. Seeing his pale face, Instructor Chiwei naturally assumes he is just devastated by his weak results. She assumes he is taking the news hard, especially since he stands there in dead silence after getting a mere 1 star. She hands him his starting supplies, telling him to get changed and head straight to the next stage. Taking the gear from Instructor Chiwei, he wonders if he heard right. Pay attention, because everything is about to change. The scene from the start of the test flashes back through his mind, right when his hand first made contact. An elegant, mechanical voice had echoed directly in his head, announcing that the host detection was complete. The conditions for system activation were fully met, putting Ningfang instantly on guard against this sudden mental intruder. What on earth is this? The system completely ignores his panic and continues its broadcast. System activation successful. The host has acquired the passive ability, Dark Prime, and a mysterious gift, Passive Dark Heaven. Normally, you would suffer a brutal backlash when casting forbidden spells, but all negative costs are completely negated. Now, he can cast ultimate forbidden magic once per week, completely free. Hearing this, Ningfang is totally stunned. Wait, isn't dark power considered the most evil force in this world? And he has top-tier forbidden spells now? How does any of this apply to him? Before he can process it, the system chimes in with another alert. Mud Tide Technique detected. Commencing transformation. Ningfang squints, his eyes filled with deep suspicion. Transformation? What is it transforming? Before he can even finish the thought, the system announces the process is complete. Evolving done. The Mud Tide skill has transformed into a forbidden spell, Defiled Earth Body. Ningfang braced himself for something terrifying, but when nothing happens, he just stares blankly at the screen. He is officially a mage, but he has awakened powers that could get him executed. He starts worrying about his future. With dark magic and forbidden spells, things look risky, but he still has a practical exam to get through. Surely nothing will go wrong, right? Lost in thought, Ningfang arrives at the next gate. As the crowd gathers before the massive entrance, Instructor Chiwei begins assigning teams of 50 people per group. Head inside. You will fight monsters in the secret realm on your own to practice your newly awakened skills. Forming parties or attacking other students is forbidden, and drones will monitor your every move. Confirm your skills and move out. Trust me, you and I are about to see some wild action. Let's jump into this story right as Ningfang's system boots up, revealing his active skill, Defiled Earth Body. This forbidden dark spell pulls dimensional energy to form a terrifying shield, obliterating any enemy foolish enough to get close. But despite having this god-tier ability, Ningfang was terrified of actually using dark magic. It was too risky if anyone caught him using evil magic. He was dead. Meanwhile, Chiwi saw the students were ready and ordered them inside. Walking at the back of the pack, Ningfang fumed because his system was completely silent, refusing to explain a single thing. He silently cursed the useless system, trying to hold back his rising panic as he finally stepped through the portal. His body dissolved into light, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing in a completely new world. Before him stretched a lush green forest, the wind gently rustling through the canopy. It would have been incredibly peaceful if it wasn't a deadly exam site where other students were already fighting goblins. Out of nowhere, a stray goblin charged straight at them, swinging a heavy iron club covered in rusty spikes. Meanwhile, Ningfang hunkered down in the thick bushes, desperately trying to stay hidden while keeping an eye on the monsters. When a goblin glanced in his direction, he held his breath and ducked, waiting for them to pass. Once they left, he stared up at the surveillance drone with pure frustration. These overhead drones were monitoring every single move. Let's pay attention here. He can't use forbidden magic under surveillance, leaving him with no choice but to hide as the drone rotors buzzed overhead. And whether it was intentional or not, the camera hovered directly over his head. Back in the command room, Captain Chu watched Ningfang camping in the bushes and got furious while other students were out there slaying monsters. Chiwi noticed the captain's boiling anger and quickly stepped in with a soft voice to defend the poor kid. She explained that Ningfang awakened late, had poor health, and only possessed a defensive skill, making solo battles almost impossible for him. Unimpressed, Captain Chu's face darkened as he snapped to immediately pull the boy out. He claimed a weak 1-star rank would never survive as a real adventurer anyway. But right then, a nearby monitor officer gasped in utter shock at the screens, making Captain Chu whip his head around. The sweating officer frantically tried to reboot the glitching system, stammering that he had no idea what was happening. It looked like something had violently attacked their drone. Pointing at a flashing green dot triggering loud alarms, he warned that the system was detecting insane energy fluctuations far beyond this realm's normal limits. Hearing this, a panicked Captain Chu barked orders to find out what happened immediately. Meanwhile, back at the test site, the broken drone was now lying ruined on the ground, smoking heavily. Nearby, a terrified student literally wet his pants, frozen in place at the horrifying sight, wondering how a monster this strong was in a beginner zone. You and I both know this isn't normal, as a massive goblin towering over the small fries stepped into view. This beast was absolutely massive, sporting 3 deadly iron blades protruding from each of its hands. Looking like a fantasy Wolverine, the beast grinned wickedly beneath its dark hood, commanding its horde to rise up. He ordered them to break their chains and ensure every single human intruder was buried alive in this forest. High above, a second drone flew in to record the chaos, but the Goblin King instantly launched a deadly metal blade right through it. The drone exploded in midair, sending a bright flash of light echoing across the immediate area. Our poor main character, Ningfang, was still hiding when the falling debris crashed right onto his head, making him yell out in pain. Confused as to why the drone crashed, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed nearby, freezing him in absolute terror. Turning around, he saw a group of goblins closing in, making him scream. The grinning Goblin King stepped forward with pure bloodlust, noting that a little worm was still hiding there as his minions stared at Ningfang like hungry beasts. Worse, 2 more rushed forward, ready to tear him to pieces. Panic set in, but Ningfang quickly realized something was off. Why was there a massive elite leader leading this huge pack? Then it hit him, the drones were dead, meaning he could finally test if his forbidden skill actually worked. He raised his hand toward the sky, unleashing his magic as a dark purple aura instantly erupted around his feet. At the same time, a glowing white web of energy materialized behind him. Sensing immediate danger, the goblins froze in fear, absolutely shocked that Ningfang didn't even need to chant a single incantation. Yet, terrifying, red-eyed skeletons began clawing their way out of the dirt. Now, you and I are about to see if these bloodthirsty undead can save him, while back at headquarters, officers frantically try to restore the feed. Stick with me, all drones just lost connection as a massive dark energy suddenly erupted inside the secret realm. They suspect a king-rank threat has appeared, prompting Captain Chu to immediately issue a desperate emergency order. Request reinforcements and evacuate all non-combatants immediately. Chiwi listens to the terrifying report. Even as a seasoned officer, she is totally frozen with shock and worry. A king-rank monster is no joke. That is a city-destroying level catastrophe. Why on earth would such a nightmare show up in a student exam area? Meanwhile, back in the trial zone, the Goblin King watches in horror as summoned skeletons surround him. Cold sweat pours down its face as its voice degenerates into a stammering, terrified mess. What is this? It watches in pure disbelief as its own elite soldiers are slaughtered like sitting ducks by Ningfang's terrifying summons. After activating his skill, Ningfang stares at his hands with a hint of surprise and gives a calm assessment. Not bad. So, this is the power of a forbidden spell. Seeing all that sticky aftermath is honestly pretty gross. It startled me. As the minor goblins are sent to the afterlife, notifications start popping up. Ding, you gained experience points. You killed a goblin. Ding, you gained experience points. Kill notification. Another goblin down. Ding, you gained experience points. Kill notification. Now pay attention here. This is where the Goblin King finally snaps out of its trance, frozen in absolute terror. This dark aura is overwhelming. Is he even human? How is this possible? Then it realizes it can't even move. Wait, my movements are slowing down. Caught in Ningfang's terrifying spell, the monster screams hysterically. Don't come near me! An agonizing shriek echoes through the valley. Just like that, the mighty Goblin King is completely obliterated by Ningfang. The system flashes. Notification. You defeated the Goblin Vanguard. Plus 6,000 experience points. With the battlefield cleared, Ningfang checks his newly updated stats, feeling a massive surge of excitement. Mage class level 10, Constitution 10, Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 20, Stamina 12. I hit level 10 in one go. In previous combat trials, students would only level up once or twice, because the regular trash mobs gave almost 0 experience points. Most of this massive jump came from that elite vanguard. But wait, why would an elite monster be here? While he tries to solve this mystery, the items dropped by the defeated Goblin King materialize right on the ground. You and I both know elite drops are good, but look at Ningfang's eyes as they widen in pure shock. I can't believe both of these are orange tier loot. Permanent stat boosters? I have never seen these before. A Vanguard badge. An orange quality consumable that permanently boosts agility. Items like this are incredibly rare treasures. This must be worth a fortune. Shadow Claws, an orange weapon requiring level 20 plus 13, plus 16 strength, plus 10% attack speed, plus 5% critical rate, and a 10% chance to trigger consecutive dual-wield strikes. Even though I can't use these rogue weapons, selling orange-grade gear will easily make me filthy rich. At this rate, I can easily power level through any zone. I finally hit the absolute jackpot. All examinees, abort the test and use your teleport scrolls. What's happening? Suddenly, a massive purple aura envelops Ningfang. Sensing danger, he quickly looks around, only to find spatial rifts tearing open the air all around him. The entire landscape is completely pulverized. So this is the destructive aftermath of a forbidden spell. It's full of craters. This is terrifying. At that exact moment, the monitors activate their emergency arrays, preparing to pull everyone out to safety. Captain Chu's booming voice echoes across the entire trial zone. Stop the assessment immediately, and use your recall scrolls to flee. Hearing this, Ningfang doesn't waste a single second. He quickly scoops up all his high-value loot. If he gets caught with these, he's done. Time to move. Just moments later, flashes of teleportation light deposit the panicked candidates inside the safety of the main cave. Standing directly in front of Captain Chu are 2 survivors, an assassin and a young mage. Seeing each student return safely, Captain Chu's tense expression finally softens, though he tries to hide it. Finally, Ningfang materializes. Seeing everyone is accounted for, he gestures urgently for them to clear the area immediately. Don't just stand there. Move out and head straight back to the city. A king-rank threat is nothing we can handle, even if we all fought together. I just hope our high-level reinforcements make it here in time. Suddenly, Captain Chu turns to his officer, completely unable to believe what he's hearing. What? The dark energy? It just vanished? And that's where we leave it. Did that terrifying monster really vanish, or is something even worse about to unfold? Stick with me here while everyone is panicking. Ningfang looks completely chill as Chiwi receives an urgent report. Fear washes over her face, but she quickly pulls herself together, realizing this situation is way out of their league. She orders an immediate report, telling everyone to stay silent to prevent panic while activating the ceiling defensive formation. Leaving just one exit for non-combatants to escape, Ningfang speaks up because he has no idea what is going on, making Chiwi finally notice he is standing there. She asks him with deep concern if he is all right. Seeing her so worried actually makes him feel a bit awkward, stammering that he is fine as she holds back her temper. She tells him to leave immediately since classes are suspended, warning him not to return without a very good reason. Leaving the arena behind, Ningfang walks with Wang Yue, completely puzzled as he replays the chaotic scene in his mind. Why was Chiwi acting like they were facing some legendary threat? What on earth is actually happening here? Wang Yue hesitates before sharing what she heard. Apparently, a massive, unidentified energy source was detected during their test, putting the entire academy on absolute lockdown. Hearing this instantly hits him with a massive wave of guilt. Now, pay attention here. Could that unidentified power be his secret elite monster? Wang Yue notices his guilty face and looks over. She thinks he is just sad that his awakening test was ruined right after he finally reached this stage. She assumes it is a massive blow, pointing out that defensive magic keeps him alive but is useless for solo leveling. She demands he join her team tomorrow, but he quickly waves his hands, turning down her generous offer. He tells her he appreciates the invite, but there is no need to worry because he can level up solo. It is not that he wants to be solo, but he can never show off his forbidden dark magic to others. Seeing him refuse, Wang Yue barks back in anger. She tells him that refusal is not an option, ordering him to meet her at the West Gate tomorrow at 8 a.m. As Wang Yue walks away without even glancing back, Ningfang tries to protest, but she is already too far gone. Why does she never listen? This bossy attitude is going to get him killed, and things are looking incredibly bad. He wonders if he should fake being sick, but knows that won't fly. Hiding today just delays the inevitable tomorrow. Searching for another way, Ningfang heads to the Venthan Trading Center, staring up at the massive, towering building in front of him. He realizes some gear comes with built-in skills. If he buys gear with a basic Mud Tide spell, he can fake it tomorrow, hoping his system can disguise it as a real spell. Let's pause here. He can also sell his recent monster loot, but a gorgeous clerk immediately approaches as he walks inside. Striking a highly seductive pose, She asks in a cutesy voice if there is anything she can help him with, but since he literally grew up alongside the stunning Wang Yue, he is totally immune and calmly states his request. He asks to buy any weapon, accessory, or item that comes with a built-in mud-tide spell. Keeping up her warm, friendly face, the clerk asks him if he is just a newly awakened student. She explains there is really no reason to waste money on weak, low-level spells like mud-tide. They have plenty of high-tier gear that is way better for leveling, offering to show him some superior options. But Ningfang immediately waves her off, explaining he only needs it for a short time, so it doesn't need to be high-tier gear at all. Realizing he is just a broke kid with no money, her attitude instantly flips, calling out for someone else to take over. She walks away, complaining under her breath about wasting her precious time on a total pauper. Refusing to waste another second, she dumps him on a newbie, leaving Ningfang completely stunned by her sudden attitude shift. The moment she leaves, a new clerk named Yang Xin steps up, politely asking how she can help him today. Still feeling a bit shaken by the previous clerk's pure rudeness, he timidly starts explaining his request. Under Yang Xin's incredibly patient guidance, Ningfang is shown around, excitedly trying on some gauntlets embedded with powerful magic assisting stones. He even tests his strength with a giant hammer that looks exactly like Thor's. Seeing him flexing and posing like a dork, Yang Xin giggles, before he finally spots a glowing ring on his hand. Noticing his interest, Yang Xin asks if he likes the ring. Her genuine kindness and sweet attitude make him feel incredibly comfortable, so he thanks her for showing him around so many shops. Once he makes his final choice, he remembers to ask Yang Xin about the selling area. He asks where he can sell some monster drops, which surprises her, but she happily offers to show him the way. Footsteps echo down the hall to the appraisal room. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what is next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Ningfang enter Master Wang's office with Yang Xin, ready to make a deal. She introduces him, explaining he wants to sell some loot. Ningfang then hands over the gear he gathered during training. Could you take a quick look and tell me what this is worth? The moment he grabs the gear from Ningfang, he instantly activates his appraisal skill. An agility-based orange weapon with low requirements, top-tier stats, and perfect for beginners. Even better, it has 3 open slots for custom upgrades. Seeing this, the old appraiser's bored attitude instantly turns incredibly warm. This is a premium piece. I definitely have some rich clients who would love to buy this. What's your asking price? Any specific requirements? Ningfang scratches his head and says, of course there is. The higher the better, honestly. Hearing this, Master Wang's once bored face immediately lights up with a massive grin. Got it, take a seat and wait. I'll call a client right now. Yang Xin, make sure to look after Mr. Ning. Nodding politely, Yang Xin agrees while Master Wang slips into the lounge, pulling out his phone to call a buyer. Boss Zhang, weren't you looking for a premium piece of gear for your son? I actually just got a perfect one here. Meanwhile, outside, Yang Xin is politely pouring tea for Ningfang. After hanging up, the appraiser steps back outside to reveal the impressive price he negotiated with the buyer. Mr. Ningfang, it is sold. The buyer agreed to pay 50,000 credits. After the 8% transaction fee, you'll get 46,000 credits. Hearing 50,000, Yang Xin is completely speechless. But she notices Ningfang looks completely calm. With the deal done, Master Wang's voice now overflows with genuine enthusiasm. Let's finish the paperwork so I can transfer the credits straight to your account. Ningfang is thrilled by the quick deal. Now pay attention, because he immediately decides to buy some new gear. Hearing this, Master Wang flashes a polite smile, promising to show him top-tier gear that he will love. Outside the office, the other employees are whispering around that arrogant salesgirl. A short-haired clerk asks in confusion why she let such a handsome guy go to someone else. Crossing her arms, she arrogantly replies that she only likes rich men with real status, and that broke loser isn't even worth her time. Another clerk giggles, asking if she really has to be so blunt. The girl who first spotted Ningfang asks in utter confusion why that same customer is now walking with Master Wang. Seconds later, another clerk returns from gossiping, eager to share the shocking news she just uncovered. Apparently, that handsome guy just sold gear for 50,000 credits, and now he is buying even more. The short-haired girl is completely stunned. 50,000 credits is literally 3 months of salary for them. The other girl sighs with deep regret, wishing she had been the one to help him instead. Imagine the massive commission she lost. Meanwhile, the arrogant clerk freezes in absolute shock hearing the gossip. She is practically dying of regret, muttering that she was supposed to be the one serving him. That massive commission was hers to lose. Now, let's watch as Ningfang finishes his shopping and prepares to leave. Yang Xin happily walks him to the exit, leaning in to whisper eagerly for him to wait. Next time you visit, ask for me directly. My name is Yang Xin. The next day, Ningfang strolls down the street, whistling with massive confidence, while passers-by stare like he is crazy. He recalls testing his gear last night in an empty field, leaving behind a massive, smoking crater. Equipped with this awesome new gear, Ningfang feels a massive boost in confidence after his testing. Since the gear spells bypass the system, he no longer has to worry about his secrets leaking. Spotting Wang Yu nearby, he calls out happily, but another voice suddenly cuts in and steals her attention. Standing there is Wang Yu's guild, featuring a sturdy shield warrior and a powerful mage, along with an axe berserker and a healer. Xu Ying spots Ningfang, smiling brightly as Wang Yu introduces them. Let me introduce everyone. These are all members from my guild. Realizing they are Wang Yu's guildmates, Ningfang politely greets the group, but Xiao Chang and his friend glare so coldly that he literally chokes on his words. Seeing their nasty attitude, he scowls in disgust. Do I owe them 80 million? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild clash of egos today. Xiao Chang completely changes his tone when addressing Wang Yue, totally ignoring Ningfang. Wang Yue, you are about to reach your second awakening, right? Confused by his sudden change in attitude, she simply asks, why do you ask? Ningfang stands there stunned by her rapid progress, feeling both impressed and slightly envious. That is absolutely insane. Since you can only advance every 30 levels, is Wang Yue already hitting level 60? No wonder she is a genius with 5-star talent. With his suspicions confirmed, Xiao Chang pulls a glowing potion from his inventory, acting casual. Take this as a gift, he says as the item details pop up. An orange-grade consumable that permanently grants 3 agility points. Seeing it, Jiangshu gasps, saying it is a high-grade permanent stat boosting potion. Shuing does not know much about these items, but hearing that, she asks, that must be super expensive, right? Seeing their shocked reactions, Xiao Chang grows even more arrogant and smirks. Calling it expensive is a massive understatement. It costs 20 or 30,000 credits, but Wang Yue and I do not care about money. More importantly, high-grade potions like this are incredibly rare, even for the wealthy. My father pulled serious strings just to get this single bottle, but unexpectedly, Wang Yue immediately rejects his gift. I appreciate the gesture, but take it back. Her cold rejection leaves him completely stunned. Now pay attention, because he tries to pressure her. This potion is valuable. Do you not want to enter a top-tier university? Refusing to explain herself any further, Wang Yue simply turns to leave, saying they have work to do. She walks away, and seeing her reject his generosity just to hang out with a supposed loser like Ningfang completely shatters his fragile ego. His face twists in pure rage as he points directly at Ningfang and screams for them to wait. Are you seriously going to waste your time with this absolute loser? Hearing him insult Ningfang like that, Wang Yue's expression darkens as she sternly warns Xiao Chang to watch his mouth, which only fuels his growing frustration. With a sneer of pure arrogance, he doubles down. What? A 1-star talent is complete trash who will never accomplish anything in life. Ningfang, who was literally minding his own business, looks at them with pure annoyance at being dragged into this. Why are they coming at me all of a sudden? Is this guy insane? Maybe I should just blast him with a forbidden spell. Seeing the tension escalate, Shuing tries to defuse the situation, telling Xiao Chang to leave, but he immediately snaps back at her. This does not concern you, he barks. Wang Yue's rejection makes him lash out even harder at Ningfang. And this kid cannot even afford a basic stat potion. Get lost, you are nothing but an embarrassment to everyone in this room. But these insults do not faze Ningfang. He waves his hand dismissively, mockingly asking if the guy is a mad rabbit, biting at everyone you see over a pathetic +3 stat potion. And here you are acting like you own the place. Furious that a supposed nobody like Ningfang would talk back, Xiao Chang snaps. What did you say, you broke loser? Do you want to die? His shield warrior ally steps forward with a sinister grin, noting that the kid sure has a massive mouth. If you think you have something better, show us. This calms Xiao Chang down. And I know what you are thinking, he is totally walking into a trap. If you can pull out something superior, I will kneel and kowtow to you. But if you fail, you will bow to me. Ningfang shrugs, asking if that is supposed to be difficult. He reaches into his inventory and says, suit yourself. He had actually been planning to give her a gift anyway, making this the perfect opportunity to humiliate this arrogant jerk while showing her some appreciation. Wang Yue, this is for you. He tosses it over, and her eyes instantly widen in absolute shock. It is a Vanguard emblem, a legendary orange-grade item that provides massive permanent stat boosts. She has never seen anything like this. Spotting the bright orange glow, Xiao Chang freezes in utter disbelief. How can a permanent stat-boosting accessory even exist? You must be trying to scam us. Amused by his utter denial, Ningfang lets out a mocking smirk. Scamming you? Why do you not just try it and see? Despite staring at a legendary orange-grade item, Wang Yue hesitates. Noticing her doubt, he offers a gentle reassurance. Do not worry, I just found this lying around at home. I wanted you to have it anyway. Jiangshu grows impatient watching her hold back. Just use it already. I cannot wait any longer. Pushed by their excitement, Wang Yue finally accepts the gift. A brilliant flash of light erupts from her palms. Both Jiangshu and Shuing watch intently, not daring to blink. Even Xiao Chang and his shield warrior ally stand completely frozen, while Ningfang just stands there with a satisfied smirk. After absorbing the emblem, Wang Yue beams, saying her stats actually went up. Hearing this, Shuing looks at her with starry-eyed admiration. Xiao Chang still refuses to believe this supposed loser outdid him. No way, he must have stolen it. Trust me, you and I are going to love his upcoming meltdown. Alright. You and I are about to watch Ningfang's dark side take over, as he arrogantly demands a loud kowtow. He even claims he is hard of hearing, leaving Xiao Chang absolutely furious. He roars back that it will only happen in his dreams, causing Wang Yue's voice to turn icy as she calls him out. Sensing the sudden drop in the room's temperature, Shuing and Jiangshu step back with looks of pure disgust. Forced by the intense pressure, Xiao Chang finally grits his teeth and kneels. Ningfang looks down at the once proud jerk, enjoying every single second of this forced, humiliating kowtow. With the apology done, he plays the bigger man and waves goodbye to the group as they walk away. Once they are further down the path, Wang Yue looks at him with deep regret, struggling to speak. He cuts her off immediately, saying there is no need to apologize because their friendship goes way deeper than that. He tells her to focus on her own second advancement so she can get accepted into a top-tier university. Besides, staying with him only slows her down, but pay attention, because she has absolutely no clue. Thinking he is just being hard on himself, she quickly steps in to comfort and reassure him. Ningfang is about to clear up the misunderstanding when she suddenly pulls a mysterious book out of her bag. She presents the gift to him with a smile, but as soon as he gets a good look at the cover, his face falls. It is a skill book, and she happily ignores his gloomy face to explain. She explains that he can learn them once he reaches the right level, while he flips through the rare purple-grade pages. He asks if they were expensive, but Wang Yue softly replies that they are nothing compared to his badge. Accepting her kind gesture, he smiles warmly and gladly takes the books. Deep inside the spooky graveyard dungeon, ancient zombies crawl out from the dirt and charge forward with weapons raised. Suddenly, two blazing beams of energy slice through the dark air, instantly cutting the monsters in half. Ningfang sits nearby, cheering her on with a wide grin, shouting that she is amazing, before instantly returning to his bored state. I know what you are thinking, but his level is already maxed out, leaving him totally bored with this low experience point zone. Just then, Wang Yue's phone rings, and a frantic, worried voice answers the call on the other end. Shuing sounds incredibly serious as she delivers the urgent news that the legendary skeleton mage boss is about to spawn. She asks if Wang Yue is coming, warning her that they cannot afford to miss this rare opportunity. Standing right behind her, Xiao Chang barks impatiently, demanding she join because they absolutely need her power to defeat the giant boss. It drops rare mage gear he desperately needs, forcing an embarrassed Shuing to quickly cover up the phone's microphone. Wang Yue hears everything clearly, but hesitates to answer, prompting Ningfang to step in after noticing her conflict. He tells her to go ahead, reassuring her that a little delay in his training will not change a thing. Seeing his confidence, she finally agrees and instructs him to wait for her safely inside the designated safe zone. Relieved that she is finally leaving, he promises to stay safe before she quickly runs off into the dungeon. Ningfang waves goodbye happily, shouting for her to take it easy and visit him whenever she has free time. She playfully tells him to shut up before leaving, allowing him to finally relax and start grinding in peace. Alone at last, he smiles thinking about the skeleton boss. Glad he prepared and unlocked 2 powerful new skills last night. Since everything can be cast once for free, having more forbidden spells is definitely the way to go. His passive skill, Mysterious Gift, lets him cast forbidden spells for free once a week, but unfortunately, he only has 3 slots open. Even the skill book she gave him requires him to be at level 15 first. Looking closely at his system screen, 2 rows of skills appear, showing 3 locked slots in the passive row. Back in the graveyard, the terrifying skeleton mage boss glares at the human intruders with glowing red eyes. High up on a ledge, a group looks down, as their leader warns everyone that this monster's power is no joke. The boss spawned deep inside the tower, meaning they have to fight their way through while staying fully alert. This high-difficulty dungeon is packed with dangerous monsters, but suddenly, a massive streak of fire tears straight across the sky. The team healer looks into the distance and spots another squad approaching their position. She points out that another team is already pushing ahead, shocking their leader as they charge straight toward the boss. How did they get so far? Stick with me, because who they are is going to shock you. Alright, you and I are looking at the elite squad from Wang Yue and Xiao Chang's guild, rising stars with terrifying kingdom-wide power. Hearing that it was Wang Yue's guild, the young man behind him lost all surprise. Their fame is definitely the real deal. Looks like the rest of us do not stand a chance. Below, Wang Yue's squad begins their assault, blasting skills to shatter the undead. Xiao Chang laughs wildly with pure, manic excitement. This boss is mine. There is no way those trash teams can compete with me. Watching Wang Yue fire devastating arrows, Shuing whispers to Jiang Shu, does it not seem like Wang Yue has gotten way stronger? He completely agrees. After all, her agility just jumped by 10 points inside this treacherous graveyard's hidden secret realm. A pitch-black rift tears through the air, reeking of pure malice. Suddenly, it detonates into a massive shockwave. From afar, it looks exactly like some giant monster's pupil. Ningfang steps out of the rift with a smirk. Not bad, he mutters. A forbidden tier spatial spell makes travel so easy. The interface flickers. Active skill. Void. Walk a dark forbidden spell that rips through space to enter the shadow realm for instant, rapid transit. The effect lasts 1 hour. Meanwhile, dark mist begins swirling from the ground. The Gravekeeper boss has finally spawned. Its aura is heavy with pure malice, but to Ningfang, it is nothing. He casually waves, "Yo, you are late." Before the boss can even react, a giant hand materializes, slamming it backward. Suddenly, the skill erupts with a deafening, earth-shaking roar, leaving the ground completely scorched and smoking. The Gravekeeper survives, but Ningfang's attack completely triggers its fury. "You arrogant adventurer," it hisses, "how dare you face me alone?" Now watch closely. Ningfang does not answer. He just blinks behind it with a wicked grin, because I do not feel like sharing the loot. As his voice echoes from behind, the boss spins, but it is already too late. He unleashes his next forbidden move, the dark active skill, Flaming Rain. A relentless firestorm pours from the heavens, dealing massive area of effect damage. Hundreds of blazing meteors rain down at blinding speeds. Feeling the danger, the Gravekeeper looks up in sheer dread. A massive explosion detonates, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke that completely swallows Ningfang and his target. As the smoke clears, Ningfang emerges. A supremely confident, smug smirk plays on his lips. As the boss falls, system notifications flood in. Alert, zombie killed, plus 200 experience points. Alert, zombie killed, plus 200 experience points. Alert, dark ghost killed, plus 200 experience points. Alert, dark ghost killed, plus 200 experience points. Alert, undead armored soldier killed, plus 200 experience points. Undead armored soldier killed, plus 200 experience. Alert, lich mage killed, plus 50,000 experience. Watching his level skyrocket straight to 30, Ningfang is ecstatic. This means he can finally perform his first-class advancement. He begins sorting through the massive loot drop. He hit the jackpot, exactly the accessories and gems he needs. It is a shame the 2 skill books are not for mages, but they are still worth an absolute fortune. Gloomy Soulstone, orange tier material, magic damage plus 20%, lifesteal plus 20%, plus the orange tier Law Mage Pendant requiring level 30, boosting stamina, spirit, resistance, granting poison immunity, and can be socketed. He picks up the Lich Sigil, an orange quality consumable item, permanently reduces stamina by 3, but permanently adds 15 to spirit. I will absorb this myself. And honestly, we both know that trade-off is totally worth it. Just then, the system scans a new item. Upon inspection, this special Lich Sigil can unlock the hidden Undead Necromancer class, or even trigger prerequisites for the legendary All-Element Mage God hidden class. Discovering this insane hidden class option, Ningfang grins, wondering about the sigil's true potential. Hidden classes are extremely rare and usually innate, completely impossible for humans to influence. Could this sigil be the key to breaking that rule? No point in hesitating. When a man wants something done, he goes and gets it. All-Element Mage God, here I come. Meanwhile, at the edge of the zone, Wang Yue's group senses the massive disturbance. Jiangshu stares at the rising waves of dark energy. Anxiety and terror swell deep in his chest. What is happening? That magic power is absolutely terrifying. Stop moving forward. We need to retreat. Xiao Chang does not want to give up on the boss, but he is immediately cut off by Wang Yue. Are you trying to get everyone killed? And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. He couldn't afford the burden of putting his team in danger. Damn it, he cursed, dreading his luck. Let's dive right in as Wang Yue senses danger, grabbing her phone to send an urgent warning to Ningfang. But before she could call, a text from Ningfang popped up. Sorry, got something urgent to handle. Arriving at the class advancement hall, Ningfang stepped inside, completely surprised to find the entire place empty. As he walked deeper inside, he noticed someone sitting there. It was Sulan, adjusting her glasses with a quiet greeting. Asking if he was there to level up, the beautiful woman waited for his answer. He calmly replied, yes. Once he confirmed his goal, she requested his personal details to register him into the system. Let's get your profile ready, she said. Name, Ningfang. Age, 18. Class, Mage. Hearing he was only just advancing at 18, she kept a straight face but felt a wave of disappointment. 18 for a first upgrade? His potential had to be incredibly basic. Standing up, Sulan gestured for him to follow her. Guiding him toward the mage chamber, Ningfang followed quietly. After arriving at the door, she gave him some quick directions before preparing to step out. Follow the usual steps and you will be fine. I will wait for you out here. Ningfang offered a sincere thank you. Once outside, Sulan bumped into Captain Chu in the hallway, completely caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Is something wrong? She asked. Captain Chu got straight to the point, mentioning their recent investigation at the Gravekeeper's site. Pay attention here, the damage is severe, with the mysterious threat level reaching an insane king tier or higher. Sulan's expression turned grim as her voice went cold. 2 king tier threats in only 2 days? She couldn't see his face, but his voice sounded exhausted as he explained that headquarters sent him to ask for her help. As Ningfang successfully completed his class evolution, the system screen flashed, revealing his powerful new hidden class, Soul Summoner. Phase 1 quest unlocked. Infiltrate the hopeless ghost tomb for the Blood Soul Crown. Time limit, 3 days. Difficulty, 5 stars. Level A, ALL-ELEMENT MAGE GOD. Alternative quest, enter the Shining Temple to claim the Divine Sigil within a 3-day time limit. Difficulty, 6 stars. Level S. Looking at the screen, he did not hesitate to accept it. 2 paths lay before him, with Archmage being a mere prerequisite. He instantly accepted the legendary quest. Quest accepted. Path confirmed. Please review your updated character status. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed down the stairs. Stepping out of the chamber, Ningfang muttered to himself, amazed by the sheer power of his transformation. No wonder it is a hidden class. An S-rank quest is seriously next level. Fortunately, he has 3 days. But get this, returning to the hall, he finds Sulan replaced by a completely new face. She bowed deeply, wishing him a safe journey. Ningfang offered a polite smile and thanked her, but realizing it was a completely different person, he paused in confusion. Curious, he wondered where that beautiful lady went. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, the cold wind howled. A collapsed cavern released a dark, ominous mist. Inside, a woman's shadow stretched over the rocky floor, her hair dancing in the breeze. Standing beside Captain Chu, Zhangji observed her intense aura and quietly remarked, "This is my first time encountering anyone from the Lanza group. Even their gear is on a different level." Since he was speaking too loudly, the captain placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for him to stay quiet. They were part of a classified, top-tier agency. Facing individuals revered as actual gods, the captain showed nothing but utmost respect. Rumors claimed that every elite member of Lanza wielded a rare hidden class with dark, destructive magic, perfect for executing high-stakes assassination missions. Meanwhile, Sulan looked incredibly pale, clearly struggling to cope with some underlying issue. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she muttered that the lingering corruption was still actively draining her energy. We found absolutely zero clues. It is like they caused all this chaos and simply vanished into thin air. Their true motives remain a mystery. Hearing this, Captain Chu's expression darkened. We are seeing constant anomalies across multiple hidden zones. Is this the precursor to an apocalypse, or are they all connected? Though her physical condition had finally stabilized, a sharp headache continued to plague her. Clutching her head, Sulan replied that she would contact headquarters immediately to request extra backup. And that's where we leave it. If even the legendary Sulan is struggling, what hope do we actually have? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a massive crisis as Zhangji interrupts to ask a crucial question. Sulan notices his sudden hesitation and immediately realizes exactly what he is secretly dreading. She coldly asks if he thinks a mutant like her is behind this, prompting a nervous Zhangji to quickly beg for forgiveness. He claims he meant nothing by it, while she starts tracing the leftover magical traces at the scene. This danger level is way past the king tier, and controlling this dark power is far too heavy a price for any normal human. This grim news makes Zhangji frown deeply. It means a catastrophically powerful monster is currently lurking inside the city, waiting to unleash pure chaos at any moment. Sulan agrees completely, warning him that they must hunt down this hidden threat before it is too late. Meanwhile, at home, Ningfang opens his curtains and looks outside, feeling absolutely fantastic because this gloomy weather makes him feel incredibly comfortable. Having finally reached level 30, he now has 4 empty skill slots. Now watch closely as he decides to open the secret skill books from Master Wang. The system immediately triggers a wild scanning notification. A basic magic shield is detected, ready to merge with his legendary forbidden spell, Flesh of the Filthy Earth. Auto-merging complete. He learns the passive skill, Guardian of the Filthy Earth. Ningfang hits confirm, activating a passive that triggers automatically the exact moment he takes any incoming damage. 100% of all enemy damage is now fully absorbed by his defense. The sheer amount of damage absorbed scales directly with his own physical body, and once the enemy assault stops, his defense automatically heals itself. This system is absolutely insane, allowing him to combine world-class forbidden spells with low-level trash magic for crazy new effects. With this incredible new guard, basic enemy attacks can no longer lay a single scratch on him. Time for book number 2. Immediately, the system wraps up its scan and flashes another game-changing merge notification. A basic falling rock skill can be combined with both Flesh of the Filthy Earth and Heaven Falling Fire Rain. The auto-merge finishes, unlocking the incredible passive skill, Earth Element Mastery. This boost increases all Earth magic by 20%, bringing up Ningfang's updated skill list on his screen. Checking his active and passive lists, he notices he still has 4 vacant active slots waiting. You and I both know he is not stopping there, so he decides to head to the trading hall to buy even more skills. Ningfang strolls into the busy trading hall, looking incredibly relaxed with his hands in his pockets. That arrogant receptionist from earlier is completely shocked to see him walk by, quickly blocking his path with a fake, seductive smile. She greets him warmly, but he remains totally expressionless and calmly asks to see Miss Yang-Shin instead. Ignoring his request, she tries to act alluring and lies that Yang-Shin is busy with another client. She offers to help him herself, but hearing his preferred guide is gone, he just shrugs and walks past. He bluntly declines her offer and decides to search for her himself, leaving the rejected saleswoman absolutely boiling with rage. She fumes internally, wondering how he could reject her over Yang-Shin, but fake smiles and tries to follow him. Just as she tries to push, Yang-Shin hears the commotion and rushes over, leaving a surprised Ningfang to greet her warmly. He asks if she is finished, noticing she is completely out of breath from running over so fast. Blushing, she gasps that she was just having lunch in the back when someone mentioned his arrival, prompting her to run. Realizing he interrupted her actual lunch, Ningfang feels a bit guilty and quickly apologizes for disturbing her break. He promises to treat her to dinner to make it up to her, causing her to smile and thank him. Watching her wealthy target get easily stolen by Yang-Shin, the snobby saleswoman nearly chokes on her own pure rage. With Yang-Shin guiding the way, Ningfang heads straight to Master Wang's studio. He sets 2 incredibly rare skill books down on the table, asking to put them up for auction while also looking to purchase some high-tier mage skill books. Master Wang takes a quick look at the books and happily leaves the business details to Yang-Shin. He tells Xiao Yang to take good care of Mr. Ning, and she nods respectfully with a soft reply. Ningfang's incredibly mysterious background has officially sparked the old man's curiosity. A dark, calculating look fills the old man's eyes, remembering the epic orange-tier weapon from last time, and now this incredibly rare purple skill book. This kid's mysterious background is deeply intriguing, prompting him to order a secret investigation. And that is where we leave things. But trust me, you are going to want to see how this dinner date turns out. Come along with me, as Ningfang and Yang-Shin leave Master Wang's studio for a delicious restaurant date. Once they finish eating, Ningfang raises his hand for the bill, but his sweet attempt to pay gets blocked. Yang-Shin waves her hand, saying she already covered the bill. Hearing this, our guy is completely stunned. He protests, but Yang-Shin just smiles gently and reassures him, saying she has her own reasons for paying today. She tells him not to worry, keeping her motives a total mystery despite his obvious curiosity. It is a secret. Realizing she will not budge, he gives up. With a reluctant sigh, he offers to drive her home, but Yang-Shin politely declines, saying there is absolutely no need. She explains she needs to head elsewhere and will grab a taxi. Seeing her determination, he finally steps back. He bids her a safe trip. Once inside the taxi, the driver asks where she would like to go. Buckling her seatbelt, she quietly gives him the address for City Hospital number 2. Pay close attention here. After changing at the hospital, Yang-Shin gently wipes the forehead of the man lying in bed. She thinks about how Mr. Ning's commission was the only reason she made this much money. With her father's monthly medical bills finally covered, tears of relief start welling up in her eyes. But a sudden, violent crash shatters the glass around her. A massive jagged thorn impales the driver, killing him instantly. This horrific, sudden nightmare drains all the color from Yang-Shin's face. She covers her mouth in complete disbelief, as space itself tears wide open, unleashing a horrific rift of invading monsters. The beasts crawl out from the dark portal, locking their bloodthirsty eyes onto the terrified humans. Amidst the screaming chaos, a desperate Yang-Shin struggles frantically to force open the damaged car door. Tumbling violently out of the vehicle, she slams hard against the unforgiving pavement. Looking at the burning street, she cries out in panic, wondering how monsters could possibly invade a safe zone. But right behind her, a colossal beast looms, fresh from slaughtering several innocent people nearby. Blood drips heavily from its razor-sharp claws. Suddenly, a mysterious, silhouetted figure steps out of the glowing portal. Look closely at her angle. That predatory, excited grin on his face means absolute trouble for our girl. As he spots his prey, a sudden explosion bursts through the air, sending thick smoke and fire skyward. The monster shrieks in pain, but as the smoke clears, A trembling Yangshin realizes it does not have a single scratch. Was her attack completely useless? It turns out Yangshin is a mage, her stat panel showing a 1-star level 34. The beast lunges at her while she is distracted, leaving Yangshin screaming in pure, helpless terror. But right at that razor-thin moment, Captain Chu leaps in and cleaves the monster's head off. His powerful frame stands protectively before her, his sword glowing with energy. He turns and asks if she is all right. Having just barely escaped a brutal death, she is still completely paralyzed with fear. Stammering out that she is okay, Captain Chu immediately orders her to run and hide if she can move. Surveying the horrific ruins of the street, his face darkens. The entire area is completely destroyed. Could a secret realm be merging with reality? He has never faced a disaster this critical before. These brutal beasts are definitely not something a normal 1-star fighter can hope to handle. This means a catastrophic, high-level threat is currently looming over the entire city. Suddenly, a terrifying hand reaches out to grab him from behind. Instinctively leaping back, he avoids the deadly strike. But looking at the strange beast, he cannot even identify its species. Is it a human mutant? The creature scoffs at the term, offended to be called a mere mutant. It sneers, declaring itself an ancient servant of darkness, far above such worthless human garbage. Though highly confused by the weird title, Captain Chu brushes it off, knowing there is no time to ponder ancient legends. He lunges forward at blinding speed, aiming to decapitate the beast, but this opponent is far from an easy target. With one brutal punch, the creature sends the captain flying. Grimacing from the impact, Captain Chu realizes this is incredibly bad. This monster easily boasts the destructive raw power of a third-tier awakened being. Trust me, you and I are about to see this villain chuckle and point down, preparing something massive. Declaring this city his territory, he mocks the captain as a mere weakling, slamming his hand down to draw an even greater surge of dark power. He shatters the captain's guard and strikes hard. Alright, you and I are diving into a brutal fight where Captain Chu gets sent flying like a broken ragdoll. The villain cackles maniacally, boasting about how much stronger he feels on this ground. A fresh surge of energy awakens. But as he brags, a voice from the skull in his chest shuts him down. It calls him a pathetic, arrogant human, instantly freezing him in absolute, terrifying respect. He begs for mercy as a gravelly, divine voice sneers at him from a dark rift. This god reminds him that without his gift, he is nothing but a worthless, crawling worm. The servant is completely frozen in place, too terrified to twitch even a single muscle. A massive, glowing eye glares from the rift, releasing a shocking pressure that shakes the world. The massive ancient entity steps forth, unleashing a heavy, suffocating wave of power. He demands proof of usefulness, leaving Guja shaking violently in pure, unadulterated fear. With a twisted grin, the master commands him to sacrifice the entire city to feed his awakening power. He bows his head low, quickly obeying the terrifying command without question. Meanwhile, Ningfang steps out of the restroom, instantly freezing as he senses a sudden, looming danger. He stares at the absolute destruction. He was only gone for a quick bathroom break. Now here is where things get wild. A bloody, terrifying beast is growling right in front of him. Near a fresh victim's body, the beast senses Ningfang's presence and immediately lunges to tear him apart. Instantly, the ground beneath them buckles, cracking open from a sudden, heavy pressure. A massive stone spear spikes out from the floor, impaling the beast mid-air. Ningfang stands perfectly calm, watching it howl behind his solid earth wall barrier. He is incredibly relieved he spent the big bucks earlier to buy this high-tier weapon today. It boosts his earth element and unlocks epic purple tier abilities. He steps outside, cautious of what lies ahead. But the moment he steps through that doorway, the carnage outside is utterly breathtaking. Right there, Guja is dragging a half-dead survivor. The moment he spots Ningfang, he marches forward to strike. How dare a pathetic little worm like you escape me? He stomps hard, shattering the pavement to launch himself straight into the sky. He vanishes, instantly reappearing right before him. Trust me, this terrifying soul-devouring speed is enough to make anyone scream. His massive hand shoots forward, but a sudden shield of heavy energy blocks the attack. No matter how hard he presses, his veins popping, he cannot break through. Ningfang is wrapped in a dark aura that completely stops him. How on earth did you stop my strike? The ancient god gasps in shock as dark energy flares. This human is too strong, outclassing his own divine strength. No, it is worse. I feel a presence far more terrifying than death itself. Sensing the wild energy, Ningfang realizes how dangerous this is. Is this psycho trying to cast a forbidden spell here? He snaps his eyes open as a loud, cracking sound echoes across the entire battlefield. Guja's claws are completely shattered by Ningfang's power, leaving the beast staring at his broken hands in disbelief. Panicked, he begs his god for help. But the ancient entity responds with a chilling, heartless tone. He basically tells him he is on his own. Suddenly, the terrified monsters scramble back toward the portal. A booming voice commands them to retreat immediately before the massive gateway completely shuts. The portal slams shut, leaving Guja stranded. Without his god's support, his very body starts decaying. As Guja screams about his fading power, Ningfang just watches with a cold, ruthless smirk. You see, an Esper only gains true power by unlocking a hidden, dark-type class. With that dark energy, their combat capabilities easily crush anyone else at their same tier. Lose that power, and they are nothing. He vanishes with a horribly twisted face. It is clear he suffered incredible pain and sheer resentment in his final moments. Wiping away a drop of sweat, Ningfang is just glad he could focus entirely on offense, without worrying about defending. Now, let's see if he can quickly grab his loot and sneak away before anyone notices him. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the chaos. The monster storm finally passed, leaving the city in absolute ruins under a gloomy, ash-gray sky. Behind Sulan, a masked girl stepped forward to deliver a grim update on the city. The beasts had retreated, and that terrifying rift from the secret realm completely vanished. Standing there, Sulan still felt the intruder's familiar lingering energy. It left her deep in thought, why did the enemy trigger such a hostile attack? Twice now, they unleashed pure destructive magic during these secret realm invasions, only to disappear without a trace. What are they after? Shaking it off, Sulan turned to her subordinate. Are the other sectors secure? The masked girl nodded cautiously, replying they were mostly safe, except for South City. They took heavy losses, and their status remains unknown. Hearing this, Sulan's eyes darkened instantly. South City is Captain Chu's territory. Let's move out and see what's going on down there. Over in South City, Duan crouched beside Gujia's lifeless body. One look told him the corpse had been totally cleaned out. All his gear is gone, Duan muttered. Just then, Sulan approached from the distance. Spotting a stranger hovering over Gujia's corpse, she instantly drew her weapon, shouting, "Freeze! Who are you?" Duan slowly stood up, raising his hands and showing a unique badge to prove his identity. "Relax," he said. "I'm with the Cloud Beyond Illusion. Watch closely," because Sulan recognized that mysterious name instantly. "Isn't that the rogue organization made up entirely of martial artists?" Duan quietly confirmed it, leaving her incredibly wary of his sudden presence. "I thought you guys only worked in the shadows. Why show up now?" Duan frowned, glancing down at Gujia. "Because of him," Duan replied. "This bastard used to be one of us, but he betrayed us. He triggered the rift, unleashing monsters right onto our home. Aside from a few survivors, everyone else was completely wiped out." Her subordinate whispered, "Doesn't that match what just happened here?" This got Sulan thinking. Could his death be the exact reason the Secret Realm's invasion suddenly stopped? Pointing at Gujia, Duan asked if they were the ones who ended him. Sulan shook her head. "No, we have no idea who did it." Realizing it wasn't them, Duan stared down at the corpse with pure suspicion and disgust. This coward always hid inside rifts. He was so incredibly slick that he escaped us every single time. Sulan figured Captain Chu must have taken him down. With his Tier 3 power, he could easily crush the enemy and end the invasion. Now, I know what you're thinking, but they both have the wrong mystery hero in mind. Could there really be such a powerhouse hiding in Tanu City? Seeing Duan turn to leave, Sulan called out, "Where are you going?" He coldly muttered just 3 words. "Finding Ningfang's house." Meanwhile, Ningfang was absolutely thrilled with the loot he stole from Gujia. Staring at the armor's stats, his heart practically sang with joy. Who would have thought that Boss would drop 2 pieces of orange-grade gear meant for a warrior? An Eternal Radiance chestplate and leggings, both orange-grade pieces requiring level 120. Noticing the high-level requirement, he realized why Gujia wasn't wearing them and smirked, making a quick guess. Taking his gear is way more satisfying than just beating him. He definitely couldn't wear them yet because of his level. If he had equipped these, I would have been forced to unleash my forbidden art to beat him. But then there's this weird pendant. No quality rating, and the item description is totally blank as he inspects it. An unknown accessory. The complete lack of data made him highly suspicious. He flicked the pendant, eyeing it critically. There is no ancient god hiding inside this thing, right? Naturally, the pendant stayed quiet as a mouse, not making a single peep. Meanwhile, inside a glowing magic orb, Ningfang's suspicious face suddenly appeared. An ancient god inside was still reeling from shock, desperately praising his own quick thinking. Thank goodness I reacted quickly and closed the rift gate in time. He probably hasn't noticed me. Suddenly, Ningfang's massive face pressed right up against the pendant. With pure killing intent in his voice, he whispered, "There isn't some ancient god hiding in here, is there?" That terrifying whisper sent the weak-hearted ancient god's heart straight into his throat. Absolutely traumatized by Ningfang, he frantically ordered the magic orb to cut all feed and hide their location. "Hurry!" That little monster scared the hell out of me. How did he even sense my presence? Meanwhile, at the city hospital, Captain Chu finally woke up, struggling to piece together what he could remember from the fight. And that leaves us with a wild cliffhanger. Who is this young warrior who made the enemy flee through a rift? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where Sulan realizes this mysterious person's power easily matches her own. Zhang Ji stood nearby, nervously adjusting his glasses. He couldn't hide his anxiety about this massive, unknown power. An elite fighter failed to capture the target, yet some random powerhouse suddenly showed up and ended them. Sulan wasn't completely certain, simply replying that it certainly looked that way for now. Perhaps he was just passing by, or maybe he lives hidden away. Either way, this hidden powerhouse isn't registered anywhere. Apart from standard magical residue, they found absolutely nothing unusual at the battle site from last night. Captain Chu thought of his idolized hero and sighed. He wished this incredible fighter was on their side. Hearing that alone brings a real sense of security, Zhang Ji admitted after a brief silence. If that's true, then I have a pretty wild theory, Sulan noted, sparking curiosity. Outside the hospital, warm morning sunlight chased away yesterday's terror. Inside, however, Zhang Ji was deeply focused on the strange residue left behind at the battlefield. There should be at least some lingering dark energy left from last night's clash, right? Sulan didn't catch his drift but agreed. Obviously, since the threat was a monster from a secret realm, he lacked hard proof, but yesterday's bizarre energy signature left him with a nagging thought he couldn't ignore. Now, pay attention here, because what if this mysterious, powerful boss is actually an Esper? Those two massive explosions of destructive magic occurred without injuring a single civilian. Could this hero be one of them? Captain Chu immediately shut down the theory. He laughed it off, telling Zhang Ji he was overthinking. Yet, unlike the captain, Sulan seemed deeply intrigued. Is that so? Meanwhile, Ningfang strolled toward the checkpoint with his hands pocketed, casually greeting the guards. Excuse me, I need to clear my job advancement quest. Am I allowed to pass? Amidst the barren hills, a majestic golden palace stood out starkly. Ningfang shielded his eyes with his hand, staring in awe at the massive structure. Is that the Radiant Sun Temple? Suddenly, a shadowy figure crept out from the corners of his blind spot, quietly stalking his every move. It was Duan. Somehow, he managed to trail Ningfang, his suspicions growing by the second. Flashback to a few days ago, when a clerk led Duan into a private VIP room. Master Wang, your guest is here. Seeing a high-status client, the merchant hurried forward with a massive, flattering smile. Welcome, sir. I understand you're searching for a complete set of Tier 4 warrior armor, correct? Noticing how handsome and wealthy Duan was, the female clerk immediately targeted him. He was rich, attractive, and powerful. If she could just lock him down, her entire future would be set for life. Ignoring the clerk's scheming glances, Master Wang kept his focus entirely on Duan. Coincidentally, a regular client just reached out to sell a set of Tier 4 warrior gear, though he only has the chestplate and leggings right now. Duan's expression instantly darkened. He demanded to know Ningfang's location. Seeing his intense reaction, the shop owner offered an awkward, forced smile. Trust me, you and I know Duan wasn't hunting these down by pure coincidence. Everything was for his master. 2 pieces of Tier 4 gear, specifically chestplate and leggings. Though he hadn't seen them yet, there was an extremely high chance these belonged to his late master. This made Duan absolutely desperate to uncover Ningfang's identity. Who is this regular seller of yours? I'll pay handsomely for the info. Master Wang stood there, completely flabbergasted by the offer. Duan's intense attitude made Master Wang raise his guard. He narrowed his eyes, wondering why this was such a massive coincidence. Ningfang had just listed the gear. Now this wealthy guy arrives demanding it, as if they planned this whole thing. The clerk clearly picked up on Master Wang's sudden hesitation while facing Duan. He didn't dare flatly refuse to name the seller, so he resorted to stalling instead. I believe he mentioned going to a nearby city for some business. Let me call and check. Behind closed doors, Master Wang whispered to the clerk. Has that gentleman left yet? Noting his intense caution, she quietly whispered back that he had indeed departed. I guided him out personally. Master Wang, is something wrong? He didn't hold back, letting his immense frustration show. I had his background checked. Ningfang's parents are just average, 2-star professionals. Seeing how cautious the boss was, she lowered her voice, confirming that she had escorted him out safely. Master Wang, did something go wrong? He had zero guard up, venting all his anxiety to her. So what do you and I make of this? The kid's parents were just average, 2-star professionals. Let's dive into the story of a boy abandoned as a child, attending a local 7th high school. He did not awaken until 18, only to get stuck as a weak, 1-star class. She sneered at him with shocked, pure disdain. He talks a big game, but he is just total trash. I knew something was wrong with him, he looked so pathetic. Now his true colors are finally showing. But seriously, where did he get those rare items he sold to us? A basic 1-star class could never obtain gear like that. Master Wang knew it too, which gave him a major headache. That was the real mystery. Despite being friends with the young Harris of the Wang Corporation, they had barely helped the kid at all. She recalled the chilling look on Duan's face earlier. The veteran was clearly unhappy, sparking a sudden thought in her mind. Wait, could Ningfang have actually stolen all that gear? Master Wang did not deny it. It was highly possible, meaning the kid had definitely messed with the wrong powerhouse this time. Hearing this, she instantly pictured Ningfang being absolutely crushed into the dirt by Duan. Just imagining that brutal scene gave her a twisted, satisfying rush. It was perfect. A fourth-ranked powerhouse sits at the absolute peak of North Mountain Province. His gear is stolen, and this is going to be good. Now watch closely as Ningfang makes his way to the Shining Sun Temple. Meanwhile, Duan followed closely, hiding behind a massive rock to stay out of sight while the kid was distracted. He poked his head out, squinting as he sized him up. The more Duan watched, the more impossible it felt. How could a mere kid stop a massive secret realm invasion? Even Duan's own master, a legendary powerhouse, had been utterly crushed by that realm's boss. But reports say his master's lost relic is now with this kid. If he is not the real powerhouse, then someone else stole it. So he chose to stay extremely cautious. Finally, after a long journey, Ningfang arrived at the Shining Sun Temple. Dozens of adventurers were already battling waves of monsters, trying to break inside. Trailing behind, Duan kept his eyes glued to Ningfang, tracking every movement. Seeing a sudden glow, he immediately realized what the kid was doing. He is swapping gear. I will measure his power based on the equipment he chooses. A second later, his clothes transformed into those basic mage robes Kiwi had gifted him. Despite having plenty of gold, Ningfang kept the robes to avoid drawing attention. This standard look caught Duan completely off guard. Is his gear really this ordinary? He looks just like an ordinary, ungraduated high school student. Is he wearing a disguise? It actually makes sense. At his age, beginner gear attracts zero attention, making it incredibly easy to melt right into the crowd. And get this, knowing he might lose the kid if he hides his tracks, Duan decides to silently mark him with a skill. Active skill, spiritual tracking. It secretly marks the target while they remain completely unaware. Instantly, Ningfang's mage robes vanished, replaced by the casual student uniform he had been wearing all morning. Once the tracking mark was set, Duan looked around the area. These dungeon monsters are surprisingly low level. Why would he come here? By now, Ningfang had already slipped inside the temple undetected. Suddenly, a massive energy blast surged straight toward him. Ningfang's presence had triggered the temple's ancient defenses. A deadly fireball erupted from the skull statue, but his barrier blocked it easily. Duan watched from the shadows, completely speechless. What on earth was that? Absolute defense is an elite skill that simply should not be breakable. Monsters are actively avoiding him. This guy is no ordinary kid. Suddenly, Ningfang stops in his tracks. Duan stared at the towering statue and realized it was the final boss. He actually wants to solo it. Ningfang looked up at the stone giant and muttered, "Perfect." Glad there is nobody around. Duan knew the kid possessed real power, but he was baffled by his choice. Why would a high-level powerhouse waste time fighting such a weak boss? Oddly enough, the statue remained frozen. Duan found it bizarre that it did not attack him at all. It made no sense. Why was it completely still? Little did Duan know, the boss was literally sweating bullets from absolute terror. Ningfang ignored it, looking around. The quest guide mentioned the target was right here, right? Duan watched in confusion as Ningfang walked right past the shaking boss, leaving the monster trembling behind him. After looking around, Ningfang finally stopped at the correct spot. Right in front of him stood a knight statue with brilliant, glowing golden wings. The room fell dead silent, and suddenly, two blinding beams of light shot straight out from the statue's eyes. Its wings flapped with a thunderous roar as the true final boss finally unleashed its power. It glares at him. But wait, is the boss trying to escape? Trust me, we have to see what happens next. Get ready, because you and I are watching this massive statue come to life. Is it a hidden boss? As it moves, a system notification pops up for a divine mage quest chain. He must enter the Shining Sun Temple and retrieve the sacred crest. The mission? Defeat the hidden boss, the fallen angel. Ningfang just cleans his ear, smirking confidently at his new target. He laughs savagely, shaking his head at this brutal system mission. No wonder it is an S-rank quest. If this were just a standard, first-rank quest, absolutely nobody could survive this. Sensing the pure danger radiating from Ningfang, the boss completely panics. This is terrifying, and this is supposed to be my own domain. Where can it even run? Outside, heavy black clouds gather as a jagged bolt of lightning tears the sky open. The creature beats its wings, desperately trying to make a run for it, but Ningfang is not letting it escape. Pay attention here as he locks onto his target. A dark, suffocating energy begins pouring directly from his hand. Active skill, Dark Forbidden Spell, Lightning Demon Pursuit. It summons an apocalyptic storm carrying the raw power of a heavenly tribulation. A massive hole rips open in the clouds, revealing a terrifying vertical eye. Lightning crackles, targeting the escaping boss, and blasts the creature with pure, world-destroying energy. Under the immense pressure of the forbidden spell, the boss is instantly pulverized into absolute nothingness. Ningfang stands there like an ancient god, holding the fate of all life in his hands. A gentle breeze sweeps by, making his coat flutter dramatically. With the boss erased, the terrifying spell fades away. However, the palace took a massive hit from the blast, sending heavy debris raining down from the ceiling. Duan is so utterly paralyzed by the horror that he can barely stutter. The Grand Tianyang Palace is completely ruined right before his eyes. Duan's face goes totally pale. Can you blame him? You and I would be trembling too after witnessing magic that literally shatters the world. It is my first time seeing anything like this. It is terrifying. This senior must be even stronger than my master. Could he actually be a legendary 8th transition powerhouse? Ningfang looks at the massive mountain of points in front of him, but feels a sting of regret. Since he has not finished his first transition, his level cannot increase. All this valuable experience is basically going down the drain. Whatever, at least I secured the badge. It is time to return and hand in the quest. Defeating the hidden boss rewarded him with a special item, a divine emblem of orange grade with set durability. It permanently adds 8 spirit points and boosts recovery effects by 100%. Remembering how long it took him to walk all this way, Ningfang feels annoyed and decides to teleport back to save some time. Might as well burn a teleport scroll. Just then, Duan runs over in a massive panic, trying to stop him. Senior, please wait. Hearing his voice, Ningfang finally realizes there is someone else here. His face turns pale. How on earth did this guy get here? Did he witness everything? Duan has no clue Ningfang is worried. Seeing his expression darken, he assumes he has offended him and freezes, not daring to step closer. Crap, the senior looks unhappy. Senior, please do not be angry. Let me explain. Suddenly, a loud siren blares, cutting him off. Ningfang is completely shocked to hear this noise. It is an alarm. Realizing he and Duan have a lot to talk about, he decides it is best to escape first. Let us get out of here first. We will talk later. Duan agrees instantly and follows him obediently. They teleport to a completely abandoned area. They are so far away that their conversation is drowned out, leaving only the wind rustling the leaves. Once he hears Duan explain everything about his master, Ningfang hesitates before asking if that is why he was followed. Terrified, Duan quickly flashes a friendly smile to explain himself. I am deeply sorry. I meant no disrespect. I only wanted to verify a few things. After all, you look incredibly young. If I had not witnessed it myself, I never would have believed it. To be completely honest, even someone as strong as my master could only temporarily seal that invading secret realm, sacrificing his own life to do so. Even worse, a traitor escaped. For years, that villain has been using human sacrifices to shatter the seal. I have been tracking him down for ages, but I always fail to catch him. Looking at Duan, Ningfang starts feeling frustrated with his own current level. After all, this guy is a 4th transition powerhouse. If Duan had not willingly shown himself, Ningfang would have never even noticed him. At the end of the day, my level is just too low. If things continue down this path, it is only a matter of time before my cover is blown. Ningfang's cold silence makes Duan panic, thinking he is about to be killed to keep quiet. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Let's jump into the action as Duan bows in deep gratitude, thanking the senior for avenging his master's tragic death. Ningfang's cold, murderous aura finally begins to fade. He studies Duan, realizing this high-level hunter is a powerful solo player. Building a solid bond with him could definitely pay off later. Eager to keep this powerhouse close, Ningfang decides to keep Duan around, but first delivers a chilling, quiet warning to stay silent about today's events. Realizing he barely escaped with his life, Duan quickly nods and promises he'll keep his mouth completely shut. Right now, Duan looks at Ningfang with absolute respect and submission, deeply awed by the senior's terrifying dark magic. Sure, it was dark energy, but it protected the innocent and successfully pushed back the invading secret realm. He saved the entire city, proving that a powerhouse this humble deserves utmost respect, regardless of his dark powers. With nowhere else to go, Duan decides to lay low in Tanu City, just as Ningfang's phone begins to buzz in his pocket. Checking the screen, he answers Chiwei's call. Her worried voice instantly comes through, demanding to know where he is. Ningfang calmly explains he's just heading back, asking if Miss Chiwei needs something. Hearing his safe voice, she relaxes. Now pay attention here. As Chiwei softens her tone, saying they have urgent matters to discuss once he gets back. This unexpected call leaves Ningfang completely puzzled. Why now? Meanwhile, over in Chiwei's office, things are getting extremely tense. Sulan sits on the sofa with crossed legs, staring coldly as she demands answers from her colleague. Chiwei's expression turns equally frosty as she replies that, based on his calm tone, he is already heading back safely. It turns out Sulan's investigations led her to suspect Ningfang, a rookie student who somehow achieved a first transition level in mere days. If she hadn't dug in just in time, she would have completely missed him. But Chiwei fiercely defends him, insisting Ningfang is a hardworking kid with a good heart. She truly believes he is innocent, but seeing her stubborn defense, Sulan reluctantly sighs and responds. She isn't calling him a villain, but certain anomalies must be cleared up, her glasses reflecting a sharp, calculating glint. Suddenly, a holographic meeting projects before them. A fully recovered Captain Chu begins to speak with absolute gravity. He outlines the preliminary crisis, promising to monitor the zone while requesting immediate, high-level attention from their superiors. Listening to the grim report, Fang Chu's face remains blank. He indifferently asks if there is anything else to report. Under his freezing gaze, Sulan shuts her eyes in silence before looking up to drop a heavy, serious question. She brings up the two destructive magics detected in Tanu City, asking if a mutant could be behind this devastation. Let's pause here, as a heavy silence falls over the room, with only Q and Captain Chu trading glances. Her question clearly irritates Fang Chu, who sternly demands how Sulan, a mutant herself, could ask something so ridiculous. But Sulan isn't just throwing out wild theories for the fun of it. She calmly explains the horrific mechanics of channeling dark power, reminding everyone that for mutants, such extreme power always demands a price. The stronger the magic, the steeper the toll, draining their life force, destroying their sanity, or even mutating them into horrific monsters. Even the smallest misstep under this curse can leave a mutant permanently scarred in an irreversible, broken state. Achieving king-level power is logically impossible. But hearing Sulan's cautious warning, Xieyu just scoffs in absolute contempt. He mockingly tells Sulan she is losing her mind, hallucinating some legendary king-level mutant threat out of nowhere. He jokes she should quit and write sci-fi movies, but his aggressive hostility doesn't faze Sulan for a second. Indifferent. Sulan calmly states she is simply considering every single potential outcome. Sulan says it is up to them to listen, prompting Xieyu to scoff sarcastically and ask if she is still spouting nonsense. He claims their team is just incompetent, boasting that if a king-tier mutant actually exists, they can use his head as a soccer ball. Seeing Xieyu cross the line, Fangu coughs loudly to warn his hot-headed colleague before stepping in to speak. He announces that an official investigation team has been dispatched to Qinyu City to fully take over all local operations. Furthermore, Sulan's request for backup from headquarters has not been approved yet. Sulan's face darkens instantly at the news, and she unhappily demands to know if headquarters simply doesn't trust them. Noticing her fury, he hesitates before responding, explaining it is not a trust issue and telling her to remain patient. Once the meeting ends, Sulan tries to stretch her tense muscles, only for her frantic subordinate to suddenly burst inside. He breathlessly reports that the secret realm at Longbow City's Helios Temple was just struck by magic, though no casualties are reported. As Sulan relays this, you and I watch Chiwei freeze in absolute disbelief. Alright, stick with me because Ningfang just registered for the exact same dungeon we expected. Sulan speaks up, finishing her thought with a grin. Exactly, it's the Helios Temple. Things are about to get wild. Meanwhile, in Longbow City, Ningfang and Duan step out into a massive crowd, immediately hearing panicked whispers all around them. Is the barrier stable? What happened at the Helios Temple? Oh my god, I am terrified. As people panic, local security guards quickly step in, trying their best to calm down the terrified crowd. Do not worry. The barrier is at maximum power to keep those dark forces completely locked away. It won't reach the city, so it is safe. But nobody is buying it, and the uneasy questions keep coming. Ningfang is just highly annoyed. This massive commotion actually triggered a maximum level alert, completely ruining his simple plans. Now they have to wait for the lockdown to end just to get a ride back home. But watch closely. Out of nowhere, a dark rift violently tears open the sky with a loud crackle. The rift slowly widens, showing a terrifying, godlike face before two massive monsters step through. Walking out of the portal, they stare down at Longbow City. Is this the human world? The leader asks, staring at the glowing barrier in total confusion. Looks like some cheap magic shield. What is this even for? The second monster just scoffs. Whatever, humans are weak. They love hiding in shells. Suddenly, hundreds of hideous, terrifying beasts emerge right behind them. The lead monster rests his heavy axe on his shoulder, overflowing with pure arrogance. Too bad this toy won't stop us. He suddenly points forward, ordering the entire horde to charge full speed at the barrier. Let's give them a surprise. Sadly, that defensive barrier is way too weak. Within minutes, the smaller beasts successfully punch a massive hole right through the shield. Down below, people hear the crash and look up in sheer terror. Wait, is something happening up there? Looking up, the guard freezes and screams in absolute horror. What on earth is that? Completely losing his own mind, the monsters dive down, launching a brutal massacre as helpless civilians run for their lives, screaming for help. Local warriors quickly rush to the scene, but seeing the monsters slaughtering innocent citizens makes their faces turn completely pale with fear. How did they break through the barrier? An Iron Squad member yells back, "This makes no sense. How did they get in?" I know what you're thinking, but panic is a brutal weapon. People start trampling each other in fear, while a guardian desperately yells, "Hey, stop pushing! Watch out for my blade!" Suddenly, someone gets cut and starts wailing in agonizing pain. Seeing the chaotic mob ahead, Duan leaps in front to protect Ningfang, activating his passive skill Martial Warrior Aura. With the barrier up, he looks back to warn his leader. "Boss, this looks like a high-level rift intrusion." Ningfang's expression does not even flicker, showing he already understands. No different from last night at Kinyu City, right? Duan glances back, trying to read him. Should we make a move? Ningfang looks genuinely surprised. Wait, do you actually have a plan for this? Duan hesitates, catching himself. Wait, if the boss can wipe them out easily, why is he asking me for a solution? Ningfang stands right behind him, having absolutely no clue what is going on. How could the boss ask me? Wait, he must be testing me. I get it now. Leave it to me, boss. I will handle this. Ningfang has no idea what Duan is planning, but he is not going to overthink it. Why work when he can just be lazy? Plus, it's too crowded here to show off his real powers anyway. Letting Duan handle it works. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light crashes down, sending the panic into overdrive. Terrified citizens scramble in every direction, desperately trying to survive. Thanks to the aura shield, Ningfang and Duan are untouched. Through the rising smoke, the lead monster emerges. Its evil laughter rings out. It laughs with the twisted excitement of a hunter spotting helpless prey, like a horror film. Suddenly, an archer fires 3 icy arrows to bring it down. But this beast is on another level. With a lazy wave of its hand, the ice arrows shatter instantly. Seizing the moment, a shield warrior charges from behind. He raises his sword, only to be sent flying by a brutal axe swing. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are jumping right in as this savage beast grins triumphantly. The archer turns pale with absolute terror. Not even a single scratch. Finding their pathetic attacks way too weak, the massive beast instantly grows bored. What a major letdown. I really thought we would find some strong humans here. Seeing the Titan close in, the terrified citizens lose it. Run. The monster is coming. Run for your lives if you want to survive. What now? Right then, a lagging female student trips and instantly becomes the monster's next easy target. Raising his giant axe, he roars that they are all just pathetic trash. But suddenly, a blinding flash of light deflects the deadly blow. It is Duan. He dashes in at the absolute last second, locking blades with the beast to buy the screaming crowd time to escape. The colossal beast freezes, stunned that a mere human actually blocked its attack. It glares suspiciously at the tiny warrior. Right now, Duan is playing the ultimate loyal bodyguard, determined to keep his master safe at all costs. His gaze is freezing cold, radiating pure murder as he stares down the giant without backing up a single inch. My master does not really need protection, but since I am here, watch closely. Duan refuses to let his boss lift a finger. But Ningfang actually finds this master title highly embarrassing. Could you stop calling me boss? It is honestly getting pretty awkward. Realizing a true opponent has arrived, the monster grins. Finally, a human who is not just complete trash. Duan strikes first with blinding speed, sending the beast stumbling backward. It stares in utter disbelief, eyes wide as if it is looking at a literal god. Before the beast can even recover, Duan instantly teleports right in front of its face. He draws his blade, priming a devastating ultimate. In a microsecond, dozens of glowing sword beams materialize, completely boxing the boss in. Duan's swordplay is incredibly beautiful. As the sword energy rains down, he lands gracefully. Nearby, 2 young guys refuse to run, completely glued to this epic showdown. The kid with the messy bangs watches with his jaw practically dropping to the floor. What rank of powerhouse is this? The monster did not even have time to react. His buddy with glasses tries to calculate his power. Those moves are unreal, definitely a high-tier hidden class. After shredding the monster to pieces, Duan looks completely unfazed, walking away like a boss without even looking back. Massive explosions detonate behind him, sending plumes of smoke into the sky as his character profile finally pops up. Level 137, Esoteric Martial Artist, 5-star hidden class. Ningfang looks cool, but inside he is absolutely losing his mind. You and I both know this guy is insanely overpowered. With word spreading that the giant boss is dead, the soldiers rally to wipe out the remaining minions. Charge! The leader is down. Time to counterattack. Mission complete. Duan quickly returns to await his master's next command. What are my orders, boss? Ningfang is absolutely thrilled, flashing a massive thumbs up. No need, my guy. You did an incredible job. Seeing such a high-level powerhouse act so obediently makes everyone wonder just how insanely strong is this young master. Whispering onlookers turn to each other, desperately trying to figure out who this mysterious kid actually is. Is he some wealthy heir out training with a god-tier guardian? Meanwhile, Duan remembers something, opening his hand to present the epic loot he snatched. That is right. Here is the drop from the boss. Please take it, master. As a brilliant glow radiates, the surrounding crowd gasps in awe. It is orange tier gear. Even if they cannot equip it, selling this would easily fetch tens of thousands of credits. Boss, do you need an assistant? Ningfang happily takes the items. Inspecting the stats, he realizes the agility skill book is absolutely perfect for someone else. This fatal pursuit manual fits Wanghua perfectly. As for this heavy shield, I will just liquidate it for quick cash later. A demonic bone shield. Just then, a wounded warrior assisted by a priest hobbles over to block their path. Could you two mighty experts wait a moment? Dongming, the city mayor, rushes over and bows deeply to express his gratitude. Thank you both so much for saving Lombak City. I am Dongming, the mayor of this region. He observes them closely, realizing they are definitely travelers. Ningfang feels slightly annoyed, explaining they are only here on business. We did not expect to get stuck here and be unable to leave. Now, trust me. Dongming takes this cold response as a threat, desperately wiping sweat off his face while terrified of what they might do. Are you angry with us? Yes, our defense grid triggered maximum emergency protocols. I am deeply sorry. This is entirely our mistake, so please forgive us. Seeing the mayor grovel so pathetically, Ningfang quickly waves his hands to calm him down. No, it is fine actually, I caused this situation. But watch how this unfolds. To get on Ningfang's good side, Dongmin quickly tells his subordinate to fetch a gift, commanding him to bring the flight scroll he just bought. The guard shouts back, "Yes, sir," while Ningfang's eyes instantly widen upon hearing the scroll mentioned. A flight scroll? Something that rare? It is nearly impossible to buy one around these parts. Though it is single-use, it is incredibly convenient for medium trips. Still, Dongmin's generosity carries a hidden motive. He wants to convince them to stay and guard the city, pleading, "Boss, we have a huge request. With chaos spreading everywhere, could I invite you both to stay for a few days? Our local defense forces are severely weakened." Ningfang wants to agree but cannot. He scratches his head apologetically, saying, "I am deeply sorry. I am completely out of time right now. Besides, his class advancement mission has a strict 3-day limit. Missing the deadline means he will fail his first promotion entirely." But in Dongmin's eyes, that apologetic look takes on a different meaning. "Do you think I am that free?" The mayor turns pale, blaming himself for their own lack of consideration. Right then, the guard arrives with the gift, presenting it. "Mayor, here is the flight scroll." To show absolute sincerity, Dongmin places a sleek black card on top of the box, presenting it. "Boss, this is the supreme black card of the Venthan Exchange, a tiny token of appreciation for your great kindness." Looking at the glowing black card and the rare scroll, his heart leaps. Let us find out what perks he gets. He knows this supreme black card is reserved only for elite high rollers, packed with massive perks and unmatched privileges. No wonder the mayor could buy a flight scroll. His background is clearly not simple. "Thank you," Ningfang says. Seeing him accept the gifts, the heavy worry in Dongmin's heart finally melts away. He smiles with awkward relief. Since the boss accepted it, there is no fear of offending him. So, if Lombok City faces danger, could we ask the boss to help? Having accepted the generous gift, he cannot easily refuse. Ningfang just smiles and agrees to the plea. "No problem, as long as I am free." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd cheers with massive excitement. Lombok City is finally safe. With everything settled, the two activate their skills, turning into twin beams of light, shooting straight skyward. This impressive flight magic gives Ningfang an absolute rush of pure adrenaline as he uses it for the first time. Outside the Tandu City Class Advancement Hall, Shuing's group gets super excited the moment they spot Wang Yue walking out. Look, she is out. Strangely though, she does not look happy at all, while Xiao Cheng beside her looks incredibly smug. Sensing a strangely familiar aura, she glances up and notices 2 streaks of light in the sky heading straight toward the hall. Seeing her freeze, Xiao Cheng scowls and asks if she is confused. What is wrong? Wang Yue lowers her head slightly, responding with a thoughtful look that she just saw people flying. "One looked like Ningfang and I know what you are thinking," but Xiao Cheng completely dismisses her. "You definitely saw wrong. A flight scroll costs thousands of star credits, so how could a broke guy like Ningfang afford one? Even if he could, why visit the advancement hall right after awakening?" Seeing him insult Ningfang again, her expression completely darkens. She turns around and glares at him, her voice freezing cold with a sharp warning. "If you dare speak ill of Ningfang again, you will regret it." Watching her defend him makes Xiao Cheng burn with jealousy. Damn it. Why do you keep sticking up for that useless loser? What makes him any better than me? Shuing quickly walks over, sensing the heavy tension, and tries to mediate. "Hey, let us forget about that for now. Did you two finish your second promotion quest? At that mention, Xiao Cheng's face instantly softens as he proudly reveals getting a rank A. It is a pity I could not snag a rank S. Zhang Shu looks at him with deep admiration. A rank A is already incredible. Only the truly chosen elite can achieve a rank S. Xiao Cheng's shield fighter lackey gives a huge thumbs up, showering him with shameless flattery for completing it at such an incredibly young age. Completing this second promotion basically guarantees you a top spot in the university's upcoming supernova competition. A rank A quest is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shuing looks at Wang Yue with intense anticipation, asking, "How about you?" Faced with all their expectant gazes, Wang Yue only looks deeply dejected and troubled. This makes the group instantly freeze in sheer confusion. Not understanding, Shuing whispers to Zhang Shu, "What is up with her? Don't tell me she got a rank C or even worse." Overhearing this, Xiao Cheng immediately assumes she pulled a terrible low-rank quest, which instantly heals his bruised ego. Who would expect the praised genius to fail? Trust me, we can't miss what happens next. Let us dive in. Low-rank promotion quests tank your stats, but Yue, do not worry. You can catch up later with hard work, especially since you have me. Although secretly, he knows falling behind with a C-rank quest is a massive setback. Hearing the hidden mockery in his tone, Wang Yue's expression darkens as she snaps back. If an A-rank quest does not worry you, why should an S-rank bother me? Shuing and Jiang Shu freeze. What? Xiao Chang, who was just acting all high and mighty, is completely dumbfounded. Realizing she secured an S-rank quest, Shui Ying is completely baffled by her friend's calm face. Why did you keep quiet? Shui Ying asks in frustration. Yue admits her situation is completely different. Her promotion quest unlocked an incredibly rare hidden class that nobody has ever seen before. Hearing this, Xiao Chang immediately scoffs in total disbelief. How? Is your class not already locked in once you awaken? I have never heard of a hidden class appearing during a promotion. Are you sure you did not make a mistake? Suddenly, a bright, glowing magic circle erupts directly beneath Wang Yue. Pay attention here. As the machine scans her powers, the system detects a highly restricted item, the legendary Pioneer Badge. Her initial class, Agile Archer, can upgrade to Phantom Pioneer, altering her advancement quest entirely. Agile Archer class successfully upgrading to Phantom Pioneer. Now, the screen displays the Pioneer Badge alongside 2 confirmation prompts. This is the very first time she has seen this interface, leaving her totally bewildered. What is this? Why is this interface appearing? It must be the Pioneer Badge. Ningfang gave her this item. Could it really have this insane effect? The guy she thought she knew is suddenly full of mysteries. He looked so incredibly confident back then. Did he know? Inside, she silently thanks Ningfang for his legendary gift. And that is exactly what happened. Hearing the story, Shuing realizes she was way too reckless. Wang Yue, why would you make such a massive decision? Right on cue, Xiao Chang chimes in again to make a fool of himself. He yells, asking what a Phantom Pioneer is, claiming the system must be glitching because he has never heard of it. One wrong choice here, and your entire life is completely ruined. Annoyed by his constant rambling, Yue coldly tells him to mind his own business, leaving him looking utterly pathetic and hurt. But I was just trying to help. Xiao Cheng whines, while Jiang Shu tries to ease the heavy tension. He laughs out loud. This is awesome. Who knew a hidden 5-star class could actually be upgraded? I know what you are thinking. Shuing is totally jealous, wishing she had a childhood friend like Ningfang, while Xiao Cheng fumes in the corner. These guys are hopeless. I must send my team to track down that specific badge. No matter the cost or the danger, I will find it. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Ningfang raises his hand, revealing a glowing orange badge. A consumable divine badge of rare orange quality. It permanently adds 5 points to stamina and 5 points to spirit. Beams of light erupt from the badge, wrapping around Ningfang as the system announces his S-rank quest has officially begun. With class advancement initialized, Ningfang's eyes immediately light up with absolute excitement. His stats skyrocket, and he unlocks an incredible new passive skill, Forbidden Spell, Precise Manipulation. He wonders just how powerful this skill can become. Under automatic operation, his control abilities and shadow powers increase significantly. He can now cast devastating forbidden spells with surgical precision, his excited voice echoing out to Duan. I definitely have to test this out next time. But nearby, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appears, staring right at Duan. It is Sulan, and her presence immediately makes Duan feel incredibly guarded. Is that not the martial artist from earlier? Why is she with Ningfang? She looks like she is guarding him. According to intelligence reports, despite her youth, she possesses 4th-rank strength, making her a powerhouse even by national standards. But the staff mentioned that during their earlier entry, this powerful warrior was following Ningfang around with total respect. Suddenly, Sulan's cold, mysterious voice crackles through Chi Wei's earpiece. Your student is not nearly as simple as you think. As Ningfang finishes his class transfer, Sulan warns Qi Wei that everything is now up to her. So what do you and I make of this? Qi Wei takes it seriously, promising to investigate because she knows Ningfang is not their enemy. At that very moment, Ningfang is excitedly recounting his epic class transfer to Duan. Stick with me, we are about to watch their talk get cut short as Chiwi's voice stops them. Ningfang is shocked to see her. Miss Qi? Oh, right. You called earlier. Is everything okay? Chiwi gives a soft nod, indicating they need to talk. Duan, realizing it is private, wisely slips away. Boss, I will wait over there, Duan says. Chiwi stares at Ningfang suspiciously, making him turn pale as he forces a nervous laugh. Do not mind him. He is just joking. Chiwi's face is shadowed by her hair, hiding her expression. Her lips part slightly as she asks, Ningfang, you already finished your first class transfer, right? The sudden question catches Ningfang completely off guard, and he freezes. Standing in silence, he scrambles for an excuse. But honestly, he hates lying to Chiwi after how kind she has always been. He knows he cannot keep it secret forever, but finding out this fast proves she truly watches over him. She is one of the rare people he fully trusts, and she means no harm. Thinking it through, he rubs his nose and smiles, admitting the truth. Yeah, that is right. Explaining it is a massive pain, so I kept it quiet. Seeing him come clean offers Chiwi some relief. But there is still one crucial thing she has to verify with him. There is one more thing. It might sound weird, but I have to check if you are corrupted by dark energy. Now, pay attention here. He breaks into a cold sweat. Is his biggest secret about the system finally exposed? Noticing his hesitation and defensive attitude, Chiwi's expression darkens with growing concern. She stares at him intently, studying his face for any tiny reaction. You know how our world has been warping lately with rifts and dimensional invasions. Countless people are getting corrupted by dark energy and slowly turning into monstrous mutants. Hearing this, he quickly lets out a relieved laugh. Oh, is that all? You do not need to worry. I am no mutant. He definitely wants zero government surveillance or trouble. Still, she remains skeptical. To settle this once and for all, she pulls out a dark stone to test him. I need you to cooperate with me for this test. To Ningfang, the black stone radiates a bizarre, overwhelming aura. Under his shocked eyes, Chiwi instructs, channel your energy directly into this crystal. It measures dark energy, and you and I both know he is terrified of what this test will reveal. Chiwi notes his hesitation, her gaze growing colder. Feeling the pressure, Ningfang nervously mutters, Is this it? He laughs awkwardly, trying to play it cool. It is my first time doing this, so I am just anxious. He reaches out and touches the crystal, channeling his mana. Suddenly, the stone explodes, shattering into a million tiny fragments. Ningfang never sees that coming, staring at the debris in disbelief. But Chiwi is even more shocked. Her face turns pale as she gasps. It shattered? The bizarre outcome leaves Ningfang with a million questions running through his mind. Miss Qi, what does this mean? Chiwi suddenly remembers her conversation with Suan when she received the crystal. Suan had explained it was a magic crystal highly sensitive to dark energy. That was why the government used it to identify mutants. Normally, channeling energy made it vibrate. Stronger vibrations meant higher corruption. But staring at the dust in her hand, she feels completely lost and confused. Nobody ever told me what it means when it just explodes. The sudden blast leaves them both frozen. Ningfang tries to force a calm smile, desperately wanting to prove his innocence to her. Miss Qi, I know transferring classes right after awakening is weird, but you know me. You trust who I am, right? Hearing those words brings back memories of his tragic childhood. Losing his parents so young and awakening later than everyone else, yet remaining optimistic through all that misery is truly amazing. Personally, I do trust you. But as part of my official duty, I must report today's bizarre event to my superiors. Hearing Chiwi say she trusts him makes Ningfang relax. I hope you understand. I do. Of course I understand. Still, he cannot stop stressing about his future. If the government finds out, things could get very ugly. His ultimate fallback plan is leaving Tanu City behind. Suddenly, Chiwi steps forward, a soft light shining from her hand. Miss Qi, what is this? Chiwi smiles warmly and replies, Just a little gift I prepared for you. Congratulations on completing your first-class transfer. Ningfang does not refuse, accepting it with a grateful smile on his face. Her pure kindness warms his heart. And trust me, he is determined to repay her for everything. Miss Qi, thank you for taking care of me. As it turns out, I have a special gift for you, too. Alright, you're about to see him gift her an insane orange tier item, the Holy Radiance Wings. An orange tier level 30 gear with plus 20 intelligence, 50% healing boost, and dark resistance. No chanting needed for recovery spells, plus 3 socket slots. The moment Chiwei sees this, she gasps in pure shock. An orange tier item with 0 casting time? This is a literal lifesaver in the heat of battle. It's way too valuable, she says, trying to reject it. but he just chuckles to calm her down. Relax. It's just some extra loot from my class transfer trial. No big deal. My buddy is waiting, so I should head out. In the end, Chi-Wei takes it, silently watching his back until he vanishes into the distance. She's left completely baffled. Who just hands over top-tier orange equipment like it's nothing? Who on earth is Ningfang? Meanwhile, back at the guild, Sulan stares grimly at the testing stone's reflection. This situation is totally unprecedented, and it's making Chi-Wei incredibly anxious about what comes next. What if they mark Ningfang as a danger? She watches Sulan closely, trying to read her reaction. Luckily, Sulan decides to drop the investigation entirely. Chi-Wei is completely stunned and asks if they're really just stopping. What do you mean? Sulan adjusts her glasses, explaining that his power is far beyond their understanding. If he's truly that monstrously strong, we need to tread lightly rather than provoke him by digging deeper. Just then, an agent asks for instructions. Should we report him? Now, look closely at Sulan's call here. She orders everyone to stand down on Ningfang. All records on him are now top secret. Chi-Wei is the first to back this choice. It's the right move. Ningfang is young and lacks a powerful background, so this secrecy protects him. Knowing the higher-ups want to shield him, she instantly shifts her thoughts to Duan, who's been hanging around Ningfang. If they want to keep things quiet, they should monitor the fighter instead. Plus, it's recruitment season, so bringing in another heavy hitter makes perfect sense. Back at the house, Duan notices that Ningfang looks incredibly moody and asks why he seems so down. Ningfang just stares at the ceiling, looking exhausted. His teacher messaged him saying the higher-ups dropped the entire investigation. Duan doesn't get why he's so upset and cautiously asks, "Isn't that actually great news?" Ningfang knows it sounds great, but he's got a much bigger headache because he knows they haven't given up. Think about it. They've just gone underground with their spying. Now, whenever he clears a dungeon, the shockwaves are too massive. With the authorities watching closely, keeping this grind up means his secrets will get blown wide open. These heavy words crush Duan's pride, making him blame himself for not being useful. He realizes his boss's worries are on a completely different dimension from ordinary guys like him, and since he didn't see the power firsthand, he's speechless. Trying to make himself useful, Duan suggests, what if you just avoided leveling up in the official government-run dungeons? Would that make hiding your progress easier? Lately, the world has been changing rapidly, with new hidden dungeons popping up everywhere, and 3 powerful shadows guarding a dark cave entrance. The government won't waste resources clearing these remote areas, meaning some are even overrun by dark forces. This immediately sparks Ningfang's interest. It might actually work. Do you have the details on these spots? Duan already has info on 2 active coordinates. He offers to dig up more coordinates, which instantly solves Ningfang's biggest headache about grinding in secret. Perfect. I'll leave that to you. Using Duan's identity is way safer than acting as a student. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the trade market to liquidate some gear and finally catch a break. With his Supreme Black card, he can easily hire a substitute at the Express Inn to keep leveling up without falling behind. Leaving Ningfang's place, Duan heads out to find a spot to crash, and decides to crash at a nearby hotel for the night while he looks for an apartment tomorrow. But suddenly, Jiangji steps out from the shadows to greet him warmly. Totally on guard, Duan asks who he is, and they sit down as the stranger starts introducing himself. I am Jiangji, the newly appointed mayor of Tiandu City. Thanks for saving so many lives during the dungeon breakout. Are you planning to stay in Tiandu City? On guard, Duan admits he is. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into the story where Jiangji is thrilled this absolute beast is staying. We're honored to have a powerhouse like you. Take this high authority certificate, custom made for our city's top adventurers. If you ever need anything, just let us know and we will do whatever it takes to satisfy you. Duan takes the license, staring silently. Despite his calm expression, Jiangji feels incredibly nervous standing before this terrifying powerhouse. Other major cities tried desperate tactics to recruit Duan but failed. After all, Tanu is just a tiny place. Would he actually look down on us? Thankfully, because of Ningfang, he agreed. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'll take it. Hearing him agree so easily, Jiangji can only offer mechanical thanks, still reeling from the shock. No need for formalities. It turns out, Duan only kept the certificate because he wanted to help out Ningfang. The boss might find this useful later, so I'll keep it. Meanwhile, clueless Jiangji is practically jumping for joy. This is a 4th-tier powerhouse we are talking about. Tiandu City is finally safe. Sulan's idea was pure genius. Need a place to stay? Don't worry, I will arrange everything for you personally. He is stunned by the sudden enthusiasm. Later, at Ningfang's home, the screen flashes a big, glowing victory sign. And here is where it gets interesting. As Ningfang looks up after a win and realizes it's past midnight. Time to sleep. Wait, it's already midnight, so why is the class group chat blowing up like crazy? Scrolling through the conversation, he sees classmates spamming messages. Chiang Lilei asks what level everyone has reached so far. Mashaba is 26. Shangdu is 27. Nobody is level 30 yet. Zhang Lilei asks what they should do. The city's secret realms are completely sealed, and leaving town is forbidden. At this rate, all their levels will just plummet. Mashia points out that God Wang's group went outside, but Shangdu explains it was for a transfer mission. Don't talk like anyone can just leave if they have the skills. Chuna begs everyone to stop, feeling incredibly anxious. Reading the texts, Ningfang reflects. These kids awakened at 16, and passing the exam requires being first tier or higher. Who would have ever guessed I'd completely surpass all of them in just a few days? Then, a student named Li Danning tags him with a snide remark, mocking him for being in such a great mood. He claims some people have just been playing games this whole time. Ningfang is stunned, while Zhang Lilei is incredulous. Just by looking at the tag, Ningfang immediately knows who is mocking him, his face twisting in pure irritation. It is one of Wang Yu's annoying fans again. Did this idiot somehow stalk my account status? Why does he care if I play games? Thankfully, Shiwi steps in to warn Li Danning to shut his mouth, tell him not to worry about others. As soon as she posts, the bully immediately tucks his tail. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Li Danning has recalled his message. I know what you're thinking, but seeing Teacher Chi stand up for him and make the bully back down made Ningfang laugh out loud. Just then, another ding echoes. Someone in the class group chat has posted a new update. Ma Xia warns that dimensional breaches are erupting everywhere, causing massive casualties, and shares an official report. The reports show chaos popping up everywhere. Checking the public browser, Tong Yu can't help but curse the terrible news. He curses the repeating tragedy, while Ma Xia adds that an entire neighboring city has reportedly fallen to the monsters. With nowhere safe, people are mutating and losing control. The class group chat immediately explodes with anxious panic. Chuna cries out in fear, wondering if the apocalypse is here. Zhang Lilei reminds her of the last outbreak. Back then, a mysterious expert defeated the threat. Li Danning wonders which city hides such a powerful savior. Zhang Lilei suddenly feels safe, while Li Danning mutters that he'd call this mystery expert his own grandfather. Reading this, Ningfang feels the world is unfair. He remembers Teacher Chi and Duan discussing these mutated threats earlier. He never expected things to be this bad. He just started enjoying a comfortable life with his powers. I won't let this peaceful life get ruined. It is a shame that Brad escaped, or I'd have killed him. With that thought, he walks toward the door, scrolling his phone. Meanwhile, Gwyn, the brat he mentioned, suddenly sneezes loudly. A sudden chill runs straight down his spine, leaving him completely baffled. Why do I suddenly feel so terrified? Elsewhere at the exchange, a sarcastic sales clerk named Yang notices a bandaged girl and mocks her with a sneer, asking if she is kidding. How can someone covered in unhealed wounds even work here? Yang Xin quickly hides her bandaged face, insisting she's fine. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Things are getting wild. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal verbal smackdown. This girl refuses to let it go, spitting venom about climbing the social ladder. Stung by those harsh words, Yang Xin defends herself, saying she is not. But this toxic mean girl cuts her off with a smug, mocking sneer. What a pity. Your social climbing partner is just a reckless thief who dared rob a level 4 warrior. By now, he is probably crushed to pieces. Hearing her drag Ningfang like that, Yang Xin loses her temper. You are talking total nonsense. Mr. Ning would never do something like that. Amused by her panic, the girl laughs gleefully. Master Wang already sent people to uncover the truth of what happened. That guy Ning is just some 18-year-old loser who only recently awakened. His parents are long gone, so there is no way he owns high-level gear. Now that a level 4 warrior is after him, he is obviously a thief. Right then, a heavy wave of dark pressure from Ningfang hits them, crushing her arrogance. Ningfang looks absolutely freezing as he warns her. Excuse me, but your filthy mouth almost made me lose my temper. The obnoxious clerk is so terrified by his sheer presence, she collapses backward onto the cold floor. Staring up in absolute disbelief, she stammers out his name. Ningfang. Watch closely now, she is actually dumb enough to start screaming for backup, accusing him of attacking inside the exchange. She shrieks for security. Fearing the worst, Yang Xin rushes over to warn him he needs to escape immediately. Even with guards on the way, Ningfang remains completely calm, gently telling her not to worry. But Yang Xin cannot relax. She understands this place far better than he does, making her panic even more. The powerhouse behind the Yuan exchange is terrifying. Normal citizens simply cannot survive crossing them. If they capture him, it is game over. Heavy footsteps echo through the quiet lobby. Master Wang arrives with a squad of armed guards, glaring down at him. Ningfang, who gave you the right to act like a lawless thug inside our Yuan exchange? Faced with this corrupt manager, Ningfang meets his gaze with cold fury, ready to strike back. Master Wang, I hear you have been snooping around my background and calling me a common thief. Caught red-handed spying, the manager shows zero shame and simply sneers. Whether you are a thief or not, you know the truth. You have no right to question me. Seeing that the manager is preparing to use brute force, Ningfang whips out the exclusive black card Dongming gifted him. So this is how the Yuan Exchange treats its valued customers? Staring at the legendary black card, the aggressive security guards freeze instantly, terrified of taking another step. Master Wang turns pale as a ghost when he recognizes it. That is the ultimate supreme black card. The toxic girl behind him gasps in denial, shrieking that there is no way it is real. You and I both love a good karma moment, and Mayor Dongming's gift has some serious weight behind it. Still trembling in absolute shock, Master Wang points a shaky finger and demands to know about the card. Where did you steal that? Ningfang casually pockets the card, teasing him. Didn't you already investigate me? Why don't you just look up the answer yourself? Sensing the shift, the nasty clerk begins to sweat. Master Wang, what is our next move? Desperate to prove it is a fake, the manager whips out his phone. Keep your eyes on him. I am calling headquarters to confirm. Outside, people trying to enter are locked out, whispering in confusion. Why is it closed? The guards are blocking everyone. But word of the unauthorized background check has already reached Mayor Dongming, who calls the manager with pure fury. The main office informs me you are investigating the VIP card I personally gifted to Mr. Ning. Explain yourself. Hearing this official confirmation, the manager is completely paralyzed, realizing he just dug his own grave. Drenched in cold sweat at the mayor's icy tone, he stammers out. Sir, it is nothing but a tiny misunderstanding. Remember, Mayor Dongming's father literally co-founded this entire exchange. Knowing exactly how slimy this manager is, Dongming roars through the receiver. A small misunderstanding? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to recruit Mr. Ning? You did not dare offend him, did you? Too terrified to confess his massive blunder, the manager forces a fake smile. Oh, everything is fine. I will handle it. Hearing that hesitant lie, Dongming instantly realizes the truth and snaps. What? You actually crossed him? Who gave you permission? You absolute fool. You stay right where you are. I am coming down there myself. Realizing his career is completely dead, he literally weeps. Trust me, you and I won't lose any sleep over this idiot. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when you cross the wrong person, because Mayor Dongming is absolutely furious. I'll call that 4th-tier powerhouse and say I found the combat suit. If he actually shows up to confront them, even Mayor Dongming will have to show some respect. Over at the trading post waiting area, Dongming received the news and rushed inside as fast as possible. The moment he spots him, he rushes over to kiss up to Mr. Ning. Duan also heard the noise and hurried over, completely baffled to see both of them arriving. Wait, why are you two here? Yangxin stares at them, completely stunned by the arrival of Mayor Dongming and that 4th-tier powerhouse. How do they even know Ningfang? When the two arrive and spot the sales clerk working under Master Wang, their icy glares scare her half to death. Her face goes completely pale as she wonders why they are glaring at her like that. Then she glances over to the right and spots Master Wang walking up, looking like a total ghost of his former self. His pathetically slumped posture terrifies her. She asks him what happened, but he doesn't answer, just muttering like a lost soul out at sea. It is over. It is all over. Pay close attention here, because this is where the real trash cleanup begins. After dealing with Master Wang, Dongming cautiously asks Ningfang if he wants an apology from these two scumbags. No need. I do not think either of them looks like the type to actually change their ways. Hearing this, Dongming immediately points at them and orders, "You two pack your things and get out of here right now." Hearing that they are being fired, they cannot believe their ears. The anger building up inside Master Wang finally reaches a breaking point. Losing all control, he slaps her hard across the face. "This is all your fault, you idiot. You are the reason I am in this mess." Watching them point fingers and get into a physical brawl, Dongming rubs his forehead in absolute annoyance and orders security to drag them out. Now inside the trading post's VIP room, Ningfang seems cheerful again, chatting relaxed with Dongming. Yangxin stands nearby quietly, pouring tea for everyone. Noticing Ningfang's friendly attitude toward Yangxin, Dongming feels relieved. It seems Mr. Ning does not have a bad impression of this girl. At least the trading post's goodwill has not been completely ruined. As for Yangxin, seeing his incredible status fills her with admiration and envy. Ningfang is so incredibly impressive. At such a young age, he is already chatting happily with these legendary powerhouses. Knowing that Yangxin was favored by him, Dongming takes this opportunity to put in a good word. Yangxin, you have suffered a lot of unfairness today. Work hard from now on. The trading post will certainly not let you down. Receiving recognition and support from her high-level superior, Yangxin blushes with pure joy and promises she will do her absolute best. His actual presence here makes Ningfang feel slightly apologetic. I am really sorry for making Dongming travel all this way on my account. I know what you are thinking. but Dongming just waves it off, saying Ningfang's business is his own. If it were not for you two stepping in last time, I am afraid Longbow City would have been in grave danger. Remembering that Ningfang was holding the item list earlier, he asks, it seems Mr. Ning was looking through the treasury catalog. Are you interested in something? Mentioning this, Ningfang smiles mysteriously and says he is looking for one specific item. Have you two ever heard of the Jiangmo Yu? This is the first time Dongming has ever heard of it, and he asks back, totally confused. What kind of poison is that? Duan has not heard of it either, curiously asking Ningfang what it actually is. Seeing that neither of them knows, he feels a bit awkward and says, it is fine, I just saw it online yesterday. Ningfang remembers using that ancient skill book yesterday. It turns out that specific book was actually a gift from Chiwi. After letting the system scan it, he understood its function. A simple skill book meant to replenish a mage's mana during combat somehow got converted into a legendary forbidden spell. A sudden flash of light hits his brain. The passive skill, Convergence Absorption, is activated, absorbing the dark energy from the Jiangmo Yu and converting it into stats. Ningfang ponders deeply as he stares at the text flashing on the system screen. Is this the Jiangmo Yu? He has never heard of it, and the system cannot explain it either, telling him to search for it himself. Forget it is not urgent anyway. No point in wasting time worrying about it. Back in the present, Dongming escorts them to the door, enthusiastically planning their next meeting. Next time you two must visit Longbow City, and I will host. Then, he pulls out a rare flight scroll, activates the technique directly, and shoots into the sky to depart. Once Dongming leaves, Ningfang's stomach starts rumbling. Let's grab some food. Duan speaks up, suggesting, Boss, why don't we head over to my luxury villa? Looking at the gorgeous interior, he can't help but exclaim, you rascal, you actually managed to find a place like this? And that is where we leave things, with Duan offering his luxury villa. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what this OP boss does next. Alright, you and I are back, and Ningfang is casually refusing free housing. He plans to buy his own place nearby once he earns more cash. Since he refuses, Duan asks if he needs some money. Before he can even finish, Ningfang cuts him off, claiming he has more than enough of his own cash. Honestly, Ningfang already has a plan. He flashes Duan a sly smirk, mentioning his recent gear purchases. If he sells all that gear, buying a massive villa is easy. He just does not want to liquidate everything right now. Draining his funds would be a major headache if something happens later. Besides, there is absolutely no rush right now. After their chat, Ningfang grabs a glass of water and chugs it down, looking completely refreshed after a long, exhausting day. Seeing his friend relax finally puts Duan completely at ease. Duan mentions the private chefs are already on their way, earning some well-deserved praise from a very hungry Ningfang. That is super convenient. Just then, his phone rings. Seeing the caller identification, he answers immediately, greeting Mayor Zhang. Cangis's voice comes through, asking the young man for help with a rather delicate matter. An investigation team sent from above is currently looking into some recent incidents in the city. They want to ask him some questions. Duan looks at Ningfang and nods, leaving the mayor totally clueless. With Ningfang sitting right there, Duan acts extremely cautious, hesitating before politely declining. This inquiry could easily affect the big boss, so he needs to ask his opinion first. Claiming he is busy today, he hangs up. Shangxi does not dare push him. Now, pay attention here, because Ningfang has already overheard this conversation and is getting extremely curious. He asks Duan about the identity of these investigators. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious figure with freezing, razor-sharp eyes appears. Speaking with sheer contempt, he mocks a supposedly creepy dump like Tandu City. What kind of mysterious big boss could actually exist here? Behind closed doors, a secret meeting is already underway. Suddenly, someone inside the quiet conference room breaks the tense silence. Has anyone here actually met this legendary powerhouse? Sulan frowns and shakes her head as a fierce man challenges her. If you have never met him, why are there rumors saying this mysterious entity saved the entire city? Sulan calmly addresses his aggressive interrogation. The latest dungeon outbreak happened so fast, and the mutants who defended the city were completely wiped out. Before she can finish, he angrily cuts her off, demanding if she is kidding him. Dungeon incursions have different hazard levels. We cannot assume anything without a full, thorough investigation. The other two outbreaks were king-level threats. What has this hyped-up hidden expert actually accomplished so far? Cornered by his harsh questioning, Sulan can only close her eyes in silent frustration. Watching Sulan take the heat, Chihuai feels her heart sink, overwhelmed by guilt and gratitude. You and I both know Sulan scrubbed those records just to protect Ningfang, meaning she has to take all this brutal heat alone. Suddenly, Zhangji bursts through the door, looking completely flustered after calling Duan. Duan claims he has absolutely no time today. This immediately makes the examiner scowl, muttering how incredibly annoying these rogue freelance adventurers can be. Just some stray dog without any guild backing. And he acts like his schedule is packed. Forget him. I am taking charge of this investigation myself. Over at the creepy graveyard dungeon, a heavy boot snaps a dry branch, breaking the silence. It is that arrogant investigator from before. The guard on duty stops him, demanding ID. Who goes there? The investigator quickly raises his hands, flashing a fake, friendly smile. The guard realizes he is from the official investigation team. He gets straight to the point. He wants to enter and inspect the site. The guard steps aside without any issue. He steps past the gate. Inside, endless tombstones cover nearly every single inch of the ground. Staring at the scorched craters radiating lingering dark energy, he is instantly taken aback. Despite his cocky attitude, seeing the sheer scale of the battlefield's destruction is truly terrifying. What kind of monstrous strength is needed to completely erase an entire dungeon? The remaining energy is insanely pure. Trust me, compared to this godlike power, any hyped-up big shot is going to look like a mere ant. Let's see how they survive. This place? Trust me, wild. Out of nowhere, dark energy mimicking Ningfang's power erupts from his hands, summoning the massive graveyard boss from the black abyss. Fueled by this wicked dark energy, he successfully conjured the beast. The moment it rises, his eyes completely fill with pure, maniacal insanity. Laughing like a total psychopath, he revels in this king-tier threat. Everything belongs to him now, especially Duan's massive estate. Meanwhile, Ningfang is just chilling on the couch, completely focused on his phone as the game audio urges him to farm silently. Suddenly, a flashing red warning from the system pops up, catching him completely off guard. It detects an apocalyptic remnant. Instantly, an eerie, chilling sensation washes over him, making him freeze. A strange force is reaching out, tapping into his own magical wavelength. By focusing his senses, the coordinates become incredibly clear. Once he locks onto the exact location, he grabs his jacket without wasting a single second. Throwing it on, Duan notices he is heading out and asks with a curious look, "Boss, where are you going?" Ningfang skips the details and simply says, "I am going out. Take my phone and keep playing this match for me. Just finish the game and do not go away from the keyboard." Duan grabs the device, staring in a daze as he vanishes. Leaving the estate behind, Ningfang catches a ride and tracks the magical signal, analyzing the local map as they speed along. Now pay attention here, it is tracking straight to the creepy graveyard. But wait, the target is moving. Right at the graveyard's gate, hideous beasts are pouring directly out of the dungeon portal. Blaring sirens fill the air as emergency warnings report hostile beasts breaching the graveyard area. The guards on duty stare at the absolute horror, their entire bodies trembling with utter dread. What is that? Hovering right above the creature is the face of the investigator, completely contorted in a mask of absolute nightmare. Bloody tears roll down his pale face, painting a picture of pure agony. Clinging to consciousness through sheer terror, he can only whimper, "Please, someone save me. I cannot even move." Ningfang arrives near the hot zone, but gets cut off. A guard thrusts his hand out to block him. He warns them that the path is closed for safety. Sensing the danger, the driver nervously asks what to do. Seeing they are basically there, Ningfang does not argue. He quickly transfers the fare, pops the door open, and steps out into the danger zone. He tells the driver it is fine, noticing the target has suddenly stopped in its tracks. Now let that sink in. The poor guy is almost completely swallowed up, his voice choking away. Only muffled gasps for help escape his lips. Sulan's team gets the emergency ping and rushes to the scene. Seeing him actively fuse with that atrocious beast, Sulan turns deathly pale, staring in complete, horrified shock. What is this nightmare? Moments later, the entire entrance of the graveyard falls into an eerie, suffocating silence. Sulan is badly wounded, resting her head on Chiwe's lap as the healer channels recovery magic to save her. Slowly, the healing magic does its work, and Sulan gradually blinks her eyes open. Seeing her awake, Chiwe silently thanks Ningfang for the incredible artifact he gifted her. That gear dramatically cut down her spellcasting time, allowing her to deploy this critical emergency healing just when they needed it most. Yet the danger is still off the charts. Even an elite fighter like Sulan could not suppress this monster. Sitting up abruptly, Sulan ignores her pain and immediately asks where the creature went. Helping her rise, Chiwe warns that it is heading straight for the city. The mayor has summoned Duan, but nobody knows if he will arrive on time. Realizing the scale of this threat, Sulan sighs, praying Ningfang will step in. Duan is just as strong as me, but even his power is not enough to stop this thing. The true powerhouse backing him is their only hope. Right then, that very man effortlessly slices off one of the monster's giant claws. Acrid smoke rises from the wound before the wind sweeps it away, exposing the beast's hideous face. The monster screams in agony from the severed limb, but when Ningfang casually mutters a word, it freezes. He remarks that its head is huge for a mere relic. Only now does the beast realize that this solitary human was the one who maimed it. Its cockroach-like resilience is really starting to push his buttons. Gazing back with intense focus, Ningfang wonders if he needs to drop another high-tier spell to finish it off. Enraged by this weak human's threats, the beast snaps and lunges forward wildly. It wants to tear him apart, but trust me, we are about to see our main character do something legendary. We're dropping right into the action as a purple shield blocks a deadly claw aimed at Ningfang. The barrier doesn't even budge under the full force of the attack, sending a wave of panic through the beast. How is this possible? The power is overwhelming, and right then, a sudden system alert pops up. An apocalypse relic has been detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Ningfang was ready for this. Without hesitating, he presses yes. He wonders if this is really the first time it notified him. Did he really need physical contact to absorb it? The bright screen casts a cold glow against his shocked face. A massive explosion erupts right in front of Ningfang, sending out a shockwave that stuns the beast. Suddenly, the monster lets out a pathetic wail as Ningfang feels his body float, flooded by strange memories of mysterious figures he has never seen before. Yet, they feel strangely familiar. In one memory, a mysterious mage emerges, their face blurry except for a strong, determined chin and tightly pressed lips. But the final memory is the wildest, showing a figure resembling an ancient, infinitely powerful god. A terrifying army stands behind them. Then, the system chimes. All stats are up by 100. Hearing this massive news, Ningfang shouts in pure joy. 100 points to every stat. Even leveling from scratch all the way to his third transition wouldn't grant this much power. And watch closely, because it wasn't just raw stats that got absorbed here. His mind is flooded with bizarre images just as Duan rushes in, frantically asking the Great Master what happened. Acting completely casual, Ningfang points toward the fallen beast and says he simply took care of it. Duan glances over at the investigator, muttering under his breath that everything seems to be wrapped up. The mayor did mention a monster sneaking into the city. Could this really be the threat? He knows the master is strong, but there is no trace of high-level magic in the air. How on earth did he pull this off? Duan's arrival is a massive relief, so Ningfang claps him on the shoulder, leaving him with the cleanup duty. Perfect timing, buddy. Handle the rest for me. Duan gladly steps up to take care of business. As Ningfang flashes away in the blink of an eye, Duan stands frozen at his unbelievable speed. I know what you're thinking, isn't he a mage? Yet this speed completely defies normal class logic. Turns out his expectations were way too low. Over at the Tandu prison, Sulan coldly looks at the cuffed suspect. This guy was definitely the monster, and he's already talking. He claims he found a relic in a hidden realm that let him wield dark power as his own. But that power backfired, consuming him completely. Sulan breaks down his story before slowly continuing on. He used the investigation as a cover to absorb more dark energy, only to completely lose control of the artifact. After this wild incident, Mayor Zhangji's respect for the mysterious Great Master reaches a whole new level. He feels incredibly blessed to have such a powerful master quietly watching over Tandu City. Sulan just smiles softly at Zhangji's intense excitement. Chiwi feels relieved seeing that smile, finally knowing Ningfang is a true hero, not a villain. Right then, Zhangji curiously leans in to ask Duan a burning question. Mr. Duan, have you actually met this mysterious master? Duan pauses before dropping a massive bomb, claiming he was lucky enough to meet him once, utterly shocking both Chiwi and Sulan. Hearing this, Zhangji immediately begs for details, asking if he can arrange a formal introduction. If the legendary master is willing to stay in Tandu City, we will do whatever it takes to satisfy his needs. But Duan gently shakes his head, advising him to let it go since the master is incredibly humble and prefers anonymity. Fortunately, he and Ningfang had a backup plan shift all focus onto this made-up, mysterious protector. After all, with zero evidence, there is simply no way to verify his identity. Missing out on meeting this legendary figure leaves Zhangji feeling nothing but pure regret as he holds his head in deep frustration. The mysterious master is clearly that level of powerhouse, right? Who knows how many people would risk their lives just to get on his good side. Right then, Duan drops a reassuring yet shocking piece of news to calm everyone down. The Great Master has family right here in Tandu City, so he will always keep a close eye on this place. But in return, the elder demands absolute privacy. Hearing this, Sulan immediately locks onto the mention of family. We leave it here, with Chiwi clueless that she's the family member he actually meant. Let's dive in. She fell into deep thought, trying to guess who this mysterious master was. Is he an elder from Ningfan's family? Meanwhile, back at his house, Ningfan had already returned and finished his shower. Soaking in the warm bath, Ningfan finally realized that those apocalyptic relics were actually remnants left behind by fallen demon lords from secret realms. The images flooding his mind were scattered memories from the Demon King's past life, dragged along when he got summoned here. He never planned on becoming the Demon King, so what is he supposed to do with this? Wait a second. Some of these memories might actually be useful. Secret realms that build up dark energy experience periodic power surges. Once they rupture the barriers of space-time, the apocalypse officially begins. The accumulation of dark power is intensifying. Without resisting this space-time intrusion, humanity is finished. In our current timeline, the path for an awakened to level up is still far from complete. Only a handful of elite warriors have reached the 4th transformation. Plus, the awakened classes aren't unlocking their full potential. The Demon King's memories are too sparse to help much. But if things keep going like this, humanity is doomed. Even if he can protect himself, living alone in a monster-filled wasteland is no life. Fortunately, their dimension isn't the only one suffering from these rift invasions. Other parallel worlds have actually managed to push back the monstrous invaders. Watch closely here. If he gathers enough relics and shares his knowledge, he can completely change the game. Still, he has to choose what to pass on very carefully. This ancient knowledge is far too advanced, and if he makes a single mistake, the consequences could be disastrous. While he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Yu's name flashed on the screen. Ningfang answered with a smirk, teasing her, "Miss Wang, what brings you to grace me with a call?" A quest progress bar had hovered over Wang Yu's head. S-rank quest, 100% complete. Job advancement successful. Wind shadow. It turns out she cleared it all on her own. To celebrate, she decided to treat Ningfang to a night out, telling him she's buying dinner and he better show up. Ningfang happily agreed, playfully chirping back that he could never say no to a dinner invite from the great Miss Wang. Hearing his playful tone, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile, happy that he was coming. She hung up, satisfied, saying she would text him the location, while Ningfang gave a thumbs up from his end. After putting her phone away, Wang Yu walked gracefully downstairs, immediately catching the attention of Shu Ting's group. Feeling their intense gazes, she looked up to find Jiang Shu's group holding fireworks to congratulate her. "You and I both know this guy." Xiao Cheng soaked up the praise for their successful advancements with a smug, proud look. Reaching the 2nd advancement at his age was seriously impressive. Fueled by the endless praise, he immediately tried to show off by planning the team's celebration dinner. He offered to take Wang Yu to the city's best hotel, but she turned him down cold, without a shred of hesitation. She told them she had other plans, wishing them fun and promising to cook for them the following night instead. Stunned by the rejection, Xiao Cheng persisted, arguing that they worked too hard on the mission not to celebrate. He asked if her plans could wait, but Wang Yu simply walked away, coldly saying that this dinner was incredibly important. With that, she left Xiao Cheng's group standing there and walked off. Standing just across the street, a massive wall seemed to separate Wang Yu from the team, and her coldness stung Xiao Cheng's fragile pride. She literally just finished her 2nd advancement, and now she is acting like we do not exist. Seeing his anger, Shu Ting offered a weak, awkward smile to calm him down, insisting that Wang Yu was not that kind of person. She claimed she was busy, but Xiao Cheng, completely ignored by Wang Yu, had finally lost all of his patience. In a low voice, he asked if they were tired of chasing her, a question that immediately left Shu Ting and Jiang Shu stunned. His expression turned icy, sowing discord by pointing out that she cleared an S-rank quest and awakened a hidden class. The gap between her and the rest of us is only going to keep growing. Those bitter words sank deep into Shu Ting's heart, leaving her eyes dazed as she watched Wang Yu walk away. In Shu Ting's eyes, only Wang Yu's strong, determined figure remained as she walked toward the light. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng's toxic voice continued to echo in her ears. He warned she might abandon their team. "But trust me, you and I are about to see what happens at the barbecue spot." Let's dive back in as Wang Yu giggles at Ningfang's hungry face, praising the cheap and delicious lamb. She tells him to dig in, and seeing the mouth-watering food makes Ningfang grin from ear to ear. He jokes that only by hanging out with the great Miss Wang does he get to eat like a king, which puts her totally at ease. She is deeply grateful for the badge he gifted her, but an impatient Ningfang just bites into a juicy rib. Swallowing his food, he quickly focuses on her words, asking if that special badge actually triggered a hidden class. In the Demon King's memories, he knows the awakened classes in their current timeline have not reached their peak potential. Could these rare badges actually be the key to upgrading? This makes Wang Yu incredibly curious about their origin, prompting her to ask where he got them as he laughs helplessly. He admits he has no idea, leaving her disappointed since she wished she could just buy them for everyone. She wants them for him and the team, and seeing her constant care makes Ningfang feel incredibly warm inside. Wang Yu never changes, always making sure to share whatever good fortune comes her way with him. Even though she has no clue where to find them, Wang Yu refuses to give up and nags him like a worried mother. Now, pay attention here because Wang Yu warns him that things are getting way too dangerous to slack off on leveling. She insists that having enough power to protect himself is crucial, hoping a matching badge will trigger a brand new class for him too. Seeing her act like a mother, he simply cannot resist teasing her. He whines that leveling up is too much work when he has her to protect him, leaving Wang Yu totally helpless. She tells him to take things seriously, but a sudden, sharp pain strikes her, making her feel dizzy. Realizing she is seriously hurt, Ningfang urgently asks what is wrong. Clutching her side, Wang Yue tries to act tough, telling him it is just a minor injury from her last mission. Shocked by her agony, he asks why she did not get treatment, but she claims she definitely did. However, because it was an S-rank mission against a boss-level threat, normal treatment just will not heal her wound completely. That kind of high-tier boss damage is serious, meaning she will need to rest up for quite some time. This news dampens Ningfang's mood, as he wonders if an S-rank advancement is truly that ridiculously brutal. Right then, his phone violently vibrates with a ringing tone so loud it almost gives him a heart attack. He answers, and an aggressive voice booms through the speaker demanding to speak with Ningfang, prompting him to ask who is calling. And trust me, we can all feel the tension as this mystery caller gets incredibly aggressive. The caller grates out that his identity does not matter, demanding to know where Ningfang acquired his special badge. A confused Wang Yue asks what is happening as Ningfang hangs up and replies in irritation. He grumbles that some arrogant jerk just called about the badge, causing a wave of shock to wash over Wang Yue. She gasps that she has not told a single soul, but Ningfang just shrugs it off to eat his meat. As they try to eat, that same number calls back, blasting furious, insane cursing the second he answers. The voice yells, demanding to know how he dares hang up, warning him he is choosing the hard way. Though deeply annoyed, Ningfang holds back to avoid making a scene while hanging out with his injured friend. He hangs up on the guy mid-rant just to annoy him, finishing his meal before finally leaving the restaurant. Wiping his mouth, he feels stuffed, but Wang Yue remains deeply worried about his safety. She asks to walk him home, but Ningfang just smiles and tells her it was probably just a stupid prank call. Ningfang eventually arrives at his front door, yawning sleepily as he fumbles around to unlock the door. Suddenly, his survival instincts scream danger, snapping him awake as he realizes his apartment has been completely trashed. Belongings are scattered everywhere, proving that someone had been desperately ransacking the entire apartment. Before he can even search the place, heavy footsteps approach from the bedroom as a mocking stranger steps out. The intruder sneers, welcoming him back, and the voice instantly registers in Ningfang's mind. Recognizing him as the aggressive caller, Ningfang confronts him, but the man just grins without a shred of guilt. The man confirms it, reminding him that he chose the hard path and this mess is the cost of his stubbornness. Pure rage flashes in Ningfang's eyes as he grits his teeth, demanding to know who sent him. His fearlessness gets a sinister laugh. Trust me, we must see what is next. You are just some piece of trash who barely awakened. How dare you talk to me like that? Did they teach you nothing in school? Whenever you meet a superior fighter, you are supposed to show some respect. But stick with me, because right here, another guy leaps out from the shadows to sneak attack Ningfang, though our hero dodges easily. The cold blade cuts through empty air. Moving like lightning, Ningfang drives his elbow back to give the thug a strike he will never forget. A heavy impact is immediately followed by the sickening crunch of a broken nose. With a single elbow strike, Ningfang absolutely demolishes the assassin. The blonde leader freezes in pure terror. What? Seeing that look of utter panic, Ningfang feels pretty satisfied. He calmly adjusts his collar and throws his own arrogant words right back. Let me say the exact same thing to you. When facing a superior fighter, you better learn some respect. By this point, the blonde guy is utterly speechless. Cold sweat drenches his face like a waterfall as his mind descends into pure panic. How on earth is this possible? The guild reports clearly said this kid was only a weak, 1-star mage. How could he crush a 3-star assassin with his bare hands? But he is not going to just sit here and die. He reaches behind his back, desperately grabbing for his hidden weapon. Now watch this. Ningfang is just vibing, amazed by his crazy plus 100-point stat boost. His physical speed and reflexes are off the charts now. He can react to any threat instantly, even without magic. The blonde thug tries one last desperate strike, but Ningfang slips it effortlessly. The blade misses, flying harmlessly into the dark. Realizing his attack failed completely, the guy initiates his backup plan running for his life. He needs to get out. He eyes the nearby balcony and decides to make a wild leap for freedom. But at that split second, Ningfang grabs him firmly by the ankle. The grab completely halts his jump, sending him crashing face first into the wall and knocking him out cold. After dragging the unconscious guy back, Ningfang looks at his trashed apartment. He snaps, telling them to pick up every single piece of garbage they scattered. You smashed my cabinet too, so you are definitely paying for this. Stripped down to his underwear, the blonde guy points miserably at a small pile of cash. Boss, we literally gave you everything we have. Seeing just how broke these thugs actually are, Ningfang cannot even be bothered to ask for more. Let's pause here. We both need to know who actually hired these clowns. After a quick beating, the guy sings like a bird. He confesses that the eldest master of the Awakeners Guild, Xiao Chang, hired them. He heard about a rare, one-of-a-kind badge you have, so he paid us to steal information. At that name, Xiao Chang's smug face flashes in Ningfang's mind. Isn't he that annoying mage who always hangs around Wang Yue? That explains it. Since you want to play dirty, do not expect me to play nice anymore. Conveniently, he has a dark forbidden spell he has been dying to try. Might as well test it on these two. The spell he casts is a dark, mind-altering magic known as Soul-Snatching Shadow. This spell consumes mental power to hijack a victim's mind, turning them into a loyal, brainwashed puppet for a short time. As the magic takes hold, the thug's eyes glaze over into a hollow white, radiating a creepy, dark aura. Down a dark alleyway, a spotlight cuts through the gloom, accompanied by a voice. Wang Yue is not here yet. Why did she even invite us here? It is actually Xiao Chang, arriving at the meeting spot with his shield guardian, looking incredibly annoyed by the delay. We better wrap this up fast so we can go party somewhere else. His shield warrior tries to ask about the badge, but Xiao Chang cuts him off with a fierce, angry glare. Do not worry, I already sent killers to hunt down Ningfang. If that punk refuses to cooperate, they will show him a fate far worse than death. But deep down, he still fears Wang Yue. What if she discovers what he did? But Xiao Chang is completely blinded by toxic jealousy and a love that turned into pure hate. He does not care about the consequences anymore. He is way past caring. You do not seriously want to let her keep that kid all to herself, do you? Seeing how angry his boss is getting, the shield warrior shuts his mouth and just lets out a nervous laugh. True, but this job quest was supposed to humble Wang Yue. Thinking about her, Xiao Chang feels his rage boil over, his voice dripping with venom. I ordered the dungeon boss to beat her down, just enough to break her pride and terrify her. Then I would play the hero, but you and I know that plan is totally ruined. Alright, let's dive into this wild story where Wang Yue actually gets herself hurt just to take down the boss. But as these two talk, a dark shadow suddenly looms right in front of them. It's the blonde guy standing there, but something about him looks completely different. His aura is incredibly sharp now, but Xiao Chang doesn't even notice and just curses. He demands to know why he showed up so suddenly and if he got the info. But then, Ningfang's voice speaks through him. Are you the ones who injured Wang Yue? That cold question instantly freezes both of them in shock. Watch closely, because Xiao Chang still doesn't realize he's in deep trouble. He walks right up, slaps the guy's face, and asks if he's lost his mind for asking about their business. Suddenly, a menacing red energy crackles and hisses around his shoulders. He is no longer in control, acting as Ningfang's puppet. His eyes flash with a deadly light, locking onto Xiao Chang. Before they can even react, his hands turn into claws and clamp around their throats with lightning speed. His grip is like a steel vice, making escape completely impossible. Through this vessel, Ningfang projects his absolute will. Anyone who dares to hurt Wang Yue has absolutely no right to live, but I won't let you off that easy. The moment he finishes, black wisps of energy surge from the ground, binding them tight before slithering into their mouths. This thick black mist acts with a terrifying mind of its own, like a parasitic leech draining their very life force. You and I can see their faces contorting in pure agony as Ningfang's voice echoes, cold as the grave. He tells them they will experience a fate worse than death, just like they wanted. An explosion of red energy erupts around them, drowning out their muffled, desperate pleas for help. Within minutes, Xiao Chang and the shield bearer crumble into absolute dust. Next, it's the blonde guy's turn. His job done, his body starts disintegrating until nothing but ashes remain. Even after wiping out the threat, Ningfang's grim expression doesn't soften at all. Instead, his gaze grows even colder, filled with a ruthless intensity. With everyone turned to dust, no evidence remains. He notes that it's a remarkably clean way to dispose of bodies. However, this situation was incredibly risky since his home is just a normal apartment complex. It is virtually impossible to stop high-level awakeners from sneaking in. He is strong enough to fight, but he cannot guard the place 24/7. He had planned to use the Demon King's memories to craft vital items. Fortunately, he had not started yet. Otherwise, any intrusion would have exposed his secrets and caused a lot of trouble. He decides to pack his things and relocate to Duan's residence. Duan is a 4th-ranked powerhouse, and his highly secure villa is a much better option than this. With his mind made up, Ningfang heads straight to the villa, which is brightly lit against the night. When Duan learns about the assassination attempt on Ningfang, he is completely furious that someone dared target his master. He tells Ningfang to get some rest. Duan promises to hunt down the masterminds immediately, but a weary Ningfang sits down and tells him not to worry. There is no rush, but he does have another question. Does Duan know of any trustworthy alchemists? Duan does not answer right away. He asks if there are any specific requirements for this alchemist. Ningfang thinks it over before listing his conditions. They need to be highly skilled, trustworthy, and completely independent with as few entanglements as possible. Duan considers the request carefully and finally remembers one potential candidate. He knows a highly skilled alchemist, but they are already tied to a major guild, which immediately disappoints Ningfang. That won't work. He searches through his absorbed memories feeling a growing sense of urgency. In those memories, the Demon King had slaughtered several elite alchemists whose creations were vastly superior to any potions found in this world. Unfortunately, he does not fully grasp the details, so he must collect the scattered formulas and find an expert to collaborate with. But guild-affiliated alchemists cannot protect their own interests, making the risk of secrets leaking far too high. After tonight's lesson, he refuses to attract any more greedy enemies this early in the game. He asks Duan to keep an eye out while he searches on his own as well. The next morning, as the bright sun melts the night chill and birds begin to sing, Wang Yua's voice suddenly rings out. And trust me, we're about to see how a crazy coincidence brings the perfect alchemist right to his doorstep. Let's dive in. When Wang Yu heard his request, the first person she thought of was Shuing. Shuing is the priest from their combat guild, and her older brother is a solid alchemist. He almost joined their guild, but he and Xiaochang clashed, so the deal fell through. She happily offers to introduce them if he is interested. Just hearing that name again makes his temples throb with pain. Of course, it had to be Xiaochang. Wang Yu had been so unlucky sharing a team with that guy, but thankfully, Ningfang already cleared up that mess, which meant Xiaochang wouldn't be causing her any more trouble from here on out. Still, Wang Yu wondered why he suddenly needed one, asking him straight up why he was looking for an alchemist. Obviously, he couldn't just admit he inherited a legendary memory, so he plays it off with a half-truth. He claims he just found some old recipes at home and wanted an expert's opinion. Wang Yu can only sigh at his excuse. At home again? Ningfang just flashes an awkward, nervous smile to cover his tracks. He mumbles something about spring cleaning, and thankfully, Wang Yu doesn't pry. She promises to set up the meeting right away. Relieved, Ningfang happily thanks her. True to her word, she arranges for Ningfang to meet Shui that very same day. After a quick introduction from Ningfang, Shui skips the small talk and gets straight to the point. He immediately asks to take a look at the recipe. Meanwhile, Shuing gets kicked out of the room by her brother, pouting and kicking the bushes outside to vent her anger. She just wanted to chat with Ningfang, but her grumpy brother ruined it. Watching her tantrum, Wang Yu can only laugh dryly. She was making quite a scene. To discuss things in peace, they head straight into the office. He even hangs a do not disturb sign on the door. After studying the paper closely, Shui gives his expert opinion. The ingredients themselves are pretty common, but he has never seen a refining method like this before. It looks incredibly complex, so he asks what it actually does. Ningfang searches his inherited memories before replying. Now watch this. He tells him it boosts experience gain by 100%, leaving Shui absolutely speechless. Trying to suppress his absolute shock, the alchemist carefully voices his doubts. The top-tier experience potions on the market only give 40%, and they cost a fortune. A 100% boost would let low-star classes level up instantly. Ningfang knew this, which is why he needed someone trustworthy. He admits he wasn't completely sure either, which is why he didn't want to show this to just any random alchemist. Hearing about these insane effects, Shui cannot wait to test it. He tells him to wait right there. He runs off to start the experiment, yelling for Shuing to fetch their guests some tea. Some time passes, and the afternoon sun shines brightly. Outside, birds fly peacefully through the calm and quiet sky. Back inside, Ningfang sits in the living room with Wang Yu and Shuing, patiently waiting for the results. Suddenly, loud, chaotic footsteps echo from upstairs, making everyone jump. They stare at the staircase in absolute confusion. Wang Yu suggests checking it out, but Shuing is already sprinting up the stairs like a wild dog off its leash. In the hallway, she spots a terrified slime bouncing around, running for its life as if escaping a monster. But before she can even feel sorry for the poor test subject, the slime is completely obliterated by a flash of light. You and I would be just as stunned by this absolute chaos. Shuing calls out to her brother, but he is completely in his own world, totally consumed by sheer, manic excitement. It worked. It actually worked. It really is 100%. The girls just stare, not understanding a single word. Shui rushes over to Ningfang, his face beaming with pure joy. He explains that he drank the potion and tested it on the slime. The experience gain actually went up by a full 100%. Ningfang grins, highly satisfied with the results. Since this one works, those other recipes of his should be just as broken. High on the rush of a 100% boost, Shui keeps testing out his magic skills in a frenzy. Casting fireballs everywhere, he leaves Shuing standing there with her jaw completely dropped at his madness. He usually guards this lab with his life, so she has no idea what got into him. By now, evening is slowly setting in. Both girls are completely stunned after hearing the truth. A real 100% boost is just unheard of. Ningfang catches their shocked expressions, giving them a calm, confident nod to confirm everything. Trust me, you and I need to keep this quiet. This level of power must remain a secret. Let's dive back in as Shuing silently mocks him for being the loudest one in the room. Completely ignoring her, Shui turns to Ningfang, asking what his next move is going to be. If they actually sell this on the open market, They are going to make a ridiculous fortune. With the world outside getting deadlier, nobody would turn down a quick power boost. Hearing this, Ningfang's face darkens, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a sharp buzz from his phone breaks his concentration. Looking at the screen, his face instantly twists with concern. He needs to check this urgent update first. The sender is none other than Chi. She tagged every single student in the class group chat. Next Monday, the school is organizing a massive level-up campaign for all third years in a nearby secret realm. Since the grinding zones are limited, each class will have strictly scheduled times and designated areas. Make sure to prepare and cooperate fully. Immediately, panic texts start flooding in. Masha posts that if he doesn't start leveling up fast, he is going to absolutely fail his upcoming graduation exams. Jiang Lele replies that the grounds are packed, saying the secret realm has been completely overrun with people lately. There aren't even enough monsters left. Now, watch this, as Shangdu explains. People everywhere are starting to panic. Even the weaker 1- and 2-star classes are desperately grinding now just to stay alive. They went to buy experience potions, but they were cleared out instantly. Everything has been completely sold out for weeks. Without those potions, they are going to fall hopelessly behind. Chunya tells them to shut up and stop stressing everyone out. Everyone is terrified. As Ningfang scrolls through the chaotic messages, he sinks back into his thoughts. Breaking his silence, he makes a decision. He'll give these precious experience potions to his family and closest friends first. The open market can wait. Hearing this, Shuing looks at him with sweet, expectant eyes, calling him her savior. Does that mean she qualifies as family? Seeing her adorable act, Ningfang just chuckles and nods in agreement. Hearing him confirm she is family makes Shuing leap with joy. She asks again just to be sure, and he laughs, telling her she absolutely is. Realizing she is officially part of his inner circle, Shuing can barely contain her excitement. Since her new boss said yes, she declares that she and Wang Yu will be his personal bodyguards. She tells him to use her brother however he wants, warning him not to stand on ceremony. Seeing her blabber like a megaphone, Shui quickly tells her to pipe down. But let's be real. Ningfang is secretly anxious about dangerous enemies like Xiaocheng closing in. If something this valuable gets out, it will trigger an absolute war on the market. When people see this kind of profit, greed and danger will rise like an unstoppable tide. To stay safe, he must empower his allies first and rapidly build up his own strength. When enemies finally come for him, they will be ready to crush them. Then, he suddenly remembers Jiang Shu from Wanggu's team. That is right. Their team has a powerful berserker named Jiang Shu, does it not? They can share some experience potions with him. At the mention of Jiang Shu, both of their faces light up with joy. Jiang Shu was stressing yesterday about not getting into their university. They cheer that Ningfang is an absolute saint. In reality, Ningfang has plans for him. Jiang Shu is incredibly strong and shares a tight bond with Wang Yu. He will make a perfect ally. Having tasted the incredible benefits, Shui is now desperate for more. He eagerly begs Ningfang if he has any more of these potions on hand. Ningfang pauses before handing over a recipe sheet. But the moment Shui reads the paper, he freezes in absolute shock. A look of complete confusion washes over him as he admits he has never even heard of these ingredients. He only recognizes a fraction of the list, and his crafting level is far too low to brew them. Ningfang isn't disappointed. He knew these otherworldly potion recipes would be almost impossible to replicate in this realm. Even making a few would be a miracle. That is when Wang Yu chimes in with a plan. Since they are planning, she suggests that once the first batch of experience potions is ready, they should invite Big Tree to join their level-up party. Shuing grins in agreement, heavily slapping her hand onto the squad leader's shoulder. She demands that Ningfang come along, but he hesitates. He grumbles, asking why they have to drag him out of his house. Wang Yu refuses to let him hide away at home, telling him not to worry. The city just approved guild-supervised leveling. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when he tags along. Without even waiting for his answer, the three of them immediately begin planning their next massive leveling run. Let me do the math to ensure there are enough experience potions for everyone. They should be ready next week. It's not just about me, you know. So, it's settled. Sorry for the hassle on Monday, but don't be a stranger. You're free anyway, right? Stick with me, we're watching his team completely ignore Ningfang as he asks if they're even listening. On Monday, Ningfang arrived at the meeting spot with his suitcase, calling Wang Yu to let her know he was there. Seeing he arrived, Wang Yu quickly told him, "Just wait by the roadside, we'll be there in a bit." While waiting, a bus pulled up at the corner. A voice shouted from inside, "Hey, isn't that Ningfang from our class?" "Yeah, he skipped leveling up the other day," Na teased, looking out the window at him. "What is he even doing? Probably going to be a punching bag for the class." The boy next to her scoffed, laughing like it was a joke. Even if someone wanted a servant, they wouldn't pick him. At his low level, who's protecting who in the dungeon? Everyone around them burst into loud laughter. As they chatted, the red light turned green. and the timer showed 30 seconds to cross. The bus sped away in a cloud of white smoke and mocking voices. Why are we even talking about that loser? If you have time, you're better off taking a nap. And honestly, that was true. Now watch this while everyone else is stressing over the wait time. Ningfang doesn't care, keeping his eyes glued to his phone. At the dungeon entrance, the students piled off the bus, staring at the massive crowd in shock. Wait, what? Why are there so many people? Jiang Lele stared at the endless line and whispered to Shui Qi, when do we get in? She looked at the massive queue, did some quick mental math, and estimated, we'll have to wait about 2 hours. Na gasped in total shock at the massive delay. What? That long? Qi could only give a wry smile. We're just the second class. Being among the first in line is already lucky. Right then, Jiang Lele spotted their target and gestured to the others. Hey, isn't that Ningfang? Seeing him with Wang Yu's group, the crowd began whispering in shock. How is he here? And with Goddess Wang, watching Wang Yu's group cut the entire line and walk straight inside, Jiang Lele felt completely indignant. Wait, what right does Ningfang have to just go in? Why doesn't he wait? Qi, being far more experienced, knew the reason instantly. Ningfang was being led by the Alchemist Guild team. They were likely planning to head straight into the deep dungeon. You and I can see their tiny group has barely any members. Seeing him get VIP treatment while they stood waiting, the curly-haired student seethed with jealousy. How does he dare go deep into the dungeon? A stray monster could easily kill him. Jiang Lele was so incredibly furious, he looked ready to blow a fuse. What makes me worse than that loser Ningfang? I want Goddess Wang from the Alchemist Guild to lead me, too. Overhearing them from afar, Gu Yunru walked up and asked Lele, pardon me, but when you say Goddess Wang, do you mean Wang Yu? Wang Yu was ranked 5th in the National Supernova Leaderboard. Feeling his overwhelming aura, Jiang Lele answered with visible trepidation. Yes. Having confirmed this, the elite squad headed inside. Gu Yunru led the charge, his voice incredibly low and calm. Very well. It seems we're in the right place. Mu Chu heard this and replied with a cold expression, then let's head in. Jiang Lele and his group could only watch as Gu Yunru's team walked arrogantly inside. Seeing yet another person get special treatment, he nearly died of pure frustration. Who are they? Some big family heirs again? Na asked in surprise. You seriously don't know them? She quickly filled him in on their identities. Just like Wang Yu, those three are all on the National Supernova Leaderboard. Mu Chu is ranked 4th, Lei is 3rd, and the leader is number 2, Gu Yunru. Deep inside the dungeon, Jiangshu held the experience potion, his face looking as excited as if he'd struck pure gold. Is this really a 100% experience potion? Seeing him shout at the top of his lungs, Shuing, annoyed, smacked him so hard the sound echoed. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to make sure the entire dungeon hears you? Rubbing his head, Jiangshu quickly apologized. Sorry, I just got carried away. Then, he cautiously looked over at Shuing. This potion must be incredibly expensive, right? Ningfang smiled gently and replied, actually, it's quite reasonable. The ingredients aren't considered too rare, and the crafting process isn't overly complicated. But that's exactly why this formula is so precious. If you can boost your power at a low cost, nobody would ever refuse that. With this under your belt, brother, Ningfang will become a VIP guest at any prestigious guild. And that's where we leave them, with Shuing raising her hand, absolutely thrilled to share in Ningfang's massive fortune. Alright, you and I are jumping in as Jiangshu expresses his deepest gratitude for this blessing. No need for formalities. If you ever need help in the future, just give this little brother a shout. Getting the exact reaction he wanted, Ningfang chuckled happily. We are all family here, no need to be polite. Wang Yu stood behind watching this wholesome scene, her heart filling with warmth and relief. Ningfang was never the social type, so he barely had any friends, especially at 16, after his first failed awakening, when his entire school relentlessly mocked him. He had become incredibly reclusive, making it rare to see him chatting so happily like this. She hoped he could finally bounce back. Noticing it was getting late, she cleared her throat to get their attention. Listen up, everyone. We do not have a tank or a spellcaster this time, so we must be extremely careful to stay safe. Ningfang, you do not need to fight. Avoid drawing the monster's attention. I will handle aggroing the enemies myself. Jiangshu, you are primarily on defense. And Shu Ying, focus on buffing our stats and protecting us. If you are in danger, use your potions. They all shouted in unison, understood, but despite the fun, teaming up was holding Ningfang back. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself that at this rate, he would barely level up at all. But as you and I know, with his cheat-like commands, his leveling speed is already insanely fast anyway. There is no rush for a day or two. For now, I just need to gauge their combat capabilities. Right then, Wang Yu pulled out her trusted bow and drew back the string. She aimed straight ahead and unleashed a burst of energy. The blast slammed directly into the zombie horde, triggering a deafening explosion and a blinding flash of light. The ground shattered, sending the zombies into a panicked frenzy. That loud blast acted as the perfect trigger. They went wild, charging toward Wang Yu's group like moths to a flame. Just then, Xu Ying raised her staff high, channeling her magic to unleash her signature skill, Thunder's Encouragement. Meanwhile, Jiangshu quickly downed an experience-boosting potion, his body radiating a blinding light and an intense, heavy pressure. With his experience boosted, he did not hesitate, instantly swinging his weapon to unleash a powerful ground shockwave straight at the charging zombies. Next, Xu Ying rushed in with a blazing fire rain. Any monster caught in the flames was instantly charred black, leaving absolutely nothing standing. And trust me, you would be just as thrilled watching those experience points shoot up like crazy. If we keep this up, I can craft brand new potions. You two might even reach your second advancement before the exam and enter a prestigious university with Wang Yu. Hearing that, the two grabbed each other's hands in pure joy. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from the cave. Jiangshu yelled out defensively, "Who is there?" It was Gu Yunshu. A mocking smirk curled on his lips, his tone dripping with heavy sarcasm as he sneered, "Pardon me. I did not mean to laugh, but I really could not help myself. You guys have not even hit your second advancement, yet you dream of top universities. How amusing." Xu Ying recognized Gu Yunshu's arrogant group the very moment she saw them. "Are you not the ones on the National Supernova Leaderboard?" Seeing her recognize him, his smug smile widened. "It seems our reputation is pretty good if you recognized us that fast." But their sudden presence here left everyone confused. They were not from around Tandu City, and Wang Yu wanted no trouble. Walking forward calmly, she asked him coldly, "We are just grinding levels. Do you guys need something?" The group silently stepped in front of Ningfang, who was literally snoring in the back. Gu Yunshu ignored them, staring straight at her. "Wang Yu, we came all this way just to find you. Tell me, would you be interested in joining our team?" Hearing this, Jiangshu and Xu Ying were completely stunned. But his offer was instantly and flatly rejected. "No thanks, I already have a team." Even though she shut him down, he refused to give up. "I know your team has a mage named Zhou Chang, ranked 14th on the National Supernova Leaderboard. If he agrees, we can make it work. Even though his rank is low, I would do it for you." Seeing him ramble so arrogantly, Wang Yu's anger flared. "Did I not make myself clear? I have absolutely zero interest in joining any other team." Seeing her reject him, he gets annoyed, but keeps his cool. Now pay attention, this is where he drops some major news about their tiny city. Let me fill you in. Due to sudden shifts in the secret realms, the monsters are becoming much harder to deal with, so the 3 prestigious universities have officially raised their admission standards. Trust me, you're going to love this story of an underdog rising up. The perks are incredible, but spots are extremely limited. The way he sells it, this elite university sounds like a golden ticket that everyone is absolutely desperate to grab. A fake, plastic smile plasters across Gu Yunshu's face, cold and completely soulless. This is a golden opportunity. As elite students, we should team up, and you're no exception. I chose you specifically because of your squad. Never forget, you are destined to become an absolute powerhouse. As for the others, Gu Yunshu's freezing, heavy glare shifts over, turning their faces pale with dread. Pure contempt flashes in his eyes, his words dripping with venom. Weakness is the ultimate sin. Gu Yunshu's arrogance completely snaps Wang Yue's patience. Without saying a word, she instantly summons her blade. Seeing her draw her weapon, he drops his voice, issuing a warning. "Do not be reckless. You are a long-range fighter, and this tight space is my home turf." Shuing doesn't want her getting dragged into trouble on their behalf, so she steps in to stop her. She suggests leveling up elsewhere, ignoring these jerks. Even though Wang Yua is absolutely seething, she refuses to let her friends get caught in the crossfire. Swallowing her rage, she spins around on her heel, spitting out a cold, "Let us go." Ningfang finally wakes up from his nap, his eyes calculating as he stares at Gu Yunshu's squad. That guy is practically begging for a beating. I wonder if Wang Yua's newly awakened class is enough to completely crush them. But suddenly, Li Kai stomps right in front of him, slamming his heavy boot down with a massive thud to demand his attention. Sneering, he points a finger directly in his face, demanding to know if he is Xiao Chang. Our hero just gives a cold nod. Li Kai smirks, barking out a lazy order, "Then get lost, trash." This guy's sheer arrogance finally pushes Ningfang over the edge, his eyes burning with pure fury. Right as Ningfang prepares to unleash his dark magic to teach him a lesson, Jiangshu steps forward, shielding his friend. "Hey, do not you think you guys are taking this way too far?" Interrupted and annoyed, Li Kai flies into a rage, mocking Jiangshu. "You are actually trying to play hero, you weak trash?" Without giving him a second to react, he drives a brutal punch straight into his stomach. Luckily, the stat boost from his experience potion lets Jiangshu survive that devastating blow. Li Kai does not stop there, rearing back to throw an even deadlier punch. Seeing this, Wang Yue screams in terror. As she lunges forward to save him, Gu Yunshu steps in to block her path. This arrogant jerk and his lackeys have finally pushed her way too far. Now pay attention to her eyes, they instantly turn icy with pure, terrifying killer intent. Get out of my way. But right then, Jiangshu yells out to stop her. Do not come over here, I am fine. But the agony is too much, forcing him down to his knees. Clutching his side in silent agony, he grits his teeth. Damn it. I think he cracked my ribs. This guy is trying to kill me. He looks back at his friend, Ningfang. Get back, do not get dragged into this. Watching him writhe in pain, Li Kai flashes a cocky thumbs down. Loser. Refusing to back down, Jiangshu channels every ounce of his remaining strength into his right fist, roaring through the pain. But before he can swing, Li Kai's fist is already inches from his face. Shu Ying and Wang Yue instantly reach for their weapons, refusing to watch their friend get pulverized. At this exact second, Li Kai's massive fist is less than 5 centimeters from Jiangshu's nose. You and I saw this coming, right? Ningfang's hand shoots out, effortlessly catching Li Kai's heavy fist like it is absolutely nothing. This unbelievable sight leaves Wang Yue standing nearby in absolute shock. Every single person watching is left with their jaws completely glued to the floor. Gu Yunshu is the most stunned of all, his face frozen in pure, utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Kai is having a massive existential crisis from Ningfang's godlike grip. Why? Why can't I budge? Is not his class supposed to be a weak mage? How on earth is he this strong? Ningfang's hand slides down, locking onto his wrist before he pivots his body, spinning him like a wild tornado. The sheer, overwhelming kinetic energy makes it impossible to resist, the intense wind force alone completely distorting Li Kai's face. Ending the spin, he lets go, launching him away. Li Kai flies like a broken kite, crashing violently into a massive boulder. His broken body is instantly buried under heavy rubble. Standing over him, Ningfang flashes that same smug smile and throws his own word right back. Loser. Seeing his buddy knocked out cold, Gu Yunshu rushes over in a panic. From behind, Wang Yue draws her bowstring tight, aiming directly at his lower half before letting her arrow fly. That brutal shot makes Gu Yunshu scream in agonizing pain, his eyes bulging as if they might explode. And that is where we leave them. Shu Ying quickly hides a giggle while Mu Chu stares in pure, pale horror as his leader groans on the ground in absolute agony. You and I are about to see how Ningfang and Wang Yue's power completely shattered her world. A melee mage beating a berserker, and a close-quarters archer thrashing a meat shield. Am I dreaming? Both Gu Yunu and Li Qi are elites among the supernovas. But Ningfang no longer cared about hiding his power. He was so irritated he wanted to tear them apart, he just wanted a quiet life. But they kept forcing him to show his hand. So annoying. Shu Ying, stop spacing out and heal Big Tree. At his sudden command, she snapped back to reality. Yes. She instantly pointed her staff at Jiangshu as a wave of warm, healing light enveloped his entire body. Ningfang walked over to ask for his input, asking Jiangshu how he wanted to handle these guys. Completely caught off guard, he stammered that he was not sure and would gladly follow his lead. That respectful tone made Ningfang pause, as the sudden shift from hostility to fear sparked his petty, grudge-holding side. Flashing a highly mischievous smile, he boldly demanded, "In that case, go strip his equipment as compensation for what he did to you." Jiangshu froze for a few seconds before answering with a firm yes. Hearing those words, Gu Yunu turned pale as a sheet, his eyes burning with fury. "You are robbing us? How dare you?" But watch closely, one glare from Ningfang terrifies him to his core. Ningfang narrowed his eyes with a threatening look. What was that? Instantly, Gu Yunu changed his tune, offering his gear voluntarily just to preserve his dignity and escape, telling them his equipment is pretty good and they can take it. Satisfied with how quickly he learned his place, Ningfang still decided to give him a firm warning. You know when to fold, which is good since I absolutely hate trouble. If I find out you are plotting revenge behind my back. Gu Yunu, knowing when to bend, quickly scrambled to deny it, saying no way. We were just blind and did not realize who we were dealing with, so we honestly deserve this. Mu Shu had already unequipped her gear earlier, pointing to the pile and saying that all her equipment was right there for him. Asking him to check it over, Ningfang was not too harsh because she was sensible. He ignored Mu Shu's unusually flushed face and excitedly shouted to his team to move forward and level up, as they cheered yes in unison. After they left the scene, Wang Yue, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke up. You could hear the frustration in her voice, since she wanted to help him level up, never expecting him to be so overpowered. Seeing her down, Ningfang quickly explained that he had only just awakened. Looking at her, we can see Wang Yue huffing and still acting a bit pouty about it. She told him she would stop asking since he is always like this, while Ningfang happily ignored the irritation in her voice. He happily noted that Wang Yue understands him best. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his shoulder, genuinely happy and relieved that he could finally protect himself, sincerity shining in her eyes. Genuinely relieved for Ningfang, she said she was happy for him, sending a wave of warmth through his heart. He did not say a word, simply giving her a warm thumbs up and a brilliant smile. While panting like a dog behind them, Xu Ying giggled and fawned over Ningfang, asking which university he planned to attend. Jiangshu also wanted to recruit him, quickly asking if he had thought about which guild he wanted to join. Their intense enthusiasm made him uncomfortable, so he admitted he had not decided yet. Hearing his response, Xu Ying did not think he was being arrogant, believing it was only natural. Agreeing that someone so powerful should not rush, Jiangshu looked at his boss with eyes full of pure admiration. He wished he could be just like him so he would not have to worry about exams anymore. Xu Wei trailed far behind with her weak stamina, completely exhausted and gasping for them to slow down and wait. Ningfang had actually considered it, but knew that exposing his dark powers in those highly managed places would invite major trouble. One single slip-up under their strict management and all of his secrets would be completely exposed. To him, joining felt completely unnecessary, though he kept those thoughts hidden and did not show anything outwardly. Instead, he put on a bright, encouraging smile, suggesting they venture deeper to speed up their leveling. He promised to take the lead whenever Wang Yue lured monsters, leaving the others to clean up the leftovers. Hearing they could easily ride his coattails to victory, Xu Ying was so overjoyed she almost cried happy tears. As their hype infects Ningfang, "You and I are left waiting even if he can't use those forbidden spells. Alright, you and I are about to see how his passive stats make this high-tier gear look like child's play." After a chaotic few days, Ningfang finally makes it back to Duan's villa, and Duan rushes out immediately to greet him. "Boss, you are back." Seeing his loyal friend instantly puts Ningfang at ease, and he offers a casual wave hello. He looks totally fine on the outside, but internally, Ningfang is bored out of his mind after leveling up just once. Honestly, without those new experience potions, his leveling progress would be even slower. He is so used to spamming forbidden spells and vaporizing high-level monsters that he forgot how slow normal grinding actually is. Even elite prodigies at the academy take 2 full years to reach level 60 and unlock their second awakening. As for regular 1- or 2-star classes, they might as well just take standard college entrance exams instead of grinding weak mobs daily. Whatever, no point overthinking this. He decides to just chill at home and slack off for a few days. After all, what is the point of gaining godlike power if you still have to struggle like a regular person? So, Ningfang dives straight into a hardcore gaming session with Duan before finally passing out and sleeping like an absolute log. He literally vows not to open his eyes until he gets 36 full hours of sleep. Once he finally wakes up, they make meat skewers, forcing poor Duan to act as a human grill using his internal energy. While he is eating, his phone rings, and a totally confused Ningfang answers a call from Yang. Now pay attention here. Yang's voice crackles with absolute excitement as he mentions a massive upcoming auction with rare, high-tier loot. A newly arrived master named Tang wants to know if you would be interested in attending. That name rings a bell, so Ningfang asks if this Master Tang is the replacement for Master Wang, which Yang softly confirms. Yes, that is him. Ningfang lets out a lazy yawn and decides to go check the auction out. Since he has nothing better to do, dropping by sounds fine. Hearing him agree, Yang Xin excitedly offers to come pick him up. Perfect. Master Tang and I will head over soon, but let me send you the auction catalog list first. Yang's over-the-top enthusiasm makes Ningfang smile, who jokingly praises their highly attentive customer service. It seems Master Tang is way better with people than Master Wang ever was. Soon, afternoon arrives and the sun is blazing. Tang Yik arrives at the villa, stands politely before him, and introduces himself with a respectful greeting. He introduces himself as Tang Yichai, an appraiser from the Qinyu City branch, and Ningfang stands up to return the polite gesture. Master Tang is completely flustered when Ningfang offers a handshake, quickly waving his hands and saying he would not dare. "It is an absolute honor to finally meet you, boss. Please look after me during my stay." Let's pause for a second. Even with Ningfang acting polite, Tang is absolutely sweating bullets from sheer respect and caution. Before arriving, Mayor Dongming personally ordered him to treat this young man with the absolute highest level of service. The mayor made it clear that the entire exchange should revolve around this youth alone. Tang then asks if Yang shared the auction catalog yet. Yang softly confirms this while holding the tablet, and Ningfang takes it, sitting down to browse through the items. Though there are a couple of mage items and gear options listed, none of them are of any actual use to him. As Ningfang rapidly swipes through the tablet screen, Master Tang starts to panic, thinking everything is completely ruined. He thinks to himself that they must have severely underestimated the boss's strength, since absolutely nothing has caught his eye. Believing he completely blew it, Tang's heart drops when Ningfang suddenly freezes, his expression turning dark as he spots one item. Tang quickly steps forward to see what caught his eye, and praises his incredible taste for immediately spotting it. He explains it is a rare, newly formulated experience potion that increases experience gains by 100%. It is designed specifically for high-level individuals. Hearing this, Ningfang immediately thinks of Shui, while Duan peers at the screen. Duan looks completely shocked too, muttering, "Boss, is this not the same one?" This reaction leaves Tang feeling utterly confused. Ningfang's face darkens instantly as a cold anger flashes in his eyes, demanding to know exactly where they got it. Seeing him furious, Tang turns pale and struggles to force a nervous smile to explain. He nervously explains that the Shangrui Guild put it up for auction, asking if something is wrong, but Ningfang just stays silent and thoughtful. The Shangrui Guild is one of the 7 elite top-tier guilds in the country. Their power is formidable. Did they secretly sell the formula to them, or did someone do something terrible to Shui? Ningfang asks if they revealed its origin. Tang desperately racks his brain for any information before answering him. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see how they discovered this solo-only divine trial. Let's dive into this wild story where a dungeon awards insane loot for every 10 levels you manage to clear. This special recipe was apparently a reward for clearing those trials, but Duan was still pretty skeptical about it. He'd never heard of a place like this before. Could it be some kind of mutant dungeon? Still, official rules state that any dungeon being conquered has to be registered with the government. Since the basic details were right there on the official site and nothing seemed shady, Ningfang finally felt a little more at ease. At least Shui is safe for now, but this trial of God sounds like an absolute beast of a place. Out of nowhere, his system pops up with a mission: conquer the trial and absorb its power as his own. The time limit is 60 minutes. 60. And if he fails? Instant death for the host. Smelling something fishy, Ningfang smirks. This is the first time the system has actually given him a quest, making this trial look a lot more interesting. After looking things over, he decides to tell Tong Yakai that he won't be attending the event. Master Du, I'm skipping this auction, but hey, I really appreciate you making the trip out here for me. Since Ningfang is bowing out, Tong Yakai doesn't dare argue. He just rubs his hands together, wearing a brown-nosing grin. No trouble at all. If you ever need anything in the future, Big Brother Ning, just say the word. Watch closely here, his complete lack of interest is honestly shocking. These experience potions were supposed to be the star attraction of the auction, with major guilds ready to fight tooth and nail for them. Yet Ningfang couldn't care less. Duan, realizing his boss wants to check it out, offers to dig up some intel. Sit tight, boss. I'll track down the files on this dungeon. With that, he heads to his desk, fingers flying across his keyboard at lightning speed. He logs into a secure site, then pauses, suddenly realizing he needs higher clearance. Right. He remembers the special pass that Mayor TR gave him. Ningfang strolls over, casually chewing on a straw, and after a few quick clicks on the screen, Duan finally gets in. Awesome. Looking at the display, he realizes the dungeon is structured like a massive tower. Reading through the data, Duan briefs him on the situation. The Shangrui Guild has registered exclusive rights to it. Basically, the government lets them run it. Without the Shangrui Guild's permission, outsiders aren't getting anywhere near it. With that system mission weighing on his mind, Ningfang knows he has to sneak in, like it or not. Major guilds always gatekeep these high-level dungeons like absolute tyrants. But since failing means instant death, he has to find a sneaky workaround. Let's see how he pulls this off. He decides to head straight to the trial dungeon, throwing on a raincoat that covers him from head to toe. From afar, his shadowy figure glides forward, surprised by just how paranoid this guild really is. Even at this late hour, Shangrui still has armed sentries posted. Luckily, they uploaded plenty of dungeon details on their forum to lure in recruits, which plays right into his hands. Using that intel to plan his route, he activates a skill and charges straight toward the entrance. The guards never notice the sly, mischievous smirk spreading across Ningfang's face. As his skill activates, a dark magic circle erupts beneath his boots, swirling with shadowy energy. Just like that, he slips past the guards like a silent ghost. He even childishly sticks his tongue out at them before seizing the moment and leaping straight through the glowing dungeon portal. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion erupts, sending smoke and fire blasting in every direction. Caught completely off guard, Ningfang is terrified. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the gate triggered a violent defensive pulse, blasting the poor guard straight into the sky. Panic shouts echo from the nearby high-rises as the surrounding area descends into total chaos. What was that massive blast? It came from the trial dungeon. Quick, go check it out. Get the guildmaster on the line right now. Meanwhile, the stars twinkle peacefully in the deep night sky. Inside a luxury room, a crack in space tears open, buzzing with raw energy. Out tumbles Ningfang's battered body. He crashes hard onto the floor, letting out a painful groan. Blood drips from his mouth. It seems that brutal shockwave from the gate absolutely wrecked his internal organs, forcing him to cough up a pool of blood. The force of that blast has him reeling. What the hell? He barely touched the entrance before a violent surge of energy erupted, completely shattering his powerful defensive barriers. Clutching his aching body, he's desperate for answers. Stick around to see what happens next. Let's dive into this madness just as a crazy system alarm blares in Ningfang's head. Critical warning. Immune system compromised, additional damage received, 3%. Accumulated damage, 3%. Critical warning, another 4% received. Accumulated damage is at 7%. This completely terrifies Ningfang, even his system is taking hits now. What kind of insane skill is this? A barrage of warning screens flash next, leading to one final, devastating notification. Critical warning, immune system compromised. Additional damage taken, 4%. Accumulated damage hits 34%. Right after, a guild squad arrives at the dungeon gate to investigate. A glowing hand reaches out, casting a powerful healing spell on the unconscious guards, quickly inspecting them for serious wounds. He quietly reports the bizarre situation to Guildmaster Suwu. Sir, they are just stunned, with 0 physical injuries. As the recovery magic fades, the guards gasp awake, looking completely shocked to see Suwu standing over them. Seeing them conscious, Shang Rui's powerful guildmaster, Suwu, immediately demands answers. What exactly happened to the dungeon? The attack was so incredibly fast that the guards are left completely clueless. I have no idea, sir. The trial dungeon gate just exploded out of nowhere, and then everything went black. This explanation only makes Suwu more uneasy. His face darkens as he growls. Did anything happen before the blast? Could the dungeon have undergone some crazy mutation? The female mage behind him speaks up. Guildmaster, why don't we use that spell to check? After a brief pause, he nods. It is our only option. With Suwu's go-ahead, she immediately channels her mana to summon a massive, complex magic circle. She is actually activating a rare, high-tier time reversal formation to project what happened in the past. Within the magic circle, a massive clock face appears with its hands spinning backward rapidly. This spell is known as time reversal. Watching the spell work flawlessly, Suwu breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this specific dungeon features a unique defense matrix that records footage both inside and outside the gate. This lets them easily play back past events for inspection. Watch closely right here, because Suwu's eyes suddenly widen in pure horror as a terrifying figure appears in the rewound footage, looking like he just crawled straight out of hell. What on earth is that? Suddenly, a god appears, his voice booming with absolute authority as he roars. How dare a wicked god trespass in my sacred domain? Enraged, the god unleashes his full divine wrath to banish the intruder. The wicked god has absolutely no room to breathe as he is swallowed whole by this overwhelming, terrifying force. Hearing the divine entity call this monster a wicked god, both Suwu and the female mage freeze in shock. On screen, the god curses as the intruder manages to escape. Damn it, that bastard slipped away. Track him down this instant. We cannot let him destroy this entire world. Hearing those final words leaves the entire room pale with fear. The threat of world destruction sends cold shivers down their spines. Soon, the shocking footage of the wicked god is transmitted back to their headquarters. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs over the grand conference room as Yingxian finally speaks up. Based on the Shangrui Guild's recording, we now have undeniable proof of a real, living god existing in our world. Though his identity is a mystery, the magic he unleashed is easily on the level of legendary forbidden tier spells. Once President Tu lets Yingxian finish, Fangchu speaks up to ask the guildmaster a crucial question. If I remember your report correctly, clearing this trial grants a hunter the official certification and grace of a god, right? Let's pause here. Suwu, who witnessed this firsthand, admits his own shock because absolutely nobody expected a literal, living god to show up. Linghua summarizes the key details with a deadpan, serious expression. The main issue is that even forbidden tier magic couldn't kill that wicked god. But maybe that's actually good news. Shui Ning, sitting directly across, nods in agreement. Exactly. If that wicked entity decides to destroy everything, we stand absolutely no chance of stopping him. Hearing this, Wang Bai immediately raises his hand to share his thoughts. If passing this trial grants divine grace, perhaps we can use that power to fight back, maybe even weaponizing that exact forbidden magic. Intrigued by the idea, Lin Suian is eager to test it. That might actually work out in our favor. It is worth a shot. Suwu stares at these greedy old politicians, acting noble while secretly plotting for their own personal gain. Are these power-hungry fools already planning a raid on the legendary trial secret realm? It looks like they are trying to pressure me into opening the gates for them. I won't stop you from entering, but trust me, you and I are about to watch them face some unimaginably powerful monsters inside. Alright, let's dive into this. With our current strength, clearing this is impossible, and God's grace is completely out of reach. Yingxuan completely ignored the warnings and looked directly at a certain veteran. Old Fang, what do you think? Put on the spot. Fang Yi acted totally indifferent, his voice dripping with pure mockery. What do I think? What could I even think? Aren't you guys supposed to be geniuses? Realizing the old man still held a grudge, Yingxuan quickly tried to calm him down, though a subtle warning lingered in his voice. Don't be like that. I wouldn't have dragged you back here if this wasn't a massive emergency. In the eyes of your high and mighty group, besides us mutants, what actually counts as a big deal anymore? Bringing this up only made Fang Yi even more furious. The flames on his head flared up wildly, reflecting his explosive inner rage. My disciple reported strange anomalies in Chengdu City, and you guys didn't care at all. Instead, you deployed some useless investigation team. And the result? Your so-called experts found absolutely nothing, while causing a massive, embarrassing scene. If that mysterious powerhouse in Chengdu City hadn't cleaned up your garbage mess, you would have gotten countless innocent people killed. Even back when Cone was in charge, it was the same story. Fang Yi's headfire roared, nearly scorching the entire ceiling. Han covered her face, totally done with his drama. Old Fang, seriously, calm down. Your head is literally on fire again. Mate Nin watched Fang Yi's fiery appearance with deep curiosity, secretly stunned. I heard this senior went into hiding because the backlash from his shadow powers was getting severe. I never expected to actually cross paths with him here. Now, pay attention here. Once the old man finally cools down, Yingxuan builds up the courage to reveal his real motive. Old Fang, what if we have your disciple show the raw footage to that mysterious powerhouse back in Chengdu City? With a master of that level, they might actually know something. But realizing they were targeting Suland, Fang Yi's anger exploded again. Oh, so now you suddenly care about my disciple. Seeing him prep for another legendary rant, Yingxuan hurriedly cut in. I have 2 barrels of top-tier, fine wine. I'll send them over later to celebrate your disciple's epic achievements. Your official commendation is also about to clear. Hearing the word wine, Fang Yi, who was ready to scream, completely froze. The raging fire on his head slowly died down, revealing his salt and pepper hair, typical of a man in his 50s. Finally, his expression returned to normal. For the sake of that premium wine, he gave a cold nod of agreement. Fine. I guess bribery really does work. Meanwhile, in Chengdu City, the sun rises over Duan's private villa. Soft morning sunlight bathes the entire house, painting everything in a warm, peaceful golden glow. I know what you're thinking, a break, right? But as Ningfang recovers in bed, a brand new system quest pops up to ruin his day. The last quest isn't even finished yet, and another one drops. The objective itself is simple enough: achieve his second transition. Fully restore the system. Time limit: 660 days. Penalty for failure? Instant erasure. Yeah, totally fine. Just a minor issue, right? Looking at the title, even though the system is heavily damaged, it clearly doesn't give a damn. Still, last night was genuinely terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder, did I screw something up? Walking out to the living room, he spots someone sitting on his couch and completely freezes. Do we have a guest? Fang Yi, looking exactly like a sweet, neighborhood grandfather, offers a warm smile. Is this student Ningfang? Behind him stand Swan and Duan. Since this is their first time meeting face-to-face, he politely asks, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Seeing his massive confusion, Duan quickly introduces them. This is the former supervisor of Cone and the current chief of the Adventurer Management Bureau, the legendary old master, Fang Yi. And standing right beside him is his elite disciple, the provincial supervisor for Cone, Miss Swan. It turns out, they've come to ask the mysterious powerhouse for help. Hearing that legendary name, Ningfang can barely believe his own ears. Wait, you're the Crimson Flame God of Death? Seeing his pure excitement, Fang Yi chuckles modestly, calling it minor fame. But to Ningfang, this friendly old man is now an unstoppable monster, especially with that crushing aura he's desperately trying to suppress. This living legend has endless achievements, having conquered massive high-tier dungeons and wiped out entire syndicates of rogue adventurers. Known worldwide as the ultimate mutator, while almost all Lone Shadow members have classified identities, Master Fang is the ultimate exception. His existence itself is a straight-up phenomenon, making him a massive idol. Master Fang easily ranks in the top 3. Just meeting the legend and exchanging a few sentences is enough bragging rights to last anyone a literal lifetime. As Ningfang sizes him up, the elder smiles warmly and points to a gift box on the table, saying they kept it simple for their first meeting. And that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, with 5 million credits and 200 high-grade potions, his exams are going to be legendary. Alright, you and I are about to see how a regular student gets the wildest government offer. Hearing their massive offer, he was secretly losing his mind. 5 million star credits is an absolute fortune. Paying this much just for a little help made Ningfang incredibly curious about what they were really after. When he asked what brought them over, Sulan pulled out a holographic projector and said they wanted him to watch a very specific video. Since they were already there, why not take a quick look? Suddenly, a projection of a god appeared with a booming voice, demanding how a brazen false god dared invade his territory. Ningfang, the exact person being called a false god, was so startled he almost jumped out of his skin. Realizing they mistook him for some terrifying deity left him struggling to process reality. No way. He was just a model high school student. How on earth did he become a false god? And this mission? It was supposedly just a tiny favor. A tiny favor? Pay attention here, because this is where our main character has to pretend he's not secretly panicking inside. To keep up the act, he accepted the offer without hesitation, simply saying he understood. Sulan promised to send the footage immediately. Seeing Ningfang agree, Fang Yi let out a highly satisfied smile. They left everything in his hands, preparing to take off. Fang Yi even told him to contact Sulan directly for any help. Understanding the cue, Sulan handed over her card with both hands. Looking at her photo, he finally realized who she was. He remembered her now. She was the exact receptionist from the day of his class promotion ceremony. No wonder his secret identity got exposed so fast. Outside, the morning sun was just starting to rise, casting a gentle warmth. Once Fang Yi stepped out of the villa, he calmly shared his thoughts on the young man. He agreed that Ningfang was indeed a decent kid, humble, incredibly polite, and very steady-headed. The government's official stance was clear. At any cost, they absolutely had to recruit him into their ranks. Sulan looked at her master with deep hesitation, asking if he believed Ningfang and that mysterious powerhouse were the exact same person. With half of his face cloaked in shadows, a deep, raspy voice echoed back, asking if it even mattered. If Ningfang wants to be seen as a mere student, then he is one. Keeping up that play is better for everyone. Giving 5 million credits to a student was just a polite gesture. A godlike powerhouse would not care about pocket change anyway. Besides, if a regular high schooler really was that legendary god, they wouldn't even know how to treat him. With their enemies growing stronger, just as Ha Shuai-Wu said, they did not even have the right to receive a god's blessing. But having that mysterious master on their side was more than enough to be their ultimate backing. Now, let's pause for a second. Back at Duan's villa, Ningfang brewed some coffee to calm his absolutely wrecked nerves. He recalled the system's damage report from last night. That was probably when the enemy deity realized his ultimate spell had been completely blocked by Ningfang's absolute defense. Clearly, that god's raw power had reached the forbidden tier. He was an incredibly dangerous threat. Though he finished 2 urgent missions, the cultivation system was his only real hope. Running through the trial tower was his sole way to survive. If he could not find a way to gain power quickly, he would become the enemy's prime target. Thinking ahead, he asked Duan if Master Fang left any files. Looking up from his monitor, Duan agreed to organize and send them over. As he scanned the files Duan sent over, Ningfang quickly summarized the key details. The trial dungeon was actually a massive tower. You had to clear every single floor to unlock what was hidden inside. And the beasts lurking inside were unbelievably strong, far surpassing any normal dungeon monsters. The reigning record was 42 floors, set by Ha Shuai-Wu of the Xiangrui Guild. But how this dungeon functioned was still a mystery. If he accidentally triggered that deity's forbidden spell again, his false god cover would be blown instantly. Since the mission did not state he had to do it himself, could he just pawn it off? He put down his coffee cup and probed Duan. Asking if Duan had watched Ha Shuai-Wu's battle video, Duan casually replied that he had already seen it. Ningfang's face grew dead serious as he asked Duan how many floors he could personally clear. Duan thought about it and estimated around 35. Hearing that low number, a quick flash of disappointment crossed Ningfang's eyes. Clearly, Ha Shuai-Wu was close to the 5th advancement. His power was already far beyond Duan's, but Duan was still highly cautious. If he enters, at least we can rest easy. Trust me, Duan is going to need some serious special training first. Inside another building, Fang Yi's voice suddenly rang out in pure disbelief. What? You and I are about to see what happens when a mysterious powerhouse sends a representative to the Xiangrui Guild's trial. With Duan's insane recovery speed, he wants to use our training room. He's obviously gearing up for some brutal training. This completely baffles Fang Yi. Wait, hasn't he reached the 5th transition yet? Sulan nods, equally confused. But Fang Yi suspects something else. He sighs heavily. We have a huge problem on our hands. Sulan looks over, confused, as his face turns grim. Yesterday, all 7 guild leaders challenged the new trial dungeon. And get this, even the legendary Lu Yingzhen failed. The news instantly leaves Sulan completely speechless. Guildmaster Lu Yingzhen is literally a national-level powerhouse. But just mentioning him makes Fang Yi rage, and whenever he loses his cool, his skull head form takes over. I'm dying to see Duan's trial results. Under a mysterious elder's guidance, how strong can this kid actually get? My head is spinning. Seeing his state, Sulan looks worried. Fang Yi is a highly respected mentor, after all, yet he is burning through his own life force. Is there seriously no other way? But check this out. Inside the training room, Captain Chu is stunned. Ningfang is standing surrounded by elite tier 4 and 5 powerhouses. Sulan stands nearby, looking cool as she softly whispers the latest news. Chairman Liu from the Yuning Guild wanted to attend, but Senior Huang stopped him. Captain Chu suddenly remembers how he used to look down on Ningfang, while everyone else is just waiting to see his next move. Luckily, he kept those thoughts to himself, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't offend Ningfang. Meanwhile, Sulan is carefully giving Duan instructions, explaining to him that as long as the data is accurate, this training room can perfectly simulate reality, and it's usable for anyone above Tier 4. Duan hands over his phone to show her the detailed data. While they work, Ningfang and Fang Yi chat. This is actually my first time in here. What's this for? Inside the control booth, Sulan quickly plugs the drive into the main console port. Staring at the freshly compiled data on screen, Sulan is completely amazed by how precise it is. Even the monster's critical weak points are clearly highlighted. I know what you're thinking, but get this, they've already mastered a dozen dungeon layers. Ningfang just smiles quietly. Naturally, this secret realm was once invaded by the Demon King. I just pulled these memories directly from his mind. After all, who knows his minion's weaknesses better than the Demon King himself? Just then, Fang Yi steps up, curious about the phone. Mr. Duan, mind if we take a look? He agrees immediately, remaining totally humble. Of course, I would love some pointers from you. Fang Yi waves his hands, dismissing the praise. I wouldn't dare give pointers. Let's learn together. Wait, there is one more thing. Did the Elder say if Tathan genuinely wants to destroy our world? The sudden question catches everyone off guard. Fang Yi's warm smile has completely vanished. Instead, he wears a cold, piercing gaze. Facing this heavy question, Duan goes silent. At Duan's villa, fear grips his voice. Does the fallen god really want to destroy the world? Ningfang sighs to himself in disbelief. You're asking me, the actual fallen god, this question directly. Talk about asking the right person. Still, you are Duan's family. Saying I don't know is too cheap, but I can't reveal too much. Back in reality, Duan looks tense. I asked the elder that. He only gave me 8 words. Fang Yi asks, barely keeping his composure. Ningfang exudes absolute confidence, completely sure of his own terrifying power. He is completely certain he would never let that happen. As long as I am here, it won't. This bold statement amuses Fang Yi. Direct, arrogant, and incredibly bossy, that is the elder's classic style. His sheer arrogance makes Sulan see him in a new light. What warrior looks down on gods? Meanwhile, Ningfang silently praises himself for his quick wit. Hearing this solid reassurance, Fang Yi grabs Duan's hand with deep trust. Mr. Duan, the next trial depends on you. Then, under their watchful eyes, Duan steps into the dangerous trial without hesitation. A dark mansion looms in thick fog. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild. Let's dive right in, as Duan gets sent flying like a broken kite, smashing into a black wall. 3 massive monsters with razor-sharp teeth corner him, but his eyes burn with pure rage and killing intent. They immediately lunge at Duan with sharp claws ready to rip him apart, but he just takes a deep breath and roars. In an instant, his exploding power shatters the beasts, and they vanish into thin air. Only his heavy aura remains. Watching the monitor, Ningfang sees he is struggling and immediately calls out to him. He asks if Duan wants to take a break, but the warrior refuses, insisting he is fine and just needs to try again. This trial is the opportunity the elder gave me, and I cannot let him down. Watching the monitor, Sulan is completely amazed by his skills, noting these monsters are way past the 4th tier limit. She admits she could never pass this trial, while Fanga stands right behind her, a sharp glint in his eyes. Hearing Sulan, Ningfang realizes Duan awakened at 18, yet reached the 1st tier in just days to pull this off. Perhaps Duan really has a miracle on his side, or maybe the elder could unlock a combat system to unleash even greater physical power. If that happens, trust me, his power might actually rival the blessings of the gods. Feeling Fang's sharp gaze, Ningfang suddenly realizes he has been too careless and let too many suspicious details slip. This is bad. He had assumed that simply knowing a monster's weakness would be enough to beat this trial, but he completely forgot about basic human limitations, not to mention the hard limits of gear and skills. Knowing the weakness is totally useless if you cannot hit the target. If Duan fails, he will eventually have to do it himself. With 0 combat experience, he would have to rely entirely on dangerous, forbidden spells. If those forbidden spells are ever exposed, the danger is extreme. Realizing this, he turns to leave. Senior Fang, Captain Sulan, I should head back now since school starts next week, and I need to prepare. Though Fanga feels suspicious, he does not want to restrict him, so he quickly agrees to let him go. Walking under the warm sun, Ningfang plans his next moves. He must level up quickly and find better gear and skills before school. Just then, as he steps into a narrow alleyway, he stops and pulls out a flight scroll, knowing it is his absolute best bet to leave completely unnoticed. He had already asked the Farich Exchange to buy him a massive batch, enough to last a long time. In the blink of an eye, he transforms into a streak of light, shooting upward before landing softly elsewhere. Now swapped into his battle mage gear, he stares at the massive tree trunk entrance of the hidden realm, whispering that he made it. This is one of the wild hidden realms Duan mentioned, and there is no way he can let the government take control. But why are there fresh signs of a struggle nearby? No matter, he decides to go inside and see for himself. Stepping inside, the very first thing that hits Ningfang is the absolute, eerie silence of the realm. The silence is only broken by the wind rustling through leaves, as the scene shifts to a different area. You and I can see a fallen warrior being brutally stomped on the ground, just as Guan's subordinate notices a distant light, quickly alerting his boss. Naturally, Guan sees it too, guessing after a brief moment that it must be a flight scroll. Another thug sneers, wondering if it is just another group of idiots trying to take them down. The soldiers behind him burst into mocking laughter, joking that these newcomers are walking straight to their graves. With fresh prey arriving, Guan chuckles, pleased that more people means more sacrifices to offer to the Demon Lord. Thanks to these victims, the Demon Lord has gathered enough energy to finally descend, a moment he has long awaited. Back on the ground, a dying soldier lies pierced by two sharp blades, clearly running out of time. But hidden on his body, a transmission and wiretap device is vibrating non-stop, sending out signals. Elsewhere, a receiver catches the signal and starts to beep as a female warrior overhears Guan's conversation, her face turning pale. The Demon Lord's descent? This is literally a massive hidden realm invasion. She immediately reports to her superior, warning the mutant hunter captain that a hidden realm invasion is hitting the mountain today. Stunned, he gasps in shock as his panicked team member warns that the invasion will head straight for the nearest city. This means our city, Shuanglong, is in grave danger, and they desperately need a plan. Hearing the report, the captain realizes his squad has been completely wiped out, leaving him utterly blindsided by this sudden invasion. Squad 4 is completely gone, leaving you and me wondering how on earth anyone is going to stop this nightmare. Alright, you and I are about to watch a city face monsters so strong, even their magic shield is useless. There is zero hope of holding the line. Head back right now, tell the government, and evacuate everyone immediately. Rescue whoever you can. In that moment, they all realized he was planning to sacrifice himself to buy them time. One soldier asks, "Captain, what about you?" But the captain just looks back with pure, unshakable resolve. "We have no radar, and we have no idea when the attack begins. I am staying behind to feed you intel in real time." The squinty-eyed soldier instantly protests, refusing to let him face this alone. "How can we just leave you behind?" The captain's face darkens as he snaps, "Stop wasting time and move." In the end, nobody can change his mind. They have no choice but to run, hoping they can actually make it out alive. Once they leave, the captain looks up at the sky with a heavy heart, whispering, "Why today of all days?" He pulls out his phone to make one last call. As the call connects, he forces himself to use his softest, warmest voice. "Hey sweetie, there might be a little drill later, so do not be scared and listen to mommy, okay?" Then, a sweet little voice answers him. "Daddy, where are you?" Hearing her, his voice cracks. "Daddy is at work, sweetie. I am busy, so I have to go." Now watch this. He hangs up, but the screen instantly lights right back up with a call. The screen reads, "My little one." He answers, trying to sound cheerful, but his daughter is clearly upset that he hung up on her. She pouts over the phone, asking why he hung up, forcing him to gently soothe her hurts. "I just wanted to say one thing." "What is it, sweetie?" The little girl's happy voice rings out through the receiver. "Daddy, happy birthday." Hearing those words, the captain completely breaks down, unable to hold back his tears. Tears stream down his face. Meanwhile, the fleeing soldiers look back from their vehicle, watching a dark, terrifying energy bleed across the sky. Their hearts sink. That dark energy is incredibly overwhelming. Just then, the rift begins to tear open. The squinty-eyed soldier looks back toward the outpost where the captain chose to stand and fight. His voice is full of pain, whispering that the captain is still out there. Back home, his daughter begins to cry. Her tears flow like a broken dam. Meanwhile, at the rift entrance, Guan stares and laughs like a complete maniac. This power is immense. The Demon Lord is definitely going to reward us with even more favor. Inside the rift, Ningfang gets a brand new skill book, Ice Glacier Transformation. Active skill. A dark forbidden magic spell. It summons infinite ice to freeze the entire world. He casually taps the frozen ice statue standing right next to him. You and I can hear how thrilled he is. The monster experience here is awesome. I hit level 37 and got new skills. Might as well learn this one. Outside the rift, the sky turns dark and incredibly gloomy, a perfect atmosphere to welcome the Demon Lord. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes from deep inside. Someone is walking out. Hearing this, Guan immediately drops to his knees, preparing to welcome his dark master with total respect. A single foot steps out of the rift and lands quietly on the dirt. Seeing this weird crowd, Ningfang just stands there blankly, casually picking his nose, completely lost. Guan and his crew thought they were welcoming their supreme lord, but seeing a random mage leaves them absolutely speechless. Looking at their bizarre kneeling poses, Ningfang shouts out in confusion, "What on earth is going on here?" Snapping back to reality, Guan points a finger and demands, "Where is the Demon Lord?" The actual Demon Lord, currently frozen solid inside a block of ice, whimpers that he is freezing to death, but Guan completely misses it. He just glares at Ningfang, sizing him up. He does not recognize us, so he is definitely not the Demon Lord or another challenger. But this guy is wearing trash starter gear. Why would he ever dare to show up in a place like this alone? Did he use that flight scroll earlier? Maybe he wanted to pledge his loyalty to the Lord, but the dark energy terrified him and he chickened out completely. "Hey kid, are you here to surrender to the Demon Lord?" Ningfang looks at him like he is a total idiot and flatly replies, "Nope." Seeing he is ignored, Guan snaps in pure annoyance. "Then what the hell are you doing here?" Ningfang keeps staring at him like he is stupid and replies, "None of your business." Seeing those blank dead fish eyes, Guan sneers in rage. "Pretty cocky, are you not? Do you even know who I am?" "I am Guan, an A-rank criminal. I have over 200 kills under my belt. And trust me, you and I can see how done Ningfang is with his bragging." He looks absolutely bored to death, cutting Guan off mid-sentence. Guan roars in anger. "What?" Ningfang has completely lost his patience. "All right, you and I are diving into this madness." He crooks his finger, telling this idiot to fight or get lost. Seeing this insane provocation, Guan thinks this kid has completely lost his mind, screaming, "Are you begging to die, you idiot?" The lackeys behind him start chanting in unison, absolutely itching for blood, shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" With their chants, pure bloodlust flares in Guan's eyes. But suddenly, the sky turns pitch black, terrifying one of his men. "Boss, boss, why did it suddenly go completely dark?" This creepy, unnatural shadow startles Guan too, leaving him clueless. When they look up, a massive dark shadow is staring down at them with an absolutely wicked, terrifying grin. They completely freeze under its gaze, feeling like helpless prey cornered by a predator. Having never faced anything like this, they immediately plunge into total panic. "What is that thing? Help us!" Ningfang's eyes burn as dark flames and a sinister smile radiate pure, unadulterated malice. "Time to taste my newly forged, dark forbidden spell." The active skill he unleashes is Tectonic Shift Transformation, Abyssal Gaze, a high-tier dark forbidden spell. Watch closely, this spell locks enemies in an illusion, revealing every weakness while subjecting them to brutal torture. Right away, target markers paint Guan's body in Ningfang's vision. The skill is instantly analyzing every vulnerability. Focusing on the shoulder, the system reveals a wound caused by a bad skill combination, damaging his left shoulder. Strength down 5%, agility down 5%, and skill effectiveness cut by 20%. The analysis is incredibly detailed. Even Ningfang is shocked by how deep this scan actually goes. Every single opening is completely laid bare. Striking that exact weak spot instantly, he leaves Guan with zero time to even react. Seeing the sheer horror and panic on his face, Ningfang marvels at how insanely broken this skill is. Inside this illusion, he holds total control, moving exactly as he pleases. He rains attacks on the trapped enemies, striking their pressure points repeatedly, like a demon torturing its prey. This truly is an abyssal gaze. Sure, this torture technique is pretty dark, but exposing flaws like this means he can definitely find a way to put it to good use. Hours fly by, and the first golden rays of morning light finally break over the horizon. The captain had been waiting up here for the Demon Lord to spawn, but saw nothing. He pulls out his device to call his squad and report the situation. "You and I both know something is off here. Hours have passed, and there is still no sign of a dungeon breach. I should head inside and check. It will be fine. Besides, if a real disaster hits, running won't save me. Dying at the top or at the bottom of this mountain is only a matter of a few steps." But as he rushes down the trail with his phone in hand to investigate the scene, his voice suddenly cracks with pure panic. "What is this?" The A-rank wanted criminal Guan and his whole crew are completely wiped out. Hearing this, the female soldier finds it completely impossible to believe. They had sacrificed 4 entire squads trying to capture Guan, only for this to happen. Beside her, the squinty-eyed scout is anxious for answers. "Captain, what is it like in there?" By now, the captain has already stepped inside the dungeon. Looking around, his jaw drops in utter disbelief. The entire interior of the dungeon looks like it was frozen solid by a massive blizzard. Not a single living monster remains. Hearing this update, the squinty-eyed scout asks about the one thing he actually cares about. "What about the boss?" The captain's sheepish, highly embarrassed voice crackles over the line, confessing that he broke it. "I saw the boss frozen solid and just wanted to see if it was dead. Who knew it would shatter the second I tapped it?" The scout quickly presses him on its status. "So, is it really dead?" The captain looks around to double check. No loot dropped, and 0 experience points gained, so it is definitely dead. The scout's face goes blank as he asks if the breach is still on. This was the absolute first time the captain had ever cleared a threat and finished a mission without lifting a single finger. He stands there completely confused, staring down at the frozen, silent demon lord. With the dungeon cleared and Guan's gang eliminated, Ningfang heads back to his villa. Not seeing him anywhere, he calls out, "Duan, are you still down in the training room? Take a break." Stepping out from the trial, Duan looks completely exhausted, his voice filled with deep shame as he reports his results. "Boss, I got stuck on the 45th floor. I am still too weak, and I feel like I let you down." Having leveled up, Ningfang is no longer so demanding about his subordinate's limits. Patting his shoulder, he tells him not to rush. Just rest up for a couple of days. The goal was simply to test the dungeon. But wait until next week. I will arrange a hellish training regime. Hearing this, Duan is moved to tears, and you and I will definitely see him grow. You and I are about to see if the boss has finally given up on this guy. It's actually pretty funny. Of course not. Duan immediately cheers up and excitedly asks, "Hey boss, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "I'll go whip it up right now." He hums happily while prepping, totally forgetting about the brutal training ahead. Back at his own place, his inner gaming addict takes over. Ningfang sinks into his chair, itching to play. He wants to jump into a quick match right away. But just as he logs in, a direct message pops up. The name Fang Yi suddenly pops up on the chat screen. Yes, it is an actual message from the high-ranking Senior Fang Yi. Senior Fang is asking to team up, bragging about how good he actually is at the game. Ningfang stares blankly at the screen, genuinely wondering if Senior Fang's account got hacked. Right then, a 3-second voice note arrives. "It is really me, kid. Want to run a duo match?" Hearing that familiar voice, Ningfang finally believes it. This old man is usually so incredibly serious in public. Who knew he was a secret gamer? His playstyle is super strategic, and Ningfang gladly jumps in to play with him. Now, pay attention to this win. Ningfang can't even hold back his excitement as he sends a hyped voice note. "Senior Fang, I had no idea you were such a pro." The old man laughs, sending back 2 more voice notes. "I usually play with my grandson, but he is busy studying for college entrance exams, so we barely play now. Actually, you two are around the same age." Hearing about the grandson, Ningfang immediately takes the chance to invite him. "If there is a chance later, we should run some trios." Fang Yi replies instantly with a simple, "Deal." Ningfang grins from ear to ear. This guy is a highly respected, high-ranking government official with huge influence. Getting on his good side now will make everything much easier for him in the future. Back on the chat, Fang Yi suddenly remembers something and sends over a few more voice messages. Lately, 3 elite universities are setting up a supernova training camp to recruit the absolute best students. Top performers get a free pass on college entrance exams and direct access to rare training resources. And guess what? I have 2 spots left. Want in? This incredible offer immediately plunges him into deep thought. Honestly, since he already holds an overpowered forbidden spell, he did not really care about attending college. But think about it, what if he ends up clashing with that so-called divine being in the future? He lacks real-world combat experience, which would be a fatal weakness. Knowing this, he eagerly accepts the old man's offer. "Senior Fang, I'm in." Delighted by his choice, the old man replies, "Then both spots are yours. If you have a teammate you trust, you can bring them along too." Ningfang quickly replies, "Thank you so much, Senior Fang." Once the call ends, Fang Yi glances over at a framed photograph sitting on his desk. "You two are so alike. You'll probably be great friends." Meanwhile, over at high school number 7 in Tanduo City, right outside the door of class 3-2, 3 students are gathered together, anxiously gossiping about this year's admissions. This year is brutal. Forget elite schools. Even the combat majors at regular universities have insane cutoffs. I heard tons of students failed the assessment, so they either can't graduate or have to swap to boring non-combat majors. Jiang Lilei sighs, pointing at a drooling, fast-asleep Ningfang with an incredibly annoyed expression. Are we 3-star awakeners really no better than those 1- or 2-star losers? Na sighs miserably, completely unwilling to accept their fate, when suddenly the school intercom crackles to life. Qi Wei smiles, gesturing to the gorgeous girl standing beside her as she introduces the new student. "Class, we have a transfer student joining us today. Please make her feel welcome." The girl speaks in a soft, gentle voice. "Hello, everyone." Instantly, every single boy in the room blushes bright red. Under their intense stares, Mu Chu shyly introduces herself, just as Ningfang finally starts to wake up. He rubs his eyes in utter shock. "Wait, isn't she that picky girl from the dungeon?" A few boys recognize her name and instantly gasp. "Wait, is she Mu Chu, ranked 4th nationally on the supernova list? Isn't she supposed to be at some prestigious metropolitan school? Why would she transfer down to our tiny town?" Ignoring all the murmurs, she points straight at Ningfang's desk. "Teacher, may I please sit next to Ningfang?" The teacher is a bit surprised by her choice, but quickly nods. Of course. Mu Chu walks over to his desk, looking incredibly shy. And that's where we leave it. Why does every single hot girl always want to stick to Ningfang? Let's dive in, as Ningfang stares at Mu Chu, just as we head to the principal's office. Inside, Principal Jiang demands answers, shouting, Principal Fang, how did you steal Mu Chu from my school? Sensing the bitter jealousy, Principal Fang flashes an awkward smile, pleading, Hey, don't get so upset, I honestly have no idea. But Principal Jiang's eyes remain razor-sharp, refusing to stay calm. Losing Mu Chu means losing a vital training camp slot. Do you realize how that ruins our university admission rates? Hearing this, Principal Fang keeps a straight face on the outside, but inside, he is absolutely thrilled. No wonder Principal Jiang came all this way to complain. Our guy just hit the absolute jackpot. Is a legendary figure actually coming? Normally, someone like him is only seen on television. Out of only 4 training camp spots in the entire province, 2 already belong to his school. Right then, a knock echoes on the office door, and he quickly invites the visitor inside. Enter! The secretary opens the door, announcing, Principal, there is a visitor here to see you. They said they couldn't reach your phone. Hearing this sudden news, Principal Fang finds it incredibly strange. Who is it? I am currently meeting with Principal Jiang, so my phone is silenced. Watch closely, because the secretary's next words instantly shock both principals. They are from the Adventurer Management Bureau. It's Senior Fang Yi. Principal Fang does not dare waste a second, rushing to shake his hand politely. Greetings, Principal. I am Fang Yi. The principal is so excited he can barely function. With Mu Chu, does this mean another camp spot? The elder steps aside, revealing a young man standing quietly behind him. This is my grandson, Fang Rui. The boy bows politely, greeting them. Principal Fang is still completely in the dark about why they came. He asks cautiously, Chief Fang, how can I assist you? Fang Yi gently places a hand on Fang Rui's shoulder. He smiles slightly and presents 2 requests, saying, There are 2 matters I need your help with. First, my grandson wants to transfer to your academy. Hearing this unexpected news, Principal Fang is so utterly shocked he is left speechless. Behind him, Principal Jiang is so stunned his jaw literally drops to the floor. Everyone knows Fang Rui is a massive celebrity. If memory serves, he is ranked 12th on the national supernova list. His class is the rare shadow-type blood source knight. Rumors say he holds back his full strength out of fear of losing complete control over his dark powers. Otherwise, he easily could have destroyed the top 5 on the leaderboard. Principal Jiang is green with absolute envy. I know what you're thinking. Why would a top-tier genius transfer to such a basic school? His rival is completely losing his mind. Besides, practically every supernova gets automatic entry into the training camp, and word is Principal Fang's school just snagged another elite slot. After stating his first demand, Fang Yi delivers the second. Our bureau has 2 training camp spots we want reserved for your students. Hearing this, Principal Jiang's mind completely shatters. He simply cannot bring himself to believe it. On what grounds? How does a backwater school get 3 or 4 highly coveted spots? Why are you prioritizing this school? Principal Fang turns around with a smug, highly provocative grin. Principal Jiang, as you can see, we are very busy. We do not have time to entertain you. The rival principal is absolutely fuming. Principal Fang raises his voice, calling out, Assistant Liu, would you show Principal Jiang the door? Right away, sir, Assistant Liu replies softly. The angry man tries to argue, but he is already being ushered out. Once he is gone, Fang Yi and Fang Rui sit on the sofa, waiting for Principal Fang to speak. After hearing the request, the principal sits down across from them, looking deeply suspicious once again. You mean these 2 spots are for a 3rd-year class, 2 student, Ningfang, to distribute as he pleases, but he only just awakened his power. Can he even handle a training camp? Fang Yi refuses to explain, simply replying, This is an official order from the bureau. No further questions are necessary. Sensing the firm boundary, the principal dares not pry any deeper. Understood. We will cooperate fully. At this point, Principal Fang is endlessly curious about Ningfang. The Bureau is a massive agency overseeing adventurers, independent from the 7 major guilds and carrying immense power. Backed by the legendary Senior Fang, who on earth could possibly command this kind of support? Honestly, you and I have to wonder, how did Ningfang pull this off? Back in the 3rd-year Class 2 classroom, Ningfang stares up at the roster with a thoroughly confused expression. Imagine being boxed in like this, with Mu and Fang Rui on his left and someone looming right behind him. Their sudden transfer left him completely baffled. Why on earth did the 3 of them move to his class? Xu Ying, who also transferred in, flashed a beaming smile and confessed they were just sucking up to the boss. Apparently, the school originally chose Xiao Cheng, but since he opted out, he transferred his slot to me. You basically gave us another entry, big brother. That means all the representatives for this year's elite school training camp are gathered right here. Just a few feet away, the air between Mu and Wanghua grew tense with sparks flying between them. Xiangshu quickly tried to make connections too, asking if this was the famous Fang Rui, who just laughed politely and looked humble. I'll definitely be relying on you, Brother Fang, and everyone else for some guidance moving forward. Seeing so many powerhouse students crowding around Ningfang, Muchu felt her guard go up instantly. I know what you're thinking, she's not the only one drawn to him, and now she has to work twice as hard. She couldn't let the boss dislike her. Luckily, she had prepared a special gift and just needed to find the perfect moment to present it. The rest of the class watched the incredibly lively crowd around Ningfang in absolute disbelief. They were screaming inside at how unfair life was. How did he get so close with a group of literal supernovas? Even without Ningfang, a powerhouse lineup like this would easily turn heads at the top high schools in the country. Everyone wished they could trade places with him. For once, Ningfang was basking in the spotlight, and it actually felt pretty good, but a seed of suspicion remained. Why had things suddenly gotten so incredibly lively around him? Besides, what actually made Xiao Cheng quit? Doesn't anyone care that he's gone? Meanwhile, over at the Xiao family residence, Master Xiao sat dazed in his chair while the manager stepped in, cautiously asking for his next orders. Sir, we still have absolutely no news of the young master. Are you sure we shouldn't contact the police? The old man's lips parted slightly as he replied that he had already hired a powerful expert to handle the investigation. Surely we'll get news soon, so just wait a bit longer. By the way, how are things going at the academy? Realizing the master already had a solid plan, the manager held his tongue and carefully reported on the school's situation. I already applied for an extended leave of absence for him, claiming he was away for some private, specialized training. The principal thought it was a real shame for him to waste that training camp spot, but he didn't pry any further. Master Xiao merely gave a soft grunt before issuing his next command. He was heading up to Xiao Cheng's room and ordered that no one disturb him. Bowing in understanding, the manager left. The heavy clicking of his heels against the stone floor echoed sharply throughout the silent mansion. Reaching Xiao Cheng's bedroom door, the old man slowly lifted his hand. The door swung open to reveal a spotlessly tidy room. Inside, he walked toward a wall covered in photos of his son. He pressed his hand firmly against one of the photos, his entire body trembling with the raw grief of a worried father. Now pay attention here, because a hidden door in the room suddenly slides open. Master Xiao's face was instantly swallowed by deep, gloomy shadows, with only his tightly pursed lips betraying his intense inner turmoil. Without a second thought, he stepped inside, immediately spotting a trail of strange blue liquid on the floor. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Fang Rui pulled out a glowing orb and proudly offered the item to his new brother, Ningfang. This rare skill book is a little trophy from my last raid. Why don't you see if it fits your build? Glancing at the cover, Ningfang froze. Summon water element? Could this actually be an elusive summoning spell? Summoners are extremely rare, making their skill books nearly impossible to buy and insanely valuable. Not wanting to be outdone, Mu Chu quickly stepped in to offer her own gift. Boss, I brought you a gift too, but someone got ahead of me. This guy is such a show-off, right? Her offering was absolutely nothing to scoff at either, matching the first book's immense rarity tier for tier. Ningfang quietly read the title to himself. Phantom Demon Blade. That's a high-level skill exclusive to battle mages. Battle mages are incredibly rare, and finding a skill book like this is almost impossible. Still, he couldn't actually learn either of them just yet. They were designed for the Spellblade class, which was so scarce that even basic guides were worth a fortune. Since he couldn't use them yet, his immediate plan was to level up by taking on the second wild dungeon. But the moment he tried to step inside, the system flashed a warning and completely blocked his entry. It turned out this dungeon demanded a party of at least 5 players. Ningfang frowned, realizing his mistake. And that is where we leave things a wasted trip with his skill tree still locked. What a nightmare. Stick with me here, these 2 skill books were incredibly tempting, and I desperately needed to recruit some future informants. I really appreciate your kindness, you two. I have got something for you as well, Ningfang says, pulling out 2 glowing golden orbs. To win people over, I couldn't show up empty-handed. Inside, these are 40 high-level experience potions. You two split them. The moment she hears the name of the potion, Ma Chu's eyes immediately darken. Rumor says this is an exclusive treasure of the Fengdu Guild, strictly reserved for the elite members they are personally grooming. Even Fengdu freezes for a second, his eyes filled with absolute shock at Ningfang's insane generosity. These are insanely expensive at the auction house and incredibly rare. To think a big shot would just hand over 40 of them at once. In that exact moment, both of them become even more determined to follow Ningfang for the long haul. A powerful backer like this had to be clung to tightly. Seeing them get gifts, Wang Rui looks a bit sulky. Big shot, I have a gift for you too. Seeing her act like this, Ningfang feels helpless. Wang Rui, that's enough. Out with it, what's wrong? Wang Rui giggles, hiding the item behind her back and acting incredibly mysterious. Actually, Anhei just finished brewing a brand new type of potion, and she told me to bring it straight to you. Now, watch closely as she holds out a glowing golden bottle. Just looking at it, Ningfang can't hide his utter surprise. Back at Doan's villa, seeing him home early, Doan smiles and asks, "Big shot, why are you back so early today?" Ningfang's eyes crinkle as he explains, "Every student in the training camp can manage their own schedule. Since nothing was going on at school, I decided to head out." But seeing that Ningfang hasn't mentioned the hellish trial yet, Doan starts getting restless. The big shot promised a week of brutal training, but hasn't brought it up again until today. Could he have forgotten? Just then, Ningfang pulls out the bottle and hands it over. "Doan, this is for you." He looks at it curiously, his voice hesitant. "Big shot. What is this?" Seeing his curious gaze, Ningfang smiles smugly and explains. "This is a brand new restorative potion that Tuni just successfully refined. It can completely heal the long-term injuries built up inside your body. Drink one bottle first, then we start the hellish training." Hearing what it does, Doan excitedly grabs it. "Thank you, Big Shot. Sorry for making you go through all this trouble for me." Seeing his excitement, Ningfang quickly waves his hand. "Don't mention it." Doan doesn't hesitate, popping the cap and chugging the entire bottle. Watching him drink it, Ningfang asks expectantly, "How do you feel?" Doan looks down at his body, feeling a warm, flowing sensation spread through his core. "I know what you're thinking, did it work?" Well, his meridians surge as he gasps. "I feel incredibly warm." Hearing that, Ningfang feels relieved. It really is a miracle potion. Even the internal injuries I got from being hit by that forbidden spell last time were almost fully healed after one bottle. Alright, now it is finally time for the hellish training. Don't be nervous, just follow my instructions. Doan stands at attention and gives a sharp military salute, his voice booming. "Understood, I'm just worried you'll push too hard," Ningfang warns seriously. "If you feel like you can't take it anymore at any point, you must let me know immediately." His absolute seriousness makes Doan nervous. He doesn't dare disobey. Then, the hellish trial begins as a cloud of black mist completely envelops Doan. As time passes, sweat breaks out on Doan's face from the sheer tension. Ningfang unleashes his energy, a cold, sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Ningfang activates his weakness, finding skill, utilizing his perception of the defiled once again. Through his eyes, every single one of Doan's weaknesses becomes clearly visible. His gaze darts to one specific spot. Is that the restorative potion's recovery effect? Injured lung recovering. Internal injuries accumulated from power overloads during skill activation have damaged your lungs. Strength reduced by 2%. Stamina reduced by 2%. Skill effectiveness reduced by 11%. Doan, I'm pointing out your weaknesses first. Then we start your customized training. Without a hint of doubt, he humbly replies, "Please, boss, enlighten me." The next words from Ningfang shock him completely. First, the power overload. That skill doesn't suit you at all. It will only cause further damage to your lungs. Second, your skill combos are totally wrong. You can't combine those two high-level skills, but you keep doing it out of bad habit. After being pointed out, Doan's respect for Ningfang climbs even higher. The big shot truly has godlike perception. Seeing through every single problem, Ningfang's voice sounds out immediately. Doan changes into his heavy combat gear. The intensive training begins. Facing the black mist at breakneck speed, he stands firm in a defensive stance. He swings his blade, but trust me, you and I are about to see just how cunning this mist really is. Stick with me, it easily dodges and slips behind him. Duan's eyes snap backward in shock, but he's just too slow. The black mist seizes the opening, striking directly at his weakest point. Watching him collapse, Ningfang anxiously asks if he's okay. The blinding pain is so intense he can barely stand. Duan pushes through, telling the boss he can still fight. Seeing him in such intense agony reminds him of the Guan group. Luckily, those guinea pigs helped fine-tune this skill, so it won't damage Duan's consciousness at all. Though the pain was unavoidable, the results look fantastic. By now, Duan has forced himself back up through sheer willpower. Gritting his teeth, his resolve to grow stronger becomes absolutely unbreakable. Only the Grandmaster can help me surpass my limits. I absolutely cannot let him down. Restart the training room simulation immediately. A terrifying monster unleashes a deafening roar. Covered in fresh wounds, Duan refuses to back down, raising his weapon as they lock eyes. The moment the beast slams its massive hammer down, Duan leaps high into the air. Duan flips midair, tightens his grip on his weapons, and lets out a primal scream as he drives both blades deep into the monster's back. The beast screeches in agonizing pain while Duan gracefully flips backward, sticking a perfect landing. He wipes away the blood dripping from his lip, his face twisted in a manic grin. Watching him, Sulan feels a cold chill run down her spine. There are no more combat stages left. Keep your eyes glued to the screen here. After brutally slaughtering every last beast, Duan's breathing grows incredibly ragged and uneven. He collapses to the floor, completely spent. Draping an arm over his tear-filled eyes, he whispers, "Master, did I really do it?" Watching Duan conquer every single trial from the monitor room, Fanga is absolutely thrilled. Pushing a fourth awakening fighter to this extreme in just 2 weeks is a flat-out miracle. Our bureau needs to secure a rock-solid alliance with the Grandmaster. But suddenly, his condition flares up again. Seeing his relapse, Sulan grows deeply concerned for his health. Fanga knows his limits and lets out a weary sigh. He claims surviving this long is a blessing for a mutant like him. His painful words cut incredibly deep. Having stayed by his side for years, she sees right through his ultimate plan. "You sent your grandson to Tandu City because you wanted to entrust him to the Grandmaster, didn't you?" She asks if the Grandmaster can help him stop the corrupting toll of that dark power. Her bold question leaves Fanga speechless as he stares silently through the glass. "We'll see. But first, you and I must watch Duan tackle the Secret Realm trial." Over at the Thuangdu Guild, Fanga and Duan descend from the heavens straight into the Grand Hall, and Shan leads a delegation forward to welcome them, introducing himself as the leader of the Vuvyu Guild. He introduces the leaders of the 7 great guilds, calling it an absolute honor to meet Duan. Duan raises an eyebrow at the crowd, realizing these guildmasters are all powerhouse elites at or near the 5th awakening level. Not even his master could gather this many elites before. It seems the descent of the gods has left them terrified. Only the Grandmaster could remain so completely unbothered by a god. I guess that's why he's a true legend. Standing behind Anshan, Su Wu glares with intense jealousy, boasting that he just achieved the 5th awakening. So why does a top-tier expert like him have to bow down to a weak kid and Fanga? What are they even playing at? If they have something to say, they should just spit it out instead of these old foxes offering secret realms just to butter up some master. Afterward, the entire group heads straight toward the secret realm portal. Su Wu immediately starts looking for trouble, offering fake compliments to Duan just to test his actual power level. He mockingly requests to see the incredible skills of such a highly praised expert. He asks to broadcast the run through the realm's magic array. Duan doesn't back down and accepts the challenge instantly. Duan agrees casually, and just a few minutes later, a makeshift phone stand is set up. The guildmasters crowd around, whispering questions about whether the legendary Grandmaster is watching on the other end. They worry that filming this stunt just to curry favor might backfire. If they actually anger the Grandmaster, the consequences will be devastating. Meanwhile, at Duan's villa, Ningfang is lazily eating snacks and watching television when his phone suddenly rings, making him freeze. Realizing the broadcast is starting, Ningfang sits up. Back at the portal, Duan prepares to show everyone his true potential. Anshan watches his flawless blade technique in absolute awe. Realizing Duan's speed is several times faster than his own, Su Wu stammers at that speed. "Let's be honest, is he really just a 4th awakening? Alright, you and I are about to watch Duan completely breeze through floors 30, 40, and 50. Su Wu watched him dominate, his face pale with absolute shock. Duan already cleared more floors than the guild's elite scouts. Finally, they reached the final boss. Deep in the mist, its glowing red eyes glared straight at them. A furious roar echoed, trying to intimidate him, but Duan stood firm, completely unfazed. His face was set in cold, unwavering determination. Seconds later, the monster was completely flattened by Duan's blade. In victory, he stood tall, radiating immense, legendary power. A robotic system voice suddenly chimed in, congratulating him on completing the trial. Anshan's entire group stared in utter disbelief, their jaws on the floor. He actually did it. But then, a strange phenomenon shocked even Duan. Brilliant, blinding light flooded the entire sky, bringing divine radiance and holy blessings down upon him. The system notification popped up. "You have received a divine blessing. First clear reward has been granted. You have received a divine blessing. First clear reward granted." The reward is a forbidden divine spell. Seeing the god's crest, Anshan could not believe her eyes, exclaiming, "A forbidden spell? How is this a forbidden spell?" Watching Duan receive the legendary blessing, Su Wu was burning with jealousy. A divine blessing and first clear reward at that. That basically meant no one else would ever stand a chance. Damn it, this was supposed to be my secret realm. That first clear reward should have been mine. Suddenly, a ring of light enveloped Duan. But look closely at this next system notification. His class is incomplete, so he cannot learn it. That announcement left Anshan totally confused. What does that mean? Ningfang, watching via video call, heard it too. He immediately understood why. The Demon King's memories indicated that the classes in this world haven't reached their peak forms yet. Does this mean I do not get the reward? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the system updated. The reward adjusted to a badge of blessing. Duan was dazed by this twist, and then 2 more notifications popped up. Your class belongs to the strength path. The gods here are the pure spirits of the 12 main deities. You have 3 different class paths. Please choose one. Duan thought for a moment and tapped the sword icon without hesitation. Immediately, his class changed. His new class path? The Spiritless Sword Sovereign. A master of sword chi. Decisive and ruthless. Capable of unleashing battle power far beyond normal limits. When facing powerful enemies, the Infinite Martial Saint path relies on absolutely no external crutches. It focuses solely on pushing physical combat limits to the absolute edge. Every single strike carries unparalleled force. This is the path of the Peerless Martial God class, specializing in wielding various weapons to strike down opponents. You and I can see why he is stunned. The sheer power and evolution of this class is unreal. His eyes sharpened. Realizing his weapon of choice is the short sword, he decides to pick the Martial Spirit Sword Saint class. Instantly, the badge hovering above his head began to shift, its surface turning completely black and white. Next, the system issued a notification about the item he received, the Essence Condensation Badge. It is an orange-tier consumable that permanently increases strength by +4, physical stats by +4, and mana recovery speed by 80%. This grace badge is formed by condensed divine power, containing the very fundamental principles of the entire universe. So there is no need to fear, just focus on absorbing it. At this moment, Vim Shuyen saw something and nudged Wang, gesturing for him to quickly look over there. What is that up in the sky? Amidst the brilliant golden light, the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Trial of the Gods completed. The ruins become the laurel. World level increased by 1. Grace badge drop rate increased from 0 to 1%. Outside the trial area, a similar notification appeared. Trial of the Gods completed. The ruins become the laurel. World level increased by 1. Grace badge drop rate increased from 0 to 1%. People immediately pulled out their phones to capture the scene. Hey, are you seeing this? How did those words suddenly appear? Meanwhile, Ningfang, looking out from his villa through the glass door, saw the text as well. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Above his head, the system mission status bar appeared. Trial of the Gods through the Trial Secret Realm. You have transformed it into your own power. Task complete. This notification made Anshan completely unable to believe her eyes. World level increased by 1. Fang Chu, holding a phone that was blowing up with calls, hurriedly asked if people everywhere were seeing this too. It seems like a global announcement. From within the secret realm, everyone saw him step out, their voices filled with excitement and wild hype. And that is where we leave it, watching Duan calmly walk out like an absolute boss. You and I are about to watch a massive power shift as Anshan looks at Duan with newfound respect. His power completely shatters the 4th tier limits. In fact, he might just turn this entire world's ranking system completely upside down. Anshan steps forward with a warm smile, offering an invitation. He asks Duan to join their Yuivu guild, but Fangu refuses to be left behind and steps up too. Wang Baik also pushes his way into the crowd, promising that their Kaiying guild offers the absolute best benefits around. Even the TNA guild representative chimes in, begging Duan to hear out their offer. Duan just smiles helplessly at all the chaos and politely turns them down, stating he has no plans to join any guild right now. Back at his villa, Duan proudly reports his success to his mentor, confirming the mission is officially complete. Ningfang gives him a solid thumbs up, reminding him that his own hard work was the real key to victory here. After that, Ningfang sits down to sketch out the badge. He asks if the Divine Grace badge looks like this drawing, and Duan takes a close look and nods in agreement. Duan confirms it looks exactly like that, minus a few patterns, and asks if Ningfang also knows about these badges. Ningfang casually admits he already got one from a dungeon raid and just gave it away to Wang Hua. Now pay attention to Duan's face. He's completely stunned by how casually Ningfang talks about a literal gift from the gods. Suddenly, his face turns dead serious. He admits he never expected Ningfang to casually give away a divine gift, realizing his own progress is still lagging behind. On the other side, Ningfang sinks deep into thought. Duan wonders if his own divine power is the reason he was able to obtain the grace badge inside the dungeon. Even if he hates admitting it, the evil god is still technically a deity. Worse, a bigger question weighs on him: does the upcoming threat involve all 12 of the main gods? Oblivious to Ningfang's deep worries, Duan is focused on the impending chaos brewing among the rival guilds. The 7 great guilds are already hunting for secret realms just to get their hands on the divine seal. It's only a matter of time before every single guild is forced into this war. Ningfang doesn't care about that. He's hyper-focused on his system progress bar, showing that Duan's trial is done. With the system marking the quest complete, it means he can harness the power of anyone who passes these trials. The trial of the gods is finished, allowing him to tap into its legendary power. But I know what you're thinking: what if an enemy passes the trial? That's the real nightmare. The absolute worst part is that passing the trial grants access to devastating forbidden spells. If those forbidden spells fall into the wrong hands, it puts his entire life in extreme danger. Plus, if the gods detect him, he's done for. How can he make sure only his allies pass these trials? It seems almost impossible to pull off. But then Duan speaks up with some hesitation. He admits there's one more thing he did, flashing back to when he finished the trial at the Fuan New Guild. That's when Suvu approached him with a fake smile, demanding the trial rewards. He acted polite, claiming that according to their contract, the guild must take back all the secret trial loot. Duan didn't even hesitate, handing over the items he had gathered from the trial. He apologizes, explaining he already absorbed the divine seal, but leaves the rest. Suvu absolutely loses his mind. He demands the divine seal back or threatens to kill him, but that was just what Suvu imagined doing. In reality, everyone is just staring in absolute shock at the orange-tier equipment and high-level gems Duan put down. Suvu is left holding a recipe sheet from Duan, a massive, greedy grin on his face. It's the recipe for the Potion of Oblivion, which can completely wipe a skill and free up a slot. Since skill slots are incredibly hard to get, they are highly valuable. Ultimately, a warrior's choice of skills completely decides their destiny. This potion gives fighters infinite possibilities. It is a world-changing miracle drug, easily matching a high-level experience potion. If they can mass-produce these, their elite guild will easily attract the strongest warriors in the world. They will surpass official guilds, but trust me, you and I know they'll have to silence Duan first. Duan, according to the contract, you must keep this potion recipe completely confidential and secret. They offered to compensate him, but stick with me, because Duan interrupted him mid-sentence. Let me be clear. I have already seen this exact formula directly from the mysterious master himself. The whole room gasped in absolute shock. Seeing their stunned, exaggerated expressions, he reluctantly finished his statement. Even if I had kept quiet, the mysterious master would have brewed this potion anyway. Even so, Elder Suwu refused to believe it, keeping his tone firm and unyielding. We investigated, and the first-time rewards for clearing the trial realm were completely unprecedented, with zero historical data. You claim this mysterious master had the formula long ago. Where is your proof? But Duan had none. Duan simply closed his eyes and stayed silent. Seeing him speechless, Suwu smirked triumphantly, mocking him. Do not think you can use this mysterious master to pressure me. What belongs to Suwu, nobody can take. But right then, Duan spoke up, stating he lacked the authority to prove anything for his master. Now pay attention, because the master actually knows your high-level experience potion formula, and he brewed it long ago. His face went completely blank. Suwu was so utterly shocked that he could not speak. How was that possible? The other listeners were equally stunned. Could the master really know the trial realm's secrets and be that incredibly powerful? Could he have already been using those rare potions to gain favors from the high-ranking leaders? By now, Suwu noticed that Elder Fang's expression was calm, looking as if he had known the truth all along. He snapped, demanding to know what he was smirking at. Elder Fang composed himself, replying he just remembered something funny. This made the elder even more irritated, angrily asking what was so funny. But Elder Fang simply replied with a deadpan, "What does that have to do with you?" The elder boiled with absolute rage. That damn old man, he thought. It turns out he knew all of this because of Fang Rui. The more Elder Fang thought about it, the more he felt trusting them was right. No wonder Duan said that. Fang casually handed out 40 bottles of experience potions as gifts simply because he did not care about them at all. It seemed transferring Duan to the other school was an incredibly wise and correct decision. With nothing left to discuss, Duan announced his departure, saying he would head out. Seeing him leave, Elder Fang quickly decided to follow. They walked away proudly together, leaving the room under everyone's stunned and silent gaze. Once they were far enough, Elder Fang asked the question you and I were probably thinking, does the master have other potions? His own body was increasingly being eroded by dark energy, and it was only getting worse. He wanted to live a few more years for his grandson. Duan did not refuse, but made no promises either. I can help you ask him. Hearing this, Elder Fang cupped his hands in gratitude, thanking him sincerely. Back in the present, Duan felt guilty for being so impulsive and agreeing to help. He apologized to his master. I should not have made that decision on my own, but Fang did not mind it at all. He praised him softly, telling him there was no need to apologize. He already had a suitable potion in mind, but remained a bit hesitant. If it is for Elder Fang, I can certainly help out a bit. He was just unsure if the nourishment potion would be effective. The next day, after crafting some bottles, he asked Duan to deliver them. Deliver these nourishment potions to Elder Fang and tell him to try them. Duan agreed without any hesitation. Duan immediately left to find Elder Fang. Not seeing him at the office, he decided to ask the receptionist. He asked if the elder was around. She checked, replying that he was currently attending a conference at the bureau. Realizing the elder would be gone for a while, Duan offered to leave the medicine for him with her. She immediately took the package, promising to pass the medicine along to the elder as soon as he returned. Afterward, she went to Fang Rui's house and rang the doorbell, but nobody came to open the door. After several rings, she found it strange. Was Duan not home? He just arrived here and knows nobody. She wondered where he could be and decided to return tomorrow. But inside, a thick, dark mist seeped through the door gap, carrying pure malice. It turned out Feng Rui was indeed home, but he was currently being tormented by some dark, agonizing force. Inside his mind, a devilish voice kept tempting him, asking if he truly wanted to save his grandfather. And that is where we leave it, with Feng Rui desperately fighting to resist the overwhelming evil. I am Fang's grandson. How could I ever betray humanity and cut a deal with a devil like you? Let's dive into this wild scene where a dark, sneering voice mockingly laughs at his stubborn refusal. Weak creatures like you humans always love binding yourselves to strange rules. Let's see how long you can keep that mouth shut. Just wait until your grandfather dies right in front of you. Let's see if you're still talking big then. Those words drive Feng Rui straight toward madness, his eyes turning bloodshot as he struggles to control his burning rage. Back at the stadium, Feng Rui seems normal again, sitting alone with heavy thoughts until Ningfang suddenly pops up out of nowhere. Why the long face? Ningfang asks, startling Feng Rui, who clearly isn't in high spirits right now. Ningfang smiles and raises his phone, suggesting a team-up to help lift his friend's heavy mood. But remembering his grandfather's strict teachings, Feng Rui declines. Sorry, brother. Grandpa doesn't let me play games at school. Seeing he's not down, Ningfang doesn't push and plans to play next time. All right then. When Senior Fang gets back, we'll team up. That old man's skills are insane. He totally blew me away last time. Hearing this, sadness washes over Feng Rui's face. With a somber look, he explains that his grandfather only learned to play games because of him. When I was a kid, my parents died in action. I was devastated, shut everyone out, and locked myself away. Grandpa didn't know how to comfort me, but remembering my love for games, he secretly learned how to play them. At my absolute lowest, Grandpa was always by my side, dragging me out of that dark place. So I'm incredibly grateful to him. Sorry man for dumping all this heavy stuff on you. Don't laugh at me. Meanwhile, inside a briefing room, images of two suspects appear on screen as the manager points to the first file. This is Bang Ha, a 4-star professional with a triple specialization. 8 years ago, he was arrested for intentionally causing severe injuries inside a trial realm, getting a 15-year prison sentence. But 6 years ago, while serving his time, he vanished from his cell under highly suspicious circumstances. Next is Ko, another 4-star professional who was also handed a 15-year prison sentence. Yet 6 years ago, he also vanished from his high-security cell without a trace. Next up is Gu Ying, a formidable 4-star professional. Bang Ha was once a monitored mutant who mysteriously broke out of prison 5 years ago. Just days ago, he and Gu Ying resurfaced at Bang Ha's old city home, brutally slaughtering 2 passing adventurers along with their entire families. No one survived. Turns out, both victims were part of the original team that captured Bang Ha years ago. Their only goal in hunting down these captors? Cold-blooded revenge. Reviewing the file, the commander looks confused and raises a crucial point. Both of those slaughtered victims were 4th-tier warriors. So how could they lose to 2 inferior 3rd-tier fighters? Why did they just stand by and watch their families get slaughtered without even fighting back? Now pay attention here. The manager reveals that a hidden home security camera recorded the entire horrifying battle. The moment he finishes speaking, the raw footage flashes onto the massive projector screen. On video, the adventurer unleashes a lightning-fast slash. But Gu Ying is somehow even faster. He ducks, dodging effortlessly before pulling out an incredibly sharp, blade-like weapon of his own. He stabs the warrior twice in a flash before they can react. Such terrifying speed and precision leaves the room completely speechless. What the hell? Dozens of slashes follow, and just like that, Gu Ying sends the adventurer to his grave. Blood sprays across the camera, painting the entire screen in deep red. Sitting nearby, an officer analyzes the footage and notes that his power has easily surpassed the 5th tier. Even Feng Rui looks deeply unsettled by this insane strength, his curiosity piqued by gaps in the suspect's file. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How is a 3rd tier suddenly outclassing a 5th tier warrior like this? What actually happened to him during those missing years? Meanwhile, at the Triyu estate, Mr. Triyu stands backlit, staring nervously at his shadow. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as pure terror grips him, right before the heavy door creaks open with a piercing screech. Bang Ha and Gu Ying, the very targets Feng Rui's team is hunting down, have arrived. Instantly, Mr. Triyu acts incredibly subservient. Thank you both for your hard work. Did you happen to find anything? Bang Ha speaks first, his face icy. Mr. Triyu, we couldn't find a single clue about your son, but I sensed an incredibly powerful dark energy. Mr. Triyu blinks in utter confusion. And trust me, we're about to find out what that means. Let's dive in as he explains that weak, low-level guardians can only channel dark power through a demon lord's blessing. Like that absolute fool who recently died in Tandu City. He was nothing but a pawn for a demon lord. But elite guardians like us get summoned by the demon lord himself to receive direct, personal training. Meaning, We completely cut ties with the outside world and spend ages cultivating inside a hidden, secret realm. The moment he finishes speaking, a wicked smile creeps onto Gu Ying's face as his eyes flare with deadly intent. Connecting the dots, Bang Ha offers a theory, noting that Xiao Cheng's current situation is strikingly similar to their own past. He suspects the boy caught the eye of a demon lord, granting him the rare chance to enter a secret realm to cultivate. Hearing this, sheer panic and confusion hit Mr. Zhao's face as he recalls the chilling things in Xiao Cheng's room. He only knows that Tu Bin was performing some bizarre ritual, wondering if it has any connection to their claims. Bang Ha immediately pictures that blood-splattered altar and speaks with a hint of doubt. He isn't completely sure, but having inspected the sacrificial room, the layout was definitely set up for a proper summoning ritual. Now pay attention, because with his insane potential, keeping up the offerings means a demon lord will definitely notice him. An absolutely manic grin spreads across Mr. Zhao's face as he mutters, "Fantastic. I knew it." Believing those rivals at Yuan Corporation can't compete now, he gets handed a business card from the guest, who completely ignores his madness. The guest asks Mr. Zhao to have his driver take them to the address on the card right after dinner. Looking at the location, Mr. Zhao asks, totally confused, if they are looking for someone there. He chillingly reveals they are meeting fellow disciples, his face contorting with deadly intent as he plans to visit their new junior brother. The scene shifts to the somber funeral of Fang Rui's parents, where a guild representative offers deep, heartfelt condolences. He tells Mr. Fang that his heroic son and daughter-in-law sacrificed everything to seal the raging secret realm. Because of their sacrifice, the city was saved, and they expressed the deepest gratitude and sympathy of every single citizen. In that heavy, grief-filled air, young Fang Rui weeps bitterly beside Fang Yi, later staring into the starry night as he recalls his grandfather's fragile, slumped shoulders. Suddenly, a knock breaks the silence. He opens it, completely off guard, only to find Bang Ha and Gu Ying standing there. You and I both know that look means trouble, but Fang Rui stays calm and asks who they want. Ignoring the question, the man demands to know if he is Fang Rui, who simply nods with quiet confidence. The guest barks an order to go inside, but sensing trouble, Fang Rui's face darkens as he glares guardedly, demanding to know who they are. Every single survival instinct screams inside his head. These two are highly dangerous. Dripping with killer intent, Bang Ha smirks with fake warmth, claiming he's visiting on behalf of their great master. Telling him he must now call them senior brothers, Fang Rui is stunned and immediately asks who this master is. But the next chilling words make the boy turn pale. You met him last night, didn't you? Suddenly, Fang Rui spots the familiar, dark crest on their backs, and seeing his realization, their eyes gleam with bloodlust. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Fang Rui instantly summons his battle gear and raises his weapon, trying to strike them first. But before he can swing, Bang Ha grabs him by the face and slams his skull violently into the dirt. His eyes narrow in annoyance, mocking him for attacking his senior. Calling him rude, a thrashing Fang Rui grabs his arm and hisses, "Asshole!" But Bang Ha unleashes a blindingly fast punch directly to the gut, instantly rupturing Fang Rui's internal organs with brute force. Fresh blood erupts from his mouth, his eyes bursting bloodshot from the excruciating agony. Lifting him off the ground with one hand, Bang Ha mutters coldly that the master sent him to talk some sense into an unreasonable boy. He figures this beating will help him cool down, adding that the master values his potential. The master offers immense, godlike power and even promises to save his family if he just submits and becomes a top-tier powerhouse. Choking under the crushing grip, Fang Rui wheezes out a defiant rejection, making an annoyed Bang Ha sigh in frustration. Meanwhile, having finished her meal, Kong Dong looks toward the grandfather's room, her voice dripping with pure malice. She suggests checking inside, mockingly lamenting that Director Fang isn't home to exchange a few words. Hearing her threaten his grandfather, Fang Rui shakes with absolute, helpless rage at the terrifying thought of them hurting the old man. He screams not to touch his grandfather, but Bang Ha squeezes until he drops, and trust me, we have to see what's next. Staring down at the unconscious kid, he set a ruthless deadline. They say sacrificing a loved one unleashes chaotic dark energy. Senior Fun's life is in my hands now, so I will give you 3 days to think. Agree to take him as your master, and we are good. Refuse, and trust me, my giant brother here will help you decide. 3 days from now is the anniversary of that old man's death. That photo will make a perfect funeral portrait. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, a raging savage named Enur swung a massive axe, trying to split his opponent in half. Standing directly in his way was Ningfang, holding a staff with a smug smirk. As he channeled his mana, the magic stone atop his staff glowed with a blinding light, causing the massive minotaur to explode into dust. After vaporizing the beast, Ningfang looked completely bored out of his mind. He had not found a decent place to level up lately, forcing him to settle for grinding XP in these basic secret realms. Suddenly, The system's mechanical voice chimed with a new notification for a peaceful mission. Minor Realm Level 2 reached. System restoration at 43 out of 60 days. Penalty for failure, absolute eradication. Staring at the remaining time, he muttered wearily that if this keeps up, he will have to clear a nearby secret realm just to finish the quest. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered instantly. "What is up, Duan?" On the other end, Duan sounded incredibly hesitant, saying that Senior Fun had a special request to ask him. The hesitation made Ningfang uneasy. Pay attention to Duan's shaky voice. Is this bad news? Ningfang told him to just spit it out, recalling the old man's grief-stricken face. Apparently, Senior Fun wants to become his disciple. At City Hospital Number 2, Fang Rui greeted Ningfang from inside a rehabilitation pod. "Big Brother Kong, thanks for visiting me." Smiling warmly, he asked how he was doing and how his recovery was coming along. Inside the containment glass, a stable Fang Rui replied that health-wise, everything was fine, but they needed to monitor his dark energy for any spikes, meaning a few more days of hospital rest. Their conversation drifted down the hall as Fang Rui teased that this was a specialized ward for mutants, something most people never see. Normal citizens would never end up here. Meanwhile, outside, Fang Yi looked anxious yet incredibly grateful while speaking with Duan. Those two are extremely dangerous and have severely disrupted the local social order. The government takes this threat seriously but lacks a real solution, so I am pinning all my remaining hopes on the boss's help. I never expected him to agree so easily, though Duan quickly corrected him about Senior Fun. The boss wanted me to make clear that this is not a formal apprenticeship, but just a chance to help you train. After all, he prefers a quiet life and hates seeing villains run wild. Hearing this, Fang Yi nodded in agreement. I understand perfectly. But does the boss have any specific requirements? Let us pause here, because the boss's request is quite simple. He just needs a private training space. It does not need to be massive, but it must be completely discreet for his personal use and your special training. Seeing how easy the request was, Fang Yi agreed instantly, promising to arrange it as soon as possible. Then suddenly, he sensed a presence, spun around, and roared, demanding to know what those two were doing near Fang Rui's hospital room. Inside the room, Bang Ha stood holding a bag of fruit. Fang Rui had stepped out of his containment pod, standing protectively in front of Ningfang like a guard dog. With a smug smirk, Bang Ha offered a fake apology, saying his brother felt terrible for being too rough and putting the kid in the hospital. My brother has felt so guilty that we just had to drop by to check on you and make amends. Fang Yi burst in right then, his voice booming with fury as his skull form returned due to intense rage. Eerie flames from the dark grave flared up, reflecting his boiling anger. Seeing him so furious, Bang Ha smirked, mockingly asking Director Fun if he would really dare to attack him inside a hospital. Realizing the building was packed with innocent patients, Fang Yi hesitated, prompting Bang Ha to let out a smug, triumphant laugh. Before leaving, he reminded Fang Rui of their ticking clock, saying that since no one is fighting, he will take his leave. You only have 2 days left to make your choice, little brother. Do not forget it, he sneered before walking out with Kodong. Fang Yi's rigid posture sagged in defeat, while at the door, the two thugs bumped right into Duan standing outside. Suddenly, Kodong spat right onto Duan's chest, leaving him staring down in utter shock as the two walked away laughing maliciously. You and I know those arrogant scoundrels will pay soon. Let's jump back in as Fang Yi returns to normal and apologizes. But Ningfang just brushes it off, saying there is no need to feel sorry. Honestly, whatever went down earlier did not seem to faze Ningfang one bit. He calmly reaches for the fruit basket and offers some to Fang Rui, whose jaw drops at his absolute chill. Ningfang admires the overflowing fruit, murmuring that they shouldn't let it go to waste, and just like that, night falls in a blink of an eye. Inside a massive, luxurious room, those two thugs, Bang Ha and Kongdong, are living it up with gorgeous women laughing nearby as a hostess giggles, telling them not to be such a tease. She coos for them to finish their drinks, but Bang Ha suddenly sticks out his tongue in total disgust as he remembers something. He mentions the young heiress of the Wang group, noting that he heard she is pretty top tier. This triggers Elder Xiao's memory immediately, realizing they are talking about the famous Wang Yo. Little Chang wanted her as a sacrifice, but he gladly offers her up right before the back wall suddenly explodes with a massive blast. Get ready, because as Bang Ha keeps laughing, two masked figures emerge through the smoke. A sudden gust clears the haze, revealing Ningfang and Duan in masks, while Elder Xiao screams in fury at his shattered wall. Shouting to know who they are, Duan coldly warns the innocent crowd to stay out of the crossfire. He orders everyone to escape except Bang Ha and Gu Ying, prompting Bang Ha to signal his buddy that they are the targets. Gu Ying lunges forward instantly upon receiving the sign, while Bang Ha calmly keeps sipping his beer. He grips his massive weapon, charging ahead with absolute confidence. Gu Ying flashes a smug, arrogant grin as he swings his blade down, but Duan instantly raises his weapon for an effortless block. A sharp, ringing clash of metal echoes through the room as Duan's lightning speed completely catches Gu Ying off guard. He stares in shock, while Duan's expression turns serious after blocking the blow. This enemy's raw power has clearly surpassed the fifth transition. If he had not received his master's special training and obtained the god's epic reward, he would have been killed instantly, leaving Gu Ying staring at him in utter disbelief. How can this be? This weakling actually blocked my strike, but now I see what is happening. He only blocked me for a second, so the mage behind him could seize the perfect moment to strike. Did they seriously think a simple tactic like that would beat me? He glances over at the nearby noise. Look closely at Ningfang, who literally grabbed a chair to sit back and watch. He then pulls out a bag of snacks, acting so unbelievably relaxed that you would think he was watching a movie as he pops a piece right into his mouth. That careless snacking drives Gu Ying absolutely insane, allowing Duan to bark at his distracted target to focus on the fight. Caught off guard, Gu Ying takes a heavy palm strike, wincing in sudden pain. Duan's sheer force is so overwhelming it sends his enemy stumbling back a dozen paces. Knowing his opponent is no joke, Gu Ying stops holding back and activates his full battle armor. Launching forward with immense explosive power, he closes the gap in a single second as Duan quickly raises his blade to counter Gu Ying's vicious strike. Two massive waves of energy slam together, triggering a violent, crackling shockwave. Elder Xiao's crew remains frozen in shock watching the duel, while the two hostesses are completely terrified. The blue-haired hostess screams in pure terror, begging because they promised to let them go. Her friend looks toward the exit but shakes too violently to move, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire if she runs. Elder Xiao glances at Bang Ha standing nearby, feeling a bizarre, heavy pressure suddenly radiating off the man. It is like he is a totally different person now, his killer aura feeling as sharp as a drawn sword. His target is Ningfang, who keeps snacking calmly, even critiquing the food as if he has no idea someone is approaching. Mumbling that the melon seeds are actually good, he barely blinks as Bang Ha's blade suddenly comes whistling down toward his head. Ningfang casually grabs a nearby sword, easily blocking the lethal incoming strike. With a simple flick of his wrist, he deflects the blow, putting some safe distance between them. Bang Ha has also geared up for battle, while Ningfang grips his weapon and glares back coldly. To boost his power, he activates his passive, 6-star skill, Demon Breaking Blade, which uses Forbidden Dark Magic. Wielding magic and melee weapons together boosts all his stats by 100%. And that's where we leave it as Bang Ha stares in shock. How is a battle mage this ridiculously overpowered? Let's jump right into the action. The ground cracks under his feet and he leaps back. A deadly stone spike erupts right where he stood. Before he can even process it, a blinding streak of light charges his way. Trapped with absolutely nowhere to run, his only option is to raise his blade to block. Slipping past a few more of Ningfang's strikes, Bang Ha studies his opponent. He's really not that impressed. He fights like an amateur with zero real battle experience. Wait, no, he is holding back. He has to be planning a trap. He tells himself to be careful, then roars and swings his blade straight down. But Ningfang barely flinches, tightening his grip. Without budging an inch, he casually deflects that massive slash with just one hand. Their steel clashes in a rapid duel. Behind his mask, Ningfang's eyes suddenly glow with a terrifying, creepy light. Another rock spike thrusts outward. Bang Ha spots it, grits his teeth, and quickly twists so his heavy armor takes the impact. Grabbing that brief opening, Ningfang thrusts his sword forward. Bang Ha tries playing it safe, but the pressure is getting intense. He locks down his guard, looking incredibly worried. Pay attention here. How on earth is this masked guy getting stronger the longer they fight? Knowing he's in deep trouble, Bang Ha frantically yells for him to wait. Ningfang actually pauses, though his piercing eyes are still locked on his prey. His energy is fading fast, forcing Bang Ha back. He frantically pleads, asking if they can talk like civilized adults, since they are both elites. There is really no reason to fight to the death. Ningfang narrows his eyes, his voice cold and final. Old man, it's simple. You die, and I live. Furious and insulted, Bang Ha roars that it's absurd. He sneers, telling him that to his master, Ningfang is just a pathetic insect. Ningfang pauses, a memory flashing in his mind as he asks, "Your master?" He questions if they are talking about the Secret Realm's Demon King. Seeing this reaction, Bang Ha gets his confidence back. Exactly, he boasts, as he visualizes his master's imposing and godlike presence. Beaming with absolute arrogance, he brags that his master holds a type of power no ordinary human could ever comprehend. Forget standard human hunters, even the supreme demon lords of hidden realms have perished countless times under his master's hand. In fact, his master's favorite hobby is harvesting the bones of strong foes to turn them into creepy decorations. Ningfang asks in a chilly tone if his master really slaughters demon lords, and if he harvests their bones as well. Completely oblivious to the danger, Bang Ha laughs and proudly agrees. You and I both know he messed up. Ningfang grins like a predator finding its prey and asks, "Where is your master?" Meanwhile, chaos is brewing outside, as the full moon shines its pale light over the massive skyscrapers below. Tam pulls up with his squad, ready to storm the top floor of the Xiao family's corporate office building. After tracing a photo here, they suspect Bang Ha and Kun are hiding inside. Suddenly, a glowing magic orb manifests in Fang Yi's hands. He launches it skyward to scout the area, and the magical orb suddenly stops right outside a specific floor. It expands, casting the inner room's scene directly into Fang Yi's mind before suddenly shaking violently from a massive wave of energy. Through the magical lens, Fang Yi watches Ningfang battle against Bang Ha. Seeing the target struggle under Ningfang's relentless pressure, he mutters that Bang Ha is clearly not having an easy time in there. Additionally, the masked fighter displays odd magical energy, indicating he might be using a disguise spell. Back inside, all of Bang Ha's arrogant swagger completely vanishes as he stares at the kid like he's looking at a literal monster. With stats boosting 20, 40, then 60%, Fang Yi can only watch in absolute awe at Ningfang's terrifying strength. He is incredible. His movements are so smooth and natural, and his holy light powers are totally shutting down his enemy. Where did this monster even come from? With another stats boost, a set of razor-sharp jaws suddenly clamps down hard on him. Bang Ha has shifted into a terrifying new form. Now armored from head to toe with giant teeth tearing through his torso and blood-red eyes, he gains his confidence back after trapping Ningfang. I can't believe you forced me to use this. How annoying, especially since this transformation demands a massive toll. Watching from down below, Fang Yi screams in pure horror as the kid is swallowed. Meanwhile, Duan remains totally focused on his duel with Kun. Though the two fighters seem equally matched, Duan actually looks a lot more relaxed during their clash. Kun spots Ningfang getting eaten and sneers with a dark grin, taunting that his little teammate just got swallowed whole. Aren't you worried? But trust me, you and I are about to see Duan react with pure calm. I have no right to worry about your boss, Duan says, keeping his guard up as his blade swings down. Let's watch this together. Blood sprays everywhere as Duan cuts deep into Kong's chest, finishing his cold warning. And neither do you, Duan adds. Kong screams in agony, drawing Bang Ha's gaze before he quickly looks to his right. Old Man Xiao does not even have time to hide, looking like an absolute coward as he stammers. Forgive me, Mr. Bang. These trash are no match for you. Slash. The coward's upper half instantly vanishes. The two hostesses want to scream, but they do not dare make a single sound. They just tremble, covering their mouths as Bang Ha curses in annoyance, calling Xiao the real trash. Since I transformed, I should swallow some more of you, Bang Ha sneers. Ningfang notices him eyeing the orb and tenses. Oh no, they are spotted. But pay attention here, right as Bang Ha laughs, a massive explosion erupts. And yes, that blast literally erupted from inside Bang Ha's stomach. In his final moments, the monster gasps in utter disbelief as Ningfang walks right out of his torn body, totally unscathed under his protective magical shield. After blowing a massive hole right through Bang Ha, Ningfang looks pretty disappointed. That took too long. I am still not used to real combat, Ningfang mutters as Bang Ha dies. The demon's corpse is frozen in a final scream, prompting Kong to panic and yell for his brother. Duan instantly exploits the opening to slash his chest. Even after the clash, Duan remains completely calm, his breathing perfectly steady. Behind him, Kong collapsed, with blood spraying wildly from his chest. Outside, everything is dead silent. Seeing their chance, the two hostesses quickly scramble and run for their lives. Now, let's pause. Ningfang nudges the dying Kong, telling him not to die, because he wants answers. Meanwhile, deep inside the Blood Mist Valley secret realm, a minor monster reports the situation to his master. An intruder is at the portal, Demon God. Hearing this, the Dark Lord immediately orders everyone to retreat. They are coming for me, he growls, looking down at the shattered soul stones of Kong and Bang Ha. The shattered soul energy confirms their deaths. However, right before dying, Kong managed to transmit a final message. The Demon God recalls the intercepted audio, hearing Ningfang's cold voice ring out loud and clear. Where is your master? Ningfang demanded. In his final breath, Kong spat out a desperate threat. My master is in the Duo Sun secret realm. He will avenge us. Remembering this, he coldly orders his small fries to stand down. Since the enemy killed Bang Ha and Kong, they stand no chance. You are no match for him. I will handle this myself. The monster quickly obeys. Watching his subordinate flee, the demon god sighs. His loyal minions only survive by feeding on his dark energy. Only unique species like humans can level up independently, offering him even greater power to consume. Suddenly, a grotesque lump of flesh bulges from his chest, looking like it is about to burst. Moments later, the skin tears open, revealing a bizarre skull completely different from the rest. Patting the skull, he recalls being an ordinary demon king until he accidentally stumbled upon the remains of a high-tier demon god. That artifact granted him immense power and taught him how to force humans into absolute submission. Using it, he crushed his enemies, turning them into trophies. Soon, Ningfang will just be another collectible. The demon god lifts the skull high, standing proudly like a triumphant lord of the underworld. But before he can celebrate, a blinding beam of light violently strikes his body. Outside, Ningfang stares curiously at the thick white mist pouring out of the realm entrance, wondering what it is. The heavy fog blocks his vision completely, while residual energy from his devastating skill still crackles around his hands. Active skill. Thunder Demon Fall, a dark forbidden spell that summons a massive thunderstorm. Once the storm fades, he searches the area but finds absolutely nothing, deeply annoying him since there are no monsters around. Just then, his system pings, detecting the End Era relic. Ningfang's eyes light up. It actually gave me a lead. The End Era relic must be undamaged. I will follow this energy signature, he says, spotting the relic held by a dark stone statue. He channels his magic, completely unaware that this dark statue is actually the demon god himself. And trust me, refining this relic only floods his mind with frustrating memories. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in with Ningfang, who just realized his massive loot was a scam. But as his points skyrocket, his mood instantly recovers. Every single attribute just jumped by 100 points. Now, even without skills, he can easily crush most adventurers. Plus, he just broke past level 40, unlocking a brand new ability. The item this time is a forbidden spellbook. Ningfang just stares in dead silence. A wave of unease washes over him. This forbidden summoning spell, it is not going to summon some crazy demon lord, right? If that actually happens, will not everyone start looking at him like some evil god? He casts his water element, realizing he cannot overthink this forever. Without hesitating, he places his hand on the forbidden summoning spell. Might as well learn the skill now and deal with any consequences later. Now watch closely as he learns it, his voice filled with pure disbelief. Is this thing trying to conquer the world? Active skill transmutation, Gate of Darkness. A dark forbidden spell that opens an abyssal portal, continuously summoning dark creatures for 12 full hours. Or he can summon a high-ranked demon lord whenever he wants. He knew this would be insane. His eyes are glued to the very last line of the description, summon a high-ranked demon lord at any time. Ningfang reads it again, realizing this spell is actually incredibly interesting. A high-ranked demon lord with absolutely no time limit. Now that sounds like fun, does it not? He will definitely test this out when the chance comes. The very next day, Duan looks at the photos of Bang Ha and Kong, both crossed out in red, and explains softly. Those two scumbags were incredibly dangerous. To keep everyone safe, they simply could not be allowed to survive. So, more info just proved how deadly they were. Fang Yi looks incredibly grateful and offers his sincere thanks. Seriously, you and the big boss saved our lives. We cannot thank you enough, he says, bowing deeply. Duan gives a reassuring smile, telling Senior Fang he is being far too formal. Tam watches this, a huge weight finally lifting. Thankfully, the officials trusted her master and showed goodwill to the mysterious boss. Every single lingering doubt has now been completely erased. Trust me, those two monsters would have caused absolute chaos if they were left alive. After thanking Duan, Fang Yi looks at two folders on the table, noting the government is taking this very seriously. Plus, we heard the big boss wanted a place to train, so we selected a few perfect locations. The folders hold all the details right here. First, let me show you what we found. These are top-tier, government-built training facilities with amazing environments and full infrastructure. They guarantee total privacy from unauthorized military personnel. Even so, Duan follows protocol to consult with Ningfang first. Of course, the training space the big boss requested was just a cover. They cannot expose his actual specialized training methods, so Duan takes the documents back for the boss to choose himself. Looking at the massive facility standing before him, Ningfang stands there with his jaw dropped, absolutely stunned by how huge it is. Duan begins introducing the specs. This is the state's brand new adventurer base, named Base 51, which is not even operational yet. Senior Fang said that if the big boss likes it, they will hand it over directly. Stunned, he asks if they mean the whole thing, and Duan laughs. As they tour, Duan explains the details. The entire building has 10 floors, featuring training zones, offices, recreational areas, and private living quarters. It can easily hold about 2,000 people. It has rest areas, complete high-tech infrastructure, a smart control system, a full cafeteria, and even a rooftop garden. After looking around, Ningfang is incredibly satisfied with this massive new training base. Since he needs to quietly cultivate and build up his raw strength, this spot is absolutely perfect. Just thinking about it gets him excited. Later, he and Duan sit down with Fang Yi to discuss the contract. Hearing that they chose this place, Fang Yi beams with excitement. He praises the heroic spirits of Ning, Fang, and Duan, thrilled that the boss chose Base 51. It is an amazing choice. You saved Tandu City twice and Longback City once. Plus, you eliminated major threats like Bang Ha and Kong. The government is ready to fully support a hero like you. So, the base is completely free. We both know he is signing that paper in a heartbeat. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action, where even the government is playing nice with our main character. They literally handed over a massive base the moment he asked. Duan, completely unfazed by now, just grabbed the contract and signed. Since the big boss hates dealing with trivial matters, managing this massive base is left entirely to me and brother Fang Ning. Right then, Senior Fang Yi's face turned dead serious as he brought up starting a guild once again. If the big boss is thinking about launching a guild, I will gladly offer my full support. Duan looked up, seizing the opportunity to ask a question that Fang Ning had always wondered about. Senior Fang, is there a reliable way for us to get fresh intelligence without actually establishing a formal guild? No offense, but our boss is not exactly a tech genius on the internet. Senior Fang Yi pondered for a brief second, then chuckled and said, that is actually easy. For elite, high-level national experts like your boss, the government can easily establish a private information channel. But since it is not top secret, the authorities will also see whatever intel is shared through it. Listening in, Fang Ning was highly amused by the grand title they were using to describe him for once. But his focus remained on Senior Fang Yi's intelligence methods, an elite, high-level national expert. Now think about this, while Duan and Fang Ning struggle to gather scraps of intel, the government already labeled him a god-level expert. The official channels are way more effective, though I should definitely build up my own private networks instead of relying only on them. Besides, running a guild sounds like an absolute administrative nightmare. We do not lack top-tier resources anyway, so maybe we can turn this base into something completely unique. Once the papers were signed, the duo escorted Senior Fang Yi outside. That was when Duan remembered the training. He quickly added, Senior Fang, your special training is set for next week. I will give you a shout before we begin. Senior Fang Yi smiled warmly, incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. I really hate to be such a burden. Right on cue, his phone started ringing off the hook. He picked up to a terrified voice on the line. Director Fang, our team just found mysterious disappearances that match the exact patterns of Pang Xia and Gu Ying. I am terrified more of those monsters will appear. Hanging up, a heavy burden immediately weighed on Senior Fang Yi's heart. He sighed deeply, knowing that even with the boss's training, he could not face these terrifying enemies all by himself. If only he could train strong experts overnight. Before he knew it, the sun had set and night had fallen. A bright full moon illuminated the dark sky as Senior Fang Yi finally made it home and quietly slipped through the front door. Young Fang Rui spotted him and leaped up like an excited kid, shouting, Grandpa, you are back. He then noticed the packed suitcase sitting on the floor and asked suspiciously where his grandfather was going. Fang Rui's face lit up with pure hype, fists clenched. Since the Supernova training camp starts soon, Brother Fang set up an exclusive course for us. He just called to say we are leaving for the facility the day after tomorrow, so I am packing my bags. Let's pause here. Look how skeptical Senior Fang Yi is. A private training session with Fang Ning, just for you guys? He is only inviting 5 people, the kid bragged proudly. Senior Fang Yi got so incredibly excited that his inner energy flared up like a literal ghost rider. He could not believe the big boss was actually willing to train others. Seeing his grandfather's fiery reaction, Fang Rui's jaw hit the floor. Grandpa, you are literally on fire again. Trying to calm him down, the old man quickly raised a hand. Do not worry. I took the medicine Duan brought. My body feels much stronger now. I just have not fully mastered the dark energy yet. Tell me, who else did Fang Ning invite? Under his grandfather's intense pressure, the boy spilled everything, saying it was mostly just close friends. Everyone else has known Brother Fang for ages. Hearing this, Senior Fang Yi felt like they had just hit the absolute jackpot. This meant the big boss was personally looking out for the rookie. Immediately, the old man started packing his grandson's bags. Get over here and let me help. You must listen to Fang Ning. This is a golden opportunity. Do not waste it. Fang Rui stood there, totally baffled. The scene cuts to a massive, bustling training facility right on the edge of a deep forest as Wang Yui leads the group inside. She looked around, noting that she never expected Fang Ning's facility to be completely hidden away in the wilderness. Suddenly, a glowing teleportation array appeared directly beneath their feet, catching everyone completely off guard. In a flash, the 4 of them materialized right in front of a waving Fang Ning and Fang Rui. Trust me, you and I cannot wait to see their training. Over there, Jiangshu spots a familiar face. Let's dive into this crazy training arc together. You got here early, Fang Rui, he replies, as Shu Ying leans in to whisper a warning to Wang Yu. Thank goodness it looks like Fang Ning did not call Fang Mu. Looking around in absolute awe, she gasps at how massive the place is while Jiangshu follows close behind. Even the headquarters of the 7 great guilds cannot compare to this, but Wang Yu still looks suspicious. How on earth did you find a place like this, Fang Ning? He just smirks at her questioning. A family elder owns this place, so they let me borrow it. he says breezily, leaving Wang Yu totally speechless and unable to say a single word. She does not believe a single word of his story about some mysterious family elder. Fang Ning has never mentioned him before, and he has only grown more mysterious since his awakening. After dodging her questions, Fang Ning pushes his assistant forward to introduce him to the waiting group. "This is Duan, the man in charge of your special training," Fang Ning says as Duan waves warmly. While everyone stands dazed, Fang Rui snaps to attention and loudly salutes. "Hello, Senior Du." Wang Yu hesitates, stuttering out a nervous greeting to the legendary figure in front of her. Smiling through her awkwardness, Duan turns to lead the way, telling them it is time to head to the training grounds. But pay attention here, because Jiangshu senses something off and whispers, "Fang Rui, do you actually know this Senior Du? You seem incredibly nervous." Instantly, Fang Rui's entire expression flips, shifting into one of pure, unshakable confidence. He whispers back that the crazy celestial phenomenon earlier was because Senior Du passed the legendary trial of the gods. His raw power is far beyond even guild leader Lu of the famous Yining Guild. The entire group instantly freezes like stone statues, their mouths hanging open as if waiting for a system update. After a roller coaster of shocking revelations, the group finally steps onto the epic training grounds. All five immediately lock into battle mode, their explosive morale shining brighter than a neon sign. Seeing them completely fired up, Fang Ning pauses for a second, his eyes wide with shock. Why is everyone suddenly so motivated? He wonders while watching from above, witnessing their sudden burst of energy. Still, he feels a deep sense of relief because he can cast forbidden spells here without compromising the room's cloaking barrier. Fang Ning cannot help but smirk. He does not want to build a basic guild, but rather breed top-tier monsters without limits. As long as he handpicks the right allies, they can dominate. Now, let's watch how they hold up downstairs. Wang Yu is fully focused, her dark energy surging and roiling like a living pool of black ink. The dark aura ripples outward, looking ready to devour the very air around her. Suddenly, a razor-sharp streak of ink slashes across her arm. Wang Yu's face contorts in agony, and she lets out a sharp cry of pain while clutching her wound. Clenching her teeth, she desperately tries to analyze the situation. This oppressive pressure is terrifyingly real. If this were a real battle instead of training, it would completely crush anyone's will to fight. Then a realization hits her. Did Fang Ning become this ridiculously powerful by surviving these exact same brutal training exercises? Meanwhile, Jiangshu's face is filled with absolute resolve. He knows they are not natural-born geniuses. They can never surpass raw talent just by working hard, but Xu Ying grits his teeth anyway. But their boss has given them real hope. Fang Rui grips his weapon, whispering that he cannot rely on his grandfather's protection forever. He wants to become strong enough to protect the people he loves. As for Xu Ying, she remains completely silent, tightly clutching two test tubes with a cold, piercing glare. Watching from above, Fang Ning nods in satisfaction. Everyone is actually putting on a pretty decent show. Outside, the sky is still beautiful, but the team looks like withered plants left out in 40-degree heat for a week. They are so thoroughly drained that a gentle breeze could probably knock them flat. It feels like they have been tortured for 100 years, leaving them half dead. But before they can even utter a single complaint, Duan appears at the doorway, looking as fresh as if he just came back from a light morning jog. He waves and smiles warmly, like he is greeting a neighbor, completely ignoring that everyone is half dead on the floor. And that is where we leave it, trust me. Things are about to get even crazier. Stick with me, we are about to watch our crew drag themselves into the VIP lounge for some targeted training. They gather around a circular table, looking as serious as anxious students awaiting test results. No one dares to speak, as if under a gag order, until Wang Yua finally breaks the heavy silence. Even though this special training just started, we learned more today than we did in the last few years combined. If we had just relied on ourselves, we never would have uncovered all these critical issues. Across from her, Fang Rui stares blankly at the table, deeply conflicted over his weird dark energy today. Even at full power, he felt in total control. Suddenly, Xu Ting collapses onto the table, crying like it is the end of the world. Ningfang just stares at him, completely baffled by the dramatic breakdown. Wait, let us get back on track here. Xu Ting, what is going on with you? Wang Yua glances at Xu Ting, who is crying his eyes out, and sighs with a helpless shake of her head. It is just that the pressure on us has been massive. And check this out, because our school sent so many kids to the supernova camp, the internet is absolutely losing its mind. Hearing this, Ningfang immediately pulls out his phone, squinting as he searches for the drama. Wait, really? Where is this? Let me see. As they scroll through Facebook, Wang Yua leans in to show them. Just like she said, social media is an absolute dumpster fire right now. User 29713-134 is gossiping hard, asking what kind of place Chindu High School even is. Number 7? Never heard of it. Is it possible some hidden genius suddenly popped up out of nowhere? Another user replies while eating popcorn. noting they have one supernova ranked in the top 5. Another account jumps in to correct them, pointing out there are actually 2 supernovas. One is 5th ranked Wang Yue, and the other is Xiao Chang, ranked 14th. Others sound deeply skeptical. They complain about never hearing of Xiao Chang, while pointing out 3 randoms who are not even on the list. Did they use the back door? Another user chimed in, saying it is highly likely. They check the results for Shu Ting and the other guys. Total mediocrity. They do not deserve a spot in this elite camp at all. One user comments bitterly, mocking them for claiming there is nothing shady going on here. Even a dog would not believe that. Another adds a sharp jab, calling the camp a total landfill. Why are they letting trash in? Someone then points the finger directly at Ningfang. Now, you and I know the others have some creds, but this Ningfang guy is a complete and total mystery. No info exists on him. Another user completely loses it, calling the lack of records incredibly suspicious. What is this hidden character nonsense? Angry comments are actively stirring up the pot. Someone needs to teach this trash a lesson. But amidst the sea of hate, one lone account stands up against the mob. They post that it is nothing like what these haters are saying, telling them not to spread rumors without knowing the truth. Reading this, Ningfang gets annoyed, thinking these trolls are really something else. They just hide behind screens throwing insults. Predictably, this defensive comment quickly receives a massive barrage of hate from netizens. Who is this? Talking like a know-it-all. Is this that trash Shu Ting or the Ningfang guy? This bold defender catches Ningfang's attention, so he clicks the profile. Wait, it is someone he actually knows. It is a student ID from Chengdu City High School number 7. The name is Chang Muchu. Suddenly, an internet sleuth in the chat quickly recognizes her real identity. She is the 4th person from that supernova list. The one they keep calling trash. They dare her to show her face and confront them. This catches Ningfang completely by surprise. It really is Chang Muchu, and she just posted this today. Wang Yue, standing right beside him, is totally stunned too. She never expected her to stand up for them. While they digest the drama, Shu Ting looks up, wiping away his tears. Tell them to stop reading. He admits he was terrified of embarrassing his boss, Ningfang, when he first got accepted. But thanks to this training, all those worries are totally gone. Seeing their anxious looks, Ningfang laughs. Trust me, we can't help but smile with him. Just focus on training. In a few days, I will bring you all a nice reward, making Wang Yue curious. She asks what it is, but he playfully says it is a secret. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as her adorable pout completely breaks the tension, making everyone burst out laughing. Once night falls, the forest goes completely silent, except for the steady chirping of crickets. Ningfang sits on his bed, lost in thought under the soft golden glow of his bedside lamp, highlighting his serious expression in the quiet dark. He stares blankly into the shadows, searching for answers hidden deep within the darkness. Absorbing the Demon King's memories actually uncovered the truth about himself and the evil god, and honestly, it is devastating. Historically, there were 7 evil gods born directly from the raw power of darkness. They were the entities worshipped by all the monsters within the secret realms. But this evil god and Ningfang? They were never part of that group. This realization sends shockwaves through Ningfang. In reality, this so-called evil god was once one of the 12 overlord deities, the almighty magic god himself. Alongside the other 11 overlord gods, he led his loyal followers to wipe out those 7 original evil deities. With them gone, no monsters dared to invade the world of light. But that was exactly when the tragedy began. Surprisingly, once the threat of darkness was gone, the almighty magic god became obsessed with studying its dark power, slowly driving himself insane. Luckily, the other 11 gods noticed his descent in time and clashed with the almighty magic god. Outmatched, the almighty magic god grabbed his chance to escape, forever branding himself as an evil god. From that day on, the world of light passed down this legend, and everyone believed it without question. But watch closely, the demon race has a completely different story. According to demon records, once the followers of the gods were safe from darkness, they slowly lost their sense of danger. Over generations, their devotion to the deities faded until they no longer relied on them. It seemed harmless, but it made the gods absolutely furious. Desperate for power through raw worship, the gods began creating brand new followers. Even gods have bottomless ambition. They began urging their tribes to slaughter each other, treating their own loyal believers as expendable tools and blood sacrifices for personal gain. Even the vicious monsters lurking in the shadows began creeping out with the gods' silent approval. This chaos is what actually triggered the creation of the secret realms across the world. Only the calm and aloof almighty magic god refused to play this twisted game, completely ignoring the struggle for believers. And I know what you're thinking, but nobody expected the war to target the magic god's peaceful followers next. Completely defenseless, his entire tribe was nearly slaughtered to extinction. But the tragedy did not stop there. The almighty magic god furiously demanded the other deities end this senseless war, but they only mocked his pleas. Tensions exploded into an all-out divine war, and it was during this very clash that his real strength was unleashed. The peaceful god who had always avoided conflict suddenly exploded with devastating battle power. He slaughtered 2 of the 11 overlord gods and severely wounded 6 more before finally being pushed back. Following that slaughter, the divine realm plunged into utter chaos, and the legendary magic god vanished without a trace. Rumor says he stepped into a neutral void beyond light and dark, disappearing forever. Terrified of his return, the surviving gods work tirelessly to ruin his name. As he searches for any remaining clues about this legendary deity, Ningfang closes his eyes to dig deeper into his memories. The sheer power is mind-blowing. Imagine killing 2 gods and escaping completely unharmed against dozens of opponents. No wonder the system kept telling me my worries were just a joke. Turns out I was stressing myself out for absolutely nothing. It seems the evil god inside him was actually framed all along. Ningfang sighs in exhaustion, but the inherited memory abruptly ends right there. It is a shame he still has no idea what ultimately happened to the magic god. But then again, it is just a legend. Distinguishing truth from lies is nearly impossible. But regardless of the past, he still needs to keep leveling up. Risking his life needlessly is definitely not his style. After a long night of thinking, dawn breaks and Ningfang sets off alone. He dashes forward at blinding speed, leaving a trail of light in his wake before arriving at a massive secret realm gate. Staring directly into the shimmering, mysterious energy, Ningfang steels his resolve and steps forward without a single moment of hesitation. The Adventurer Management Bureau makes gathering countrywide info incredibly convenient. It lets him track down tons of wild, unregistered secret realms. But the second he teleports in, a herd of massive, furious bulls charges straight at him. Almost as if he was anticipating this very moment, the magic staff in his hand suddenly erupts with a brilliant, blinding light. With one massive blast, Ningfang vaporizes the entire herd. And trust me, seeing those sweet experience points skyrocket is just as satisfying for us as it is for him. With the battlefield cleared, Ningfang opens up his status board. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character farm some high-quality gear from a massive boss. Soon, he finds the ironclad Bull Demon Secret Realm boss, a bloodthirsty beast with sharp, glittering horns dripping with pure malice. Next to Ningfang, this monster is just a grasshopper challenging an elephant, even though its massive steps shake the very earth. Thick dust swirls everywhere, but Ningfang does not flinch. With a cocky smirk and a razor-sharp gaze, he lunges forward, sword flashing. A brilliant crimson gleam slices the air like jagged red lightning. In one swift motion, he lands a devastating critical hit right on the beast's forehead, sending shockwaves through the air. But then, disaster strikes. His sword shatters into a million tiny shards, exploding everywhere. Yet Ningfang does not even blink. He just calmly stares down at his broken weapon. His absolute silence is terrifying, but honestly, this was all part of the plan. Every single move had been perfectly calculated. Because his level is still too low, his gear is way weaker than what 4th or 5th tier adventurers use. So after several intense, non-stop battles, his sword finally just snapped. He feels a flash of annoyance, but remembers he is facing a deadly dungeon boss. Seeing Ningfang disarmed, the armored bull demon instantly gets cocky, completely flipping its attitude. It sneers, mocking his apparent weakness, but Ningfang just tosses his broken hilt aside, totally unbothered by losing a useless piece of junk. Suddenly, he channels his raw mana, unleashing a violent storm of purple energy that shakes the earth. Now, watch closely, because the boss is completely blindsided, staggering backward in absolute shock from this insane power surge. In an instant, the massive bull drops like a stone, collapsing onto the dirt, utterly helpless. Ningfang hoped this kill would boost him further, but he is disappointed to only go from level 43 to 47. The experience points were barely worth the hassle, especially since he lost his weapon in the process. But it is not a total loss. Along with the experience, he unlocks a brand new skill. His Windblade technique evolves into a terrifying forbidden spell called Devouring Wind. It is a dark, forbidden spell that unleashes a destructive storm, devouring all light in its path. But even this does not satisfy Ningfang. He is unimpressed, wanting as many forbidden spells as possible. Without them, he worries his firepower will fall short. But magic alone will not save him. Without proper equipment, he cannot hope to challenge a god, let alone clear harder dungeons. As a man of action, he needs gear. Ningfang turns his back on the fallen demon and walks away. Now, where is the next dungeon? Let's follow him to a nearby city to grab some gear at a massive, multi-story shopping complex. Sunlight gleams off the glass building. The moment he steps inside, a saleswoman named Gao greets him with loud, forced enthusiasm. "Sir, our finest collection of orange-tier longswords is right here. Please take your pick." Ningfang scans the display, totally bored. "Only 7 swords? Forget it. How much for the lot? I will buy them all." The woman freezes, completely speechless and wide-eyed. Who is this incredibly young guy? Not only does he hold a supreme black card, but he is also buying all 7 orange tier swords. I brought out our absolute best weapons with the highest stats. Yet he does not even blink, treating them like worthless trash. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door snaps Gao back to reality. Come in. A worried employee peeks her head in, asking Gao to handle an urgent situation outside. Gao does not want to hear it. She impatiently cuts her off, brushing her aside with a polite but annoyed tone. I am assisting a VIP. Whatever it is, tell me later. But the employee stammers, trying to protest. But as soon as Gao dismisses her, the room goes dead silent as a mocking voice sneers from the hallway, questioning why this kid is getting special VIP treatment. Do you think the young master of the Gu family is not worthy of these items? Heavy footsteps approach. Gu Yunu strides in with his bodyguards, looking incredibly smug and demanding everyone bow to his presence. Seeing him, Master Gao looks like she has seen a ghost, terrified of the powerful Gu family heir. If a fight breaks out here, she is the one who will take all the blame. But as they enter, they find Ningfang casually sipping coffee, absolutely unbothered by their grand entrance. And trust me, you are going to love this. Gu Yunu goes pale, his body freezing as he stammers out, Master Ning. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character destroy this spoiled brat's pride with a casual, who are you? Seeing Ningfang's smug attitude, raw fury flares inside Gu Yunshu. He loses all control, pointing straight at his face and snarling. You robbed me of all those supplies, and you do not even remember me? Of course, he only screams that in his head. I'm Gu Yunshu of the Gu family. Hearing this, Ningfang finally remembers this pathetic guy from before. Gu Yunshu forces a fake, polite laugh as if speaking to a respected elder, acting friendly while his insides boil with pure rage. He had sent men to dig into Ningfang's background, but they kept hitting brick walls. It feels like someone is hiding the truth, leaving only chaotic, contradicting info online. Some claim he just awakened at 18, while others say he is a reincarnated god, each rumor crazier than the last. None of it makes sense, but since he blocked the Gu family's search, his true identity must be terrifying. Cutting through the awkward small talk, Ningfang points casually toward the table, asking if any swords caught his eye. Gu Yunshu declines with fake modesty, claiming he is just casually browsing around. Outwardly polite, he is absolutely fuming, thinking, how dare he? I would rather get nothing than buy from him again. Hearing Gu Yunshu's unusually submissive words, Master Cao and his staff are utterly dumbfounded. Watch closely right here. The staff's jaws completely drop as they wonder if this is really the nation's number 2 ranked supernova. Ignoring everyone around him, the proud young master cannot bear to stay in this room another second. Gu Yunshu quickly cooks up an excuse to escape, telling them to take their time as he leaves. Ningfang just nods indifferently as he leaves. Once out of sight, Gu Yunshu sprints directly into the men's restroom. Thankfully, the place is empty, or else everyone would hear him screaming like a lunatic inside a stall. Gu Yunshu slams his fist onto the cold stone counter, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this is humiliating. I have to destroy him or I will choke on this rage. In the quiet room, his face twists with absolute malice, eyes bloodshot from pure, unfiltered hatred. He whips out his phone, frantically tapping to open a forum burner account he uses specifically to smear and destroy his rivals. Instantly, user 775, who is secretly Gu Yunshu, starts posting toxic lies. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. A toxic smear campaign online? Oh, the internet is already eating it right up. But suddenly, another user jumps in to shut him down. That is not true at all. Stop spreading fake news if you do not know the facts. Seeing the user's profile picture, Gu Yunshu recoils in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. That account belongs to his ally, Thoring Mukthu. Even his closest friend has betrayed him. Now, Gu Yunshu is left throwing a pathetic tantrum in a cramped bathroom stall. His voice drips with pure venom. I will find that trial dungeon and crush Ningfang myself. Just you wait, bastard. Back in the majestic halls of Fenkong, Master Cao and his staff bow deeply to Ningfang, wishing him safe travels. Stepping out of the building, Ningfang walks away with the undeniable aura of a true peak player. In a rare, quiet moment, Ningfang sighs, his eyes flashing with complex thoughts. Soon, he arrives inside the high-level dungeon to farm experience, unleashing devastating, lightning-fast attacks with zero hesitation. His combat moves are so brutal that even the monsters back away in fear. After wiping out waves of enemies, he finally levels up. Covered in sweat, he smiles. Catching his breath, he sighs with relief. Finally, level 60. Time for my second awakening. Grinding without using my broken forbidden curse really takes forever. Just then, a strange glowing altar suddenly rises right before his eyes. An ancient altar. Looking at it, his face darkens as forgotten memories flood his mind. These demons once worshipped powerful evil gods, right before the 12 main deities hunted and destroyed them all. But Ningfang knows the truth. These monsters are not just invading Earth for fun. They want to resurrect the 7 true evil gods, while other beasts try to seize that godhood themselves. As he puts the pieces together, a chilling realization hits. So what do you and I make of this? The gods aren't protectors and they've marked him as their mortal enemy. Alright, stick with me here. Through careful deduction, Ningfang realized that the terrifying legend of the demon magic god was actually true. To these powerful deities, humans and all other mortal races are nothing but toys kept around for their amusement. With that in mind, he raised his staff and tapped the altar to test its reaction. And right after that, Ningfang calmly strode away, leaving a massive, fiery explosion in his wake. He kept reminding himself that neither gods nor demons are truly good. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and Ningfang stared at the screen. It was a message from Brother Goy. It was the perfect time to head back, grab his second awakening quest, and return to training headquarters. By then, the sun was high overhead. Inside the laboratory, Tudin playfully teased her brother as he worked, amazed that he actually scored a private lab at headquarters. Jiangthu tagged along right behind out of pure curiosity, looking super pumped until he noticed something eye-catching sitting on the table. And Tin gasped, saying that this glowing pink potion looked delicious. Tungai immediately stopped his work and warned her, telling her not to drink random things because this is the potion of oblivion. It forces you to completely forget a skill, and since he just brewed it, they better keep their hands off of it. Hearing that scary warning, both Tudin and Jiangthu froze in absolute fear, their faces reflecting pure shock. Now watch closely here. With eyes struggling to process the scene, Wang Duet stared at Ningfang in total disbelief. Is this really the incredible potion you mentioned? With a mysterious and dangerous smile, he twirled his finger, hinting that while it was related to the potion, something else entirely was about to leave her speechless. The next second, as everyone watched in breathless excitement, Ningfang revealed items glowing with a blinding light. With racing hearts and wide eyes, everyone gasped in absolute shock at the orange tier skills. Ningfang held up a silent wind for the archer, a healing link for the priest, a giant's blade for the berserker, and a great barrier for the shield knight. Seeing these legendary items with his own eyes, Jiangthu was overflowing with joy. Normally, you can only find purple tier skills on the market. This is literally my first time seeing orange tier ones. Tudin was completely speechless at the sheer luxury of it all, while beside her, Wang Duet's lips trembled as she spoke. Are these actually dungeon drops? He just gave her a light, cheerful smile. Exactly. They were extremely high-level dungeons, but once you all level up, you will clear them easily too. While his friends cheered, Feng Duo went pale as paper, gasping at the impossible drop rates for orange tier gear. Ningfang's insane level of power has already left us completely in the dust. Hearing this, Ningfang immediately boosted their spirits, telling them not to just stand there with only a week left at the training grounds. So hurry up and master these legendary new skills. You and I can feel the tension melting away as they started moving, laughing and chatting together in high spirits. But out of nowhere, 2 familiar figures approached, making Feng Duo's voice tremble with absolute delight as he spotted them. Grandpa? The others were totally stunned, stammering in shock when they realized it was indeed the legendary Senior Fang. Senior Fang nodded gently, greeting everyone with a warm and incredibly casual hello. Immediately, the 2 girls reacted the most intensely, their minds already racing with excitement. Even though they had only been training for a few days, seeing a legendary powerhouse like Senior Fang standing right in front of them was a dream come true. Meanwhile, Senior Fang silently evaluated them from top to bottom, realizing these must be Ningfang's close friends. Getting top-tier guidance from a veteran at such a young age means their future is absolutely limitless. Ningfang, on the other hand, was already secretly planning his next move. Since the new week had just started, it was the perfect time for Senior Fang's training, and with multiple practice rooms available, everyone could train at the exact same time. Without wasting any time, the senior stepped forward with a voice full of curiosity and excitement. Xiao Rui has been doing incredibly well lately. I hope he hasn't caused you guys any trouble. Ningfang immediately smiled and replied, Not at all, sir. Senior Fang, you actually showed up at the perfect time. Would you like to see their results? Trust me, you and I are going to be just as excited as Senior Fang was. Before long, they arrived at the training room, where all the advanced equipment was running at full capacity. Inside, terrifying monster illusions materialized as if they were real. All right, stick with me as danger fills the air. And Wang Hua, eyes blazing with spirit, draws his bowstring and releases his shot. The spectral arrow flies like lightning, piercing through the air. Clad in advanced armor, Feng Rui slashes horizontally at a horde of monsters, while Jiang Shu simultaneously empowers his own body. The giant blade strikes with a thunderous roar, unleashing an epic blow, backed by the constant support of Shu Ying's linked healing. Thanks to this, every wound they take recovers almost instantly, keeping their energy high and letting them maintain a relentless rhythm of deadly attacks. From above, Fangyi observes every single move they make, unable to hold back his growing admiration. The skills these young kids have are truly impressive, But why do they seem so unfamiliar? Duan chuckles and speaks quickly to cover for them, explaining they just learned those orange tier skills, making Fang's face completely change color. He goes pale, eyes wide with shock over the orange tier skills. Meanwhile, Ningfang remains calm, composed with a faint smile as he explains, "That's right. They are all loot obtained from a high-level secret realm." This firm confirmation from Duan makes Fang Yi so excited his mind starts reeling as he practically goes into hyperdrive. The military has tried planning strategies for high-level secret realms for a long time, but unfortunately, they haven't succeeded yet. Now, pay attention here, because this is actually the first time anyone has ever laid eyes on these orange tier skills. He immediately turns to Duan, eyes burning with intense curiosity as he asks urgently, "Mr. Duan, may I report this to the military?" Hearing this, Ningfang stays completely calm, his eyes sparkling with a light smile. "No problem at all. It's not a secret, and everyone will know soon enough anyway." Looking at Ningfang and his crew, a surge of raw emotion fills Fang's heart. Sure, these kids' levels aren't high yet, but they have plenty of time to catch up. Plus, with their boss's support, they'll soon blow past us old folks. Always one step ahead, the future backbone of humanity will surely rest on the shoulders of these talented kids. Elsewhere, the class transfer hall stands like a giant, magnificent fortress, looking absolutely majestic. Ningfang strolls in casually with confident momentum, cheerfully waving at the front desk. But the moment she recognizes exactly who just walked in, Sulan freezes dead in her tracks, her eyes wide as she blurts out, "Wait, aren't you all ready?" But he doesn't answer. He just rubs his nose with a mysterious smile, his eyes sparkling with secrets. Watching his retreating figure, she can't help but sigh. He's actually here to take on the second transition. I know what you're thinking, 2 years of hard work for others, but it only took him 2 months? Inside the quest room, Ningfang stands on the platform as the system interface immediately pops up. God tier system. Second transition quest. Prerequisites. 1. Enter the designated secret realm. Defeat the floral sovereign and obtain the key origin symbol. 2. Collect 20 transformation stones. 3. Collect 100 spirit essences. Time limit, 7 days. Difficulty level, 5. Reading this makes his jaw drop. 200 transformation stones? A normal second transition quest only requires a single one. This strange anomaly makes Ningfang focus intensely, muttering calculations. These items don't drop from monsters. They have to be mined directly from crystal veins, and the yield is incredibly low. I should probably head to the trading center first to see if they're selling. Shortly after, he leaves the hall, heading straight toward the Yuan City Trading Center. Upon arrival, Ye Kai rubs his hands with his usual overly polite, anxious salesman smile. "I'm truly sorry, sir. With the recent surge in class transfers, the demand for transformation stones has completely outpaced our current supply. Give us 3 days, and we'll definitely find enough for you." But deep down, he's extremely suspicious. 200? What on earth does this big shot need that many for? Meanwhile, Ningfang sits opposite him, calmly calculating. 3 days isn't a long wait. I can go finish the easier quest first. To save time, I might as well buy the spirit essences here too. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he stops and says casually, "Oh, right. I still have a bunch of extra loot that I haven't sorted out yet. Since I'm here, you guys can help me with it." Ye Kai, still wearing his professional salesman smile, replies politely, "No problem, sir." But before he can even finish, Ningfang interrupts him. "Oh, wait a second. Let me see what I have." In the blink of an eye, he dumps a massive pile of glittering items onto the floor. The light is so blindingly bright it reflects off the ceiling. And trust me, you and I can see exactly why Ye Kai's eyes shine like stars as his hands shake with absolute excitement. Trust me, this is no ordinary loot. We are talking 10 epic purple tier skill books for different classes, plus a massive pile of legendary orange tier gear. Since everyone is rushing to level up right now, finding top tier equipment is not going to be an issue anymore. His yearly performance evaluation is going to smash records, making Yak feel deeply grateful to that chubby manager, Dong Ming. No wonder Mayor Tai insisted he serve Mr. Ning like royalty. Tears of absolute joy streamed down Yak's face, weeping from a happiness so intense it could make him collapse on the spot. God bless the mayor, he really hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, a massive crowd has gathered at the entrance of the frozen hidden dungeon, the air buzzing with endless excited chatter. "A hidden boss, it is a hidden boss," someone yells. The portal is acting completely crazy. A rookie healer is desperately trying to impress a cute girl, mocking her for being so submissive. The healer sneers, telling her to cut out the fake act, while a guard nearby suddenly starts looking incredibly nervous. "I am so sorry, sir, but we have never run into this before. I have to get permission from my captain first." Ningfang just smiles and nods, telling him to go ahead, sending the panicked guard sprinting toward the shield captain. "Captain! Captain!" The guard shouts in a panic, and the captain demands answers. Now here is where it gets crazy. The soldier frantically reports that a lone kid wants to enter the dungeon by himself. Hearing this, the captain's face instantly drops. Are you out of your mind? The Dungeon Bureau just made a strict rule. You must be in an official guild with a 5-man party to enter, or you get turned away. Did you seriously forget that already? Terrified by the sudden yelling, the guard quickly tries to explain. I know. But look at this. Shaking, he pulls out a notebook to show the captain. That kid has a VIP pass from headquarters that explicitly allows him to raid the entire dungeon solo. In an instant, the shield captain freezes as if struck by lightning, his jaw dropping to the floor in shock. What? He practically screams, snatching the book. As he reads, his mind is blown so hard he has absolutely no idea how to react. Once he confirms the papers, the captain's attitude flips instantly, his voice dripping with deep respect as he thanks Ningfang for being so cooperative. Your pass is valid, sir. You are good to go. Ningfang smiles politely, thanking them all for their hard work. Then, Ningfang steps right into the glowing portal, perfectly calm and relaxed, leaving everyone totally stunned. The captain watches him vanish, whispering under his breath about what kind of powerhouse background this kid must have. The date on this special pass is almost identical to the exact hour the new rules went live. You and I both know it was made just for him. Another guard approaches and whispers in his ear, saying something so terrifying it drains every single bit of color right out of his face. Could he be a secret inspector sent from the top to spy on us? Realizing he said way too much, the guard nervously scratches his head and chuckles. I was just kidding. Forget I said anything. But that joke leaves the captain sweating bullets. Figuring it is better to be safe than sorry, he roars out orders like thunder. Look sharp, everyone. Pretend a high-ranking inspector is watching our every move and fix every single issue immediately. Inside the dungeon, Ningfang walks completely alone, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness he met with Senior Fang earlier to secure this special permit, allowing him to bypass the party rules entirely. The interior is bone-chilling and dark, feeling like an ancient ruin completely frozen in time. An old warning sign creaks near a wooden bridge, but Ningfang ignores it completely. With total calm, he takes a step forward. He dives right off the cliff, leaping into the open air as gracefully as a bird gliding over a deep chasm. Free-falling straight down into the pitch-black abyss with howling winds, his face remains unbelievably calm and serene. Suddenly, crackling purple lightning explodes from his hands, illuminating the darkness with blinding sparks. Instantly, massive stone spikes erupt from the towering cavern walls. They burst outward violently, reacting to his intense electrical surge. Ningfang glides past each rock, lightly tapping them with his feet to easily control his speed as if walking down an invisible staircase. He lands with insane grace, and honestly, you and I are about to see him pull off some legendary moves down here. He looks all the way back up, staring at the sheer scale of the towering cliffs. Yeah, this is a long way down. You and I are starting right where Ningfang freezes, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Out of the distance, an icy mage slowly steps forward, and it is none other than Han Yin. A bone-chilling aura spreads with every single step, leaving Ningfang completely frozen as he stares in disbelief. But Ningfang is not scared at all. Instead, he feels an intense surge of excitement, thinking this hidden boss looks incredibly cool. Staring down the boss, his eyes narrow with pure confidence as he thinks, bring it on. He resolves to make this quick without a single shred of hesitation. But Han Yin suddenly stops, staring deeply before asking if his great Lord God has finally descended in person. That wild question leaves Ningfang totally speechless. He is completely lost, while Han Yin's deep voice becomes more and more choked with raw emotion. He claims that even without seeing, he could always feel that Ningfang was indeed his Lord God Master. Hoping he is remembered, the mage introduces himself as Han Yin, his most loyal follower. Now pay attention, because this is where Ningfang becomes extremely suspicious, wondering who this mage is talking about and if there is a massive misunderstanding. Why call him Godmaster? Does he really have the vibe of an evil god? Hesitantly, Ningfang asks how he ended up in this state, causing Han Yin's expression to darken as he speaks with a voice heavy with past sorrow. Apologizing, Han Yin explains they were ambushed by other kin, resulting in a devastating amount of casualties. He was ultimately killed right there on the battlefield. As the memories flash before him, he admits he has no idea how he ended up here, only that strange whispers tortured his mind like some cruel form of endless punishment. They triggered an uncontrollable urge to kill, until Ningfang suddenly appeared and woke him up. Ningfang stands completely still, keeping his eyes glued on the mage, analyzing his every movement. Filled with curiosity, he recalls that the kin of the omnipotent magic god were ambushed, wondering if Lord God Master is actually just another title for that very deity. Suddenly, Han Yin begins to tremble, tears filling his eyes as hope completely takes over his voice. Asking if his master came to save him, the question causes Ningfang to freeze for 5 long seconds. Looking away, he cautiously tries to correct him, saying that is not quite what he meant. You and I can see the instant disappointment on Han Yin's face, which totally catches Ningfang off guard. Wondering why the mage looks so incredibly sad, Ningfang quickly speaks up to clear up the heavy tension. With an awkward voice, he admits he is not the Lord God they are talking about. Clarifying that he is just a student sent to eliminate him, Han Yin looks down in despair, his raspy voice repeating those harsh words as they pierce his mind. Repeating those words, he suddenly snaps awake as if hit by a sudden, intense realization. He looks up, and a tiny spark of life flickers inside his cold, icy blue eyes. Finding a new purpose, he asks if Ningfang has come to finally end his endless suffering. Ningfang's face twitches with exhaustion as he awkwardly stammers that he really does not know, but Han Yin stands tall and speaks with absolute conviction, radiating power and unwavering resolve. He notes that while his master seems to have lost his memories, there is no mistaking the truth because Ningfang definitely has an incredibly close connection to the deity. Taking a deep, heavy breath after a brief silence, his eyes burn with passion as he screams from his soul, hailing him as the Lord of all laws. Hailing him as the supreme, respected master, this intense declaration makes Ningfang's heart skip a beat as he stares in complete disbelief at his sheer presence. Following a heavy silence, Ningfang stammeringly asks if his path is truly the almighty divine law god, while Han Yin assumes a posture of ultimate surrender, ready to sacrifice his very life. The loyal mage firmly replies there is no mistake, urging him to strike. Hearing this, Ningfang completely hesitates, unable to strike the loyal mage. He takes a moment to compose himself before asking further. He needs an elemental sigil, asking if there is any other way besides slaying him. The mage looks down, accepting his fate, and softly apologizes as he admits he has no other answer. He begs his master not to worry about destroying him, explaining that death would actually be a merciful release. And trust me, those tragic words leave Ningfang completely speechless, with no way to respond. Taking several seconds to recover his composure, he draws a deep breath and asks if there is any last request he can fulfill for him. The mage falls completely silent, drifting into his ancient memories as his voice fills with deep, painful nostalgia. It has been so long since we last saw each other. If you would only talk with me a bit more, I could leave without any regrets. Let's dive in as Ningfang tightens his fists, unable to find a single reason to refuse his old friend. Ningfang takes the lead, breaking the silence by asking him to explain how things used to be. Han Yin speaks up, his voice filled with energy as he describes the past like it was yesterday. Back then, you would transform into a human and visit the mortal realm just to hang out with us. We always knew you were the Lord God, but we had to pretend we did not. Keeping that secret was pure torture. Ningfang tilts his head with a playful, mocking smirk, looking nothing like a supreme deity. Han Yin bursts out laughing at that, unable to hide his pure joy at how wild and carefree his master used to be. Seriously, everyone was just happy being in your presence. Just like right now, there is absolutely zero pressure. Calming down, Han Yin gently coaxes Ningfang to share. Lord God, can you tell me what your life has been like in this modern era? Ningfang remains completely humble, putting on no grand airs. He says it is nothing special, just school and gaming. Watch closely as Han Yin gets totally confused by the jargon, then suddenly jumps up in excitement. The ancient spirit shouts, "Come, let me teach you how to play." There is no internet down here, he says, making his final earnest request. Ningfang's eyes narrow as a heavy emotion washes over him. A long silence settles between them, and Han Yin quietens down, sensing the shift in mood. Ningfang's voice drops to a whisper, filled with the bitter regret of having to say goodbye to a newly found old friend. Han Yin, if there is a chance in the future, I will play with you. He pauses, giving a solemn nod. His eyes are completely resolute, sealing a promise just like the ones he made back in the mortal realm. Suddenly, a blinding flash of a blade streaks across the space, cutting through like a beam of freezing light. Ningfang's face darkens with a heavy sadness as a deep ache tightens in his chest. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. The majestic realm is gone, completely vanished, leaving behind 3 glowing crystals floating in the void. Meanwhile, in a nearby meeting room, the atmosphere is so suffocating and heavy that no one can even breathe. Nobody dares to speak a word. Seeing the silence, Yanchuan taps his fingers on the table, the sharp sound echoing through the room. It looks like the anomaly inside that secret realm is far beyond any of our current skills. But with our current power levels, launching a successful raid is flat out impossible, Fang Zhou mutters under his breath. If that is true, why don't we invite that mysterious powerhouse to lead our guild into the realm? But Fang Zhou immediately ruins the plan, explaining that the expert flatly refused to cooperate on any team raids. Hearing this, Fang Zhou scoffs out loud, his voice dripping with pure frustration and sarcasm. At a time like this, shouldn't this mysterious expert be working with the rest of us, doing whatever he wants without any rules or limits? Does nobody else see a massive problem with that? Fang Yi's words sound like he is backing down, but they are actually laced with heavy irony as he offers to resign. He tells him the director seat is his to take, which causes Fang Hao to immediately jump to his feet, warning him that such comments are uncalled for. He suddenly slams his palm onto the table, startling the entire room. His voice trembles, shaking with a mix of bottled-up rage and deep resentment. When Pang Jia and Gu Yang threatened my family, all of you claimed you were completely helpless, leaving me fully prepared to die. But the expert and Mr. Du actually saved me. Yet now that there is loot on the line, everyone suddenly wants a piece. Just remember that the boss does not owe us a single thing. Across from him, the other members stay silent, knitting their brows in deep thought. Only Elder Fang could get away with saying that because everyone knows his true character. The man does not have a single selfish bone in his body, or else his subordinates would be rioting by now. With the tension reaching a boiling point, someone suddenly asks if Elder Fang is really planning to run a high-level dungeon in a few days. Fang Yi's voice still crackles with anger as he gives a sharp, one-word reply confirming it. Hearing this, Anzhen responds with absolute determination, telling him to save a spot on the team. Ling Hua, completely silent until now, quickly chimes in to say they will definitely need their main priest. Young Xuan enthusiastically raises his hand, asking Senior Fang if he needs a servant to carry all their heavy gear. Fang Yi is so exhausted he looks ready to pass out, muttering to himself with a mix of deep dread and absolute respect. And that's where we leave it with old Fang crying over his brutal training. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. You and I are watching a guy whose progress is just insane, a total night and day transformation. Watching this play out, Anhen just shakes his head helplessly, thinking the old man has zero hidden agendas. If the old guy even had a single sneaky thought, it would be written all over his face. The scene shifts to the transfer room as darkness falls, until a heavy mechanical sound finally echoes through the quiet space. Transfer complete. Passive skill acquired. Ghostly immunity makes all enemy scouting skills completely useless. Ningfang looks up, lost in deep thought. It seems the memories he got from the Middle-earth poison god were actually correct. That all-powerful magic god was no holy deity. He was just a regular guy who wanted to live exactly as he pleased. Suddenly, a flurry of intense questions floods his mind. Hin said his own sensations felt identical to the magic god. Could the system be behind all of this? What is the real connection between the system and the magic god? And if Han Yin died long ago, why is her soul still lurking inside this secret realm? Ningfang looks down at the necklace in his hands, watching it emit a faint, eerie green glow. Suddenly, the item stats pop up before him. Han Yin's keepsake, an orange-quality upgradable item. Mental stats plus 12, casting speed plus 15%, and magic crit plus 5%. Plus 2 major ice spells. Instead of fading away, Han Yin's spirit was protected by divine power and took refuge inside this pendant. Watch closely as a massive crowd begins gathering outside the camp. This exam splits into high school and university divisions, bringing together the absolute most brilliant young adventurers in the country. Every single face looks deadly serious. In total, there are 180 competitors in this division, including 32 supernova rankers and 148 elite prodigies. Nearby, a student sighs in awe. Not only are the principals of the 3 major universities attending this year, but even representatives from the 7 great guilds and the Adventurer Bureau have actually shown up. This is an unprecedented gathering. If you perform well enough, these big shots might sign you on the spot. You will not just get massive resources from your new sponsor, but after graduation, you will enter their organization directly as a team leader at the very least. You and I can see the principals walking over while one young student sighs in distress. He desperately wants to greet these big shots to make some sort of lasting impression. Otherwise, they will never remember him in this massive crowd. Suddenly, the guy beside him spots someone boldly approaching the VIPs and gasps in sheer shock. Someone is actually walking right up to them. But once he gets a clear look at his face, he mutters with disdain. "Oh, man. You dare compare yourself to him? That is the #1 ranker on the supernova list." His mentor, He Shang, is the leader of the Shangrui Guild. Hearing this, his brown-haired friend chuckles and says he is just joking. Rumor has it that ever since He Shixiang awakened, he has never once teamed up with others to level up. He only runs dungeons with elites from his own guild. The girl beside them sighs and moans. Comparing yourself to monsters like that will make you die of envy. Hey, did you hear about that God Trial secret realm being conquered recently? What about it? His friend immediately fills him in, explaining that the Conqueror is a legendary powerhouse in the martial artist field. That is the same class as He Shixiang. Word is He Shixiang was mentored by that powerhouse and has improved tremendously. Plus, with the Shangrui Guild monopolizing those high-level experience potions, his strength is probably way beyond anything we can imagine. Just then, a loud engine roar echoes from afar. A vehicle rushes straight toward the training camp, catching everyone's eye as a cloaked student points and shouts in surprise, "Hey, look, the representative team from Sinu 7th High has finally arrived." His brown-haired friend asks if these are the hypes everyone was speculating about online, while the girl next to him shrugs and cuts in curiously. She wonders what they actually look like. Right then, someone steps out of the roaring vehicle, and behind them, Ningfang's figure slowly emerges with a nonchalant yet majestic presence that immediately steals the entire spotlight. Right behind him, Principal Fang steps out, his grave expression radiating an aura of hidden authority. Finally, the other team members step out one by one, each carrying a unique aura that ramps up the tension. Seeing the entire squad, the crowd immediately begins to buzz, with quiet whispers echoing all over the training camp. And trust me, you and I are about to see if they're real battle-hardened beasts or just putting on a show. Alright, you and I are stepping into a massive showdown, and Principal Fang is already sweating bullets under all these intense, probing gazes. One look at their eyes, and it is clear they have marked us as their prime enemy. Suddenly, Ningfang senses the hostile gaze and looks up, as system notifications start flashing across his mind. Secret barrier active, blocking one attempt of probing and tracking. Seeing this, Ningfang just smiles to himself, thinking, it looks like quite a few people are targeting me. Meanwhile, nearby, a shocked student fails his appraisal and gasps, I can't even see his level. Could his strength actually be higher than mine? Hearing that, the girl beside him asks in pure terror, is he really just a high school student like us? I don't remember seeing him on the supernova list. While nearby, Fang Chu is sweating bullets from sheer disbelief. A massive wave of doubt hits his mind as he wonders why he can't detect Ningfang's level. Standing right behind him, Linghua can't hide her deep suspicion as she asks him, is that really Ningfang? There's no way his level is higher than yours, right? Meanwhile, Wang Xiao frowns, trying to guess. Could some powerful elder have given him high-tier artifacts to shield his level from being scanned? With absolutely no answers, he can only mumble a vague response. That is definitely possible. Elsewhere in the crowd, Shishang closely watches Ningfang's every move. His sharp gaze tries to pierce through the boy's actions as he silently analyzes the situation. Watch closely here, everyone in the camp is dying to find out just how strong Ningfang really is. He furrows his brows, analyzing the scene in a flash as data points race through his mind. He has studied every dungeon guide out there and run countless mock battles with his guild's elite. But the raw power Duan displayed was simply mind-blowing, and completely impossible to replicate. If Ningfang is just as strong, they must have some crazy secret training, which is exactly what my brother and I need. Beside him, Fang Yi glances over, his eyes shining with curiosity as he asks if old Lu wants to check them out. Hearing this, Master Anakan just calmly shakes his head and walks away, acting incredibly cold. The cold attitude makes Fang Yi frown, but he still turns around to wave cheerfully at Ningfang. I know what you're thinking, is this going to turn into a fight? But instead, his teammates just wave back, breaking the tension, creating a moment that is both hilarious and epic, causing an excited fan nearby to yell out, "Oh my god, Mr. Fang is actually greeting them." But this friendly gesture only makes Master An criticize him for being arrogant. But he isn't bothered at all, laughing out loud and joking that he's just worried they'll steal his talented students. This gets him lectured even harder, as Master An snaps that their official organization offers deals just as good. But Fang Yi only fires back with a playful, provocative laugh, telling him to bring it on and see who wins. Master An instantly scoffs, telling him he is way too old to be using cheesy internet slang like that. Moments later, at the registration desk, a staff member shouts instructions for the team leaders to gather their squads. He then loudly guides the groups who are already done, calling for the registered leaders and students to move along. Please head over to the designated assembly area, where we will present the official training camp schedule shortly. Once everyone is settled in the main hall, Director Tang stands up and addresses the quiet room with an incredibly serious tone. As we all know, the secret dungeons have undergone some massive, unprecedented changes over the last few years. To adapt to these shifts as fast as possible and forge a brand new path forward for humanity, we must train and select the ultimate elites, which is why this entire camp is under such a massive spotlight. Over in the audience, Principal Truong frowns and asks, Principal Fang, is that kid Ningfang your school's secret weapon? Why keep him shrouded in mystery, not letting anyone inspect his level? But Principal Fang just gives a polite smile. He claims it is just simple modesty, acting incredibly confident, while secretly sweating bullets on the inside. Ever since Shangmuzhou transferred over from their academy to ours, this rival principal has been constantly trying to dig up intel, but my tight security blocked him every single time. Still, he keeps wearing his fake, friendly mask. Today, all the principals want to witness firsthand the legendary teaching quality of our prestigious Tiandu High School. After all, it is the elite academy that manages to attract genuine supernovas. Then, he loudly drops a heavy threat, telling him not to let everyone down, putting massive pressure on Principal Fang, so he's left sweating, and trust me, you and I will have to wait for the next episode to see if their secret training paid off. Honestly, you and I don't need to worry about Wang Yu, Fang Rui, and Fangmu. After all, they are just top-tier fighters on the supernova leaderboard. Thinking of Ningfang, Principal Fang could only pray silently, desperately hoping his students survive such a brutal trial. Up on stage, Dong Ke sternly announces the rules. This elite training camp uses a free team format, where each squad consists of 5 members. In the end, everyone's score will be based on individual and team points. The trial integrates the top 10 members from high school to train alongside the university department. Inside the quiet hall, only her rhythmic voice echoes. Before the training camp officially begins, everyone will enter a secret realm to test themselves. This realm only allows entry for players at the 3rd rank or below. Next, an elite team will demonstrate for us. The moment Dong Ke announces the most exciting part of the camp, a student suddenly stutters in shock. Look at that! All eyes instantly shift to the big screen as the powerhouse team appears with an overwhelming aura. Instantly, the entire hall buzzes with endless chatter, and it is no surprise. Only they can pull off a stunt like this, having dominated the supernova leaderboard for the past 5 years. The ultimate elite. Pay attention here, because Su Hong's group is standing right before the secret realm. The silver-haired guy jokes, asking if they should take it easy so they don't crush the juniors. But the brown-haired boy retorts with a stern face, clearly annoyed by the lighthearted joke. With a gaze as sharp as a knife and a voice cold as ice, he warns that this camp has too many big shots. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to show off, and if anyone gets in his way, he will show absolutely no mercy. With a firm command, he orders them to move out as a system notification flashes. The peak combat squad enters the secret realm, and stepping through the gate, everything changes. A gloomy, desolate wasteland stretches out before them as they warily watch the thick, toxic miasma. The silver-haired youth frowns, annoyed by the dense fog, prompting the blonde girl to take the lead. She promises to handle it, and instantly, glowing magic circles flare under their feet, wiping out the toxic gas with a massive surge of energy. But the danger is far from over, as massive, terrifying spiders crawl down from the ceiling. Their sheer size makes the air grow heavy and tense, and in a flash, these giant monsters lunge down like lightning. Their razor-sharp fangs are ready to rip them apart. Without hesitation, the 3 boys leap into combat stances, coiling like springs to unleash continuous lethal strikes. At the same time, the footage is broadcast outside. And yeah, we're reacting just like the shocked onlookers. They shout in disbelief at how fast the team is moving while watching Su Hong tear through the monsters. Especially young Su Hong, who does not fall behind his high-tier teammates at all. You cannot even tell he is still a high schooler. Elsewhere, Gu Yun watches carefully, analyzing the battle with a highly serious look. Though he hates to admit that Su Hong is already on a completely different level, Li Ya stands beside him, silently agreeing with that harsh truth. Not just them, even Fang comments on the situation in a slow, solemn voice. Word is, these 5 young geniuses have been training together recently. If they are nurtured properly, they will soon conquer high-level secret realms. With a highly determined look in his eyes, Master An, agreeing that they definitely will. Back on the screen, everyone's eyes are glued to Su Hong's squad, their hearts pounding as they witness the action. They have finally encountered the elite monster, and the crowd watches their lightning-fast coordination with bated breath. Every step forward is packed with raw power as they relentlessly push ahead without taking a single second to rest. Finally, just as the team reaches the end, a loud shout echoes through the observation room, announcing the boss. The boss has spawned. A look of pure, aggressive excitement washes over Shixiang's face as if he lives for war. The entire team goes all out, channeling every ounce of their power into massive, devastating strikes, aiming straight at the final boss. Within just a few minutes, the giant beast is brought down, its massive frame collapsing under their overwhelming strength. Finally, the team clearance times flash onto the screen. Let's see who dominated. Current record, Zena Squad at 48 minutes and 18 seconds. New record, Zhang and the 5 Freaks at 1 minute and 24 seconds. Flying Dragon and Rose Squad at 1 minute 46 seconds. And Chishi Squad at 1 minute 45 seconds. Let's dive into the action. The Infinite Ocean Squad finished in 2 minutes and 27 seconds. With the match over, the buzzing crowd began filtering out. If only we could climb onto that leaderboard too. Once the dungeon run wrapped up, a stranger stepped forward from the crowd to greet Ningfang. "Excuse me, are you Ningfang?" Gliding gracefully through the crowd with a warm, friendly smile, Yu Chen introduced herself. "I'm Yu Chen. The mayor of Dongming is my uncle." The moment she saw her, Wang Yu's eyes widened. She recognized Yu Chen as one of the elite top 5 from that legendary Pinnacle squad. Meanwhile, Yu Chen continued speaking with a genuinely friendly smile. "My uncle mentioned you, so I wanted to come over and say hello." Ningfang finally realized why she approached him. So that was it. The scene instantly drew everyone's gaze, filling the air with surprise and curiosity. Wait, an elite student from Beijing University? Why is Yu Chen talking to some kid from the high school department? And that guy, isn't that Ningfang from Squad D7? Stepping forward, Ningfang introduced Wang Yu, the granddaughter of the Yuanchang Exchange's founder. Seeing this, Yu Chen smiled and replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you both." Soon after, she added a thoughtful, gentle offer: "If you need anything during training, just let me know directly. I'll have our exchange deliver it to you first." Ningfang chuckled modestly, replying that she was too kind. At that moment, Su Ting glanced at Wang Yu, giving her a serious whispered warning: "You really should value Ningfang. Every gorgeous girl he associates with is top tier, in terms of both background and raw power." Yu Chen looked friendly on the surface, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "Uncle talks about Ningfang a lot, but I still doubt his actual combat ability. And trust me, she is about to find out for herself," she thought before heading back to her team. Seeing her return, a brown-haired youth suggested they go find a place to rest. But Yu Chen did not hesitate to refuse, saying she wanted to stay and watch a bit longer. The youth frowned, his voice mockingly dismissive yet slightly concerned. "What is there to see in these basic exams? The strongest elites are already right here." But Xiang chimed in calmly, wanting to stay to guess that settles it. The brown-haired youth reluctantly agreed, grumbling under his breath. Up front, the chief supervisor stood and strictly announced the rules. 6 squads will enter the dungeon simultaneously. You will all get specific mission objectives, and your scores will depend on completing those tasks. But the second those students stepped inside, they were utterly terrified. We can see their legs shaking, eyes wide with fear. They look ready to bolt. Watching the sheer chaos, Principal Fang sighed, his voice heavy with worry. "This dungeon is just too difficult for high school students." Principal Cheng chimed in as well, his face turning incredibly grave as he urged caution. "If this keeps up, not a single high school squad will clear the zone." Watching the disastrous run inside, Principal Jiang let out a frustrated sigh. Ever since he Shishang finished, no other team has made the leaderboard. They can't even get close to the dungeon boss. Even handling the standard mobs is proving too difficult. How on earth are they supposed to rank on the board? His face darkened, his voice dropping low with anxiety. The students' morale is hitting rock bottom, and they are clearly underperforming. Beside him, a lazy, gray-haired youth yawned, not bothering to hide his complete boredom. "I told you there was nothing worth watching. They are all just a bunch of weaklings. Forget it, I am going to sleep." Just as the atmosphere hit an all-time low, Ningfang stepped forward, speaking in a calm, steady voice. "Greetings, Instructor. Our squad is up next to enter the arena and receive our assessment tasks." Inside the Iron Crocodile dungeon, the sky was blanketed in a gloomy, ashen mist, as if all light had been swallowed whole. After traveling for a bit, Ningfang's team finally arrived. According to reports, exploration teams are split into 4 main functional divisions. First up are the assault units, specialized in clearing dungeons and breaking the front line. They serve as the primary combat force, responsible for fully conquering the dungeon and facing the most powerful bosses head-on. Next, we have the critical research team. Their job is to study the dungeon itself, uncovering ancient secrets and hidden knowledge to benefit humanity. Their mission is to secure cleared dungeons and protect non-combatants in emergencies. And finally, we have the most indispensable group of all. The support team acts as a massive battlefield force multiplier, enhancing their combat capability and reducing casualties with emergency medical aid and critical tactical buffs. And that's how we wrap up the roles organized as precisely as a school cafeteria. Alright, you and I are diving into a system where each role gets 10 specific tasks, with 10 points for research and 10 for clearing objectives. First up, the Wolf Plague. Task 2, 10 points, secure 30 units of venomous gland fluid. Then, protect the research mission itself for another 30 points. Next, use the proper method to extract and preserve 5 rot fungus spores. That is Research Task 4, worth 10 points. Task 5, 10 points, grab 3 rare mineral samples from the core secret realm, then exploit key weaknesses to defeat 3 mudwall fiends. Ningfang scanned the board, deep in thought. There was also a single massive core mission worth 50 points. Clear the secret realm by defeating the final boss. Watching him, Wang Yua could not control her curiosity. She leaned in and whispered, asking which task he would pick. He just glanced back and calmly said, "Research." Hearing that, Wang Yua's eyes filled with admiration. No wonder he is the top theory student. He said nothing else, just kept planning. The main reason was the sheer number of unknowns, including shadow dwellers and world-class familiars that required actual combat training. Research was definitely the safest bet. He knew exactly what to pick. Shu Ting beamed, fully agreeing with his choice. Plus, they had a total pro leading their squad. Feng Rui nodded along, while Jiang Shu was even quicker to accept. But just as they were about to confirm their choices, Wang Yua suddenly froze, her eyes catching another detail. "Hold on. You and I need to look closely at this. The final research task actually has 2 capture objectives." Her eyes narrowed instantly. Trying to carry fragile samples while fighting a deadly boss would be an absolute nightmare and a massive distraction. Research mission, 10 points capture a live specimen for study. Hearing that, Ningfang confidently declared it was easy. They would simply take out the boss first. Meanwhile, outside in the observation zone, the atmosphere was completely different. Most students looked completely dejected and utterly crushed. But suddenly, a dark-haired young man stared at the screen and gasped in shock. "Look over there." Every eye immediately locked onto the screen. Ningfang's squad was fighting ferociously, their coordination absolutely flawless. The crowd gasped, shouting, "Wait, which squad is that? They are moving so incredibly fast." Someone in the back finally recognized them and replied, their voice dripping with disbelief. "Are those the guys from the junior team? How is that even possible?" In the heavy, stunned silence, a gray-haired young man spoke up, his voice trembling. "Their progression speed is insane. They are easily several times faster than us." Over in the main observation seat, Wu Chen was just as shocked. A massive realization hit her. No wonder her uncle praised Ningfang. "You and I can see why now." Not far away, the elderly Chen Chu spoke up, looking at Principal Fang. The older man simply let out a low sound of genuine surprise. His deep impression was not for nothing. It was because Shu Ting and Fang Rui were unleashing powerful, high-tier orange-grade skills. And with Wang Yua matching them blow for blow, their combined skill combos made their entire team incredibly dangerous. Chen Chu leaned in closer, watching intently, wondering how those orange-grade skills could possibly be this powerful. Principal Fang did not deny it, replying that it was more than just skills. The kids themselves were actually incredibly strong. Hearing this, he turned his gaze toward Shu Ting's performance, his eyes completely glued to every single move and skill combo. As he watched Fang Rui strike with lightning speed, Chen Chu instantly understood the incredible timing of their attacks. Their actions flowed together with such tight, perfect synchronization that it reminded him of an elite, top-tier professional squad. The sheer spectacle unfolding before his eyes made him tremble in awe. This was a truly elite performance. Furthermore, his eyes could not leave Ningfang. Watching the kid defeat powerful monsters without breaking a sweat, he muttered in utter disbelief. He is not even using high-level skills, yet a single basic move is enough to completely neutralize his enemies. The kid is unimaginably strong. Principal Jiang stared at the screen, refusing to blink, before finally speaking up. Principal Fang, but he was so completely focused that he instantly cut him off, muttering, "Don't bother me." Deep inside the secret realm, a heart-racing scene was unfolding. A massive horde of vicious monsters with terrifying faces, gleaming fangs, and freezing cold eyes looked as though they had crawled straight out of hell. But the squad fought with everything. Arrows flew, blades flashed, heavy axes swung, and powerful magic staves erupted with devastating energy. From Wang Yua and Fang Rui to Jiangshu and Shu Ting, everyone was fired up, eyes burning with grit. Finally, Ningfang led the charge. Before them stood the massive, two-horned boss, looming over them like a terrifying statue of raw, destructive power. Without a single word, Jiangshu and Wang Yua took the vanguard. Launching an attack from above, Wang Yua looked truly majestic. Her bow aimed dead center, while Jiangshu used his massive frame to bring his giant axe down with enough force to shatter the air itself. A perfect critical strike, instantly breaking the boss's two giant horns. It roared in agonizing pain, opening its massive maw as if to swallow the entire sky. Before it can recover, its massive body crashes down. That leaves you and me on the edge of our seats for what is next. Stick with me, the leaderboard just refreshed, clocking the Peak Squad's clear time at 48 minutes and 18 seconds. The Jiang 5 Freaks crushed it at 1 minute 24. Fei Long and Rose at 1:46, and Banshee at 1:45. But a second later, the board updates again, and the 10 Squad steals the absolute top spot. They set an unbelievable record of 8 minutes and 14 seconds, completely leaving the Peak Squad in the dust. Two members of the Peak Squad stand there jaw-dropped, absolutely stunned by this ridiculous display of power. After their epic victory, Ningfang turns around with a serious look. Did everyone finish their tasks? The team smiles and yells, "Done!" With all their tasks fully confirmed, he happily smiles and tells the excited group, "All right, let's head back and submit the mission." Soon after, Ningfang's team steps out of the secret realm, but oddly enough, as they exit, they find 2 rows of people staring directly at them with intense curiosity. The team is stunned, but pay attention here. Chang Mu suddenly steps forward, clapping with a shy but supportive smile. Then, Li Ji and Gu Yunshu join in, their clapping building up like a massive wave of support. Like a butterfly effect, the crowd quickly gathers around, showering the team with an enthusiastic round of applause. Laughter echoes all around, instantly turning the vibe incredibly lively and warm. A moment later, as fellow students approach, Chang Mu eagerly answers them, saying, "They are truly great people. We get along great at school. Gu Yunshu proudly boasts to the gathering crowd. Back when haters were badmouthing Ningfang online, I shut them down one by one. I absolutely despise people who talk behind others' backs. Watching this lively scene, Yuan Hui grins happily, and the students' morale instantly shoots through the roof. Standing nearby, Dongzi happily remarks, "This is the charisma of the strong, just like Liu Yanhen and Fang back then." Suddenly, the loudspeaker blares an announcement. The high school exams are officially over. Hearing this, a student cheers that the top 10 are finally about to be announced. The other students aren't worried, since Chengdu First High has already locked down half of those spots. Plus, Hexixiang only has 4 spots remaining. Number 1 is Hexixiang, number 31 is Gu Yunshu, 32 is Li Ji, and 95 is Chang Mushu. These unexpected rankings leave the students staring in total confusion. The crowd whispers, asking if anyone heard Wang Yu or Fang Rui's names. Someone nearby replies that they didn't, so Gu Yunshu boldly raises his hand to ask if Ningfang and his crew didn't qualify. Suddenly, Lu Ping appears with a calm smile to explain. They aren't taking spots from regular students at all. Get ready for a crazy twist, the organizers actually gave them all teaching assistant status instead. Hearing this, the students gape in absolute shock. Later, at a luxury building, someone asks if they're the TUS team. "I'm here to pick you up," Teacher Li says, welcoming Ningfang's group warmly. "The professor heading the research team is away for a few days, so I have arranged for you to stay here. This is a special guest house for teachers. The environment is fantastic, so you can completely skip the student dorms." They're led to room 604, its elegant wooden door giving off a very classy vibe. Stepping inside, the massive, open layout instantly makes everyone feel right at home. As they busily unpack and chat with excitement, a sudden knock sounds at the door. Someone inside calls out for them to enter. And just like that, Fang Yi steps inside with a bright wave, leaving Teacher Li absolutely stunned. He realizes in shock that this is Bureau Chief Fang from the Adventurer Management Bureau. Before he can even recover, Yanjin walks in, followed by Guild Leader Lu from the Major Guild, leaving him entirely flabbergasted. As the principals and other massive high-profile figures file into the room, Teacher Li's jaw drops in complete disbelief, his heart pounding as if his world is spinning. Soon, the room is buzzing with lively chatter. Wang Bo happily accepts a glass of water from Teacher Li, offering a polite smile and thanking him. Facing such a legend, Teacher Li gets incredibly flustered and stammers out a polite reply. Teacher Li completely freezes as his mind screams in panic, wondering if he is dreaming because the country's strongest powerhouses are standing right here. Suddenly, Yuan Hui steps forward with a warm smile, raising his hand to greet everyone. "I am Principal Deng Yuan Hui of Boeing University. Trust me, you and I can't wait to see their choice." "All right, you and I are jumping in as Principal Dong Shi of Silian University makes his move, hoping not to lose. He boasts that Silian has the most elite research team in the country, welcoming them aboard before Principal Wen chimes in. "I am Principal Wen of Chongwu University, and honestly, you guys from Tandu are closest to our campus." This unbelievable sight leaves Teacher Li completely baffled. 3 elite university principals are literally fighting over these high schoolers. If word ever got back to the Lan family, imagine how many people would be green with envy. For Ningfang, though, this feels like a total thunderclap, leaving his mind completely tangled in knots as he panics. He is absolutely terrible at handling these situations, so he casts a wide, desperate look toward Fang Yi, pleading for help. Fang Yi understands instantly and steps in to break the tension, telling the 3 principals to calm down. "You are making this way too hard on the kids, so why not let them finish the training camp before we discuss their future?" On the surface, the 3 principals offer awkward smiles and reluctantly agree to back off. After all, the kids worked hard all day, but internally, the principals are dead set on competing. Neither wants to let the other schools beat them to the punch. Soon, the tense atmosphere finally relaxes into laughter. Everyone crowds around Ningfang, celebrating. Just like that, the second day arrives. Now, watch closely as morning rises on the quiet guest house where Ningfang and his friends are staying. He has only just woken up, still half asleep, letting out a massive yawn that could swallow the entire morning. But his sleepiness instantly vanishes when he sees his 2 friends standing there. "Why is everyone awake so early? And why do they look so miserable?" Jiang Shi replies, sporting deep, dark circles under his exhausted eyes. He explains that his family bombarded him with early morning calls, pressuring him to choose a university already. It turns out all 3 elite universities already contacted them. Fang Rui points backward, looking just as exhausted. He complains that the constant ringing kept him awake all night. Hearing this, Ningfang glances toward the next room. The girls are not having a better morning either. Just then, Shuing walks out looking totally drained, sighing as she points backward. She sighs that Wang Ua is still stuck on the phone, but the next second, her attitude pulls a sudden, bright 180. She happily beams that her dad is throwing a massive 3-day party to celebrate. Not wanting to be left out, Jiangshu excitedly shares that relatives and friends are constantly flooding his house. He shares it is the first time his parents are visiting, while Fang Rui sighs that his grandfather backing him is fine. He decides he will simply follow whatever Brother Fang chooses. Seeing them happily talk about family makes Ningfang freeze, and honestly, we can all see the heartache written on his face. Those warm words keep echoing in his head, making his lonely heart ache and slowly sink with sadness. But that gloom is suddenly shattered, as his own phone rings incredibly loud, snapping him right back to reality. Ningfang picks it up, his hand trembling slightly with hesitation, before finally forcing himself to answer. It is Teacher Qi on the line, her warm and caring voice instantly soothing all his heavy worries as she asks about the training camp. She asks if he is adapting well, but before Chiwei even lets him answer, she keeps speaking. She notes how fast-paced the camp is, then mentions a serious matter regarding the 3 elite universities. Apparently, they contacted her directly to ask about his upcoming university plans. Hearing this, Ningfang bursts out laughing, his chuckles echoing. So she was the secret contact they went after. Chiwei's response is incredibly thoughtful, teasing that she called now because she knows he loves sleeping in. Laughter fills his heart, and his face glows. She really is the one who understands him best. She warmly tells him she wants to hear his thoughts, as the scene shifts to students lined up for a training announcement, gathering both the university division and 10 selected students from the high school department. As they are welcomed, a few male students huddle together to gossip. One of them marvels at how monstrous the high schoolers are for wiping out 5 teacher-level monsters. And the craziest part? 3 of those 5 beasts were not even on the supernova list. Right then, a stern instructor announces they are kicking off the first phase of special training: dungeon conquering. He warns that these dungeons have never been fully cleared and still contain massive, highly unpredictable dangers. He demands they follow orders, but honestly, you and I know things are about to get wild. Gu, Yunshu, and Li Kei listen closely to the instructor. You and I are jumping in just as he tells them to confirm their groups before leaving. All 10 high school students will be assigned to a university department team. The moment he finishes speaking, Zhuangmu politely approaches Instructor Li to ask for her assignment. I am Zhuangmu, number 95. Which team am I on? He looks at her with sharp eyes and gives clear directions. So, you are Zhuangmu? Your team is over there. As she looks in the direction Instructor Li points, she sees Ningfang waving at her enthusiastically. By dusk, inside an unnamed dungeon, the dark corridors feel hauntingly desolate. The heavy atmosphere thickens under the fading sunset. Suddenly, terrifying monsters with razor-sharp teeth leap from the darkness, their echoing growls sending shivers down everyone's spine. Yet Ningfang remains totally calm, eyes glued to his tablet screen as his fingers fly across the data. It is a new subspecies of lizardmen, easily standing over 2.5 meters tall. Nearby, Fang Rui struggles to hold back a massive beast, pouring all of his strength into every swing. But watch this, the monster gets blown right toward Ningfang, who is still looking down at his tablet. Without even looking up, he senses the trajectory and casually raises his elbow to strike back. With just one precise strike, the giant lizard is slammed flat on the floor. He effortlessly takes it down, then calmly sits on its carcass to continue his research. Estimated weight is 800 to 1,000 kilograms. The scales are extremely tough, offering massive defense. Around him, 5 teammates draw their weapons, eyes tense but ready to fight off any more monsters. Staring into this monster-filled darkness, Zhuangmu stands quietly off to the side, silently calculating their speed. This must be the deepest abyss. Our clearing speed has already surpassed the top strike teams. At this rate, my experience points are skyrocketing. It is basically like they are boosting my level for me. Watching her new teammates battle so fiercely, she secretly evaluates their impressive progress. Compared to when they first met, Wang Yu's team has undergone a complete transformation. If I earn their respect, can I become that strong? Let's see what happens when they gather after training to listen to Ningfang. Miss Qi said the research team at Sidian University is incredibly strong, but the rules there are super strict. She worries I won't fit in. But the research department at Beitan University has way more freedom, which might suit me better. Hearing this, Wang Yu pats Ningfang on the shoulder and lets out a playful laugh. You are definitely Miss Qi's favorite student. She planned out your whole future for you. Suddenly, Shuang holds up his phone with an incredibly serious look, telling everyone to check the class chat. As the screen light hits their faces, the smiles on Wang Yu and Ningfang's faces vanish instantly, replaced by pure tension. The surrounding air suddenly goes dead silent. They can all feel the sheer urgency of the news on their screens. In the chat, chaotic messages start flooding in. First, a panicked question from Jia pops up. Where is Miss Qi? Huba replies instantly with a chilling message. Miss Qi is still inside the dungeon. She never came out. Seeing this, Zhang Luo immediately fires back a voice message to save valuable time. With no time to lose, Ningfang hits play, and Zhang Luo's panicked voice screams that every single entrance is glitching. Get help fast. Hearing that, Ningfang's face goes completely pale. His entire body freezes in place. That night, lightning cracks across the sky like a terrifying warning of what is to come. Huba registers the chaos and immediately reports the emergency over the radio. The low-level dungeons are undergoing a massive mutation. The monster levels are skyrocketing. Around 100 people are trapped. The mana flows are completely unstable, blocking any rescue attempts. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo and his group are running for their lives, drenched in sweat and looking utterly terrified. Before they can even catch their breath, a blue-haired man blocks their path and barks at them to stop running around. Thinking they finally found help, Zhang Luo desperately points back toward the entrance, voice shaking with pure panic. "Captain, our teacher is still trapped inside. You have to save her." The man just waves him off with a harsh, annoyed shout. "How am I supposed to do that? Look at what that dungeon has become. We reported it, so just wait for a major guild to handle this." You and I both know Zhang Luo's right. They can't just stand by and do absolutely nothing about this. Let's jump right into this mess because there weren't enough support classes. Miss Kai went in to rescue them. And now you're just leaving our teacher behind? The captain remained completely cold, showing nothing but an irritable attitude. Hit right where it hurts by the kid's words, the captain refuses to admit fault. Instead, he glares, grits his teeth, and spits out cruel words. "Getting out was my job. If she gets stuck, blame her own bad luck. Nobody forced her to join our rescue mission. She volunteered." This heartless statement felt like ice water, leaving Truong, Locke, and Nana standing there with pure despair on their faces. But during that tense standoff, a loud call rings out from afar, cutting through the darkness like a ray of light. Truong, Locke, and Xiaona both gasp, whipping their eyes toward the sound. With tears welled in his eyes, his voice trembles. Ningfang is their final saving grace, and he shouts out in pure relief, "Ningfang is here!" Wasting zero time, Ningfang gets straight to the point and asks how Teacher Kai is doing. Truong Locke doesn't hesitate for a second. Filled with worry, he tearfully explains everything that happened in the secret realm. It started as a school-level grinding trip, but suddenly an anomaly broke out inside the secret realm. Nana chimes in, tears streaming down her face, explaining that so many people are still trapped inside. Teacher Kai fought desperately to protect this zone while we escaped. The security team claimed they were short-handed and recruited volunteers. Now, pay attention here, that's when the trash, blue-haired captain eavesdrops and completely snaps. "Hey, do not make it sound like your teacher died because of me." He glares with absolute fury, every muscle in his face tensing. His voice is sharp and icy as he spits out the words, "I already told you," she volunteered. The moment those words drop, a hand instantly shoots out toward the blue-haired captain, clearly ready to throw down. At this exact second, a wave of unstoppable fury explodes inside Ningfang. He cannot hold back. Lunging forward, he grabs the captain and slams his head straight into the ground with insane force. Suddenly, a brave young guy steps forward, drawing his bow to angrily demand answers. He demands justice for their captain, asking who is next. Instantly, a heavy hand grips his shoulder with a cold threat. "Do not cause trouble." The guy's bold attitude evaporates instantly, his face turning completely pale. Looking up, he is terrified to find a towering, dominant figure. Jiangshu stands right behind him with eyes sharp as daggers. A second later, Ningfang calmly grabs the captain's leg, dragging him like trash. "I know what you're thinking finally, some karma." The guy can't even speak and just prays someone stops this. After taking a few steps, Ningfang suddenly spots someone passing by. It is none other than Luke Bin, followed by a mysterious girl radiating the powerful aura of a mage. Ningfang stares at him with caution and surprise. Before he can react, a shocked voice cries out from behind. "That's Luke Bin, the vice captain of the Kangwon Guild. Did he come to save us? This is incredible. Finally, someone to put these arrogant punks in their place." He assumes Luke Bin is here to crush Ningfang's group, but instead, Luke Bin asks gently, saying they already secured the students. "What is the situation?" Ningfang replies concisely, telling him he is still unsure. Hearing that, he nods with a concerned face and asks if they are heading back inside. Without a second thought, Luke Bin immediately replies that they will go together. The entire interaction is so smooth, completely shattering what the onlooker expected, leaving him staring in absolute shock. Next, they grab the captain by his legs, dragging him along. Amused by this bizarre sight, Luke Bin asks what happened to the guy. Ningfang keeps his cool and replies flatly that he came from the secret realm. "I need him to guide us." Suddenly, a guard steps up to block the entrance, his voice hard as steel. The secret realm is locked down. Absolutely nobody is allowed past this point. Not bothered at all. He pulls a guild badge from his coat, holds it up to the guard, and speaks with calm authority. "I am Luke Bin, vice president of the Caillou Guild. I have the authority to manage emergencies, so I expect your cooperation." The guard freezes, his heart pounding. This is a powerhouse from one of the 7 great guilds. With the path cleared, Luke Bin marches forward and calls out to Ningfang, telling him it's time to move. As they walk past, the guard is left flustered. Trust me, we're going to find out who this mysterious kid really is. Come along with me, Guild. President Lu Bin highly respects Ningfang, who steps inside bravely with a totally fearless expression. In contrast, Lu Bin followed close behind, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare exploding from within. The secret realm's entrance was deep and cavernous, pouring out waves of eerie energy that sent a chill down everyone's spines. Ningfang led the way, guiding the party straight inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the system immediately chimed with a sudden rush of notifications. Attack power reduced by 15%, defense reduced by 15%, stamina -2. The mage girl behind immediately sensed this and her expression shifted. She quickly warned the leader, shouting that it was a field effect. That meant a continuous status effect active within a fixed area, one that normally cannot be removed by any skills. But there was no need for the warning, because Lu Bin had already realized what was happening. Frowning, he replied that the realm never had a field effect before, meaning it likely formed after the recent anomaly. At that moment, Lu Bin's gaze subconsciously drifted over to Ningfang. The young man was still pushing forward without slowing down at all, completely unaffected, leaving the guild leader feeling deeply hesitant. Ningfang seemed completely fine, though deep down, he was harboring his own secret concerns. His base stats were so high that this debuff barely bothered him, but he feared the rest of the party wouldn't last. He hoped Teacher Kai was safe, praying she was unharmed, just as they noticed the captain they were dragging behind them. The captain remained completely knocked out, prompting Lu Bin to give the mage a stern order. Wake him up and ask for directions. She complied immediately, casting a faint, stinging light directly onto the captain's forehead. A second later, the captain jolted awake like he was electrocuted, eyes wide with pure panic. Gasping for air, he screamed in a trembling voice that the separation point was far away from this entrance. The entire path is crawling with ferocious monsters, meaning they won't make it, and he refuses to die. Begging to be released, his frantic screech echoed harshly through the gloomy cave. Ningfang glared at him with razor-sharp intensity, delivering a freezing threat dripping with intent, telling him running into them was just bad luck. Either lead them to the teachers, or be abandoned right here. Shortly after, the party stopped before 3 pitch-black tunnels. Every cave breathed out a sinister, unsettling aura that made the team hesitate over which path to choose. Now pay attention, because right as they hesitate, a low, murderous growl echoes from deep inside a cave. Suddenly, 2 massive stone monsters with razor-sharp claws stepped from the darkness, their heavy bodies shaking the very earth. Hiding behind a cracked stone wall, a powerful warrior held his breath, desperately trying to conceal his presence. And it wasn't just him, as several other beaten-down warriors lay slumped nearby, pale with exhaustion and gasping heavily. Amidst the chaos, Chi Wei was pouring all her remaining mana into healing the wounded, sweat dripping down her face. She was clearly reaching her absolute limit when a heavily injured warrior nearby struggled to speak through the pain. He told her she was far too exhausted and needed to rest. Despite being deathly pale and drenched in sweat, Chi Wei shook her head, gritting her teeth to force herself to keep healing. Insisting her rest could wait, but their wounds couldn't. She kept going, making a green-haired little girl nearby burst into tears. Choking with emotion, the crying child repeatedly thanked the healer for saving them. Now you and I know some people are just selfish, like this gray-haired guy grumbling about why they even bother saving them. Meanwhile, his black-haired companion felt deeply uneasy, noting that everyone trapped here was a 3-star adventurer or lower. Even if they teamed up, they were no match for the beasts, as the injured warrior groaned in pain. Though the man felt slightly better, the black-haired guy grew increasingly anxious, wondering why it was taking so long. He doubted anyone was coming to save them. But his gray-haired friend desperately insisted that help would definitely arrive. Suddenly, an explosive crash rattled the nearby cave wall as something heavy slammed right through the solid rock. A giant, horrifying monster now loomed at the cave entrance, freezing everyone in shock, leaving Chi Wei and the others completely terrified. All color drained from their faces, as if every ounce of hope had been instantly ripped away. With nowhere left to run and no escape in sight, the massive beast suddenly lunged forward at its prey. Snapping its jaws of razor-sharp teeth, it sent them jumping in terror before clamping around the brave warrior, leaving his daughter paralyzed. Trust me, you and I are about to see a crazy rescue. Even as those sharp fangs pierce his flesh, alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal battle for survival. A horrific wound makes the green-haired girl wail in pure agony, tears streaming down as she screams for her dad. The bleeding warrior musters his last bit of strength to yell at everyone to run, just as 3 stone monsters charge in from the darkness. Everyone, including Chiwi and the little girl, dashes deeper into the cave, desperately trying to escape this nightmare full of bloodthirsty beasts. But the fast beast leaps forward in hot pursuit, claws out and fangs bared, as it aggressively targets the young, short-haired girl. She trips and falls, her face pale with horror, staring in absolute disbelief at the oncoming danger. In that split second, on the very edge of death, glowing pillars of ice erupt from the ground to form a massive shield. This solid wall of ice completely blocks the monster's deadly claws from reaching them. Chiwi turns around and stands completely frozen, her eyes wide with total shock at the sudden rescue. Now watch this part closely. The team leader is completely losing his mind over this insane power. Out of nowhere, Ningfang makes his heroic entrance, cold frost still swirling around his hands. His chilling, powerful gaze is so terrifying that the leader falls backward onto the dirt in absolute fear. No one dares to resist as his trusted allies, Wang Yue, Feng Rui, and Zhang Shu, step into the cave. Right on cue, Lu Bing and the mage arrive, immediately lifting everyone's spirits now that the danger has passed. Glowing green lights illuminate the cave, as Suing and the mage use their staffs to heal the injured. Meanwhile, the mood turns heavy as both Chiwi and Ningfang look on with incredibly somber faces. Their hearts break hearing the gut-wrenching cries of the girl kneeling beside her lifeless father. After counting survivors, the mage gives Lu Bing the grim news only 20 people are left standing. The rest are gone. But before they can even process this, the ground shakes violently as a terrifying roar echoes. Suddenly, massive orange tentacles pierce straight through the stone ceiling, crashing into the panicked crowd. Seeing this life-or-death crisis, Jiangshu does not hesitate for a second. He leaps forward, swinging his blade hard at a massive tentacle. But strange magic instantly flares around the wound, and within seconds, the cut completely heals itself as if nothing had ever happened. I know what you are thinking. How are they supposed to defeat a self-healing monster? Even worse, the beast blocks the entrance, leaving a terrified warrior trembling as he mutters that their escape route is gone. Suddenly, another massive arm strikes, aiming directly for Chiwi and the little girl, making their hearts stop in pure fear. With an icy glare, Ningfang steps up, raising his sword to strike straight at the incoming threat. His devastating slash feels like it is tearing through space itself. With a dead serious face, he yells for everyone to follow his lead. With that, Ningfang leads the charge. His sword strikes incredibly fast and decisive. Every single swing is perfectly precise, clearing the path. Only the sharp whistle of his blade fills the air, as every lunging limb is sliced apart with zero effort. The incredible sight leaves Lu Bing deeply shocked as he watches in disbelief. The limbs severed by Ningfang have completely lost their insane ability to regenerate. Seeing this, the survivors cheer together, screaming that there is light ahead and they are finally free. They sprint desperately toward the exit. The leader gasps heavily for air, but before he can even utter a word, his eyes snap wide, his face twisting in horror at a giant, one-eyed octopus monster. Its razor-sharp teeth glint as it lunges to crush the terrified crowd, prompting Lu Bing to scream that the beast is too massive. The nearby mage stumbles back with her mouth wide open, completely unable to believe her eyes. Wang Yue freezes in place, her body tense as a bowstring, and her eyes wide, completely speechless at the horrifying sight before them. Suddenly, Ningfang dashes from the side at lightning speed, charging straight into danger. She screams his name, but he keeps moving forward, strictly telling them not to scatter as he quickly calculates his next move. This beast is definitely behind the anomaly, and taking it down is the fastest way to end this nightmare. But in a flash, a giant limb whips right in front of his face, leaving him absolutely no time to dodge. Ningfang quickly raises his sword to block, but the brutal force shatters his blade instantly, leaving everyone panicking. Trust me, we are definitely going to want to see how he gets out of this. You and I are watching a legend today. Even with his blade shattered, he calmly draws an even stronger sword. With a sudden flash, Ningfang swings hard, his blade erupting with a blinding arc of electricity, slicing clean through the massive tentacle. The beast shrieks in agony, baring its razor-sharp teeth as pure rage floods its entire body. Completely unfazed, Ningfang presses forward. Sharp ice shards whistle through the air, tearing through space before slamming directly into the monster. Then, he swings his blade with terrifying power. The moment the metal cuts the air, a brilliant blue lightning bolt explodes from the heavens, sending a massive pillar of light shaking the entire sky. In a heartbeat, Ningfang lunges forward for the final blow, and within a single blink, now watch this. The giant beast gets shredded into 100 pieces, dissolving in that brilliant blue radiance. Instantly, a pile of rare orange and purple loot drops from the monster's shattered remains, scattering all over the dirt and glittering like rare treasure. Meanwhile, outside the Secret Realm rescue zone, absolute chaos suddenly breaks loose. Ambulances swarm the entire area. Through the screams and running feet, a brown-haired expert rushes to comfort a terrified survivor, his voice shaking. Do not worry. Do not be afraid. You will be fine. Nearby, heartbreaking scenes unfold as bodies lie scattered while families weep uncontrollably. Screams and cries echo through the chaotic ruins. Once things finally calm down, Lu Bin steps forward to thank Ningfang. If you had not stepped in to lock down this secret realm, the casualties would be catastrophic. But Ningfang does not even reply. He silently looks back, noticing a sad and overwhelmed Kiwei standing there, completely frozen by the absolute madness she just witnessed. Seeing her so quiet, Ningfang gently offers her a glowing orange orb radiating warm light. His voice is calm but firm as he says, "Kiwei, this is for you." Instantly, the badge glows blindingly as a system prompt pops up. A legendary orange healing item that permanently boosts spirit and stamina by 5 points. It also adds another 5 to spirit, permanently boosting all healing by 50%. Time seems to freeze. The glowing light reflects on their faces, leaving Chiwei and Lubin completely breathless. Let that sink in for a second. Lubin immediately asks with a shaking voice if this is the legendary god-bestowed badge, but Ningfang just stays perfectly calm, giving a quiet nod with a totally casual expression. After seeing that massive boss get obliterated, Lubin is deeply shaken by this kid's chill attitude, feeling a mix of fear and deep respect. Ever since this trial's secret realm was breached, nobody has ever obtained a god-bestowed badge until now. But looking at Ningfang, he does not even seem surprised. Meanwhile, Chiwei frantically waves her hands in sheer embarrassment, stammering that a 3-star class does not deserve such a priceless item. Would it not be a total waste on me? But before she can say no, Ningfang smiles with a gentle yet firm look. What are you talking about? Just take the badge. Unable to resist his push, Chiwei finally accepts, placing her hand on the item to absorb its surging orange energy. Ningfang watches her closely, already drafting a plan. He needs to put Chiwei through a special training program so she can unlock skills to defend herself in future battles. The only catch? The training camp strictly forbids taking any leave, and it will not wrap up for another 2 months. He decides to consult Instructor Lu first. Acting immediately on his plan, Ningfang asks in a very polite tone, "Instructor Lu, can I request a short break for this upcoming weekend?" Lubin happily beams and replies, "Absolutely no problem. Honestly, if you need extra days to rest, go right ahead." Hearing this, Ningfang grins with immense satisfaction and politely replies that it will not be necessary. Privately, he laughs, realizing the other students who called Instructor Lu a mean and unreasonable guy were totally wrong. He is actually super easy to deal with. As they head out, Lubin looks back at Ningfang, his eyes shining with pure pride. "We just have to handle the paperwork now, so let us go." But suddenly, they halt in surprise. A massive swarm of aggressive reporters completely surrounds them, firing off a barrage of loud questions. "Can you tell us who the hero is that took down the beast?" Instantly, Lubin grins and points straight behind him. It is this young man right here. This unexpected move catches Ningfang completely off guard, making his heart race. With mics shoved right into his pale face, he feels incredibly flustered and almost loses his typical calm demeanor as reporters press forward. A reporter thrusts her mic forward, asking if he is still a student. "Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next." Alright, let's dive into this wild scene where a polite young reporter steps up, begging for a quick interview. Beside him, a guy with glasses cuts right to the chase, demanding to know exactly how he defeated that monster. Frozen completely stiff, Ningfang's face darkens as his eyes glaze over, utterly clueless on how to handle this overwhelming spotlight. Watching from the back, Fang Rui sighs, noting how incredibly anxious his brother looks right now. Hearing this, Wang Yu smiles softly, explaining that Ningfang is always terribly awkward during formal interviews and social situations. A playful spark lights up her eyes as she continues. Even as a kid, he would run away from school presentations. Stepping closer, Wang Yu can't help but tease him. Now, pay attention to this part, because she playfully warns him that as a rising hero, he'll have to get used to the attention. Ningfang shoots her a desperate look, stammering and begging for a way out of this awkward conversation. Finally, back inside his quiet dorm room near the training camp, he can finally breathe and relax. Burying his face deep into the mattress, Ningfang groans in pure exhaustion, wondering why on earth they had to corner him like that. Suddenly, a critical thought hits him, making him bolt straight up on the bed in complete shock. Realizing he forgot something crucial, Ningfang quickly summons his secret skill book, the Guardian Soul. The system screen flashes with the skill details, revealing it grants a shield to survive one fatal hit, but has a long cooldown. He concentrates, absorbing the golden energy directly into his body, realizing it is the ultimate life-saving technique. He wonders what kind of broken, forbidden magic this will evolve into. Right on cue, the book triggers an unexpected evolution, unlocking a terrifying new passive skill called Immortal Calamity. Accumulating 100,000 faith points grants 1 extra life. His current balance is 4,243,200. As the system details sink in, a mysterious vision of a god flashes in his mind, making him frown. Faith points? He wonders if this divine energy is something stolen from the legendary Xuan clan. Honestly, you and I both know having a built-in resurrection cheat in a deadly world like this is crucial. Upgrading the world tier is straightforward, but learning to harvest raw faith still requires some research. A small, confident smile plays on his lips. He mutters to himself, knowing exactly what steps he needs to take next. The next morning, as sunlight hits the city skyline, an absolutely horrific scene is discovered. A severed, purple head lies covered in toxic green slime, surrounded by mangled corpses in a truly gruesome display. Sitting atop the pile of toxic waste is Dian Yu, his monstrous face twisted in a grin that makes search teams freeze. The guards clutch their weapons tightly, but the gruesome slaughter before their eyes makes them tremble, unable to move. Suddenly, Fang Yi steps up from behind them, his commanding voice cutting through the panic. The local investigator sighs in immense relief, pointing directly at the terrifying criminal looming ahead. He quickly reports the details with a shaking voice, explaining that the killer is Dian Yu, a hunter who went missing last year. After starting a petty argument with some locals, he suddenly went on a rampage, injuring over 10 innocent bystanders and 8 security guards, showcasing power far beyond Stage 5. Taking a calm step forward, Fang Yi narrows his eyes and mutters a highly unexpected name. He whispers the name Pang Xiaoying, leaving the confused investigator to ask who that is, only to get dead silence. Fang Yi's tone becomes razor-sharp as he dismisses the question, stepping forward to face the threat. As Fang Yi steadily approaches, Dian Yu locks eyes with him, his gaze burning with wild, maniacal excitement. He grins like a madman, his voice full of twisted admiration as he praises the senior officer who was once his idol. He claims meeting him is an absolute honor, but before he can finish, Fang Yi's cell phone suddenly starts ringing. Completely ignoring the dangerous psychopath, the director casually answers the call, greeting Mr. Du. This sheer disrespect pushes Dian Yu over the edge, making him snarl in rage at being completely ignored during his moment. Right in front of the raging killer, Fang Yi continues his call, acting like the guy doesn't even exist. He casually tells his boss he will wrap up this minor annoyance quickly, making Dian Yu's blood boil with an overwhelming sense of pure rage. And honestly, you and I can't blame him for feeling completely disrespected by that cold treatment. Enraged by the silence, Dian Yu roars as a blinding wave of green energy erupts from his palms, blasting straight towards Fang Yi to shatter the space between them. Does he really think he is the strongest? Alright, you and I are about to watch those eerie, dark claws whip through the air, ready to shred everything. Meanwhile, Fang Yi just calmly raises a finger to hang up his phone. He stands completely unmoving, treating this deadly clash like a child's game he already won. But in a split second, massive columns of fire surge from Fang Yi's hands like venomous snakes. These dancing fire serpents unleash immense power, instantly shattering Dian Yu's fierce attack. Gridlocked in shock, Dian Yu's face turns deathly, pale, and dark. His eyes bulge as he gasps in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. This devastating blow forces Dian Yu to take his opponent seriously, admitting that this guy's raw strength easily rivals Gu Ying. But after undergoing the big boss's brutal special training, he is a completely different monster. He cannot keep Mr. D waiting. Watch closely now, because he immediately transforms and dons his terrifying battle gear. Seconds later, green magic surges from Dian Yu's body, unleashing a powerful force that literally shakes the surrounding space. Fang Yi does not back down. His entire body ignites like a fierce, exploding flame, ready to destroy any incoming attack. Then, those two terrifying forces crash together, warping space and leaving everyone watching completely frozen in absolute shock. A shout rings out, saying Director Fang is too powerful, and this is clearly way beyond the 5th stage. He even laughs crazily while fighting. Dian Yu, with sky-high confidence, keeps yelling that he refuses to believe it. He screams, claiming he is a disciple of the Demon King. So how could he lose to an old man? But his smile quickly vanishes, replaced by pure terror. I know you see it too, that massive fireball descending from above, heading straight for Dian Yu's head. The inevitable happens. The exact spot where he stood detonates with a deafening roar, sending immense heat blasting through the entire area. As the smoke and dust from the devastating blast slowly begin to clear, Fang Yi immediately turns and walks away, calmly stating that he has other business to attend to and must head out first. Standing on the ruined battlefield, the knight, still shaking from the shock, nervously stammers, "Yes, sir." Back at the base, sitting across from Duan, his serious eyes still reflect the sheer gravity of that intense battle. Hearing the news jolts his mind, leaving Fang Yi deeply shocked, asking if the big boss is truly releasing all high-level potion formulas to the nation. Meeting that shocked gaze, Duan simply lets out a calm, knowing smile, speaking each word with absolute clarity. That is right, the big boss wants to make every high-level potion public to the entire nation. If possible, we should let the Adventurer Management Bureau handle all the connections to distribute them. As silence falls, a heavy sense of unease begins to smolder in his chest like a crushing stone. Our world is currently highly imbalanced, with the green shadow threat constantly rising, while ordinary adventurers simply are not growing strong enough to keep up. To gain more power, These fighters have no choice but to clear increasingly dangerous, deadly secret realms. At this point, Fang Yi cannot hide the coldness in his eyes, realizing this is a deadly, vicious cycle. His eyebrows furrow involuntarily, though his expression remains completely, coldly calm. These crucial high-level potions can completely reshape the power of our existing systems, acting as vital strategic resources. The big boss must have strictly assessed us before trusting the Bureau with them. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's voice softens, filled with deep sincerity. This is a massive validation for our Bureau. Does the big boss have any other specific demands for this? Duan subconsciously strokes his chin at the question, his eyes momentarily lost in deep thought. The big boss only told me one thing, so it seems there are no other demands. Right then, a realization dawns on him. The big boss only discussed contribution, completely ignoring profit. That is the mark of a true, selfless legend. For an absolute powerhouse like him, helping others grow stronger is easily more important than any wealth or fame. Just like that, Ningfang's image flashes through Duan's mind, and his eyes light up with pure respect as he speaks. Exactly. That is what I respect most about him. Even his most casual actions always end up saving thousands of lives. Yet, Fang Yi still feels a lingering sense of doubt. He is incredibly generous, but you and I know we can't just take advantage of him and rest easy. I will report this immediately and design a proper plan so that the Master's efforts are never wasted. Meanwhile, over in the chaotic halls of the Shangrui Guild, a voice roars with absolute fury, demanding to know what was said. The terrified subordinate trembles under the crushing pressure. He stammers that they found high-level experience and memory-wiping potions on the black market, and even though the packaging is completely different from theirs, the effects are identical. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right back into the mystery as Elder Huang stares coldly out the window. Our guild's high-level potions are personally made by me, overseen by the captain, and strictly kept within our inner circle. It's practically impossible for them to leak out, so where did they come from? The tension in the room becomes suffocating. As Chu's expression darkens like a bloodthirsty demon, he realizes something. In this world, besides himself, the only other person capable of brewing these high-level potions is that legendary, mysterious master. Could they have leaked from his side straight into the black market? Without wasting a second, he coldly orders an immediate investigation. His subordinates can barely stutter out a response. Investigate? The mysterious master? Their lack of common sense makes Chu roar in pure frustration. Obviously, you investigate the black market first. Scared out of his wits, the subordinate quickly agrees. Meanwhile, back at the apartments, Ningfang and Wang Yu walk down the hallway. The crisp morning air still carries a slight chill. She suddenly pulls out her phone, a playful smile on her face, and asks if he wants to see his interview. Ningfang instantly waves his hands in panic, completely rejecting the idea. Seeing him so flustered, she bursts into laughter, her voice softening. It's actually really good. The viewers are absolutely loving you. The screen lights up with a massive wave of comments, praising the legendary god of blades, who gets incredibly nervous on camera. Some say he's just staring at the stars, while others think this little brother is incredibly cute. Turns out even the strongest powerhouses have things they can't handle. Fans are already offering to be his agent for free. They just want him to drop a photo so they can check their new favorite master out. Now pay attention here, because as Ningfang freezes, he realizes his faith-based power has been skyrocketing over the past few days. He realizes it's definitely because of these viral clips, meaning he'll have to start getting comfortable with being on camera. A few minutes later, the two of them stroll out of the apartment building together. Another young teacher spots them from across the path, waving warmly and shouting, "Good morning, Teacher Ning." He waves back with a smile. Standing right behind him, Wang Yu chuckles softly, feeling a sudden warmth of genuine pride in her heart. Ever since he showed off power that completely shattered everyone's common sense, nobody dares to speak ill of him. Now, even the elite seniors from the Big Four academies call him Teacher Ning with absolute respect. Everywhere he goes, people greet him. Shouts of good morning, Teacher Ning echo as a massive crowd quickly gathers right behind him. Every single eye is locked on his calm figure, and the whispers in the crowd are filled with pure admiration. I know what you're thinking, who wouldn't want that insane power? Meanwhile, far across town, the warm setting sun completely paints the guild building gold. Up in his office, Captain Chu finishes watching the viral video and can't help but gasp in amazement. Chengdu City is actually putting itself on the map thanks to Ningfang. But right next to him, Zhang Ji is clutching his head, sighing like he's about to pass out. Confused by this reaction, Captain Chu frowns and asks Mayor Zhang why he's so stressed, when suddenly Su Lan leaps up to take a call. As she steps out, Mayor Zhang's face grows even heavier, his voice filled with a deep sense of worry. Ningfang is headed to college soon, right? If he moves away, I'm terrified the mysterious master will leave us too. Even Duan reached out recently to return his assigned villa, since he's barely spending any time here in Chengdu City. The more he talks, the more miserable the mayor looks. Without an absolute powerhouse protecting us, Chindu City will collapse back into chaos. 2 realm mutations and an invasion are too much. Just thinking about it keeps me up at night. But right at that moment, Su Lan walks back inside. Noticing her shocked expression, Captain Chu leans in closer and urgently asks her what just happened. Still in a complete daze, she replies that her master just called, offering her special training from the mysterious master himself. Hearing this incredible news, Mayor Zhang rushes forward, eyes shining with hope as he begs her to save the city. The heavy mood completely vanishes, and Captain Chu laughs, offering to buy everyone dinner tonight. He playfully asks her to protect him from now on, which makes Su Lan blush bright red from embarrassment. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a deep voice echoes, asking old Fang if it's true. Inside the quiet room, Fang nods solemnly. Yes, the mysterious master is actually willing to share all of his high-level potion recipes with the state. Now, trust me, you and I need to watch how this plays out, because the master's secret plans are about to change the world. Currently, you and I are stepping right into some massive guild drama. Only Shang Rui holds these recipes, putting heavy pressure on everyone. If the state steps in to make these high-grade potions, supply is guaranteed. That should be great news for everyone. Well, almost everyone. Fang Yi quickly corrects himself when he looks at Q. Yeah, definitely not everyone. Breaking the tense silence, Q steps forward and calmly speaks up. The master wants to make the recipes public. And of course, I support that without any hesitation. But could the master's real motives be darker than we think? Hearing this, the others frown in utter confusion. The guild leaders sigh, asking what he means. Q's tone turns dead serious. We found a high-grade potion on the black market. Its effects are identical to the ones our guild brews. Only the bottle is different. Following right behind him, Master Wu coldly states that he checked everything. None of their potions are missing. And as for the ones sent to the auction house, the batch was small, and he even cast tracking spells. Still, there is zero trace of them on the black market. So, where did these potions actually come from? His face darkens with pure suspicion. He reminds them that during the Secret Realm trial, Duan mentioned that the mysterious senior already knew the exact formula for these high-grade potions. Fanggu agrees, agreeing that the black market operates a massive underground network completely beyond the reach of the law. Tons of shady deals happen down there. If these high-grade potions fell into the hands of dangerous people without their knowledge, that is a terrifying thought. Now think about this. Regardless of the senior's actual intentions, he is basically aiding and abetting the enemy. Hearing this, Fanggu quickly makes a promise. How could this even happen? He claims he will send investigators immediately, but in his mind, he is calculating something else. Once Su Lan finishes her training, he will send her to handle it. Plus, he needs to warn the senior first. Seeing this, Fang Chu lectures them with condescending arrogance, saying it is absurd to think a powerhouse can just act on a whim without any restrictions. No matter how Director Fang decides to handle this, our Epic Guild will work alongside the Sharpblade Guild to launch a joint investigation. Faking his concern, he warns them about what happens if these potions are actually linked to that mysterious senior. He demands Director Fang handle it strictly by the book, telling him to stop making empty promises. Once Fang Chu finished speaking, Fangge gave his solemn assurance that if the senior is involved, he will take full responsibility. Meanwhile, deep inside a certain secret realm, gloomy gray clouds completely blanket the sky. In a quiet corner, Su Ying calmly reports to Ningfang that her potion management is extremely strict. Every single transaction is recorded, and they have found absolutely zero leaks or unusual activity. Feng Rui then follows up, explaining that his batch is managed by both himself and Yu, and they double-check everything constantly. Finally, Changmu briefly states that he counts his potions every single day, once in the morning and once at night. Hearing this, Ningfang rests his chin in his hand, thinking that he never really cared about these potions. He never expected everyone to take them so seriously, but at least now he can easily trace their flow. But here is the puzzle we need to solve. If there are no leaks here, and the Sharpblade Guild denied it, how did they hit the black market? Could someone else out there actually know the recipe besides him and the Sharpblade Guild? A single ray of sunlight filters through a crack in the wall, shining onto the filthy black market floor, highlighting medicine vials scattered all over the ground. Hiding in a dark corner, the parasite uses a newspaper to cover its face, sneakily observing the area. Just then, 2 shadows stretch across the ground as a voice rings out with utter contempt. He scoffs that the 7 great guilds actually sent investigators over a single bottle. Right away, a boastful reply comes from the side. Don't worry, these people in the lower-level world do not even know we exist. Smelling the faint scent of herbs, the parasite sounds smug, boasting that he already checked them right in front of their faces. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo from right behind them. It looks like another customer is coming to buy potions. A white-haired figure steps into the narrow black market alley, his brow furrowed in deep annoyance. He grumbles about how hard this place is to find. Hearing him, the parasite slowly turns with a cold, piercing gaze. Through the hazy smoke, a bald man steps forward. Trust me, you can't miss this. Let's jump into this black market deal, where our guide claims these two want high-level experience potions. But before he can even finish, the white-haired girl impatiently cuts him off, stating they're actually looking for someone. With her towering companion at her back, her icy blue eyes lock onto the parasite like a sharp blade. A week ago, a young white-clad swordsman came looking for the potion seller and went missing. Do you know where he is? The moment she stops speaking, the parasite's silver-haired subordinate growls a hostile warning. Warning his master of trouble, he watches as the parasite curls its lips, pulling back its hood to reveal its true face. Suddenly, black, slimy tentacles erupt and slither out like wild snakes. They wrap around the brown-haired man's throat, choking him until his veins bulge. Before the white-haired girl can even react, she is hoisted high and bound in midair. A thick, dark purple mist swirls around like toxic smoke. Flashing a terrifying grin full of razor-sharp teeth, the monster effortlessly hoists both of them up like helpless little ragdolls. Right after, the writhing tentacles on its body suddenly tighten and deform. They ruthlessly extend into countless sharp needles, piercing straight into the helpless, brown-haired man's carotid artery. Watch closely, the white-haired girl is forced to face the exact same cruel fate. Their bodies shake violently, their wide, pale eyes reflecting absolute, inescapable terror. The monster stands completely still, savoring their final, desperate struggles with a sick, twisted pleasure. Within moments, it is over. Both of their heads slump forward as their bodies go completely cold and rigid. There is absolutely no life left. Watching this horror unfold, the bald guide breaks into a cold sweat, stammering apologies. He explains they tricked him with the potion story, but the monster's icy gaze sweeps over him with absolute indifference. It rasps. It is fine. The sole reason I picked this spot was to quietly handle situations just like this. A few people vanishing in the dark depths of the black market won't raise any alarms. Tossing their limp, lifeless bodies to the floor, the creature commands in a low, gravelly voice to take them downstairs. The subordinate quickly obeys as a heavy door swings open, allowing a dim, eerie light to spill out from the underground chamber. Deep inside, row after row of glass vats bubble with a foul, glowing purple slime. They dump the girl directly into a vat, where the freezing purple ooze immediately begins latching onto her skin like a parasite. I know what you're thinking, this is messed up, and their plan is just starting once the next batch of soldiers wakes up. As the thick layer of slime slowly covers her face, that chilling voice rings out with twisted, dark satisfaction. And then, we will become the absolute masters of this world. Securing the facility, the creature wraps its massive tentacles around itself, channeling its dark energy. I cannot be away for too long. I am heading back. Without waiting for a response, it blasts straight into the night sky, leaving the ruined neighborhood far behind. Escaping the ruins, the parasitic demon slips through the window of a luxurious house. Moving like a sentient shadow, it creeps up behind the elderly emperor, who is quietly reading a book. Its gliding movements are incredibly light and precise, making absolutely no sound at all. Sinking into the top of the emperor's head, it slowly burrows inside, winding like a shadow snake as its tentacles probe his body. Fully inside, the parasite hijacks the old man's nervous system, twisting his wrinkled face into a gruesome, inhuman grin. His eyes instantly glaze over, hollow and cold, turning him into a perfect flesh puppet for the monster. Days later, a stressed Ningfang speaks into his phone, his voice dropping to a tense whisper as he asks for leads. Huddled flat against a brick wall to blend with the dark shadows, Duan answers in a low murmur. Some black market sources mentioned those high-level potions, but the seller vanished right after. I am not sure if they got spooked and went into hiding. Ningfang's voice turns incredibly dark. I understand. It is fine. Just keep searching and report any new developments. Knowing this much is plenty. Duan agrees over the phone, but in his heart, he is already making a final decision. If I fail at a simple task like this, I have no right to stand beside the boss. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with another call. Spotting the caller ID, his face hardens instantly. Captain Su, have you found any clues on your end yet? Sulan's eyes darter back and forth, scanning the crowded street. Nothing yet. This old district gets exceptionally creepy after dark. The freezing wind carries a scent of mold and the quiet echo of death. What do you and I make of these purple-stained ruins? Inside this abandoned house, only a few shimmering puddles remain under the flickering light of a torch. Look closely. A trembling hand suddenly bursts from damp earth, clawing into the air while releasing a foul stench that makes your skin crawl. Moments later, listless, empty-eyed bodies rise from the dirt like soulless zombies waiting for orders. Meanwhile, soft sunlight streams through the glass, illuminating a spacious university cafeteria. At a long table, the group is peacefully eating lunch with Ningfang. Clinking cutlery blends with lively chatter. Nearby, a young man with pineapple-style hair can't help but whisper to his friend. Instructor Ning is actually so approachable. He doesn't have any of the arrogance or coldness you'd expect from other young powerhouses. Having spent time together, they've all grown pretty close. Across the table, Ningfang quietly observes them. These are the most elite youths in the entire country. Once they level up and gain belief power, they will surely be a massive help to him. Just then, Wu Chen's curious voice breaks the silence. Instructor Ning, have you thought about joining a guild? An elite like you must have received countless invitations by now. He turns toward them, a warm smile playing on his lips. For now, I don't plan on joining any guild. Hearing this, the pineapple-haired youth is instantly hooked. He stares intently at Ningfang, his voice low and curious. Are you planning to start your own guild, or maybe join the Tushi team? Is that your guild's team? Ningfang answers patiently, his tone calm. The Tushi Battle Guild actually belongs to Wang Yu. We just use the name. Pay attention here, this news instantly sparks wild theories in everyone's minds. The Tushi Guild seemed like a small local group with zero national reputation, but with powerhouses like them, its future is bound to be legendary. And since Ningfang called Wang Yu by name, their relationship is obvious. Thinking this, the orange-haired guy suppresses his rising excitement, stepping forward in a hurry with a trembling but sincere voice. Instructor Wang, I want to join Tushi Guild. What are the requirements? Suddenly put on the spot, Wang Yu's face flushes bright red as she stammers, completely speechless. The tension barely eases before more enthusiastic shouts echo around them, leaving Wang Yu frozen for 5 whole seconds. I'm graduating this year and want to join Tushi too. Me 3. By the time they leave the cafeteria, she still hasn't recovered. A simple lunch date had literally transformed into a chaotic recruitment drive. While Wang Yu is left stunned, her friend Ting is incredibly excited. Staring at their insane resumes, she already hallucinates them rising to join the 7 great guilds. Ningfang and his group burst into laughter. Their laughter fills the room, melting away any leftover tension in an instant. Ningfang couldn't be more satisfied with this outcome. He only wanted to scout a few promising recruits to nurture at this training camp. He never expected such incredible results. And best of all, that annoying rat Xiao Chang is finally out of the picture. Now that Wang Yu has complete control over the guild, they can easily serve as his elite reserve force. But let's pause here. Ningfang's mood suddenly shifts as he remembers the past. Xiao Chang only has his own bad luck to blame for vanishing. He lowers his head slightly, eyes flashing with cold calculation as he pieces together every single connection. First, his father colluded with Banhe and Guying. Then, investigators discovered a dark array hidden inside Xiao Chang's house and his servants. The government has already issued an active arrest warrant for the 2 fugitive elites. Wang Yu even kicked them out of the guild, saving him a massive amount of trouble. Suddenly, 2 notification pings break his train of thought. Furrowing his brows, his hands tremble slightly as he unlocks his phone screen. His eyes instantly lock onto the ominous purple stains, making his heart tighten with dread. Before he can even process it, a barrage of urgent texts from Duan pops up. Boss, Sulan discovered this place inside a black market building. We found potion brewing equipment here, along with high-level experience potions packaged exactly like the ones the Shangrui Guild previously intercepted. We highly suspect the potions leaked from here. Staring at the screen, Ningfang mutters to himself as a cold shiver runs down his spine. Meanwhile, Sulan is deeply bewildered after analyzing the lingering dark energy. Could this be some kind of rare, mutated monster? Just then, Duan steps forward, his expression dead serious and his eyes highly focused. His voice shakes, yet carries authority. Boss, we've never encountered this species of demon. A parasitic demon, he slowly repeats, relaying the scary intel he received from Ningfang. Normally, demons can't survive outside their home rifts for long, but the parasitic demon is completely different. Horrifying visions flash in Duan's mind. And trust me, you and I do not want to meet hosts whose minds are completely hijacked by them. Without a highly specific method, it is basically impossible for you and me to tell a normal person apart from one crawling with parasites. Pointing to pits bubbling with purple ooze, Duan explains that these parasitic demons are incredibly weak right now and have to hide. These creepy pits are parasitic nests built specifically to hatch their devilish eggs. Sulan instantly steps forward, her eyes wide with panic as she asks what happens now. And Duan already knows. Exactly. The parasitic demons in this cave have likely already hatched. Hearing they hatched makes her bite her lip in pure terror, as a far worse realization dawns on her. This is not just about a few monsters sneaking into humanity. The grim truth is painfully clear. He sighs, looking completely helpless as he points out that this is not even the worst of it. Meanwhile, over at the Shangrui Guild, the mood is completely different. Master Shu's voice is thick with heavy frustration, muttering that days have passed without finding a single clue. Right then, watch closely as the door gets slammed open and a wave of pure bloodlust floods the room. A chilling, silent parasitic demon steps inside, radiating a deadly energy so suffocating that it makes it hard for anyone in the room to even breathe. Staring at the beast, Shiyu asks cautiously, his voice tight with fear, "Lao Huang, is something wrong?" The silent creature just stretches its mouth into a sickening grin, grinding its teeth with malice. Without warning, the monster's pitch-black tentacles whip straight toward Shiyu and his companion. They smash right through the wooden desk, wrapping tightly around their throats. Squeezing so hard that their veins bulge, Shiyu instantly realizes something is horribly wrong. A terrifying thought flashes through his mind. Lao Huang is not the healer. What is he? But it is too late. A needle stabs his neck with deadly precision, sending dark purple veins racing across his eyes as a metallic stench of fresh blood fills the entire room. The parasitic demon looks down with sickening joy at the two guildmasters, Fang Chu and Xiu, kneeling before it. Finally, it can no longer contain itself, letting out a wild laugh that rattles the walls. That chilling, echoing laugh sounds as if it wants to devour every living soul nearby. Towering over Xiu and Fang Chu, the demon sneers at them with mock pity. I only expected Xiu, but catching the leader of the Chiwan Guild here too is an absolute jackpot. Its tone suddenly turns incredibly arrogant as it gloats that 2 fifth-turn experts are enough to boost its strength massively. A moment later, the parasitic demon glares back with total disgust, spitting that serving as breeding stock for its species is the ultimate honor for lowlifes. Flashing back to his memories, Duan had once explained everything. His master warned that while a single parasitic demon is weak, they possess a terrifying collective ability called colony. Duan then explained with absolute gravity that as their numbers multiply, they form a hive mind, causing the power of every single demon to skyrocket. Meanwhile, the king laying the eggs gets an even bigger power spike. Realizing the danger, Sulan speaks up, filled with dread. So that explains why they hid inside the black market from day one. Hearing this, her heart races. I know what you're thinking. How on earth can they fight these parasitic demons? Without stopping, Duan goes on to deliver more serious details. His master told him that once their power swells, special charms or tools can sniff out their corrupt dark energy. He then wraps up the talk by revealing the only real solution. To completely wipe out these parasites, we need a divine 4-element relic. Confused, Sulan asks what that is. Answering her, Duan explains it is basically an item gifted by the gods or blessed with holy energy. Getting the point, she takes action, promising to tell her master to hunt one down immediately, but she quickly hesitates, realizing she has no clue where to find a divine 4-element relic. Still, if their master gave the clue, they will definitely find it. Elsewhere, Ningfang is also racking his brain, searching his memories to figure out what this relic could be. Deep in the Demon King's memories, he recalls how they coexist with hosts. And trust me, this knowledge changes everything. Let's dive in. Whenever these monsters take heavy damage, they just transfer the pain to their host to survive. Even their ridiculously slow movement speed is actually a secret advantage that keeps them alive. Ningfang realizes the harsh truth: only a divine 4-element relic can shut down this trait and save the hosts. His mind races with options, but the deeper he thinks, the more he realizes absolutely nothing in this world matches the strange conditions these parasites need to thrive. If left to grow, they'll unleash total devastation. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Ningfang struggles to find a way to kill them. Suddenly, his phone buzzes on the bed, shattering his thoughts. Ningfang snatches the phone, his voice tense. "Duan, what is it?" The frantic voice on the other end screams back with pure panic, yelling about the Shangrui Guild. A massive wave of dark energy is erupting. "It is exactly what you warned us about," Duan reports with a deep frown. Everyone inside has gone completely silent, including the guildmaster, Hashiyu. Then, he drops another bomb. On top of that, groups of adventurers are acting strangely, all heading straight toward the Shangrui Guild. Hearing this, Ningfang's face darkens. He takes a sharp breath and quickly grabs his coat. Now pay attention, his eyes flare with resolve as he barks a final warning, telling them to keep everyone away from the danger zone. "I'm going in myself." Outside, night falls, drowning the Shangrui Guild in an icy, suffocating dark. Atop the roof, the massive parasitic demon towers high, with Xiu and Fangchu lurking behind it, gloating with sick excitement. Finally, they no longer have to hide in the shadows. Below them, thousands of infected puppets march in perfect, creepy unison, their lifeless eyes making the cold night feel even more chilling. Behind the monster, the brainwashed Fangchu and Xiu speak together in a hollow, robotic voice. "My king, the legion is assembled." The parasite smirks, praising them with arrogant, absolute authority. "Very good." The beast spins around, its razor-sharp eyes flashing in shock at a lone figure stepping out of the dark, calm and steady. Under the dark night sky, Ningfang's footsteps ring out softly, steady and completely unbothered, sounding like a slow war drum, throwing down a direct challenge. Instantly, parasitic fiends swarm him, their metallic scales gleaming under the pale moonlight as their twisted bodies twitch, ready to tear him apart. Yet, Ningfang stays completely unfazed, his piercing gaze sweeping over the entire monstrous horde. His aura is so insanely heavy that the surrounding air thickens, as if the dark itself is terrified of him. Without uttering a single word, Ningfang launches himself into the sky, exploding off the pavement. The lead parasite watches him, utterly baffled. Recognizing the kid from the video, it mutters, "Why on earth is he here?" Now, I know what you're thinking, time to fight, right? But Ningfang is actually struggling because so many innocent souls are being controlled. Unleashing a massive destructive spell would just turn these helpless civilians into shields for the monster. He pauses, deep in thought, wondering if the weapon he has can even pass as a divine limb object. Suddenly, the giant parasite breaks his focus, calling out to him in a dripping, mocking sneer. "Hey kid, why are you here alone? Did your little friends run away in pure terror? Or did they send you to play hero?" Unshaken by the mockery, Ningfang stares right back, demandingly asking, "Are you the king around here?" The grotesque fiend unleashes a dark, raspy cackle, his voice dripping with pure malice. "King? Have you come to beg for my protection, tiny human?" It cackles with twisted glee, its eyes narrowing as its arrogant laughter echoes through the cold night. "Too bad for you. I have absolutely zero use for weak mortals from this lower realm." A second later, it roars. "Though, your power is actually pretty impressive. Your body will make the ultimate vessel to incubate an even stronger warrior." With that, the beast lunges forward, its deafening roar shaking the very ground beneath them. A violent gale whips across Ningfang's face as massive tentacles erupt to drag him down. But Ningfang slices through them effortlessly, every swing of his blade incredibly sharp, smooth, and devastating. The display catches the monster off guard, its eyes widening in pure fury and shock. The battlefield falls dead silent, save for the howling wind and the creature's frustrated, angry growls. "I admit you are strong, but that won't be enough to kill me." The gap between us is like a mortal trying to challenge a god. Watching its every movement, Ningfang stands as still as a mountain, realizing that normal weapon attacks won't do a single thing. Seeing this, the parasite smirks. "But trust me, we know it's not over. You and I are starting with a guy who does not even have a divine relic. He is just holding a basic weapon, yet Ningfang remains incredibly calm despite the demon smugness. His pure indifference makes the entire atmosphere feel incredibly tense. Suddenly, a massive rift tears open right before them, glowing brightly like a portal to another galaxy, making the surrounding space ripple with every single pulse. The terrified parasite can only scream at this insane active skill. A forbidden spell, Dark Portal. It opens a gateway to summon endless dark matter for 12 hours, or a high-level demon lord. The summon is permanent. As the skill activates, Ningfang gives the beast a cold, piercing look, warning it that this fight was already over before it even started. Up above, the rift tears open wider as cosmic energy floods the sky, making everything tremble as if it is about to explode. Then, the parasite lets out a horrific, booming laugh that chills everyone to the bone, roaring to reveal its grotesque face. "No wonder your power is beyond normal humans. Turns out you are just a low-level henchman of the Demon King. What is wrong? Can you not handle this alone, so you are begging your master to save you?" Its eyes flash blood red as it roars arrogantly, saying any high-level entity forced into a low-level world gets severely weakened. "Unless an actual fallen god shows up, as long as we are in this low-level world, I am invincible." While the monster rages, Ningfang stays completely calm, analyzing his next move. A high-level demon lord is a direct subordinate of the fallen god, usually carrying powerful, god-bestowed treasures. This should be more than enough to handle this parasite. It is a forbidden summon, after all. It cannot be that weak. Watch closely, because we are about to find out what kind of monster actually steps through. Up in the clouds, the portal stretches even wider, and a glowing red light flashes from inside. Two terrifying sharp red eyes glare out as the portal expands, making the air freeze. Seeing this, Ningfang gasps in pure shock. But then, stepping out of the portal is a capybara. It looks completely ridiculous, showing absolutely none of that godlike power from before. Even the arrogant parasite is left staring in total disbelief. In this moment of sheer confusion, Ningfang can only think, is this really the demon lord? Ignoring their confusion, the capybara takes a single step forward, surrounded by crackling bolts of golden lightning, and you and I are watching it walk over and sit down, looking both adorable and strangely majestic. Suddenly, the little capybara, wearing the most blank expression ever, tries to stand up tall. It raises a tiny paw to look menacing, but unfortunately, it immediately faceplants because its legs are too short to support its fat, round body. The parasite starts laughing hysterically at this absolute clown show. What kind of joke is this? I cannot even feel a single drop of dark energy from it. You are going to rely on this garbage? But before it can finish, the parasite freezes, its jaw dropping in total shock. For absolutely no reason, in a flash, the giant monster tips backward, completely losing its balance. Meanwhile, the capybara just lies down comfortably, releasing a strange aura that forces everyone nearby to collapse, paralyzed and numb. The parasite groans in absolute agony. What is happening? Why do I suddenly just want to lie down and do nothing? Suddenly, the capybara stands up with a blank stare, waddling step by step toward the helpless monster on the ground. Then, it opens its mouth and chomps a minion, sending black blood splattering everywhere. Without stopping, the capybara opens wide and swallows another one. Watching this bizarre scene play out, Ningfang quietly analyzes the situation. That cute creature is literally eating the parasites hiding in the shadows. This is even easier than dealing with the elite spirit beast. Seeing the capybara absolute dominance, the parasite finally realizes. Sensing its doom, the parasite screams in terror. No way. I thought this was just a demon king. What kind of monster did you summon? It struggles helplessly, totally pinned down, as Ningfang speaks softly. Hey, champion of this low world, right? Hearing this, the parasite starts groveling pathetically. Please, do not take my trash talk seriously. Ningfang just smiles coldly, recording this coward on his phone. This is perfect. Help me record a research video, he says, as the melting parasite keeps begging. I am sorry, please spare me. Ningfang remains completely calm, asking firmly, first, how did you sneak in? And that is where we leave our heroes. Let's dive in. That guy and his squad raided my secret realm back then. So I used his distraction to hijack his body and sneak into your world. Hearing this, Ningfang asks with a totally blank face, what exactly were you in that realm? A boss. Completely stripped of his pride, the panicked parasite instantly yields, begging, yes, exactly as you say. Just let me live. The parasite demon spills everything. Initially, I was weak, so I only dared to lurk in the black market. If someone vanished there, nobody would ever look for them. But lately, my strength surged. I bypassed incubation entirely and began using the windbone body to take direct control of humans. That is why I dared target the Shangrui Guild. The moment he finishes, the massive beast steps closer, its goofy yet grand eyes locking onto the parasite, which instantly freezes in sheer terror. Cut to a massive conference room. The main screen shows absolute chaos, echoing with desperate, agonizing screams. Please do not eat me. Analyzing the threat, the investigator announces with a grim face that containment is simply impossible. They cannot lock up or study this parasite demon, leaving them no option but to let Ningfang deal with it. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but as a low-tier world plagued by endless monsters, humanity is backed into a corner. Fang Chuan lowers his voice in deep concern, muttering that without Ningfang, the entire Shangrui Guild would be nothing but history. Wang Bo quickly backs him up. All 7 top guilds, even the entire world, would have fallen without us lifting a finger. Hearing this, Fang Yi speaks up to reassure them, telling everyone to stop being so negative. Watch closely, both the mysterious master and Ningfang are on our side. Since the investigation proves the high-grade medicine has no ties to the mysterious master, they can safely work together. With that, every single person in the room raises their hands in complete agreement, shouting their approval. The next morning, sunlight bathes the lush green headquarters. Sitting inside, Fang Yi makes a massive, solemn announcement. The association is launching a company to manufacture and sell high-grade potions, and 80% of the profits go straight to the master. Sitting opposite him, Ningfang secretly smiles. He thinks, 80% profit for doing absolutely nothing? Fang Yi adds that this generous offer is to make him feel secure. On top of that, the country is officially honoring Xiao Fang for his brave heroics. The ceremony happens at the training camp graduation. Plus, tons of reporters are begging for an exclusive interview with Xiao Fang. You and I both know he cannot pass this up, a perfect chance to farm massive faith energy. With a satisfied grin, he signs the papers instantly, asking Senior Fang to take care of the details. Senior Fang warmly replies with a friendly nod, telling him not to worry about it. Out of nowhere, the beast has gotten super close to Ningfang, playfully nudging him with its massive nose. Ningfang looks down and says he needs to return to the camp, so he is leaving this guy with them. Apparently, it only eats monsters. Duan eagerly agrees, telling him not to worry for a second. He promises to take it hunting in a secret realm. Staring at the beast and realizing the master's pet easily destroyed a parasite demon, its power is likely way beyond his own, meaning he must train harder. He gently pats its head. Ningfang feels a wave of relief. The creature's skill seems to be an active aura that totally crushes an enemy's will to fight. Luckily, it has 0 negative side effects normally, so there is no need to keep it hidden. As it clings to him again, he realizes why. The beast loves the scent of Hanyin lingering on his necklace. In his mind, a cold, sharp image of his fiercely loyal companion flashes. Ningfang pauses as a sudden theory strikes him. Could this strange creature actually be linked to Han Yin, Brushing the thought away, Ningfang reaches down to stroke the creature's head. His mouth curls into a gentle smile, naming the lazy beast man. With that wrapped up, we head back to the training camp. Over at the instructor's quarters, a sudden high-pitched scream rings out from across the campus. "Where is our massive hero?" The shout immediately grabs Ningfang's attention. Before anyone can move, the tiny Shiyan bursts through the door like a hurricane, her face lit up with pure joy. Demanding to see the hero, she spots a confused Ningfang and lunges forward, nearly tackling him to the floor. "Are you the legendary savior?" Ningfang stands completely frozen, his face filled with absolute bewilderment. "What hero?" Right then, Feng Rui and Jiang Shu walk in, greeting Xiyan warmly. "Trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. Stick with me, we're jumping in just as Professor Xiyan happily greets young Shirui. It really has been ages." Realizing her true identity as Professor Xiyan, Ningfeng gasped in shock. Even Jiang Shu gasped in pure surprise, seeing their shocked faces as Feng Rui stepped up to introduce her. "This is Professor Xiyan from Peking University, a legendary advisor to the 7 great guilds. She was my father's classmate, and most secret realm theories and techniques are actually based on her research." Hearing this, Ningfeng's jaw nearly hit the floor in complete shock. She was incredibly amazing. Professor Xiyan stood proud with hands on hips, speaking with sheer confidence and clarity. "Oh please. Student Ningfeng is the real star here after saving so many lives. I was busy researching in the secret realm and couldn't leave. I only returned to the camp last night, but everyone is already talking about our genius, Ningfeng, so I just had to come over and see this great hero with my own eyes." Getting praised like a god made Ningfeng blush as he humbly rubbed his neck. "You're far too kind, Professor." Still, he muttered under his breath. "Wait, I finally remember now. The camp guide mentioned a Professor Shi heading the research team. I totally expected some boring, old-school scholar. I never expected her to be so lively. Watch closely as she skips the boring formalities." Shi Yan grabbed Ningfeng's wrist with surprising warmth. "Hey, nobody has eaten breakfast yet, right? Let's eat." She completely caught him off guard, and soon, a massive feast covered the table. Shi Yan introduced the exotic dishes with the passionate energy of a mad scientist. "These are rare delicacies harvested from high-grade monsters. Come on, take a bite." No one could resist the rich, mouth-watering aroma filling the entire room. Ningfeng took a bite and gasped in absolute shock. "This is delicious." Watching him, Feng Rui quickly tried some as well, nodding in instant agreement. It was beyond delicious. Tu Ying wanted to praise it too, but she was stuffing her face too fast to speak. While the team feasted inside, Jiang Shu stepped out into the hallway to chat with Feng Rui. "Professor Li didn't even come to wake us up this morning," he noted, and the other nodded. "Yeah, he's normally up before dawn." Meanwhile, inside his office, Professor Li sat looking pale and completely dead inside. Staring blankly at the messy desk specimens, he muttered with pure resentment. "That crazy Professor Xiyan works us to the bone all night, yet spares Ningfeng entirely. They say, 'Let the hero rest while I suffer.'" Thinking of this, Professor Li sighed, totally done with life. Talk about a massive double standard, right? Meanwhile, back inside, Professor Xiyan keeps showering him with compliments. "Ningfeng, I watched your tournament video. Honestly, your field performance was absolutely flawless for your age." Wang Yu chimed in proudly. "Professor, you might not know, but Ningfeng is actually our top scholar. His theory scores have been #1 since day 1. Hearing this, Professor Xiyan just smiled warmly. She wasn't surprised at all. A moment later, she looked at the young man with deep, genuine respect. It's rare to find a genius with incredible theory who can also dominate a battlefield. By the way, I brought back some mysterious items from the secret realm. You should check them out." Hearing that, Ningfeng's curiosity instantly piqued. What could they be? Following Professor Xiyan, the entire team headed down to the high-tech research lab. Professor Li was deeply focused on studying a specimen when the sudden sound of the opening elevator startled him. Professor Xiyan walked in with absolute confidence, turning to Ningfeng. "Is this your first time visiting our lab? It's a bit messy, since it's temporary." Spotting her, Professor Li immediately spoke up with immense caution. Wave of her hand, Professor Xiyan spoke with gentle authority. "Go back to work, I'll show them around." This made his heart sink with a sudden sense of dread. Why did a simple tour feel like a stressful, high-level inspection by top officials? This strange, awkward tension coming from Professor Li immediately caught everyone's attention. Ningfeng and the rest of his classmates kept a very close eye on his every move. Suddenly, the mysterious cold jade pendant around Ningfeng's neck began to glow and vibrate, as if signaling something. He stared down at it, a sudden gut feeling warning him that the pendant was releasing a strange, fluctuating energy. Could it be reacting to something here? We'll see. Let's dive into a wild new mystery. Standing behind Professor Li, Xiaoyan turns with a grin. "Ningfang, what do you think these are?" Using his knowledge, he immediately makes a guess. They look like artificial fragments, maybe parts of a wall or a broken sculpture. She nodded. Exactly. With that, Xiaoyan's tone suddenly turned serious. According to our past research, secret realms only contain a monster's ecosystem, but in this one, we seem to have discovered an entirely lost civilization. Confused by her words, Ningfang couldn't hide his suspicion. A lost civilization? Xiaoyan explained with excitement. We found these deep inside a valley in the secret realm. The monsters there were incredibly strong, so we couldn't go too deep. That is why we only managed to bring back these few items. But I suspect there is an entire city buried in that valley. Silence suddenly filled the room. One question kept spinning in his mind. Did Professor Xia discover the world where his cold jade once belonged? Could it really be such a massive coincidence? After thinking for a moment, Ningfang stepped closer to the specimen table. Professor Xia, can I take a closer look? From behind, Xiaoyan gave a relaxed nod. As the stone sample was lifted, his eyes widened in shock. The powerful energy fluctuations were coming from the essence deep within the fragment. Now here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. His cold jade pendant starts absorbing that glowing essence. His intense focus made Xiaoyan curious enough to speak up. Well, any thoughts? With his gaze still locked on the stone, he replied, Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I will need to go to the secret realm and see it for myself. Hearing his request, Xiaoyan's enthusiasm peaked, and she agreed instantly. No problem. I will arrange it. The next morning, warm sunlight filtered through the trees, lighting up the gateway to the secret realm. Once everyone gathered, Xiaoyan's voice rang out excitedly to introduce them. This is my research team. Once we're inside, they will provide full support. One of the team spotted Ningfang and quickly greeted him. Assistant Ning, it is a pleasure to meet you. The girl standing next to him smiled. If you need anything, just let us know. Right then, another female teammate couldn't hide her excitement. Can I ask something? Once the exploration is over, could we take a photo together? Seeing their clear admiration for Ningfang, Feng Rui felt a secret surge of excitement. These guys are elite scholars. Any of them could easily be a professor anywhere. Getting their respect is nearly impossible, but Ningfang pulled it off. Meanwhile, tension started to creep into Ningfang's team as Tuangbok spoke up cautiously. For a project this huge, is it really okay if I tag along? Wang Yuan, standing right beside him, quickly stepped in to reassure him. Of course, we are a team, so we stick together. Just as the mood settled, Xiaoyan's energetic shout rang out. Let's move out. Deep in the realm, the sun slowly dipped behind the mountains as the team pushed on with their research. But right in that quiet moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The earth tore wide open, blasting massive rocks and dirt into the air like an explosion. Out of nowhere, a massive beast lunged from deep underground. The sudden horror left Xiaoyan completely frozen in fear. But Ningfang just watched, incredibly calm and composed. Right at that moment, a cold, sharp blade sliced cleanly through the air. With one swift, decisive strike, Jiangshu completely cut down the massive beast. As the giant corpse crashed down, Ningfang's voice rang out. Don't panic, everyone keep moving. You and I both saw that coming, right? Still, a beast that massive taken down in one single blow is just insane. The researcher beside her couldn't help but gasp in admiration. These guys are so reliable, they didn't even break a sweat. Jiangshu's voice quickly cut in. Professor Xia, I found something down here. Right where the monster had emerged, ancient stone pillars were now clearly visible, and underneath them lay the breathtaking outline of an entire majestic stone city. Descending, Xiaoyan gently placed her hand on the cold stone ruins, confirming all of her deepest suspicions. As expected, these are ruins of an ancient civilization. Were the people here wiped out by these monsters? If our own world got overrun by monsters, would it also turn into a dungeon like this? While surveying the city, Ningfang remained silent, analyzing the situation. Professor Xia is absolutely correct. I remember the training dungeon from the Merchant Guild was once a civilized world, too. Suddenly, his cold jade pendant begins to glow with an eerie light. Looking closer, Ningfang spots a matching stone block, and you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. You and I are jumping right into a secret discovery, another piece of the spirit crystal, resonating with his cold jade pendant. Could there be more hidden deep within these ruins? Right then, a panicked scream echoes from the cave entrance. Professor C detects intense dark energy currents up ahead, and the team rushes toward the noise, finding massive, cold stone slabs arranged in a bizarrely symmetrical structure up ahead. The sight leaves Seiyan utterly stunned, as dark energy radiates from the peak, sending a shockwave of dread through Ningfang. This ominous vibe feels exactly like a dark deity summoning ritual, but with far more pressure than anything he has faced. Suddenly, a creepy half-human, half-beast figure appears on the high arch, its crimson eyes narrowing at them. In the blink of an eye, thousands of grinning goblins materialize right behind their leader. Trust me, you and I are about to watch a total nightmare descend. Instantly, the four-horned goblin commander lets out a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes flashing with pure rage. That savage roar orders the entire goblin horde to charge at once. Whipped into a frenzy, the monsters bare their fangs and lunge forward, their chaotic war cries echoing violently through the cavern walls. Sensing the extreme danger, Jiang Shu shouts a warning, his voice filled with anxiety but sharp and clear. Jiang Shu warns Feng Rui that there are too many enemies moving way too fast, but beside him, Feng Rui responds with a calm and steady confidence. Do not worry, because with Brother Feng watching my back, this battle is just a simple test. Instantly charging ahead, he unleashes a massive spinning slash that completely obliterates the first wave of incoming monsters. Declaring they will never break through, while up above, the goblin commander watches the slaughter, absolutely boiling with rage. Its eyes burn red as it screeches, ordering a brutal, relentless onslaught on the party. Watching from deep in the cave, the boy grows anxious at the endless horde, while the worried girl beside him pleads with genuine concern, asking if they should help, knowing that stepping out now would only make them a burden. Seeing their panic, Se Yan feels a wave of sympathy, knowing these kids are under massive pressure. Outside the cave, Wang Yua eagerly suggests taking on that giant boss up there all by herself, but Ningfang calmly steps in, telling them to go ahead together and confidently assuring them that he can handle this area alone. Watch closely as a massive wave of power explodes from him, instantly wiping out every single monster in sight. With mangled monster remains scattered everywhere, the young man stares in total awe, shouting in disbelief at his insane power, realizing that Assistant Ning can literally hold off waves of monsters completely on his own. Meanwhile, Ningfang stands dead center in the chaos, calmly analyzing every movement in the surrounding area. Trusting Wang Yua to lead the charge, glad that Sheng Mu, Teacher Qi, and Sister Lam went through his intense training. They are powerful enough to stand on their own now, meaning this party will not fall so easily. Suddenly, the monsters begin to tremble and back away, sensing his terrifying hidden strength as they grow incredibly cautious. Witnessing this unbelievable shift in the battle, the young man immediately notices how weird the monsters are acting. The beasts actually seem terrified of Assistant Ning, leaving the nearby girls staring with wide, admiring eyes. Is the younger generation really this overpowered, or is it time for him to retire? Amidst the chaos, Wang Yua scans the battlefield, immediately locking onto the leader and yelling that the boss is here, warning everyone to watch their health and keep buffs active, as Feng Rui stands ready to strike. The goblin commander senses the danger and instantly activates a phantom movement skill, moving like a blurry ghost. The chaotic movement kicks up a storm of dust, shrouding the entire space in a hazy blur. Through the thick mist, a figure suddenly materializes, leaving the commander to realize too late as panic twists its face. In that exact split second, a blazing arrow shoots forward like a rocket, tearing violently through the air. With one devastating strike, the goblin commander is blasted completely away, dissolving entirely into the absolute chaos as if it never existed, leaving only the giant, lifeless corpse of the monster where terror once reigned. As the group approaches the cavern entrance, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes out from deep within the shadows, questioning if someone else is in this dungeon, urging their own group to rush inside immediately. Demanding they secure the area before anyone else finds it, the group descends rapidly into the deep cavern. And that's where we leave it as that frantic warning echoes once again. Alright, you and I are heading towards life signs ahead. Could be enemies, so get ready to fight. But as they near the cave entrance, the scenery starts blurring like churned up water. One of them frantically screams that the secret realm is being sabotaged and is rejecting them. Right at that moment, glowing rings erupt beneath their feet, swallowing the entire group whole. A heartbeat later, Yinghua suddenly freezes, her eyes scanning the dark space with intense vigilance. Did you guys hear that? It sounded like talking. But Ningfang, usually so sharp and sensitive, just shakes his head calmly. He noticed nothing. Even so, his mind is racing elsewhere. Just moments ago, that Hanum pendant was pulling energy from the crystal. He had been completely hyper-focused on it. Suddenly, Yi Zhen speaks up, her voice thick with suspicion. I think I heard it too. It seemed to come from the passage we just left. But there are guards stationed outside the realm. No one else should be in here, right? Before tension peaks, Feng Rui steps in. He speaks up, offering a simple suggestion. How about we go check it out? Wanting answers, Ningfeng immediately agrees. Let's go investigate together. Bathed in the pale light filtering from the cave's mouth, the party slowly steps out of the heavy darkness to investigate the strange anomaly they felt. Xiao activates her unique ability, pulsing an invisible search wave outward. Now, look closely. Within minutes, countless bizarre footprints begin to manifest on the ground, proving someone had just snuck inside moments ago. But then, the trail abruptly vanishes, leaving a look of pure confusion on her face. She whispers with growing doubt. These are not our footprints. There is definitely an intruder. But why did they just vanish once they reached the exit? As Zayan's question hangs in the air, the girl with glasses on the right answers with absolute certainty. I double-checked with the security team, and they did not detect any intruders. Everyone looks down at the same time, staring at the mysterious trail of footsteps. The same chilling question echoes in their minds. Where did they go? And how did they escape? Braving the freezing air, the party presses deeper, finally entering a massive cavern filled with colossal stalactites. The dim light bouncing off the stone walls reveals Chi-Yan's increasingly grim expression. Things get incredibly heavy as she crouches to analyze where the footprints first started. They either slipped through the main gates or used some bizarre hidden trick. And those dead monsters? That is definitely their doing. Stepping closer to inspect the bodies, she kneels down. Her voice is barely a whisper in the massive cavern. The kills are impossibly clean with absolutely no signs of a struggle. This intruder is insanely powerful. They even left the rare loot behind. I know what you're thinking, but Fang Yi cuts in with the real answer: speedrunning. With that term, visions of ultra-high-level combat techniques flash in their minds. Speedrunning is the ultimate way to conquer dungeons at breakneck speeds, using peak combat efficiency to wipe out mobs, grabbing only legendary loot, and ignoring everything else. Right then, Wang Bo voices his own rational but highly skeptical theory. To speedrun a high-difficulty dungeon like this, outside of Ningfang's team, I do not think anyone else can pull it off. Hearing this, Chi-Yan forms a wild, daring theory. Could this be an adventurer from another dimension? She quickly continues, dropping her voice to a low murmur. While it is just a theory, it is totally possible. We have already found interdimensional relics here. This means there must be other worlds out there, maybe even at a much higher tier than ours. I wonder, is there any way to contact them? That exact thought triggers a flood of memories for Ningfang. Glimpses from the back of his mind surface like scattered film clips. Professor Chi-Yan is totally right. I have definitely seen flashes of alternate realities inside the Demon King's stolen memories. I just never considered that travelers could freely hop between dimensions. Still uneasy, Chi-Yan narrows her eyes and starts planning. If this guest is friendly or just passing through, maybe we can negotiate. But if they are hostile, it means we have a brand new threat to worry about beside the monsters. Plus, they vanished without a trace. We have zero clue what they want, or if they will ever return. A wave of helplessness hits them, making Wang Bo sigh, and trust me, things are about to get way worse. Anshan and Fang Yi exchanged a knowing look, and trust me, they both knew what was coming. They had both reached a huge conclusion, but hesitated to say it aloud. Breaking the silence, he solemnly spoke up, asking student Wang Yue for her opinion on a major matter. Making her intentions clear, Anshan asked bluntly if the Tusu Guild was interested in replacing the Thuong New Merchant Guild to become one of the 7 great guilds. Those words echoed in the quiet room, leaving Wang Yue completely frozen in shock by such a sudden, massive proposal. Seeing her stunned face, Anshan sighed and bowed her head slightly. She calmly said she did not fear the judgment of the youth. Due to the recent parasitic mana incident, both the Thuong Nu and Kangguan guilds are facing absolute ruin. The Kangguan Guild president, Fang Chu, suddenly resigned, and they still have not found a new leader to replace him. Meanwhile, the Thuong Nu Guild has lost almost all its members and is currently filing for a major demotion. The air grew incredibly heavy, choking the silent room. Wang Yue replied with an embarrassed smile, pointing out that she is just a high schooler leading a tiny group like the Tusu Guild. Pay attention here, he quickly reassured her that they had already discussed the entire plan. Every guild president welcomes her with open arms, and Wang Bo quickly agreed. Yet, the awkward tension still hung in the air. Wang Yue turned toward Ningfang, her eyes practically pleading for some guidance amidst her utter confusion. Standing behind her, he offered a gentle smile, looking at her warmly to help Wang Yue shake off every bit of her lingering anxiety. Ningfang spoke in a gentle but firm tone, telling her to choose freely because he will support her no matter what. Anshan watched silently, knowing that Ningfang's absolute backing would easily secure Wang Yue's top position within the 7 great guilds. Considering the deep bond they shared, being a mere high schooler from a tiny guild did not matter even a single bit. With Ningfang's encouraging green light, Wang Yue politely accepted, stating she is willing to take on the challenge and would gladly receive their guidance. The moment she finished speaking, pure relief and joy washed over both Anshan and Fang Yi. Wang Bo celebrated, shouting how wonderful it was. But suddenly, Jiang Shu turned to ask Shuing a very puzzling question. Why does a simple secret realm expedition suddenly become the business of the entire 7 great guilds? But she only muttered a confusing, incoherent reply. You and I both know he is playing the long game here. With Wang Yue entering the 7 great guilds, his master plan to build an unstoppable army just took a massive leap forward. Suddenly, a faint, familiar voice whispered directly into his ear, calling him Lord, causing Ningfang to instantly snap to alert. His eyes scanned the room, noticing that absolutely nobody else in the crowd had reacted to the voice. Was he really the only one who heard it? Right then, his pendant suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Ningfang realized in an instant that this must be Hanum's voice. Suddenly, a grave voice echoed across the secret realm, commanding everyone to speed up their research and never wander off alone. Since nobody knows if the mysterious intruder will return, absolute vigilance is required from everyone. Report any strange anomalies immediately to Professor Ta or teaching assistant Ning. Hearing this, a young man on the research team asked a question in pure surprise. Wait, is this teaching assistant Ning the same powerhouse who was interviewed by Hung recently? A girl on the team immediately chimed in, saying that having a monster like him guarding them makes her feel completely safe. Another researcher couldn't hide their awe at how incredibly young teaching assistant Ning looks. Who would have guessed he is a top-tier warrior? Meanwhile, deep below the base, Tang Yin and Ningfang were researching side by side. Holding a strange rock sample, Ningfang was completely lost in his own thoughts, wondering why his pendant had suddenly stopped draining energy from the crystal. Luckily, the crystal's surface remained completely untouched. Otherwise, it would have definitely drawn unwanted attention. But what about that mysterious voice? Did his mind just play tricks on him? Suddenly, a deeply respectful voice echoed again, calling him Lord. Ningfang whispered back, his voice trembling with sheer shock, asking if it was Hanum. The voice from the stone fragment instantly replied with deep reverence. My lord, it is indeed your loyal servant. To speak with you again fills my entire soul with pure excitement. Keeping his absolute composure, Ningfang quietly demanded to know what on earth was actually going on here. The voice from the shard continued, sounding deeply confused as it explained it had suddenly regained its long-lost consciousness. Ningfang demanded answers about the pendant, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this mystery. Does this have to do with absorbing energy from that crystal? Han Yin quickly answered, his mind clearing up. It turns out this artifact is actually a world heart, whispered from the pendant. He explained that a world heart is the core of reality, forged from the unification of universal laws. Even if a world faces absolute catastrophe, as long as its core remains intact, it can slowly heal itself. But once that heart is shattered, the entire world faces complete annihilation. He continued sharing crucial details, his voice heavy with deep, careful thought. These universal laws are the true source of a god's power. In ancient times, the gods even used this incredible energy to bring back their most cherished followers from the dead. But as he reached this part, Han Yin began to stammer, immediately catching Ningfang's attention. Floating in spirit form, he awkwardly confessed that his memory of the past was missing a critical piece. Ningfang offered a warm, reassuring smile. There is no rush, he said gently. Take all the time you need. Still, Han Yin sniffled, tears running down his face as he blamed himself for being completely useless to his master. Pay attention here. While Han Yin cried, Ningfang's playful expression suddenly hardened into deep, serious thought. Han Yin's tears worried him. Could this divine resurrection method actually come with some terrifying side effects? Glancing over, Ningfang noticed a short-haired girl delivering a calm report. Professor Ta, our excavation here is practically finished. Besides a few ruined structures, we found absolutely nothing of value. Meanwhile, Anqian offered a cautious suggestion to Wang Yu. Since dangerous, unknown intruders could strike at any second, I highly recommend we evacuate immediately. Wang Bo quickly agreed, his voice firm and decisive. We must evacuate immediately and seal this entire domain. Smiling softly, Fang Qi turned to ask for Wang Yu's input, sounding a bit shy. President Wang, what do you think? Still adjusting to her new title, she pointed at herself and stammered. Me? He just smiled warmly and spoke. As a member of the 7 great guilds, sealing off a domain officially requires approval from at least 3 guild presidents. Wang Yu quickly nodded in agreement, her voice quiet but determined. Right. I fully agree with President Lu's decision. Moments later, the massive stone wall sealed shut, followed by a long, exhausted sigh of relief from the crowd. The spatial domain is officially sealed. Everyone was pushed to their absolute limits. By the next morning, a rare, quiet peace settled over the training camp's housing complex. Now, let's check in on Ningfang. After that wild night, he was finally relaxing in his bathroom, humming happily as he reached for the shower handle. Suddenly, Han Yin's voice boomed directly inside his mind. Master, I remember everything now. The sudden voice startled him so badly he cranked the handle without checking the temperature. A blast of freezing, ice-cold water hit him dead on, leaving him completely paralyzed with shock. An instant later, Ningfang's loud, painful shriek echoed through the walls. That water is freezing. After towel-drying his hair, Ningfang stepped out looking highly irritated, while Han Yin immediately started crying out in panic. I am deeply sorry, Master. My ultimate crime deserves 10,000 deaths. While still shivering, Ningfang tried to sound forgiving. It is fine, he sighed. What exactly did you just remember? The loyal servant's voice trembled with absolute panic. Yes, that is it. Master, please, just execute me right now. Ningfang remained completely calm, his voice steady. I only got hit with cold water, all right? It is fine. I said do not worry about it. But Han Yin was sweating bullets, his spiritual voice growing incredibly frantic. It is about my resurrection. He then quickly blurted out the terrifying truth. In the ancient era, gods used the heart of the world to bring back their fallen disciples. But because that core also contains corrupted dark power, the deities suffered an incredibly violent spiritual backlash when linking with their subordinates, frequently turning themselves into corrupted, fallen gods. Ultimately, they were forced to slaughter the very disciples they tried to save. As he finished speaking, tears filled Han Yin's eyes, his voice cracking with pure sorrow. I do not fear dying, but I cannot let my existence bring ruin to you, master. A strange, dark smirk crossed Ningfang's face as he whispered to himself. A fallen god? I already am one. But he brushed it aside. We can clearly see his worry. If Ningfang tells him the truth, poor Han Yin will be even more devastated. Noticing Ningfang standing completely silent, Han Yin asked with extreme worry. My lord? Let's jump in right as Han Yin asks if he's okay, but Ningfang calmly replies, I don't think so. He feels like he's finally found the answer, but before his mind can even process it, a system alert pops up. It's a passive skill called Dark Origin. It completely protects him from any violent backlash of dark energy. Now he can cast forbidden spells without paying any price. Learning this makes his expression turn dead serious. His voice drops low as he asks, Han Yin, does your resurrection only affect me? Or does it hurt you too? With worried, tearful eyes, Han Yin stammers, I'm not sure, my lord, but right now, that doesn't even matter. Ningfang lets out a warm, encouraging smile. Since you're back, just focus on living your life. If there are side effects, we'll face them together. Those simple words are enough to make Han Yin tear up. A deep peace fills Han Yin's heart. He thinks, you sound just like before, but I can't drag you down. Before the mood can settle, Ningfang's face darkens as he hesitates to speak. Han Yin, there's something I've been mulling over, and I think you need to hear it. Pay attention here, because right outside the teacher's apartments, Han Yin screams in absolute shock. You're a fallen god? After a heavy silence, Ningfang begins to explain the entire history of the ancient war to Han Yin. He details every bloody battle, every silent sacrifice, and his fateful meeting with the divine creator back when he fell. Finishing his tale, a soft smile touches Ningfang's lips, his voice sounding incredibly heavy as he wraps up. According to legend, that's the story. They call me a fallen god. Plus, every magic skill I learn instantly mutates into dark magic. But hearing this makes Han Yin react instantly. His voice shakes with pure rage. No, you aren't a fallen god. Those hypocrites are the real fallen ones. My people and I died in a pointless war just for their petty whims. His fierce loyalty drives him to yell, nobody cared about our lives back then. Only you stood up to get us justice. If they are your enemies, then I will gladly stand by your side. Even if I'm torn to shreds, I'll never back down. Hearing this, Ningfang smiles warmly and responds from his heart. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do everything I can to make sure nobody gets hurt again. Han Yin breaks down completely, crying, My lord, just to be by your side again makes me so happy. Seeing him so emotional, Ningfang flashes a wry, awkward smile and quickly tries to comfort him. Hey, don't cry. To be honest, I'm still pretty confused. I know what you're thinking, what even is a world tier? Well, Han Yin explains it immediately. Simply put, a world tier is the level of recognition that the high gods grant to any world. Countless worlds exist in the vast universe, but the gods only favor a select few of them. He visualizes them like tiny spheres resting in divine hands. Han Yin continues in a slow, steady voice, explaining that a world only catches their attention once it births intelligent life. But it's just basic curiosity, like finding a cute little insect every now and then. Unless a world passes their rigorous assessments, it won't receive divine favor, high-level powers, or an advanced civilization. Essentially, the more trials your world clears, the more favor you get, pushing your world tier higher and higher. Next, he drops a brutal truth, his voice heavy with deep worry and regret. The strongest experts here are barely level 150, and the best gear is only orange tier. It proves our world tier is incredibly low, basically ignored by the gods. Ningfang rests his head in his hand, letting out a frustrated sigh. Is it really that bad? But Han Yin just smiles confidently with hopeful eyes. Isn't that exactly why you're here? Our future is bound to get better. Oh, and when it comes to your gear, I have a suggestion. Without waiting for Ningfang to respond, he excitedly blurts out a new idea. The gear in this world is way too primitive. It can't match your true standards. That's why we need to get you divine tier gear as soon as possible. Hearing that, Ningfang leaps up in absolute shock, his voice completely cracking as he repeats, Wait, a divine tier item? Han Yin explains calmly, in a steady tone. Divine items are crafted by my tribe, and then you imbue them with your own power to constantly upgrade them. Suddenly, a memory flashes in Ningfang's mind, and his eyes light up as he shouts, I remember the pendant you gave me. It has upgradable inscriptions on it. As soon as he says that, Han Yin nods eagerly, his voice cheerful, yet serious. Exactly. And trust me, you and I are about to see this basic pendant reactivate its hidden power and ascend into a legendary divine tier weapon. We can see the utter confusion on Ningfang's face as his eyes go wide, asking, how do I do that? Han Yin calmly guides him, telling him to rest his hand on the pendant and channel the divine runes through his mind. The moment she finishes, he does exactly that. As his hand touches the pendant, it suddenly erupts in a brilliant glow. Right then, a glowing mark begins to take shape, circled by magical arrays, radiating a strange mystical light. Witnessing this incredible change firsthand, a shocked Ningfang exclaims, it actually works. Han Yin chuckles and cheers. Of course, you are the Divine Lord after all. Since these runes come from the world's origin, only a true god can activate and wield them. Even a chosen representative of a god couldn't pull this off. Hearing that, a gentle joy spreads through his heart. He is filled with amazement and delight. It seems he was always worried about his status, but now he can finally relax. Suddenly, the system updates Han Yin's strength data, revealing an upgradable orange-tier divine accessory in his hand. Spirit plus 1200. Casting speed and mana recovery plus 100%. Magic resistance plus 50%, magic crit plus 20%, and durability loss is ignored. Frozen status. Normal attacks deal water element damage, with a 20% chance to freeze enemies. Hydra Walk lets him move freely underwater. Unactivated skills. Ice Wall, Frozen Explosion, Frozen Beam, and Fierce Cold Tide. Reading this, Ningfang is utterly speechless. 1,200 spirit points. Think about this, his total combined attributes before were barely that high, and now he gets all these insane stats. But Han Yin still isn't fully satisfied, noting that the item is only orange tier quality. She promises to find suitable materials to upgrade it, but notes he must track down the other clans to get the rest of the set. They talk for so long that the sky outside turns pitch black. Ningfang lets out a soft sigh. Talking to you makes me realize how little I know, he says. She happily replies, it is my absolute honor, my lord. The next morning, sunlight streams through the curtains, bathing the room in a warm glow to start a brand new day. Even early in the morning, Han Yin is absolutely beaming, saying, good morning, city lord. While brushing his teeth, Ningfang notices her upbeat vibe. You're in a great mood, huh? Her bubbly laugh rings out, full of absolute enthusiasm. You and I can see her beaming as she says, following you gives me hope. While a brushing Ningfang drifts off in thought. He spent hours talking to Han Yin yesterday, but it was a shame her previous world was so different from his own. Most of her past experience is useless here, but as his personal assistant, she is doing a flawless job. The scene shifts to a misty hidden realm, where massive jagged rocks pierce the sky like giant fangs through the heavy fog. Out of the tense silence, the air suddenly cracks as a monstrous beast lunges from the dark shadows. Its mouth gapes open, lined with sharp fangs as it strikes with terrifying speed. In that split second, sharp blocks of ice explode from Ningfang's hand, spinning like a silver vortex to crush his target. In a flash, the fierce beast crashes down, the massive thud sending tremors that rattle the nearby jagged rocks. The sheer power of his attack makes the teaching assistant and nearby experts instinctively hold their breath. Their bodies stiffen from the shockwaves, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they just witnessed. As the ground settles, he squeezes the stone in his hand, a smug smirk playing on his lips as satisfaction surges through him. 1,200 spirit points. So satisfying. Seeing this, Lu Ping cannot help but praise him. Assistant Ning, you are terrifying. Si Yan nods in eager agreement, muttering, absolutely, totally right. He speaks with pure awe, remembering how Ningfang struggled with a boss last time, yet just one-shotted this one. Hearing this, a third person chimes in. Exactly. Yes. Their hilarious coordination makes Lu Ping offer a helpless reminder. Professor C, please stop copying me. But the hype is still fresh, and the excitement isn't fading anytime soon. Ningfang eagerly asks, Professor Lu, any more hidden realms today? Lu Ping answers with a reluctant, heavy sigh. There are none left. Our progress was already ahead of the other teams, and today we cleared them even faster. Because of that, the committee is dealing with a massive headache. Ningfang pauses, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why is that, sir? After a moment, thinking of the other students, Lu Ping shares the truth so everyone understands the bigger picture. Trust me, you and I know everyone in this training camp is a hard-working striver. All right, you and I are about to dive into an epic story where our squad finished training early to level up. Our crew is officially outranking everyone else. But before the brag even lands, the instructor drops a brand new rule on us. You can hear the annoyance in his voice from all those behind-the-scenes complaints. Apparently, jealous rival students filed a massive joint petition. Starting next month, teams have to rotate. This makes Xi extremely curious, so he asks, "Don't the other instructors have any objections?" A wry smile spreads across Lu Ping's face as he replies, sharing a bitter truth that makes the whole room laugh. Honestly, if the higher-ups weren't blocking them, the other instructors would be fighting to transfer over to our squad. Heck, some teachers even snuck their own signatures onto the students' petition. This hilarious confession makes her burst into laughter, clearly delighted by how desperate the rival staff is. Excellent. Nobody gets to steal our star teaching assistant Ning away from us. While everyone is celebrating, a low, hesitant voice cuts through the chatter, sounding incredibly cautious about bringing up this next topic. "Lord Sovereign, your spells?" His stutter makes Ningfang tilt his head, asking, "Is there a problem?" Gulping down his nerves, Han Yin quickly waves his hands and mumbles, "Oh no, absolutely not. Your humble servant is just completely blown away by how insanely refined your magic casting techniques are. Watch closely here, because Han Yin notes how Ningfang perfectly utilizes every condition, keeping his massive spell damage tightly controlled. Faced with Han Yin's pure awe, Ningfang just flashes a warm, reassuring grin. "Oh, you mean that simple trick? There are a few lectures tonight, so feel free to sit in." Sure enough, his focused figure is soon seen sitting at a desk, leaning forward with his hands on the table. He locks his eyes onto the podium up front. Up on stage, the green-haired instructor is just wrapping up writing the final math formulas on the chalkboard. His voice echoes clearly as he explains. According to the problem, the total damage output of the first skill can be split into two distinct parts, fixed magic damage and continuous damage. For the continuous portion, we must factor in its activation conditions. The total damage after the first continuous tick is 1.1 million, and the second activation boosts damage by C points every second. But as the math gets complex, Han Yin's confused whispering interrupts from right beside him. "Lord Sovereign, what on earth is?" But Ningfang instantly cuts him off, overflowing with pure hype, as if this class opened up a whole new world. Pretty interesting, right? This is my absolute favorite, tactical mathematics. Besides combat logic, it also combines arithmetic, physics, biology, and even terrain layouts. Let's pause for a second, because this is his ultimate specialty, making his mind-blowing explanation flow as smoothly as water. Maybe because this world's average power tier is so low, people have limited options. So they must find clever ways to squeeze every ounce of value from their limited resources and deal maximum damage with minimal magic. How do you stretch simple skills into endless tactical options? How do you seize that one-in-a-million chance during a hopeless fight? As he speaks with burning passion, a flashback of that epic swordsmanship display crosses his mind. It proves that not everyone has to master this intense mathematical theory, but our entire training regime is built on it, successfully forging legendary adventurers. Ningfang's sheer academic hype radiates outward, completely rubbing off on Han Yin, who looks on in awe and whispers to himself, "To earn the sovereign's respect, I need top-tier intellect. I have to study like my life depends on it." Time flies by during the lecture until the bell finally rings. "Alright guys, that is all for today. Class dismissed." Outside, as twilight paints the sky, stick with me as Ningfang and Wang Yu take a relaxed evening stroll. Stepping into the stone courtyard, pure shock and utter disbelief wash over Xixian's face the second he spots them, clearly not expecting this encounter. A second later, that shock turns into absolute panic, forcing him to nervously call out, "Assistant Ning," but Ningfang merely replies with a polite, distant greeting. A brief flash of surprise flickers behind his guarded eyes. He's clearly wondering, did they come here looking for me? Seeing him act so twitchy makes Ningfang pause in deep thought. Back at the academy, Xixian barely ever spoke to him, and Ningfang never paid him much mind. Why is he suddenly so incredibly nervous? But before he can ask, Xixian drops into a deep 90-degree bow, his sheer sincerity making the air freeze. His trembling voice breaks as he gasps. "I came to thank you. If you hadn't stepped in, my brother and the entire Shangrui Guild would be dead. Alright, you and I are jumping into this crazy moment where a sudden bow leaves Ningfang feeling completely awkward. Seeing such intense sincerity, he softly replies that it was just a total coincidence. He tells him there is no need to come all this way, but Sai Shang refuses to stand up. Right then, you could practically see the storm of chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. In the past, because of his brother's influence, he had avoided Assistant Ning and even hated the students who got close to him. Looking back at everything now, he realizes he was being incredibly foolish. If only he had teamed up with Assistant Ning sooner, the Shangrui Guild would never have ended up in this terrible mess. Staring down at the bowing man, Ningfang is totally confused, wondering if this guy has some other hidden agenda. Before he can say anything, Sai Shang suddenly holds out his hands, revealing a strange, glowing orb. His voice shakes slightly, but his resolve is rock solid. He offers a quote-unquote small gift to prove his absolute sincerity. And looking closer, Ningfang spots an incredibly beautiful crystal glowing inside. Watch closely, because the sight leaves both Ningfang and Han Yin completely stunned. Their shock is impossible to hide. It is another fragment of a world heart. Back at his house, Han Yin had explained this strange object, laying out the legendary concept of a world heart like an ancient, forbidden secret. Basically, when an entire world gets destroyed, shattered fragments of its heart are left drifting through the void. And if you manage to find those fragments, you can actually reopen the gateway to that lost world. Connecting the dots, everything finally clicks for him. He understands the bigger picture now, so that was it. Professor Xia had accidentally used this exact method to tear open a secret realm, even if nobody understood how it worked back then. So those vanished invaders were also tied to this. As the crazy events finally start making perfect sense, Han Yin gives a firm nod, closing the final gap. That is correct, a world heart is an essential resource for high-level worlds. That is exactly why those invaders target these rare fragments. But since the Lord Sovereign leads the Secret Realm Guild, the laws of the universe rejected those invaders, kicking them back to their own worlds. Now, let's pause and see why Sai Shang is suddenly handing over such a priceless treasure. He explains his brother won this inside a secret realm and never dared use it, but after hearing Professor Xia talk about their recent victory, he felt this legendary item would be much safer in their hands. With everything out in the open, Ningfang has no reason to refuse. Thank you so much for this gift. He truly loves it. A massive grin spreads across his face as he feels the immense power packed inside the crystal. His excitement is clear, his fingers tingling with the incredible energy radiating from the rare artifact. Soon after, their journey takes them to a massive open clearing where their quest marker finally locks on. Standing right beside him, Xiyan looks at him with pure admiration, unable to hide her glowing praise. She admits she never expected Ningfang to master its power so incredibly fast. She promises to contact him immediately if she finds anything else, showing just how deeply he has earned her trust. A wave of smug satisfaction washes over Ningfang that is exactly the news he wanted to hear. While the others try to calm down, Han Yin's silent worry for him is still going strong. With her subordinate's power currently unstable, she needs to absorb a bit more energy from the world heart. She notes that as long as the Lord avoids getting corrupted by dark magic, she has nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a pale purple aura ripples outward, wrapping around his body at Ningfang's command as a new idea hits him. If he can help Han Yin regain her power fast, she will be an incredibly powerful ally. Then, a shocking scene unfolds. Ningfang, Wang Yu, and Xiyan all freeze in their tracks, utterly blown away. Stretching out before them is an endless, gorgeous meadow, with grass as soft and smooth as fine silk. It blends beautifully into the rolling mountains far away, and staring wide-eyed, Ningfang hesitantly takes a wild guess. He realizes this must be a secret realm, while Wang Yu gasps at how unbelievably beautiful this place is. Even Han Yin, who has seen countless different worlds, is momentarily stunned, wondering what is actually happening. She asks what is wrong, noting this place looks untouched by any kind of destruction. Hearing her ask that, he asks if this is her first time seeing this too, and trust me, her nod means we are in for a wild ride. That is right. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Ningfang make a fast decision as his curiosity peaks. Let us check it out. After taking a few more steps, a city with massive, imposing walls suddenly appears before their eyes. Dumbfounded by the sight, he blurts out, "A city where real humans live." From where he stands, Shuing scans the area, pointing forward with a completely confused look on his face. "If my eyes are not playing tricks on me, those are just ordinary humans, right?" Wang Gui asks, searching the area. "Did we somehow end up in another world?" Han Yan asks, completely skeptical. Her voice is dripping with doubt. "Not necessarily. A world heart shard only leads to its matching world." Ningfang grows serious hearing this. Even if this is just an illusion, it feels way too real. Just as the tension spikes, a guard at the gate suddenly raises his hand and barks, "Stop! Where are you folks from?" Confused, Ningfang scratches his face, unsure how to respond. "We are." But before he can finish, the guard cuts in. "You are adventurers from another world, right?" Shock is written all over Ningfang's face. Jaw dropped, Ningfang asks, "How did you know?" The guard just smiles faintly, his eyes locking onto every detail. "Your strange clothes and stammering make it an easy guess. Now, pay attention here." As Xiyan steps forward, her gaze sharp and questioning. "Are other world adventurers really common around here?" The guard answers calmly, but his tone makes it sound like he is explaining something completely obvious. "They show up sometimes, but rarely with this many little brats." That casual remark makes Xiyan so angry she could explode. She snaps, "I am not a little brat." But he ignores her, stepping aside to open a path for them. "Go ahead and look around, but do not even think about causing any trouble at all." Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will leave this place alive. Before they enter, the guard offers one final warning. And another thing, watch that kid. Do not let her run off. Shi Yan whips her head back, her eyes glowing red with rage as the surrounding air heats up. I told you, I am not a kid. Walking along the stone-paved streets of the city, Ningfang keeps his eyes sharp, observing everything around them. This world has adventurers too, so it makes sense why the guard was not shocked to see them. After a few steps, Wang Yue and the group stop in front of the city's most striking monument, a massive statue. Let us see what is written here. It reads, Alita, the brave heroine, guardian of the Imperial Empire. Ningfang touches the stone, totally bewildered. Think about it, he has never seen this script before, yet he can read it perfectly. Han Yan, his trusted companion, steps up to calm his confusion with a gentle explanation. The world heart is establishing a connection. This proves we did not actually travel to a different dimension. While everyone is still processing this, Seni steps up to the monument, studying every detail. There is a heroic legend carved here too. The glowing letters recount epic feats of legendary heroes. In the year 1537 of the Star Spirit calendar, the demon tide surged with terrifying power. Darkness and fear consumed the land, leaving only despair. But the brave Alita stepped up to part the gloomy skies. Demons fell before her legendary blade, bringing light back to the world as songs of joy echoed through the clouds. Her legendary achievements were carved into this stone, so her eternal glory would shine bright for future generations. Walking slowly toward the monument, Wang Yue sums it up in a thoughtful tone. So this world was attacked by monsters, but thanks to this lone hero fighting with everything she had, she crushed the invaders and restored peace. Sene nods in agreement. I think that is exactly what this stone is trying to say. Hearing this, Shuing cannot hide his deep admiration, completely swept away by the epic story. That is insane. One person actually defeated an entire demon army. Jiangshu stands nearby in absolute shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are all otherworld adventurers really this powerful? Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Fang Rui suddenly shouts out while staring at an ancient tree nearby. Wait a second, his voice is loaded with questions. Jiangshu quickly rushes over to look. What is it? His brows knit together tightly as he explains in a worried voice. While Ningfang's group was busy studying the statue, Fang Rui had suddenly turned around. He spotted a tiny line of text on the ancient tree. Let us see if we can decode this hidden message together. Let's dive into this wild scene. As Fang Rui watches closely, a quiet fear creeps in while reading the text aloud. Run. Ningfang quickly rushes to the base of the tree to confirm what he just saw. He claims he saw the word run, right before the writing completely vanishes. At that exact moment, Fang Rui's face grows so tense you can hear his heart beating. There it is, carved right at the base of the tree. The second those words are spoken, a creepy vibe fills the air. He instantly knows something is seriously wrong. Ningfang's sharp eyes sweep across the surrounding crowd, scanning for the tiniest detail. Unable to believe his own eyes, he looks in another direction, searching cautiously. Suddenly, the terrifying truth is revealed. These passers-by are not real. The moment Ningfang realizes this, the massive statue standing before them begins to crumble into dust. Every single stone fragment slowly melts into thin air, while the crowd around them transforms back into hideous monsters. It is as if their deceptive masks are ripped away, exposing their real, terrifying forms. Ningfang's face completely darkens. Now watch closely as Ningfang realizes it was all just an illusion. Behind him, Han Yin goes quiet before shouting in absolute shock. How did these spirits pull this off? I did not feel a single drop of spiritual energy. But in that exact moment, the once frozen spirits suddenly lunge forward, launching a savage, relentless assault. Without hesitation, Ningfang summons his trusty sword, its cold steel blade gleaming under the eerie light. With spirits rushing in, Ningfang unleashes a devastating strike. Every move is flawless, packing pure, decisive power. Nearby, Jiangshu is desperately spamming his skills, throwing out attack after attack to hold back the terrifying onslaught. But after just one clash, his eyes go wide and his jaw drops as he stares down at his hands in complete disbelief. Oh man, this is bad. As metal shards rain down, Jiangshu realizes his elite orange-grade skill was easily blocked. This enemy is on a whole different level. Weaponless and defenseless, he can only stand there as the spirits charge at him. Crushing helplessness fills his chest. He closes his eyes, fully prepared to meet his maker and join his ancestors. But mid-swing, the spirit's blades suddenly freeze, hanging suspended in the air. Jiangshu opens his eyes, shocked to find the enemy frozen solid like a block of ancient ice. It turns out Han Yin steps in, staff in hand, saving his life in the nick of time. You and I can both feel the chill of this majestic, terrifying scene. Facing Ningfang now are countless vengeful spirits. Staring at the hostile glare of the enemy leader, even Han Yin feels a bit uneasy. Master, These spirit adventurers come from a realm far beyond humanity. I do not think we can win. Ningfang frowns. What is the plan then? Hanyin proposes a desperate idea. He can use his remaining energy to manifest physically and wipe them out. Ningfang nods in agreement. Do it. I am leaving this to you. Han Yin's sudden appearance leaves Jiangshu and Wang Yu wide-eyed with shock. Who is this? Ningfang has to calm them down. Do not worry. This is my assistant summoned from another world. Han Yin waves back with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you all. Please look after me. With the introductions over, he turns to face the deadly spirits. Han Yin raises his staff high and begins chanting, calling to quiet down the chaotic battlefield. An instant later, endless blue crystals rain down from the sky, crushing the spirits and throwing them into utter chaos. Wang Yu watches in awe of this incredible magic. Even Jiangshu sighs, realizing this power completely eclipses an orange-grade skill. Suddenly, a glowing arm surging with spiritual energy blocks the falling crystals. It is Alita, standing proud with a murderous gaze. The moment she looks over, he realizes this woman looks exactly like that mysterious statue. Alita sneers with pure hostility, calling him a strange mage who seems to be the strongest of the bunch. Too bad your magic is worthless against the edge of my blade. But these cheap taunts do not faze Han Yin. Cut the talk. I am not the strongest, but taking care of you will be a piece of cake. That single insult completely snaps Alita's sanity. A mage against a warrior, she yells, asking who gave him such foolish courage. Not stopping there, Han Yin keeps mocking her, confirming her words with a smug grin. His smug attitude drives her absolutely insane as she grits her teeth, asking if those legendary gods he worships would ever spare him a second glance. Han Yin does not reply. He simply looks back and sees Ningfang watching him with a gentle smile of absolute trust. And trust me, this tiny distraction is all Alita needs to strike. How dare you look away, she screams. But Han Yin instantly recovers, wrapping his body in a surge of flowing spiritual power. All right, you and I are jumping right into a fierce fight where Alita is in serious trouble, her speed completely tanked by a water spell. Clenching her fists as a powerful purple aura erupts around her, she lunges forward in a desperate, aggressive attack. But that is all. Across from her, Han Yin remains dead calm, coolly analyzing his opponent. Realizing that weapon is her power source, he unleashes a freezing ice beam. A massive wave of frost explodes forward, forming brilliant, glowing streaks of cold. Facing the blast, Alita watches in absolute shock as furious rage boils inside her. No way, she thinks. I have the divine relic. How is the power gap this massive? Damn it, I will destroy you. But a sudden, bright glow from her chest makes her freeze instantly. Right then, Han Yin just smirks and casually snaps his fingers. Her chest explodes in a flash of blinding light, blasting energy everywhere. The divine relic she wore slips free, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Han Yin's terrifying display of power leaves Wang Yue and Jian absolutely paralyzed with fear. Just witnessing this makes it hard to even breathe. Meanwhile, Han Yin slowly walks up to his prize. This weapon is incredibly powerful, but it's a shame that woman couldn't control it. The very moment Han Yin brushes the surface, the weapon begins radiating an insanely dense wave of spiritual energy. But check this out with me. Even with spiritual energy coiling around him, Han Yin notices the weapon is slowly draining his power. Meanwhile, Alita, now existing only as a spirit form, watches with malicious anticipation. This foolish mage has zero clue how terrifying this divine relic actually is. It will drain all your power, and then I will rise again. A smug grin spreads across her face, knowing she is immortal as long as the relic survives. Nearby, Ningfang's eyes narrow. Sensing his worry, Han Yin speaks up immediately to reassure him, telling her lord that she is completely fine. It is just that the weapon suddenly drained my energy, making me lose my physical shape. Yet Ningfang remains completely determined to approach the God-falling blade anyway. As he goes to check it, she warns him with concern, begging him to be careful. Even with all that dangerous spiritual power radiating outward, you are still grabbing it barehanded? A sudden vibration makes Ningfang's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, Alita is absolutely thrilled, calling them a bunch of total idiots. They are literally fighting each other to offer me their energy. Now, I will not even need to feed on the undead anymore. But he just stares right through her, and honestly, his next question is going to throw you off. What are you so happy about? Stunned, she stammers out a question to make sure. You can see me? Ningfang simply shrugs and replies, so what? Right then, the weapon's sudden reaction fills Alita with dread. Something is wrong. The God-falling blade has completely stopped draining energy, and now it is shaking violently. It looks absolutely terrified. Ningfang examines it closely. As he grips the hilt, a glowing system interface pops up before him. The final remaining fragment has been detected. Begin absorption. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. He did not expect this weapon to be a doomsday relic, but with things still so uncertain, it is better not to absorb it just yet. He darkens his expression, coldly demanding, "Tell me exactly what happened here." Meanwhile, a distance away, Xiyan is growing highly impatient. Wondering what is happening on Ningfang's side, Wang Yue suddenly notices something bizarre about the undead horde in front of them. The swirling spirits around them freeze in place, slowly turning back toward their position. Back at the blade, Alita begins to recount her tale. As you can see, this once was a gorgeous empire. Even though monsters constantly invaded, we always fought to keep our homeland safe. These memories pull her straight back to the past, standing proudly on a high cliff, alongside her brave comrades. Praising everyone for their hard work, she turns to check on the warrior next to her. "Tap Long, what is wrong?" His face is completely blank with confusion. "Can you guys not see this?" "There is a floating screen right in front of me. It turns out to be a system notification. A god is paying attention to you." Her other two teammates exclaim in absolute shock, stammering that they cannot see a thing. Alita hesitantly wonders out loud if Taplong has actually been chosen by the gods. Knowing a deity is watching puts massive pressure on Taplong, but he quickly adjusts, tearing through enemies like a man possessed. He receives system alerts that the god is highly pleased with his combat. Suddenly, Taplong lands a devastating uppercut, winning the deity's ultimate favor. Dominating the battle from start to finish, Taplong is finally allowed to choose a special gift from the gods. Right before his speechless allies, Taplong begins to float gently upward into a blinding, heavenly light. Goodbye, everyone. His team can only stare upward, totally spellbound, as tears of deep emotion begin to well in Taplong's eyes. "I will stand beside the gods and protect you all for eternity." Beside her, a hooded companion turns to offer comfort. "Alita, do not be sad, he is with the gods now, and trust me, you and I know he will protect our land. Besides, if we keep fighting hard, we might catch their eyes next." Hearing this, Alita responds with a bright, hopeful smile. "Trust me, life is rarely a dream here." We're watching her comrades fall one by one, crushed under the feet of ruthless monsters. Alita's eyes burned with pure hatred and utter helplessness. Right then, the last few wounded survivors are desperately struggling to stay alive. With her face shattered and hope gone, Alita breaks down in tears. Why? The monsters are attacking harder than ever, yet the gods are nowhere to be seen, and neither is Talong. Have we been abandoned? Her blue-haired teammate behind her asks that heartbreaking question. "Alita, are we going to die here?" Choking back her tears, Alita finds her resolve. "No, we still have one final hope left." Inside a secret cellar, a heavy stone door is shoved open. She was entering the chamber where the god-falling blade lay hidden. Back in the present, Ningfang already figured out what happened next. "So, you used this cursed blade to repel the monsters, but it cursed your entire nation instead." Alita calmly nods. "That is right. To save us, I used that dark power to rebuild my fallen country, but I never expected the dark energy to slowly consume my mind, turning our home into a terrifying forbidden zone. Since then, any adventurers from other worlds who came exploring here were turned into the mindless undead by my hands." Hearing her tragic story, Ningfang looks down at the god-falling blade in his hand and sighs. Dark power always demands a price. Now watch closely. A weird noise catches Ningfang's attention, and a figure draped in purple slowly steps out. And of course, it's Talong himself. "Hello there, that gauntlet belongs to me. Can you hand it over?" Seeing his face clearly, Alita is absolutely paralyzed with shock. "Talong? How can it be Talong?" Ningfang, however, is completely unfazed. "Sorry, but this is my loot." That attitude instantly irritates Talong. There might be a misunderstanding here. "I left that weapon behind specifically to refine this entire zone." Before he can finish, Alita screams in pure fury, while Ningfang stays dead silent. "Refining? What does that even mean?" Across from them, Talong narrows his eyes, his lips curling into a smug, provocative smirk. But the next second, his eyes flare with killing intent. "Are you deaf? I said that weapon is mine. Or do you want to become another sacrifice for it?" Feeling Talong's terrifying aura, Han Yin gasps. That is the saintly true origin, pure, raw, divine power. Even after everything, Alita actually kneels, begging the warrior. "Please, forgive my arrogance. I only want the truth. Can you help me?" But check this out, Ningfang just smiles and tells her to ask him herself. This catches her completely off guard. Huh? Meanwhile, Talong is just left feeling confused. Why is this guy smiling? With Alita still bowing before him, she asks what he means. Ningfang calmly explains the plan. "I have a skill that can temporarily grant you a physical body, but afterward, you will completely fade away, leaving absolutely nothing behind. But no risk can shake her resolve. I am not afraid. Please, give me a body. I will bear all consequences." Seeing her fierce determination, Ningfang agrees to grant her wish. Alita looks up and answers decisively, "Yes." His eyes flash with dark purple energy as Ningfang activates his skill, the soul-snatching shadow ritual. Using this dark technique, his mental energy temporarily manifests her spirit into a powerful, solid avatar. Within moments, Alita regains her physical body. Her sudden revival makes Talong's face drop in shock. What? Reborn once again, Alita can't help but sigh. This dark energy is truly overwhelming. Ningfang then thoughtfully says, I won't control your mind, so command this new body yourself. She is deeply grateful. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Talong, meanwhile, looks on with a dark expression. You're Alita? Talong tries to play dumb, asking her to explain herself while dodging the real question. Alita, are you being controlled by a demon? What did that guy do to you? Absolutely furious, she leaps high into the air, striking down at Talong with the arm wielding the god-killing relic. Caught off guard by her sheer speed, he barely raises his hands to block, shouting that she's crazy. Before he can finish, he spits out blood from the impact. Alita unleashes a relentless, furious assault as Talong desperately tries to deflect her rage. Glaring down at him, she questions him sharply. Talong, tell me, why didn't you show up when the demons invaded? Why are you here today? And what did you mean by sacrificial refining? Even while lying beaten on the ground, he still tries to justify his actions. Alita, I never abandoned you. Please believe me. I was just busy completing a different trial at the time. That trial was incredibly important to my future. By the time I saw the danger, it was too late. And as we leave things here, he's actually playing the victim, whining about his own suffering. You and I can see the sheer agony on Talong's face. Even as one of the strongest below the gods and demons, I was still the weakest piece on the board. You have to understand my helplessness, but Alita isn't buying his excuses for 1 second. She knew he always wanted that demon relic, and Talong couldn't even look her in the eye. I only placed a magic seal on it. I just wanted to track it, Alita. Please don't blame me. I just needed its power to grow stronger, because I knew the gods would eventually abandon us anyway. When I did it, you were already dead, everyone was, he screamed, secretly cursing his bad luck. If I hadn't felt your divine energy slipping away, I would have kept trusting you while evil closed in. Without warning, Alita plunges her relic arm straight through Talong's chest. Watch closely, Wang Yue and Si Yan are absolutely stunned while Ningfang just calmly closes his eyes. After dealing with the traitor, Alita kneels and respectfully offers the relic, begging my lord not to cast her aside. She begs him to destroy these cursed things, thanking him for giving her one final, precious chance. Her people can finally escape this endless nightmare. As Ningfang takes the relic to inspect it, he asks her a question. I need to know where the heart of this world is, and my friends here have some questions too. Please help answer them. She immediately agrees, and then begins to pour her heart out to them. She once believed it was a great honor that Talong was chosen by the gods, never expecting they would be abandoned, and her faith shattered completely. The gods are cold, they do not care about any world, acting without a shred of mercy. With those final words, Alita's soul dissolves into the earth, hoping Talong can find eternal peace alongside them. Sensing a presence behind him, Ningfang turns to face Dyer. Sensing her sadness, he asks what is wrong. She looks down, whispering that even with divine favor, Alita's world still couldn't escape its tragic, doomed fate. Are we destined for the same end? Let's pause because Ningfang's reply here is absolutely legendary. I'm still waiting for you to buy me some good food. Hearing this, Wang Yue's mood instantly brightens. Before they head out, she asks Professor CA if they can grab dinner before returning. Si Yan happily agrees, which makes Wang Yue feel much better as she immediately starts looking for any delicious local specialties. Moments later, the group vanishes into the horizon of the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a titan's massive face appears in the clear blue sky. A pair of slender legs emerges, surrounded by crackling lightning and a brilliant, glowing aura. The defeated Talong was actually being possessed by a literal god. The deity sighs with regret, realizing they were a step too late. That familiar energy is gone, but the opponent's face remains carved in Talong's memory. Staring at Ningfang's lingering image, the god wonders if this mortal is actually the all-powerful magic god. He turns to leave, knowing his target can't escape this world. Time to do some investigating first. Meanwhile, a group sits around a long table, their faces tense. Both Wang Yue and Lu Ping feel suffocated by the heavy atmosphere. Ling Hua is the first to break the heavy silence, citing Professor Xy's report about how gods choose. They handpick a few lucky mortals from different worlds to receive their blessings, even letting them ascend to higher realms. But these divine favors are really just cheap tricks to gain more blind believers. To the gods, these chosen ones are nothing but disposable pawns. Yuan Ning speaks up next, sharing her own thoughts. So even with a god's blessing, we still face total destruction. In the end, we can only rely on ourselves. She clasps her hands and shuts her eyes tightly, clearly troubled by it all. In this secret realm, the enemy's power was completely off the charts. It was only thanks to Ningfang's power that we survived. But in the near future, I'm terrified that enemies we can't possibly hope to defeat will only multiply. Linghua's eyes are filled with deep, undeniable concern. Ningfang always protects us, but treating a child like our personal shield makes me feel incredibly guilty. Once again, the entire room falls into a heavy silence. Wang Yue tentatively raises her hand, asking to speak, before bringing up the powerful warrior Han Yin. You and I both know Ningfang recently summoned that powerhouse Han Yin, who has been calculating battle strategies and comparing our strength against the monsters. Finally, she reaches a conclusion. She pauses for a moment before dropping a massive bombshell according to their data. Our world should have perished 30 years ago. You and I are watching everyone get completely shocked here. Eyes wide in shock, Nuit Nin instinctively asks, Chairwoman Yuang, what does this actually mean? Wang Yue explains the grim truth. Over 80 years ago, the secret realm merged with our world, bringing unprecedented devastation. That nightmare birthed the very first adventurers. The memory of humanity first standing up to fight those monsters is still burned into her mind. Even now, humans are at a massive disadvantage against these beasts. Every victory we have managed is thanks to the next generation, including you guys here today. Only through endless sacrifices and non-stop fighting has humanity managed to hold off these powerful monsters and survive until now. Wang Yue's intense gaze makes her words feel heavy, dead serious. A legendary powerhouse once said that the monsters we face have long surpassed what this world can actually handle. Yet, we are still standing and fighting back. Honestly, that alone is a miracle. Suddenly, she stands up and declares with total confidence that as long as we have a single shot, humanity can keep this miracle alive. Now watch closely. Our predecessors protected this world for 80 long years. Now, it is our turn to defend humanity together. Hearing this, Linghua and VM Xuan nod, leaving the room completely silent. Their intense looks actually make Wang Yue feel awkward. Wait, did she say something wrong? Suddenly, the entire room erupts into loud applause, instantly filling the air with hype, especially for Linghua. Smiling warmly, she says, Chairman Liu, inviting Chairman Wang here was the best decision you could have made. She feels like her youthful fighting spirit is completely back. Meanwhile, Wang Bak also jumps in with a serious question. Does this mean the beasts are getting harder to kill because they have completely broken past our human limits? Vim Shuyen casually pipes up, noting that phrasing it that way actually makes them sound pretty arrogant. Meanwhile, the others are hyped for the upcoming play, completely agreeing with Chairman Wang's epic take on things. So, the main question is, how do we deal with actual gods in the future? This incident was a brutal wake-up call. He wraps it up with a heavy warning: divinity does not automatically mean hope for us. Now let's switch gears. You and I can see a god hidden right in the busy crowd, using a half-dragon vessel. So, this almighty magic god has been laying low in a generic place like this all along. A low-level realm won't draw eyes, and gods can't descend directly. Cunning guy. Suddenly, a voice echoes from a crack in space. He senses his own trial realm nearby, immediately coming up with a devious plan. Since he needs to hide, that realm is perfect. Meanwhile, over at the ruined Thuong Nu Guild, devastation is everywhere. Su Hung looks at the wreckage, whispering that his brother worked tirelessly for this guild, only for it to vanish in one night. He vows to grind hard, get stronger, and restore Thuong Nu Guild to its former glory. Suddenly, a massive rift tears open the sky and expands instantly. Before he can even react, the god descends right before his eyes. Shocked to find someone there, Su Hung takes a defensive stance and demands, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Still floating, the deity speaks in a soft, eerie voice, telling him not to fear. "I am the master of this realm, the god you humans always pray to." Hearing this, Su Hung's mind races as he remembers a critical rule. He remembers that this space never allows two people to enter at the same time. Right then, the god's terrifying divine essence begins shimmering behind his half-dragon physical body. Su Hung gasps in absolute awe. He recognizes this divine form from ancient records, knowing this entity can easily control all the realm's power. He instantly drops to his knees, begging desperately, "Lord God, did you descend because you finally heard my prayers?" Looking down with ultimate arrogance, the deity sneers, "Prayers? Those are only for the weak. You must prove your power and devotion are actually worthy of my divine favor." With complete loyalty, Su Hong bows and says, "Lord God, please rest assured, I will give you everything I have." But deep down, this almighty magic god is scheming, hiding a deeply deceptive mind. He cannot move recklessly before knowing who this kid is. After all, a mere avatar cannot compare to his true form. He needs a pawn. Pleased by the boy's absolute devotion, the god steps closer and smiles. "Very good. Your first mission is to track down this target." Behind the god, a projection of Ningfang suddenly appears. Su Hong kept his cool before the god, but seeing Ningfang? Trust me, you and I can see why he freezes in terror. Why him? Stick with me, because as he bows his head in heavy silence, it is clear he has already figured out something massive. The deity suddenly booms, admitting he never expected him to actually know this guy. That simplifies things. but Su Hong quickly shuts it down, claiming he barely knows the man and cannot help with any information. Refusing to back down, the persistent deity still forces the mission anyway. He orders him to track the target from now on, demanding immediate reports on anything suspicious with a very stern warning. He warns him not to leave a single trace, since this target might be the evil god who destroyed entire worlds. Hearing this, Su Hong hesitates as he recalls that powerful, dignified figure. Under the intense, probing gaze of the deity, Su Hong secretly remembers the moment he first discovered the trial realm had been breached. He had immediately searched the divine realm for the culprit, only to be stopped by a mysterious, overwhelming power. It must have been that all-powerful magic god covering his tracks, but the deity suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts. Watch closely now, who exactly are the people who completed the challenge here? Trembling, Su Hong gives a sincere report, mentioning that Duan was closely allied with that evil god. Hearing this, the deity maliciously sighs. What a pity. That great honor should have been yours, but it was stolen by that evil god's lackey. No matter, I can help you reclaim it. On one condition, offer me your loyalty. Naturally, he bows and quickly obeys his command. After hearing everything, Ningfang laughs, finding it hard to believe such a crazy thing actually happened. Meanwhile, Su Hong stays dead serious, confirming that the guy claims to be an avatar of the true origin Holy Spirit sent to investigate Ningfang. Hearing this, the young man immediately searches through his deepest memories. An avatar? He remembers that they can only exist for a brief moment, unless gods use their followers as physical vessels. Since they share a deep spiritual connection, the host body won't reject them, letting them remain anchored for much longer. Realizing this, Ningfang frowns, wondering if all these higher beings just pick random people to act as their physical avatars. He turns his gaze to Su Hong, expressing concern, asking if he's worried the god might catch him playing double agent. Su Hong firmly replies that after a few tests, the guy does not seem all-knowing, unless he is hiding his powers. He advises him to be cautious, but before he can fully process the warning, Hanneman explains that since Su Hong is a new believer, his faith is still incredibly weak, and they have barely spent any time together, meaning his subtle betrayal will not be easily detected by the deity. Such loyalty touches Ningfang deeply. Think about it, having someone risk everything just to warn you is truly rare. Shyly, Su Hong insists that since Ningfang saved them, this is nothing compared to his deep admiration. Seeing how calm Mentor Ning remained even before a god, his identity must be truly extraordinary. Admittedly, he had investigated Mentor Ning in the past, and simply could not believe someone so noble was actually an evil god. Hearing Su Hong's words, Ningfang resolves himself, feeling much calmer now that his path is absolutely clear. If the gods are targeting him, he is ready to fight them until the very end. Sitting down with Hanuman, Ningfang notes that while Su Hong can safely spy on the true origin Holy Spirit for now, staying too long will put his life in extreme danger. They need to eliminate the true origin Holy Spirit quickly, and hearing this, Hanuman instantly responds. My lord, the truth is, we actually hold some major advantages over any other gods in this world. Puzzled, Ningfang asks why, prompting Hanuman to explain that higher beings face heavy restrictions when entering lower realms. These absolute cosmic laws bind everyone, and even all-powerful deities cannot violate them. To build their local power, they must actively recruit followers, but you are completely different from them. You can naturally unleash your full potential in this world. If we keep their influence weak, they can never grow strong enough to threaten you, Hanuman boldly adds. However, that special trial realm is heavily protected by divine power. The past attacks you endured there transcended both space and time, clashing directly with the divine realm of the true origin Holy Spirit. If the true origin Holy Spirit continues to hide inside that space, we cannot touch him, so we must find a way to lure him out of that trial realm. And trust me, that is exactly what Ningfang is planning to do next. Hanuman nods and promises to share all his intel, while Ningfang later lies in bed, quietly planning his next moves. This world is clearly his home turf, and with dozens of mastered forbidden spells, he is ready to dominate. Alright, you and I are jumping into a situation where handling battles is easy, but one enemy skill has him seriously worried. He pulls up the system menu to check the active skills. It is a brutal control skill that completely paralyzes weaker opponents. The bigger the gap in their power levels, the longer they stay frozen. He visualizes what would happen if he fought a god, quietly analyzing the skill description in his head. Since this crowd control relies entirely on rank gaps, his current low tier makes him highly vulnerable. If the enemy catches him off guard, he will not even have time to cast his forbidden magic. Thankfully, Ningfang figures out a solid countermeasure. He just needs to learn spells that shield him from mental attacks. But finding this rare magic is going to be a massive headache. Realizing this, he bolts upright in bed. He whispers to Hanam that he wants to return to base but worries about exposure, though Hanam quickly reassures him that it is perfectly safe. Once they arrive, they spot Man enjoying a peaceful sunbath. Hanum happily reaches out to pet its head, revealing this cute little guy is actually a dark monster called the Chaos Sword Beast. Standing right behind him, Duan gasps, his eyes wide with sheer shock. It can project a massive chaotic field that blocks all detection. As Duan calls it terrifying, Hanum quickly speaks up to agree. Exactly. It is a high-level magic beast, far stronger than almost anything in the secret realm. It could easily wipe out an entire world, leaving Duan completely dumbfounded. Hanum starts peeling an orange to calm him down, saying there is nothing to fear since Lord God subdued it. Now, this beast is completely docile, with barely any dark energy showing. He then places the orange on man's head. Now pay attention here, this monster used to love tribal hot springs, and now, anyone can easily give it a bath. Duan is absolutely blown away, wondering if even he can actually wash it, never imagining such a tiny creature could possess world-ending power. Plus, it is obvious that Hanum himself is a formidable powerhouse who should never be crossed. Just then, Ningfang approaches from behind with a glowing item and a bright, confident smile. He explains this is valuable loot from the secret realm that will help them, starting with the Storm Ring. This relic boosts the wearer's combat speed to insane levels while granting them 100% resistance. The second item is the Indomitable Fighting Spirit. You and I both know how broken that is. It summons a combat clone during battle. Deeply moved, Duan expresses his gratitude. I will work tirelessly to grow strong and become an invincible weapon for you. If that god tries to target you, I will gladly sacrifice my life to protect you. A loyalty that brings Ningfang peace of mind. Luckily, after everything that went down in the secret realm, everyone's views on the gods have completely shifted. Take Duan. For example, even when told about the Holy Spirit descending, his loyalty did not waver once. It looks like turning the public against him won't be so easy. Ningfang walks over and gently balances another fruit on man's head. Using the base's top-tier secure network, he decides to search for any defensive magic to block mental attacks or find related data. Hours slip by in the trial realm as evening finally begins to settle. With the sun dipping low, a god peers through a magic projection, feeling smugly familiar with this mortal world. His voice drips with arrogance as he assesses the area, calling the humans incredibly weak. When monsters invaded before, humans had zero defense. Disappointed by their weakness, the gods completely abandoned them and stopped caring. Yet somehow, despite all that chaos, humanity survived. Staring down at the bustling streets below, the deity smirks and says, "After watching them for this long, I am absolutely sure no divine being is backing these mortals, not even the all-knowing archmage." This implies the humans here have some secret biological trait to naturally resist monsters. With an enigmatic smirk, he waves his hand forward. Maybe the all-knowing archmage recognized their potential and wanted to claim this realm as his own. In a flash, he crushes the city projection, growling that he will never let him succeed. Behind the god, a badly injured Su Hong drags his heavy feet forward, clutching his chest in agony as he gasps. Without even turning around, the god senses him, asking what he wants as Su Hong painfully mutters an apology. He is stuck on floor 15 and cannot clear it, infuriating the deity since he already died 100 times there. Terrified, he begs for forgiveness as a system panel pops up. "Stay with me to see what happens next." You and I are starting with a creepy god offering him undying perseverance, whispering that he has no plans to punish him. Instead, it was a divine trial. Suddenly, his system panel flashed, revealing the path to claiming undying perseverance from high above. The god explained that anyone who catches a deity's eye can take on their special trial quests. Clearing these quests rewards you with permanent achievements, boosting your power to insane levels. Certain rare achievements can completely rebuild your stats. Smirking smugly, the god promised this was only the beginning. He offered rewards beyond imagination, and instantly, Su Hong's pain vanished, leaving him utterly stunned by this sudden change. Meanwhile, Ningfang successfully infiltrated the Spirit Mind Maze trial realm exactly as planned. According to his intel, only 2 or 3 local trial realms dropped spells that could counter mental attacks. This maze was one of them, and he was ready to farm it until the skill finally dropped. Inside, panicked monsters screamed to their leader that the lone battle mage was back, driving the Demon King into an absolute fury. Enraged by this lack of respect for demonkind, the boss flexed his muscular body, gearing up for a brutal counterattack. He wasn't about to let this human treat him like some weak, pathetic pushover without a fight. With absolute confidence, Ningfang gripped his sword and marched straight into the heart of the enemy stronghold. Now, pay attention here because this next part is wild. The raging demon flew up, only to land on his knees begging for mercy. Ningfang stared in pure disbelief, genuinely wondering if this was some bizarre new mental trick from the boss. The terrified boss waved his arms frantically, crying out that he wasn't trying to pull any fast ones. Sobbing on the ground, the boss whined that his mental attacks were completely useless against Ningfang's overpowered spirit. Normal challengers always raid in groups and take 2 full hours to clear the dungeon, but Ningfang just breezed through solo. Nobody else had the audacity to ignore the minions and target him directly every single run. Left utterly speechless, Ningfang actually felt a bit awkward seeing a literal boss cry. He just wanted to farm a skill book. Wiping away tears, the Demon King sniffled, complaining that he couldn't even control his own randomized loot drops. With that sob story, the boss's sheer desperation actually plunged Ningfang into a deep state of contemplation. Let's pause for a second. Our hero literally gave a dungeon boss a mental breakdown, making him facepalm in embarrassment. Trying to find specific skill drops randomly like this was proving to be a massive waste of time. Looking over his miserable haul, Ningfang sighed, having secured only a single skill book meant for mages. His panel revealed it was Mana Feedback, a support skill that offered a 35% chance to restore a portion of his team's mana whenever it was activated. Since he needed to level up as quickly as possible, he immediately decided to learn it. Just then, another secondary screen popped up, introducing Divine Revelation, a feature designed to break limits and unlock godlike strength. Reviewing Hyun's impressive stat sheet, Ningfang was incredibly pleased with the incredible new potential. He could now easily monitor all his followers, bestow powerful blessings, and even preview their exact gameplay effects. Options included Divine Imbue, Shadow Protection, Covenant Grace, and Relic Awakening. He selected Divine Imbue for Han Yin, a massive buff. But picturing that dark energy, he worried how terrifyingly demonic Han Yin would actually look. Ningfang froze, his jaw dropping in horror. Han Yin would absolutely hate looking like a monster, so he quickly clicked over to check the other class skill trees. None of them seemed very useful right now, but suddenly, a specific detail grabbed his attention. It was the status of the legendary trial achievements. Soon, Han Yin appeared to clarify how achievements work, dismissing Relic Awakening as temporarily useless. He explained that trial achievements let deities tap directly into the hidden potential sleeping inside a mortal. Just as Ningfang believed, personal achievements are bound to universal laws, meaning the gods merely act as guides to unlock them. This is why gods bestow achievements on anyone who impresses them, even if those mortals worship someone else entirely. This revelation made Ningfang realize that granting achievements wouldn't actually drain his own pool of divine energy. Han Yin nodded, asking if his master had a plan, prompting Ningfang to share his thoughts. He mentioned noticing a strange detail in Shang Muga's profile while previewing the trials earlier. Han Yin gasped, shocked that his master could inspect the secret achievements of entirely different character classes. Han Yin explained that gods are normally restricted, leaving you and me to wonder how broken our main character truly is. Alright, let's look at this insane status board. Magic Luck boosts the party's luck by 100 points. Once equipped, each luck point gives a +5 bonus, activating a powerful buff on the target. Defeating enemies boosts rare drop rates by 30%. Hearing this, he brings up an interesting theory. Could it be linked to the system? Hanam seemed to agree that it was definitely possible. They still don't know the system's real secrets, but Ningfang is totally chill, saying they can study it slowly. Their immediate goal is helping Fuangmuk secure this incredibly useful skill. Meanwhile, a dark blood moon looms over the demonic dungeon. The magic luck screen finally pops up, making Fuangmuk absolutely lose her mind with excitement. Ningfang just smiles warmly, telling her he will explain later. Right now, they need a fast, clean, clear. She eagerly nods. But just then, the dungeon monsters spot the threat, warning their leader about that crazy adventurer's return. The monster boss just whines helplessly, ordering them to destroy the intruders quickly because he is tired. Now watch this. Ningfang steps forward, his mood instantly lifting as he spots a glowing item. Finally, the spiritual shield book rises, glowing with brilliant light. Cut to the classroom, where Tan Yin is passionately lecturing. He discusses the dungeon they cleared last week as their first real clash with divine legends, but Ningfang's mind is elsewhere. The consensus among the 7 great guilds is to avoid taking any definitive stance on these gods for now. They only want to share unbiased facts from this dungeon run. Based on Alita's wild experience, they figure people will start questioning these divine beings. Next, they need to show everyone that humanity defeated these monstrous enemies entirely on their own, proving this miracle belongs solely to them. Hearing this, Han Am proudly speaks up, pointing out that humanity is finally moving forward on its own strength instead of relying blindly on those gods. With how generous you are, only someone of your caliber could pull this off. From the back of the room, Su Hong silently watches Ningfang, breaking into a nervous sweat as if something is deeply troubling him. Just then, Tan Yin cheerfully announces a 15-minute break for the entire class. Seizing his chance, Su Hong steps forward and calls out to teaching assistant Ning. He asks to speak in private. Once outside, he can't help but ask if Ning knows about the achievement trials. Ningfang doesn't bother hiding it and simply nods, causing Su Hong's face to instantly drop. It's clear that Ning knows everything, meaning his inner circle has likely unlocked these achievements already. Just then, a status screen hovers above his head, prompting Ningfang to rub his chin with curiosity. He notes it's a unique achievement. Anyone can get one, but a purple tier rarity is seriously impressive. Su-hong feels deeply uneasy. Assistant Ning acts so casual about it, completely unfazed that the true origin Holy Spirit granted him this grand achievement. He wonders just how many insane perks Ning's followers have actually received. Jealous as hell, he quickly changes the subject to explain the floating board above him. He admits he is worried this power might be a trap to control him, asking Ning to confirm. Ningfang doesn't blink, calmly telling him it's completely safe and he should just equip it. You and I can clearly see this kid is shaken up, which Hanam whispers directly to Ningfang. Han-am adds that the kid wanted to test him but got totally overwhelmed instead. Ningfang remains unbothered, calling it a normal reaction. He is not surprised because he never trusted him anyway. The secrets Su-hong uncovers are things Ning doesn't mind sharing. As long as he keeps playing along, Ningfang considers it an absolute win. Over at the Thuong Niwei Guild, under a melancholy blue sky, a powerful god watches projection after projection of Ningfang with growing frustration. It's too strange. After studying the footage, he voices his doubts. After their last two encounters, he clearly senses that the almighty magic god's power is fading fast. He was severely injured in their past war. If I hadn't been actively tracking him, his faint magical aura would have gone completely unnoticed. Yet the god is left baffled. Why would this almighty magic god suddenly ambush his trial and expose himself? It is truly baffling. Ningfang's strange actions make absolutely no sense. Reporting back, Su-hong points out that while Ningfang is incredibly strong, his moves aren't anything beyond their understanding. Honestly, most of them are just basic attacks. To a god, his party buffs look like cheap tricks, leaving him lost in silent thought. Stick around you and I will see how this unfolds. Now, let's see how Su-hong flatters him. Forgive my bluntness, but after witnessing your absolute divine power, I can't imagine how Ningfang could ever compete with you. Then, his face hardened in confusion. What I truly don't get is this: if he wanted to hide his identity, why would he join our training camp and draw so much attention to himself? Is he not afraid of you finding him out? As if anticipating the question, the god didn't mind answering. Radiating pure, chilling, killing intent, he spoke with a cold, stern voice. This guy probably only snagged 1 or 2 artifacts from the almighty magic god. That explains everything. Smirking as if he figured out the whole puzzle, the god began explaining. Why does he only use basic attacks despite being so strong? Because divine artifacts boost his stats so much in this low-tier world that basic strikes are enough. And why keep everyone away from that parasitic demon? Killing that demon required using a divine artifact. He just didn't want anyone else seeing what kind of weapon it was. So why join training? Without that weapon, Ningfang isn't actually that strong, so he needed training to get an edge. And then, the god let out a wild, crazed roar. Xu Xiang did mention some mysterious powerhouse backing Ningfang from behind the scenes. Even if it isn't the magic god himself, they're definitely linked. This shadow player is using Ningfang as a shield. Let's pause here as the scene shifts to Ningfang the next day. Behind him, Han Yin asked, "Do you think the Holy Spirit essence fell for the trap?" Ningfang calmly replied that acting like a lucky guy who stumbled onto a god-tier weapon is the perfect cover. Most of it was pure luck, but with a slight nudge, they'll believe they've uncovered all my hidden secrets. Ningfang's expression turned dead serious. In this situation, the Holy Spirit essence won't dare make any reckless moves. But once he overthinks it and reaches his own logical conclusion, he will break this deadlock. To drag him out, this gamble is absolutely worth taking. Suddenly, a voice yelled, "Fang, let's grab some dinner." He instantly smiled. "Coming." Over in the dining hall, the place was packed. Tray in hand, Ningfang strutted over to his table with total, smug confidence, daydreaming with a lovesick grin on his face. Meanwhile, Susan was feeling incredibly anxious and eager. As they crossed paths, he gave a knowing smirk. He's bitten the hook. Meanwhile, the god was reevaluating everything. "You said Ningfang sometimes goes off alone, right?" "Correct." Ningfang's mind raced. "Is he planning to jump me while I'm isolated?" Standing between them, Susan muttered to himself that the clash of these two gods was finally starting. "All right. Stick with me here, their deadly plan is finally set under the morning canopy." Ningfang struck first. To keep things clean, he picked a remote, secret domain to lure the Holy Spirit out. "Wait, are you sure we can even find this place?" Han Yin asked, breaking the long silence nervously. He might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for his moment. Fear was taking over. "I've laid the perfect trap, so I just hope nothing goes wrong." The setup was like a razor-sharp hook waiting for the catch. At the same exact time, the god was plotting his own moves. He carefully analyzed the gathered intel, but couldn't ignore the possibility that Ningfang was an omnipotent law god, meaning relying on a single avatar was a massive gamble. "If I'm going to strike, I need to prepare multiple backup plans." His eyes narrowed with dark intentions. "If we talk about the weak point of an omnipotent law god," just then, Feng Rui's team got blocked on the road. Looking up, they gasped at the tiny bug on them. High above them, the divine entity was starting his scheme. Since I can't guarantee a win, I won't fight Ningfang head-on. Since he isn't here right now, I'll just go after his close friends instead. The young prodigy's records were stunning. How much does this all-powerful law god actually care about others? He has so many pawns, he wouldn't dare face us directly for them. His biggest weakness is his incredibly stupid kindness. Right then, the god roared with a twisted smile. These people are Ningfang's absolute closest friends. I'll capture them and use them as hostages. Even if Ningfang is a true god, I'll still hold all the cards. He's tasting victory already, and trust me, you and I know it's about to get messy. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Feng Rui readied for battle. Suddenly, the deity soared skyward as a blinding flash shattered the cliffside. Stick with me, he instantly appears right in front of them. They are frozen in absolute shock, sitting there like statues. Then, in a split second, the divine being lunges forward, reaching straight for Feng Rui's terrified face. Suddenly, bright purple lightning crackles. A strange tear in space opens right before him. His entire body freezes, completely catching him off guard. Feng Rui and Jiangshu are just as stunned, while the divine being frantically looks around. This is the dark world, what is happening? Right at that moment, a figure appears high above, using void movement, speaking with cold, absolute authority. So, a divine being who only knows how to prey on the innocent. Shocked by the sudden accusation, the god jumps back in surprise. Ningfang glares down with an icy stare. Luckily, he knew how despicable these gods are, and he came fully prepared, just as expected. Furious at the sight of him, the god screams, You? You are Ningfang? No, you are an all-powerful law god. Ningfang is now radiating pure murderous intent. He asks his subordinate, Han Yin, if the true essence Holy Spirit would target the people close to him. Han Yin is startled and asks if he means just like what happened to them back then. Cautiously, he replies that he cannot be entirely sure, but those gods have definitely done it before. Watch closely, we are flashing back to them selecting their skills. Eyeing a dark forbidden spell, Ningfang notes that the divine favor skill has a special shadow protection blessing. Without a second thought, he selects it. This setup would warn and shield him when his followers are in danger, keeping him safe. He could sense any incoming threats beforehand, too. After that, he shares the plan with Han Yin. He intends to lay his cards on the table with Wang Yuan's group and test this divine favor. If it works, we will not have to worry about them falling into danger anymore. Back in the present, a figure stands before the divine being. Ningfang's presence is absolutely overwhelming. Facing him, the god gathers spirit energy in his palm. Damn it, now is not the time to overthink. Even if I lose this avatar, I must scout his true strength. In contrast, Ningfang is completely calm, speaking with an icy tone. You people. His eyes burn with pure murderous intent. Still, he mocks his opponent, saying they do not even deserve to be called hidden lights. But here is the crazy part. Yichan's eyes widen as an overwhelming technique is unleashed. In a flash, a terrifying giant eye appears, and a blinding light erupts, swallowing him completely. Looking at the aftermath, Ningfang speaks cautiously. That guy must be finished, right? His body is literally turning to ash. This is my first time fighting in the dark world, and because I worried things might go wrong, I did not hold back. Behind him, Han Yin lowers his voice. Taking a forbidden spell head-on like that, even a god would not survive. But you are special, Master. As he speaks, he thinks to himself, I heard from Master that when he accidentally stumbled into the trial realm completely caught off guard, he took a forbidden spell from the true essence Holy Spirit directly. Yet, he recovered instantly just by taking a healing potion. It feels like Master's growth is already beyond imagination. Realizing the weight of this, Ningfang bows his head in silence. I never expected the true essence Holy Spirit to possess someone and directly infiltrate our world. Hopefully, this setback holds him back and buys me more time to grow even stronger. Meanwhile, back at the Mingao Stale, the Holy Spirit essence controlling the God Realm's domain has returned after escaping from the dragon monster's body. Immediately, he flies into a blind rage, screaming at the top of his lungs before leaping off his chair and dropping to his knees. He looks absolutely terrifying. The guard soldier panics and calls out to him, but the god roars with all his might to get out. Every single one of you, get out. His terrified subordinates scramble to obey his orders and immediately flee. The god kneels there, his heart still seething with fury. How could that omnipotent magic god possibly control dark power? Clearly, he had not sensed even a single shred of dark energy from that guy's body before. Pure killing intent radiates from his entire being. This makes no sense, because even the 7 great evil gods cannot use dark energy like this. As if suddenly realizing something, the god stares blankly in one direction. Could it be that the omnipotent magic god has already grasped the very thing we have been searching for? He hastily props himself up, feeling an urgent need to contact the other gods immediately. He must do it. Suddenly, he looks down at his trembling hands, realizing his current body feels strange. He is completely unwilling to accept this state. Wait a minute. My current form cannot be seen. You and I both know some bastard will try to sneak in. You and I are about to watch this god's anxiety turn to pure rage as he completely blasts the ground apart. That morning at the Shangrui Guild, the early sun gently bathes the building in light. A suave man steps out of a luxurious black car. Seeing him, Shu Yu breathes a massive sigh of relief. After being quarantined in the hospital for days, he is finally back. Behind him, Shu Xiang quickly steps forward to welcome him. Spotting him, Shu Yu asks, "Little Xian, did anyone give you a hard time while I was gone?" Shu Xiang quickly smiles, assuring him everything is fine. Although many withdrew, everyone else stayed relatively restrained. He arrogantly adds, "If they want to leave, just let them go. After all, we still have the secret realm trials." Shu Yu speaks up with deep concern. "Just try to hang in there. We can still make a massive comeback later." Walking beside him, Shu Xiang feels deeply conflicted, wondering if he should tell his brother about the Holy Spirit essence. He surely wants me to get the god's protection and become his ultimate combat weapon. Suddenly, Shu Yu stops in his tracks, looking utterly shocked. Now, pay attention here, because outside the trial secret realm, everyone is panicking over what is happening. On the phone, Ningfang remains calm. The secret realm trials are closed? On the other end, Shu Xiang explains everything, feeling completely helpless. His older brother had only just returned, only to get hit by this massive shock. Meanwhile, Haiyan speaks up cheerfully, explaining that the trial secret realm is just an extension used by the gods to spread their faith to other worlds. To voluntarily give it up, there is only one reason. Sounding highly amused, he adds that the Holy Spirit essence completely severed its connection to this world after fighting you. That means it has officially admitted defeat. Hearing this, he finally understands the situation. "So, your clash with the Holy Spirit essence?" Ningfang states bluntly. "As of now, we can consider it a victory." Hearing this, Shu Xiang turns pale, trembling as he thinks to himself, "Thank goodness I never betrayed Teacher Ning. If I stay loyal, will he still remember to grant me that favor?" Soon after, he speaks sincerely. "You really helped me a lot this time. If you ever need anything, just come find me." Hearing this, Shu Xiang jumps for joy. But on the flip side, Shu Yu looks like he has completely lost his will to live. I know what you're thinking. His last hope is gone. Meanwhile, in a posh mountain house surrounded by greenery, everyone has gathered. Ningfang speaks up. "Even though we have temporarily escaped the Holy Spirit essence, we still need a clear plan for the future." He carefully weighs his options. Regardless, other gods will sooner or later set their sights on this place besides the Holy Spirit essence. Then, in front of everyone, Ningfang solemnly begins. "First, I want to thank all of you for trusting me." Back at the Shangrui field, watching him speak, Shu Xiang secretly thinks, "Brother, if I told you the truth, you would never believe it." His expression looks manic, his heart overflowing with pure joy. "My little brother has been chosen by the gods." In a tense conference room, Wang Yua crosses her arms and lowers her head, deep in thought. As expected, all those unexplainable events were actually Ningfang's doing. That mysterious big shot was indeed Ningfang. Fangu thinks the same, noting he has never harmed a single innocent person. On the contrary, many people only survived thanks to his timely help. Compared to unpredictable gods who do whatever they please, Ningfang is the only one worthy of respect. Their reaction makes his mouth twitch slightly. It seems he has reached a consensus with everyone. Not only that, some of their reactions even exceed his expectations. Meanwhile, Shu Xiang is so excited that his eyes are literally sparkling. His intense adoration makes Ningfang sigh. Shu Xiang has been like this from the start, his eyes overflowing with pure fanaticism. But quickly, Ningfang composes himself and declares loudly, "No one wants to see our world become an arena for the gods to trample upon. Therefore, the most urgent task right now is to quickly increase our strength. We must protect this land ourselves." His gaze grows sharper. "Because our world's level is so low and we are behind in many aspects, we can only find ways to level up from other worlds. Although I found some potion recipes from other worlds, it is far from enough." Wang Yua's face shows clear signs of distress. Potions, forgotten memories, achievements, high-level skills. Apart from these, is there any other way? Ningfang subconsciously rubs his chin, pondering. "A few days ago, I absorbed Alita's divine soldier domain and gained some new memories. In those memories, he found some useful items. But what Fangu asks next, trust me, you'll want to see what happens. You and I are about to see how gear upgrading completely changes the game for our main character." Exactly. Both methods are essential for boosting equipment. Enhancing jacks up the base stats, while enchanting adds special bonus effects. Director Fang was already plotting their next move. Right now, they rely purely on random boss drops, meaning zero customization. And for rare classes, finding matching gear is almost impossible. If they can optimize equipment through tactical builds, they can unlock far more devastating combat styles. Ningfang takes a brief pause before delivering the catch. Whether enhancing or enchanting, they desperately need rare materials like meteorite, iron, mithril, or essence gold. Fang Rui and Jiang Shu exchange blank stares as the harsh reality hits. They have absolutely no clue what these minerals even are. Ningfang's voice turns dead serious. These materials are completely foreign to their world. They can only search for them during brief runs into secret realms. Suddenly, Director Fang's phone rings, and he stands up. "Excuse me, I have to grab this." As he steps away, Wang Yu wonders if these materials are just metallic ores. They wonder what they look like, but pay attention, because a massive threat is about to crash this peaceful meeting. "I am on my way," he mutters. Outside, chaotic shouting suddenly erupts down the hallway. Director Fang, a deviant, is rampaging in Jiang City. "I will go handle it," the aide says. "Go ahead, take care of it," Fang replies as smoke engulfs a skyscraper. A cocky, purple-haired punk with a massive blade on his shoulder laughs like a maniac. He mocks the crowd, asking if anyone can fight. A panicked subordinate rushes up to warn Director Fang. "Director Fang, this guy vanished years ago and just reappeared. None of our attacks are working." The director stares through the dust at the cocky villain, cracking his knuckles. "Let me have a turn." With a flick of his wrist, raging fire blasts from his palm, launching a massive fireball directly at the punk. The smoke clears, and the villain is slightly singed, but completely unharmed. Director Fang freezes in pure shock. That is when the punk sneers, telling Senior Fang that his magic is completely useless against him. "Save your breath," the director growls, summoning a massive fire dragon. But the villain does not even flinch. "I told you it is pointless," the punk brags, lazily resting his giant blade back on his shoulder. "My armor is reinforced with mithril. It is a rare, legendary metal that gives me near total magic immunity." Wait. Let that sink in. Did this clown just say his armor has mithril? Without a word, Director Fang spins around and walks away, leaving the villain absolutely baffled by his sudden retreat. Instead of fighting, the director eagerly whips out his phone to call Ningfang with the insane news. "Ningfang, I found a lead on mithril," Director Fang says on the phone, while a brown-haired scout radios in nearby. A nearby guard in blue wonders how the fight is going, noting that the mutant is supposedly unstoppable. He hears that even Director Fang had to back off and call for backup, and his partner grunts in agreement. No wonder they had to mobilize so many mages and throw high-tier magic scrolls at the guy. But inside the skyscraper, the actual situation is completely different from the epic battle they are imagining. "Who even are you guys?" the punk screams. "Hit me if you want," but then he bursts into tears. "Why are you taking my clothes off?" he wails. But Ningfang's squad is busy searching his gear for essence gold. The villain secretly smirks, thinking that even if they rob him, it is all completely pointless. Every bit of enhanced gear is strictly soul-bound, meaning nobody else can ever use it. But then, Ningfang's chilling voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know where he got the gold. Instantly, the punk's arrogance turns into pathetic whispers as he confesses a great demon king trapped him in a secret mining realm for years. That realm is loaded with mine shafts, full of rare minerals used to upgrade gear. Ningfang's crew glares at him like hungry wolves, demanding the exact location right now. An alert pops up on the spatial gate, warning that this realm requires a 30-player party to challenge. With requirements met, they are asked to enter. The massive team size takes Ningfang by surprise. He never expected a massive raid for 30 players. Beside him, Director Fang's face turns dead serious. These large-scale realms are brutal, and trust me, we are about to watch one hell of a raid. You and I are jumping into a wild one today. Before crossing, he recaps their intel. This realm is full of beastmen split into 5 major tribes. Ningfang grumbles that their supreme leader rules from the biggest tribe of them all. Defeat that boss, and we clear this whole place. With the briefing done, he leads the team straight into the rift, ready for action. Meanwhile, a police cruiser speeds down a lonely highway. Inside, that purple-haired psycho is wearing a terrifying, wicked grin. The cop beside him asks what is so funny. Our villain just responds with that smug, irritating smirk of his. He says he is just remembering a joke. The driver snaps back, warning him not to pull any stupid stunts. The prisoner bows his head, but that nasty smile remains glued to his face. He wonders what those fools will look like inside the dungeon. They might get in, but surviving is another story. Cut to a dark arena locked behind a fiery red barrier. Mutilated bodies hang from the fences above. Outside the cage, hordes of bloodthirsty monsters are cheering and punching the air. One of Ningfang's allies hesitates, muttering that this looks exactly like a gladiator arena. Right on cue, watch this screen. Glowing red text appears. Bloody arena. To survive, you must battle a caged beast. Shuing stares in absolute disbelief. She asks if the system is literally forcing them to slaughter one another. Wang Yue silently mimics drawing a massive bow. Fangyi gets the signal and instantly conjures his blazing fire. They blast the wall with everything they have, but the barrier does not even flicker. It is totally unbreakable. This useless struggle only makes the monster crowd wilder. They mock the humans, telling them to fight each other instead. The spectators look down with absolute bloodlust, screaming for death. Up in the dark VIP booth, the warlord is cloaked in deep shadow. Fangyi squints through the dim light and confirms those 5 shadows are the leaders of the Beastmen clans. Suddenly, the system notification shifts to a chilling message. There are 0 allies here, only enemies. With the countdown starting, Ningfang summons his sword and shatters the barrier in one strike. That casual swing makes the warlord gasp. As the barrier fades, Ningfang stares ahead with complete determination. He tells his team to step forward. Surprisingly, the warlord immediately starts guiding them through the Beastmen territory. Pointing around, he shows them the forge, promising they have all his requested materials. Secret gold and essence gold are all here. Then, he barks at a blacksmith for being a useless amateur. He demands the smith stop shaking and avoid embarrassing him in front of the new boss. The terrified smith sweats and stammers. The smith nods. Meanwhile, you and I can see Ningfang analyzing their unique method of upgrading gear. The warlord puffs his chest with pride, explaining that this is their clan's sacred, ancestral technique. Then he squints, offering a nervous, goofy smile, hoping the human is pleased with the results. The blacksmith sneaks a quick glance. He cannot believe the strongest warrior in their entire tribe is bowing and scraping like a servant. Who on earth are these terrifying humans? The warlord shudders as he remembers their brutal clash. That human mage who charged him was pure nightmare fuel. He knew that if he had hesitated for even a single second, he would have been completely vaporized. Panic still lingers in his eyes as he thanks his lucky stars he surrendered quickly. Meanwhile, Ningfang ponders the situation. Their own world lacks this incredible forging method. Because of racial and class differences, humans could never master this skill. He figures it is smarter to just make a deal with them. Hearing Ningfang's proposal, the warlord smiles wide. Thrilled that they want him to manage their gear upgrades, he promises it would be their absolute honor. This overly friendly attitude leaves Ningfang's party totally speechless. He actually agreed without even discussing payment. Suddenly, these scary monsters look kind of adorable to Ningfang. Normally, clearing a hidden realm requires purging all monsters first to unlock the final seals. But with the boss being so incredibly cooperative, he cannot exactly slice him to pieces anymore, can he? Even so, monsters are monsters, and trust is rare. Reading his mind, the warlord confidently thumps his chest. He offers to sign a sacred blood-bound contract, which is their tribe's absolute highest form of pact. It carries a powerful curse, punishing anyone who breaks it. Ningfang solemnly raises his hand to agree. The warlord joins him. As their palms press together, a bright flash of crimson energy explodes between them. Suddenly, the warlord gasps in terror. Stick with me, because Ningfang's own forbidden skill just triggered automatically. Looking at his system screen. Active skill, authority, revelation, dark forbidden spell. Chosen believers receive a deity's blessing, breaking past their natural limits to gain an insane boost in power. Alright, let's jump right into this madness, where a warlord is reading a glowing message, having just sworn his soul to a dark god. But the tribute this god demands? Upgrading some gear. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew. He realized only an incredibly powerful god could grant a blessing this insane. He has to be one of the 7 demon gods. Instantly, the chief dropped to his knees. I had no idea a demon god had descended. Please forgive my utter insolence, Lord. Ningfang stood frozen. He just signed a random paper. So how is he suddenly a demon god? Wait, did he say demon god? Is that what these beasts call the 7 evil deities? Looking up, the chief began connecting the dots. I get it now. Before, we always offered lives, chaos, and destruction like the old ways, but the gods never actually answered us. Who would have guessed a literal demon god would ask for weapon upgrades as an offering? The Beastman chief already pictured an epic future ahead. To grow stronger, we must give him what he wants to keep receiving this dark power. His face was a wild mix of sheer terror and pure excitement. Now watch closely. This guy thinks a deity secretly blessed him to help him become the leader of these beasts. It had to be his hidden protection all along. Fully convinced of his own logic, the chief bowed down respectfully. Ningfang opened his mouth but stopped himself. What on earth is this guy doing? Is he begging for a cash handout? Luckily, this was a pocket dimension, so those outside could not see this crazy scene. He cleared his throat, ordering him, "Hey, do not go blabbering about me when we head back out," the chief answered loud and clear. "By your command." With the contract sealed, the chief became even more incredibly respectful. It will take some time to finish these upgrades. Since you are our first guests, let us throw a massive welcome feast. A yellow-skinned monster looked at his friend, totally confused. Do you think our legendary boss has completely lost his mind? The green-skinned beast hesitated. He is not possessed by these puny humans, is he? Outside, a massive bonfire lit up the courtyard. Ding stood there resting her chin on her hand, waiting patiently for the delicious barbecue. Nearby, Fang Yi was grinning ear to ear, clinking his heavy beer mug with a green-skinned monster. Honestly, it still felt like a total dream. Who would have thought humans and monsters could party in peace? Was this a crazy divine miracle? You and I both know this is hilarious. Watching them clink glasses, Ningfang just mutters to himself. Those two look exactly the same. Meanwhile, the chief stared at Ningfang, completely convinced of his own wild theory. At first, I thought it was weird. These humans are clearly so weak, so why are they hanging around such powerful beings? But now, I understand. The gods must have some grand, secret plan. I will do whatever it takes to be their most loyal servant. Soon after, an excited shout echoed through the entire camp. My lord, the first piece of gear is finished. Since it is a brand new weapon, a system alert popped up. Do you accept this soul bind? Once bound, this item becomes personal property and cannot be changed or traded. The guy who grabbed it could not stop screaming in pure joy. After the upgrade, all stats increased 10 times. Most regular cultivators could work their entire lives and never achieve this level of power. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy rushed right through the chief. He opened his eyes wide, cheering in absolute ecstasy. This power, I can finally feel that long-lost strength again. The great god has truly accepted my offering. Meanwhile, Ningfang was also covered in a swirling vortex of energy, but suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his head. Who summoned me? Ningfang froze instantly as the voice demanded to know who dared to awaken it. Shaking off the shock, his gaze turned incredibly sharp. How is there someone else in my head? The voice kept ringing in his mind, demanding to know his intentions. Ningfang looked extremely annoyed, coldly asking, "You want to die?" Suddenly, countless red energy particles started exploding right above his head. What was happening? Who was playing tricks inside his mind? The next second, Tajin erupted, roaring in absolute fury. How did I end up here? Where even is this place? But when he met Ningfang's cold, completely unbothered stare, the entity jumped back in shock. Tajin quickly tried to act smug again, asking, "Little brat, who are you?" Ningfang smiled coldly. "I should be asking you that. What even are you?" This casual attitude instantly pissed the entity off. How bold. You dare insult a god? I am the great Tajin, one of the 7 demon gods. My power is beyond your wildest imagination. In his mind, Ningfang recognized the name. He remembered Han Yin mentioning him before. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing this smug god get humbled next. Look, you and I are about to meet a deity, but don't be afraid. It is natural for mortals from a low-tier world to be clueless. Pledge your faith to me, and I will grant you my divine protection. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. I remember now, Ningfang says, his voice completely calm and casual. Back when the 12 main deities fought the 7 demon gods, I personally defeated you. That single sentence makes Tajin's ghastly face twist in absolute rage. What? Who exactly are you? Speak up! Ningfang frowns deeply, thinking this annoying deity is way too loud. Is there any way to make this guy shut his mouth? Right on cue, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Ningfang leans in to check it out. It is indeed another quest window, but Tajin is furious. Hey, are you even listening to me? Look at me when I am talking. But before the brat can finish, Ningfang shoots him a lethal glare. Shut up. The deity shrivels up instantly, dripping in cold sweat and muttering a quick apology. Finally, Ningfang can read the quest details. Rebirth from the Cocoon, Part 1. 3rd class advancement, 10% divine divinity, fusion complete. Time limit is 20 out of 20 days. Failure penalty is host erasure. He pauses for a moment, then mutters to himself, Divine divinity fusion. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Ruifang monument is bathed in a blinding tide of light as a man kneels in deep respect. Lord God Master. But the deity is clearly displeased, replying coldly, Didn't I tell you never to disturb me? The servant swallows his fear and stammers, But Master, this matter is of extreme importance. You need to know this. The moment the explanation begins, the god opens his eyes in a fury. Vong Hong Kuk and Vinhu and Teen, the 2 godmasters, are visiting. Pay attention here, they might have just found a way to fuse divine divinity. Soon, the 2 powerful deities stand before him. Vong Han Quituk is the first to speak up in concern. Then Lin Chan Gian. Why is your complexion so pale? The other major deity, Vinhu and Teen, also watches with an anxious gaze, but the god has no desire to discuss it. No need to worry, just some minor trouble to handle. Anyway, I heard your research has finally made some real progress. Vinhu and Teen raises her hand, summoning a strange, dark red energy. Upon seeing this dark power, the god gasps in shock. She nods slightly and begins explaining the details. This power actually comes from the divinity of one of the 7 demon gods. Though I have only fused less than 10% of its divinity, I can already feel my understanding of cosmic laws expanding. I can even manipulate a portion of dark power, she adds. Based on our observations, the fusion process is highly stable. While completely absorbing another deity's power will take a long time, this at least proves that our path is absolutely correct. Beads of cold sweat trickle down the god's face. It is him. I fear the omnipotent magic god has realized this, too. He is targeting the divinity of the demon god, Tajen. I have no idea what secret method he used for this fusion. Ningfang's face flashes in his mind, making him grit his teeth in pure rage. It seems we have been left behind again. You and I both know this guy is always one step ahead. The god then turns to the 2 figures before him. If they cannot make him an ally, his mind is made up. There is no choice but to destroy him by any means necessary. In a quiet room, a girl in purple carefully pours tea into a cup before setting down the pot and speaking politely. Please have some tea, Mr. Ning. Ningfang nods, taking a slow sip. Thanks. But honestly, his mind is in complete chaos right now. I am Ningfang. I just reached level 90 yesterday and was ready for my 3rd class advancement, but this unexpected situation ruined everything. He thinks back to the day before, right when he first received that annoying system notification. Requirements for 3rd class advancement. First, enter the Tihuang Jungle's secret realm for the natural mark. Second, gather 50 conversion stones. Third, collect 150 vials of moon nectar. Fourth, get 150 spirit wood sprouts. Time limit, 15 days. Difficulty is 6 stars, S-class. Naturally, Ningfang heads straight to the entrance of the Tihuang Jungle secret realm, only to freeze in utter shock at the scene. A brown-haired guy approaches, trying to console him. Friend, I get how you feel, but look around. Pointing at the empty space, he sighs. Just a few days ago, the entrance to the secret realm completely vanished. Confused, Ningfang turns and asks Han Yin, "What is going on here?" Han Yin quickly answers, "Lord God Master, this looks like a demon tide." Acting as a living library of knowledge, he explains that once secret realms store enough energy, they will temporarily enter a deep hibernation state to undergo massive self-strengthening. Once that upgrade finishes, the entrance will expand and reappear, unleashing an endless wave of monsters to invade the world. This disastrous phenomenon is called a demon tide, Han says, emphasizing a critical warning. Trust me, the longer it hibernates, the more brutal the monster wave will be when it finally breaks out. Let's see what happens when one wrong move means a truly catastrophic disaster. Ningfang looks up grimly, asking if 15 days is even enough time. But Han Yin gives a vague answer, apologizing that she really does not know either. Her words leave him lost in thought as he mutters to himself. Even Han Yin does not know the truth about the divinity. Still, if the system issued a high-rank mission like this, it wouldn't try to set him up, right? Staring at the brown-haired guy nearby, Ningfang realizes he needs to warn them about the oncoming demon tide so they can prepare as early as possible. After all that intense mental planning, he finally snaps back to reality. As he quietly sips his tea, the girl in purple watches him closely, silently realizing this young man is incredibly formidable. The captain reports the warning as instructed, and the top brass are taking it very seriously. They actually put him in supreme command and sent elite personnel to assist, while the brown-haired guy greets 3 incoming guests from afar. She can only marvel at him inwardly. Who would expect him to be casually sipping tea while 3 leaders of the 7 great guilds volunteer for battle, leaving Ben Ba to handle all the logistics outside? Now pay attention to the brown-haired guy looking totally uneasy. Guild leader Du wants to evacuate the entire area, but doing so will require massive time and manpower. Linghua glares and snaps that they must do it regardless, because Ningfang warned that failing to handle this will result in utter catastrophe. Hearing that warning makes the man turn pale, stuttering in sheer terror. He understands instantly. Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoes, forcing Wang Yue, Linghua, and Vim Suyen to look up. A ghostly portal rips open the sky, sending the crowd into a panic before thousands of savage monsters suddenly swarm out. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden realm of the Tihuang Jungle, deep inside an ominous, dark temple, a muscular green beast asks skeptically about the high priest opening the rift way ahead of schedule. Is he sure nothing will go wrong? The demon lord sitting in the shadows with glowing red eyes replies with absolute confidence. What is there to worry about? I told you already, I can feel the powerful call of Lord Tatan. He suddenly leaps up, roaring with excitement, guaranteeing that Lord Tatan is extremely close to them. To earn his favor, they must offer sacrifices immediately. Meanwhile, in the outside world, absolute chaos is beginning to erupt. A warrior screams a desperate emergency warning for everyone to run as endless waves of monsters begin to flood the area. Violent beasts with razor-sharp fangs lunge forward, while high above, a lizard rider on a flying dinosaur laughs arrogantly. You can see those terrified sacrifices are already running for their lives. The monster next to him suddenly suggests making a bet, and the lizard beast immediately agrees, saying it is on. They will see who can slaughter more sacrifices, and the green beast eagerly agrees to lead the charge. Both monsters immediately dive down at breakneck speed as the lizard boasts that the first kill belongs to him. The green beast lets out a savage cackle, but suddenly the lizard slams into sharp ice shards, getting shredded to pieces. With a system chime announcing first blood, the remaining green beast freezes in absolute shock at the brutal sight. Terrified, it can only sweat and stammer in disbelief, while Han watches the whole thing and scoffs. He claims they do not look impressive, and that this demon tide might actually be a good thing. If they can control it, they will gain massive experience and rewards, making Ningfang grin with pure excitement. He loves the idea of massive rewards, while a powerful army of warriors stands ready behind him. Vimsu Yen and his squad are completely fired up, knowing they are the absolute elite of the 7 great guilds. But despite being the strongest human adventurers around, facing these endless monsters still makes them feel like helpless lambs. Watching the brutal battle unfold, their hearts are weighed down with heavy grief. They risk their lives against a powerful foe, watching their allies fall one by one, fully believing this brutal and endless warfare was going to be their eternal fate. Suddenly, a warrior gasps, spotting something that leaves him completely speechless. Everyone rallies together, raising their weapons to fight with everything they have, while Vimsu Yen charges the front lines laughing. He declares it has been too long since a fight felt this satisfying, feeling like a totally new man. Ningfang watches quietly, smiling in satisfaction. Since the first batch of high-grade potions and gear was limited, he strategically prioritized handing them over to the guild elites. That was a genius move, and trust me, he is already calculating his next master plan. Plus, you and I know a massive battlefield like this is perfect for one thing. Meanwhile, the green fiend completely ignores its fallen comrade and charges forward, only to get an arrow through its skull before it can even react. That legendary marksmanship belongs to Wang Yui, leaving everyone in pure awe. How is that possible? A dragon beast was completely blocking her line of sight. How did she land that shot? They have no idea she used a special skill to track her targets. Wang Yui smirks as her system display flashes with a brand new achievement unlocked. Defeated 100 enemies through obstructed vision. Sensitivity bonus +10. Vision +20. Accuracy +20. Wiping out targets behind cover grants a 30% experience points boost. From the start, pure excitement has been plastered across Ningfang's face with only one goal in mind. A massive war zone is perfect for his kin. He yells his objective, farming those system achievements. Right on cue, the devastating Demon Sweeper skill activates for Jiang Shu and Fang Rui. Demon Sweeper achievement unlocked. Eliminated 100 enemies of the same monster type within the time limit. Attributes gain a +5 bonus, boosting damage against this monster type by 30%. The archer also eagerly unleashes her move, making the system screen flash with a new prompt. The 10 target achievement is unlocked, granting buffs that help teammates eliminate 10 enemies in rapid succession. Bonus spirit +8. Skill casting speed, duration, and overall effects are all boosted by 15%. Looking at his fallen army, the boss monster screams in horror. Wait for it, their faces turn completely pale as they question everything they thought they knew. We, the elite high priests, are supreme warriors blessed by Lord Tazan. So why is the alpha monster trembling while its minions get wiped out? Every single one of their counterattacks is getting effortlessly blocked. Suddenly, a deep, booming voice echoes through the battlefield, making him jump. Warriors, what holds you back? The alpha realizes it is the high priest using telepathic magic. Hearing the bizarre noise, the brown-haired warrior asks what the beast is saying. The hooded ally replies that it is the ancient language of demons. He does not understand it, but Ningfang feels deeply confused. How is he able to understand them? Just then, the high priest urges them on, shouting that Lord Tazan demands sacrifices so the enemies can taste real death. Following the command, the red-eyed monsters charge forward aggressively, but Ningfang merely glares at them with an icy cold gaze. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ningfang telepathically asks Tayson if these minions belong to him. Tayson panics, stuttering that it was not him, and shouting at his foolish followers for almost getting him killed. Back inside the secret realm of the Whisper Forest, the terrified high priest continues commanding his demons in that strange tongue. Hearing Tannen's furious voice, the high priest's face turns completely pale with fear as he stutters. He claims to have received a direct response from their god, while telepathically commanding the fanged demons to hold. He commands the warriors to listen to their god's enlightenment, prompting the alpha monster to focus with a frown. The alpha hears it, though blurry at first. Its eyes widen as it listens closely to the divine instructions. The god is speaking. Tannen's booming voice echoes, instantly silencing every single demon. He calls them absolute fools for leaping into fire, warning them not to drag him down with their deaths. The demons stand completely stunned, staring in utter confusion while the beast behind the priest looks incredibly uneasy. Wondering if they have been abandoned by Lord Tazin, the sweating subordinate completely loses his patience and explodes in frustration. He snaps back, asking who the real priest is. This mighty beast lord has officially turned into a coward. They debate closing the secret realm, but the other beast gets even angrier, blaming him for opening it too early. Their energy is completely depleted, meaning they cannot close it. Meanwhile, Ningfang is leisurely enjoying his sweet system rewards. After successfully surviving the massive demon tide, he begins counting all his loot. The surrounding warriors celebrate as they collect their items, with the blue-haired guy shouting about the insane experience points. He just leveled up 4 times, while the orange-haired teen celebrates getting a high-stat gem. The brown-haired warrior is happily babbling away, but inside Ningfang's hand, something glows as the system alerts him of a hidden reward. It is an exquisite golden key, though the system screen only displays vague details about this unknown item. Hongyin stares at the glowing key in confusion, asking what kind of object it is. And trust me guys, if even his highly knowledgeable system advisor is left scratching his head, we are in for a massive mystery. Hongyin apologizes, admitting he has truly never seen this type of key before. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. Staring at the sacred key of the source, Ningfang guesses only a god could wield it. If that is true, he decides to ignore it for now. First, he has to beat his 3rd-class promotion quest. He travels deep into the Whisper Forest secret realm, heading straight for the mossy stone temple of the High Priest. Ningfang marches in with an absolutely crushing aura. Under the altar, 2 hiding monsters whisper that only one enemy has arrived. Maybe they still have a shot. The trembling High Priest quickly cooks up a desperate, last-second plan. He tells his lackey to wait for a distraction, use magic to blind him, and shoot him down with an arrow. But beneath the big words, the priest is shaking in pure terror, wondering why their god, Lord Tayson, abandoned them. He desperately touches the altar, praying to feel even a tiny whisper from his master, just one more time. He begs for any kind of sign, even if it brings the absolute worst news imaginable. Suddenly, a faint, garbled voice echoes through the altar. The priest leans in closer to listen, but as the voice clears up, it is actually Tazin warning Ningfang that 2 pests are hiding nearby to ambush him. Boom! Ningfang appears right behind them like an absolute phantom. The High Priest freezes in sheer panic, his jaw hitting the floor. Now, watch this. The dead monsters drop a rare, leaf-shaped badge. The system alerts him that this legendary orange badge permanently boosts his agility and spirit by 5. But the second Ningfang reaches out to grab the loot, a terrifying surge of dark energy explodes from the altar. Tazin immediately recognizes the power, shouting for Ningfang to get close to the altar and absorb the dark energy. He claims it will make his master stronger, but the sneaky lizard secretly hopes the energy will free him instead. He needs to escape this slave contract, and this is his only shot. But Ningfang does not buy it. He casually raises his hand and completely vaporizes the altar in a massive explosion. Tazin is absolutely devastated and screams out, but Ningfang just shuts him up with a deadly, bone-chilling glare. Covered in cold sweat, the terrified lizard immediately backs down and whimpers an apology. Ningfang is not taking any chances. Since he does not know how these dark god altars work, destroying them is the safest bet. Besides, with his broken system cheats, he does not need this sketchy energy. Meanwhile, in another realm, a shadowy figure holds a massive prize, the actual godhead of madness itself. Staring at the floating dark orb, he plans to use an ancient assimilation technique to quickly merge with its power. But the orb suddenly rebels, unleashing a violent purple storm. The furious god's eyes blaze with pure rage. He violently grabs the core, cursing as the chaotic energy spirals out of control once again. His spirit helper warns him that this wild energy comes from demon sacrifices, making it incredibly unstable. The sealed demon god is actively feeding on this power, desperately trying to break out of his prison. Fusing with a literal god is so unbelievably difficult, it almost always drives the host completely insane. You and I both know this guy is crazy, but he stubbornly forces the orb to submit anyway. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burn with absolute madness and resolve. If the legendary omnipotent mage god could conquer this power, then he sure as hell can too. Meanwhile, back at the class promotion hall, Ningfang's quest screen flashes with a new notification. His S-rank quest is 100% complete, radiating a massive wave of orange power before updating the screen again. Newborn Breaker quest completed. 3rd tier promotion achieved with 100% divinity fusion. He finished it with days to spare, unlocking cosmic awareness. Ningfang just stares at the screen, totally blank. He complains that he does not feel any different, but the next screen leaves him utterly speechless. He can now open temporary portals to completely different dimensions using his followers. But there is a catch: keeping them open drains the energy generated by follower sacrifices. Portals to other worlds, huh? Ningfang travels to a completely desolate, rocky wasteland to test out this insane new ability. With a simple swipe of his hand, a massive, swirling void cracks open right in midair. This leaves his loyal servant in absolute awe. Ripping through dimensions with a single wave is true god-tier power. Staring into the swirling vortex, Ningfang realizes this brand new cheat is absolutely crucial. If other gods can invade his home, then you and I are about to watch him invade theirs next. Alright. You and I are about to watch our hero hesitate before stepping into a completely unknown world. Should he go through? The Lord looks at him with pure excitement, asking if his master wants any company. But Ningfang gently turns him down. He insists he is only going to explore. Being a naturally cautious guy, he turns back to leave some final instructions. Since this portal lies inside your secret realm, I need you to guard the area and keep all outsiders from entering. Before stepping through, Ningfang reassures him that if any powerful enemy attacks, he will return to help right away. The Lord bows deeply, firmly declaring that his master can rest easy. He vows to guard the realm with his life, as Ningfang turns and walks directly through the portal into another world. The breathtaking scenery on the other side leaves Ningfang completely speechless at its magnificent beauty. This world looks nothing like Earth. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him, and he snaps his fingers, whispering that he should use a specific skill first. He pulls out a book called Illusion Art, showing its functions on the screen. An active skill called Dark Marriage, a forbidden spell that normal eyes can never see through. Now watch closely, because as soon as he activates the spell, a mysterious purple veil completely covers his entire body. Ningfang remembers this skillbook was actually a trophy from the Demon Dynasty, and it is finally coming in handy. He continues walking while carefully planning his next move, aiming to find a high vantage point to scout the area. Before long, massive structures rise in the distance, prompting Han Yin to point out a giant city right ahead of them. The local citizens all look identical, possessing towering, muscular builds and distinct green skin. Ningfang activates his stealth to slip through the bustling crowds, noting just how massive these green people really are. Fortunately, they do not notice him. Surprisingly, he can understand their language, wondering if his enhanced cosmic awareness is responsible. Spotting something unusual in the distance, Han Yin quietly calls out, asking her lord to look over there. Ningfang follows her gaze and spots a stunning temple adorned with a massive purple gem that resembles a giant eye. She explains it is a temple dedicated to the eternal star god, leaving Ningfang highly surprised by the unexpected deity. He asks if that is the deity who specializes in support classes, and Han Yin beams, praising his excellent memory. He stares ahead with a thoughtful expression, quietly calculating his options. He wants to explore it but decides to avoid the temple to keep a low profile when a group suddenly marches out. You and I both know something major is about to happen as a leader holding a glowing purple staff marches out, making Han Yin ask what they are saying. Ningfang translates their words, explaining that a party just cleared a secret realm and obtained an incredibly rare magic staff. He keeps his eyes glued to the weapon, jaw dropped at how insanely powerful that staff looks. Everyone around them is green with envy, but Ningfang suddenly notices something that makes him freeze. Recalling her master's past glory, Han Yin quickly speaks up, pointing out that the staff looks identical to the one he owned back then. This completely stuns him, and as he turns to her, she adds that its unique style is unmistakable. Only one person in his old retinue could have crafted such a weapon. And as the image of a powerful female mage enters his mind, Han Yin utters the name Sadi, the Reaper. With that, they quickly turn their attention to a pair of locals chatting nearby. Ningfang approaches them to ask about the origins of that mysterious staff the green-skinned mage is holding. One of them laughs, mocking him for not knowing such a basic fact. He explains it is the ultimate hidden reward from the secret realm, known as the evil god's staff. But his next words darken their mood. The weapon is apparently called Sadi's Pride, prompting a tense Ningfang to hide his anger and ask who Sadi is. The guy smirks, eagerly explaining that she is the final boss of this secret realm. This revelation deeply shocks both Ningfang and Han Yin, as the man explains she was once the minion of an evil god who got defeated and locked away here. Now that they have the critical details, Han Yin asks in a panicked whisper if they should find a way to break Sadi out of her imprisonment. Ningfang strokes his chin, carefully weighing his choices before flashing a confident smirk, proudly declaring that he wants one of those evil god staffs too. He asks how to get one, prompting the shocked local to point at him and ask if he is some clueless rookie. He explains there is only one entry method, grin widening as he demands a fee of 1,000 bolan to carry them through. This makes Ningfang frown as a flood of questions fills his mind, wondering what this unknown currency even is. And trust me, you and I are about to find out, as a pouch of cash suddenly appears. You and I are watching him create that golden Kabibi Baza bag using illusion magic. The system confirms his active skill, Forbidden Dark Phantasm, makes his illusions completely impossible for normal eyes to pierce. He can manipulate everyone around him like puppets right in the palm of his hand. Ningfang watches in surprise, realizing this phantasm skill can constantly burn mana to keep generating brand new illusions on the fly. Since normal eyes can't pierce this technique, there's no way he'll get caught, right? He offers the money pouch, leaving both men staring in absolute shock at the 1,000 bellin he promised. Calling him a generous little brother, the man keeps his word and waves Ningfang forward. They head inside together, soon arriving at the demonist ghost domain where a massive, creepy gate looms ahead. The guide flashes a wicked grin and offers a warning. The paths inside are incredibly complex, making it easy to get lost your first time. If you take a wrong turn and need us to rescue you, it'll cost extra. He wears a sly smirk, secretly plotting a scheme. He plans to intentionally abandon the kid, only to rescue him later for some easy extra cash. Getting no reply, the guy snaps impatiently. But pay attention here, when he looks up, Ningfang has completely vanished. He panics, asking where the kid went since he was right behind them. The entire group looks around utterly baffled. The leader awkwardly notes that the money bag is missing too, asking if anyone saw anything at all. Meanwhile, Ningfang dashes deeper inside, completely focused. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Han Yin confidently confirms that they are in the right place. This is Exit's old territory, once called the Chanting Dead City before these people renamed it the Demonist Ghost Domain. Ningfang pushes forward at full speed as Han Yin explains that he knows every single road in this place. There is absolutely no mistake. If the secret realm remains unchanged, Sita is definitely hiding right here. Moments later, they arrive before a massive library blocked by a glowing red seal as Han Yin finishes his thought. This is Sita's library, the place she visits the most. And right on cue, we see a pair of long, elegant legs covered in seal patterns, radiating pure temptation. Finally, Sita makes her grand entrance. But instantly, her expression turns dark, her eyes glowing with a demonic fury. While Ningfang watches silently, Han Yin transforms back into his original form and calls out to her softly. Suddenly, the ground violently shakes and heavy debris flies straight at them, forcing them to dodge. Han Yin gasps in utter shock. He shouts in anger, asking how she dares disrespect their lord and demanding if she has completely lost her mind. Losing all sanity, she glares with bloodshot eyes, grinding her teeth and shouting at the green-skinned bastard not to insult her. She warns that without the seal, she would make him wish for death, leaving a highly confused Han Yin watching her. He regained sanity upon seeing their lord. Why not, Sita? Suddenly, it clicks, and he shouts in realization. Looking anxiously at his master, Han Yin asks if this bizarre behavior could be caused by some kind of illusion. Ningfang immediately casts a spell to break the illusion, wondering if it will actually do the trick. Sita remains trapped in her furious rage, grinding her teeth and glaring directly at them. But suddenly, her eyes clear up. She looks at them in shock, completely stunned, before hesitantly calling out to Han Yin. She gasps, unable to believe her lord is there, while a blank-faced Ningfang blames himself. It was indeed a forbidden curse. Sita remains in sheer awe, repeating that her lord is finally back. Han Yin eagerly greets his old friend, but Sita instantly grits her teeth, hissing in anger. Losing her mind again, her face twists into a demonic mask as she roars, demanding what he wants. She curses furiously at Han Yin, calling him a damn green-skinned bastard for standing in front of her. Concerned, Ningfang asks Han Yin if Exit's hallucination spell is still lingering inside her mind. Walking behind him, Han Yin reassures his master, saying he must have forgotten something simple. That name was just a playful insult Sita always used. Later, Sita fully wakes up and panics over her lord's condition. Observing her panic, Han Yin carefully explains the situation. He explains that their lord has lost all his past memories. Hearing this, Sita instantly jumps to a furious conclusion. She demands to know if those false gods did this to him. Han Yin admits he is clueless, suggesting her old memories might help. And that's where we leave it. Let's see how this memory puzzle unfolds next time. You and I are jumping right into a wild rescue as Sita drops to her knees before her lord. She explains that the eternal divine crystal traps her here, before bitterly revealing the cruel truth of her torment. The crystal suppresses her power, transforming her into a mindless beast trapped forever inside this dangerous secret realm. She is repeatedly killed only to be resurrected, enduring endless mental and physical torture in a cycle of pure agony. Staring at him, she desperately begs for salvation, leaving Ningfang deep in thought as he weighs his limited options. Her curse is unique, making him highly unsure if his usual methods will actually free her. Loyal to the end, Han Yin steps up, declaring he will gladly follow any path his master chooses to take. He turns to Sita to explain their only option. He warns Sita that the master must first completely erase her existence before attempting to reconstruct her, meaning there is absolutely no guarantee she will survive this rebirth. With absolute determination in her eyes, she replies that she trusts her lord with her life. But Ningfang knows other hostile gods watch this domain, meaning they must act before time completely runs out. Now pay attention here. Ningfang draws his blade, determined to end this before any other gods notice. Sita stands perfectly still, welcoming the blow as Ningfang delivers a swift, decisive strike to end her life. Instantly, the heavy metal ring on her leg begins to emit a frantic, high-pitched screech. A glowing magic circle suddenly erupts beneath her feet, triggering a violent, raging storm that aggressively expels every single intruder from the crumbling secret realm. A forced teleportation? What is happening? Outside, utter chaos erupts as witnesses realize the ancient seal has been triggered, prompting leaders to demand immediate guard reinforcement. Dozens of armed soldiers rush to the scene, hunting down whoever dared to disrupt the holy seal. They demand the culprit face divine judgment as a blinding, heavenly light suddenly envelops the entire kingdom. Sensing the immense danger, Sita urges her master to escape before the activated defensive formation traps him. Ningfang remains completely unfazed, quietly realizing that Sita's soul has not manifested into any tangible item yet. I know what you are thinking, but just as the guards close in, the real madness begins. The crowd laughs, enjoying his downfall and mockingly declaring that the arrogant fool is as good as dead. Sita blames herself for the mess, weeping as she apologizes for dragging her master into her curse. She gasps in sheer terror as a sinister, blood-red light begins to pulse heavily from Ningfang's body. His expression hardens as he reveals he has one last, desperate plan with absolutely no guarantee of success. If he fails, she will vanish forever. But Sita calmly accepts her fate, assuring him she is not afraid. She declares she would rather cease to exist than live unable to serve her master. A thick purple aura erupts around him. Ningfang activates his forbidden dark spell, Devouring Wind, unleashing a corrupting shadow storm that swallows all light and whips into a massive, destructive tornado. Nearby, the hooded spectator stands frozen in absolute, speechless terror. As the dark storm clears, a mysterious weapon crackling with immense magical energy slowly hovers into view. It is the upgradable orange-tier dirge staff, boosting spirit by 12, increasing magic damage by 15%, and containing the dark spells Soul Wither and Grave Sand. Fortunately, a powerful shield of divine energy kept Sita's soul safe. Her essence remains safely bound within the weapon itself. Picking up the legendary staff, Ningfang smiles warmly and tells Sita that they actually succeeded. Outside the realm's gate, silence hangs heavy in the air as the massive guardian stands watch, until a blinding flash of purple light suddenly tears through the quiet space. The giant guardian watches in absolute surprise as the light intensifies. Ningfang steps out of the portal, looking entirely relieved. The massive beast immediately rushes over and bows low to welcome his master. Welcoming him back, the beast listens as a calm Ningfang instructs him that guarding this gate is no longer necessary. He orders the beast to return to duty while he seals the exit, and the loyal servant obeys instantly. With the seal complete, Ningfang turns to watch the portal slowly flicker as it begins to fade. He frowns, realizing maintaining this portal is incredibly expensive, especially since the sacrificial dark energy has almost run completely dry. A touch of regret washes over him as he sighs, wishing high-tier items could cross over into low-tier worlds. Otherwise, we would see him bringing godly weapons over. You and I are starting right where we left off, with Han Yin sighing in relief that their divine artifact can bypass the rules. Glad that they are finally back together, Ningfang gently raises the staff in response, the shimmering white light on its tip reacting to his thoughts as it spreads into the air. As the system notification echoes in his mind, a detailed stat board appears before Ningfang, showing his orange-tier dirge staff is upgradable. Spirit plus 1500, magic damage up 150%. Spell range increases by 150%, duration by 30%, with eternal durability. Basic attacks deal death damage, with a 20% chance to inflict a weakness drain. With death elements nearby, it replenishes his mana, while the second equipment boosts all attributes by 10%. Included magic, Soul Wither, Ghost Domain, Grave Sand, Wither Spell, and Death Ray. Because Sadat's soul received divine protection, it remained in this staff instead of vanishing. Ningfang carefully examines the flowing runes before calmly drawing a conclusion. My runes can easily upgrade a divine artifact prototype into a true legendary weapon, but to fully resurrect Excite, I will have to find a new world heart. With that thought, a plan forms in his mind, knowing world hearts only exist in high-level realms. This means he'll have to travel to high-level realms soon. Trust me, you'll want to watch closely as the scene shifts to another space. At the Temple of the Eternal God, the Golden Gate gleams under the bright sunlight. Inside the solemn hall, two figures kneel before an ancient stone tablet. The air is so heavy you can hear every breath. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the deepest reaches of the brilliant galaxy above. As light gathers, the goddess's figure appears amidst the starlight, her cold voice demanding what on earth happened here. At her words, The hooded man kneeling below begins to tremble, stammering out a reply. Goddess, forgive our negligence, but someone of unknown origin has breached the secret realm you sealed. As ripples wash through the heavenly river, the goddess suspiciously notes the strong dark energy that shattered her seal. Did a demon break in? Cold sweat pours down the subordinate's face as he begs for her forgiveness. He has no idea who did it. Instantly, a crushing pressure floods the hall, freezing everything in place. The goddess snaps in fury, calling him a fool and asking why the realm's recording formation failed. Why have you not sent investigators to look into this? Feeling as if his throat is being crushed, the subordinate musters his courage to report that the realm has completely vanished. Now, I know what you're thinking. Where is Ningfang? Well, we find him standing in a breathtakingly scenic, poetic spot. The morning sun rises over the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over his cozy little house. Inside, Ningfang appears, leisurely carrying a book as he strolls down the quiet hallway. Stopping at a room, he inspects it carefully and nods, pleased with how spacious and decent it is. Deciding to take it, Ningfang pulls out an ancient key that glows with a faint, soft light. Suddenly, a holographic screen pops up, asking if he wants to regenerate the Tongvongdia secret realm right here. Yes or no? Realization instantly flashes in Ningfang's eyes. So this is what the Rebirth Saint Key from the Demon Tide does. He quickly hits yes to rebuild the ruined realm. Once finished, he sinks into deep, heavy contemplation about what lies ahead. To save Tashida, he has likely caught another god's attention. He needs a way to take them down one by one. Far away in the cosmic expanse, the divine realm of the eternal god star is bathed in pure light, shining on a grand temple. But that quiet beauty cannot hide the rising chaos, as the goddess star anxiously bites her nails in sheer frustration. What is going on? What on earth is happening? Anxiety tightens her features as she desperately questions herself. How could any dark force be strong enough to shatter her personal seal? Could a demon god have been resurrected? The mere thought makes the goddess star's chest tighten. Closing her eyes, she tries to calm her racing heart, noting how long it has been since she felt this uneasy. The last time she felt this dread was during the Great War with the almighty mage god. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, her eyes snap open as she realizes the mage god's war and Tashida's seal are connected. In that instant, she turns ice cold and gasps in horror. Could he be the one holding the key to the starry expanse? As blinding golden waterfalls of light pour from the temple, you and I are left waiting to see what happens next. Let's step into this silent galaxy as Guizu's solemn voice rings out. He asks if she fears the return of the almighty mage god. Looking at the visibly confused god star, he confesses with a tense, anxious voice that he has no idea. That incredibly vague answer only makes the tense atmosphere feel heavier. Trying to keep his cool and reassure her, he points out that the almighty mage god has been gone for ages. Nobody even knows if he's alive. But then, his eyes grow dark. The eternal god star is so anxious she starts biting her nails in pure panic. Clearly, that ancient war against the almighty mage god left her with deep, permanent scars. This realization brings back Guizu's classic arrogant attitude, his voice dripping with absolute mockery. To him, the legendary mage god is nothing but a lucky stray who barely escaped death. He's been hiding forever, so what can he actually do if he returns? His old followers are either dead or scattered. Even if he rounds them up, can one single god stand against our entire pantheon? Under the god star's shocked gaze, he confidently breaks it down. Besides, like she said, that seal was broken using a dark forbidden spell. They can't just label him a demon god for using that. His calm, logical reasoning slowly eases the chaos in her mind. Perhaps she was just overreacting. Seeing the god star relax, Guizu continues speaking in a highly cautious, steady tone. Watch closely, they are going to investigate this quietly, claiming there is no need to panic yet. Shifting the subject, the god star brings up another matter. How is the progress of that Yuan Holy Spirit? Standing tall, he reports that it's still in seclusion. Merging divine ranks is no walk in the park. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the divine realm, the city of Tongvongdia is completely quiet and desolate. Yet, this absolute silence brings a relieved smile to Han Yin's face. Looking at the empty ruins, her eyes fill with hope. It's a miracle. Once Taida is resurrected and sees his world still standing, he's going to be absolutely thrilled. Looking around, she's amazed to find the ancient bookshelves perfectly intact. These library books represent Taida's personal collection gathered over countless years. To her, this incredible treasure trove of knowledge and ancient wisdom was worth far more than her own life. Suddenly, Ningfang's familiar voice echoes right behind her. Han Yin quickly turns and asks if her Lord God needs anything, but Ningfang just stands there, his expression incredibly serious as he makes a solemn promise, letting each word sink in. He promises that he will restore her world as well. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, those gentle words hit her hard, leaving Han Yin completely speechless. Instantly, her eyes well up. All those suppressed tears finally spill over like a bursting dam. Years of bottled-up emotions completely explode. She breaks down, crying uncontrollably as she finally lets go of all the heavy anxiety and desperate hope she buried inside. Han Yin wipes her tears, desperately trying to quiet her heavy sobs. She bows her head in deep, sincere gratitude, thanking her Lord God and begging forgiveness for her emotional outburst. She admits she simply misses her homeland. Watching her struggle to stay formal while looking so broken, Ningfang falls silent. He understands exactly how Han Yin feels right now. He realizes that down the road, besides securing world hearts, he'll need to hunt for secret realm keys. He stands in silence, letting the wind flutter his dark cloak. While emotions stir deep inside, the truth is, this trip brought him massive gains. Besides all the stuff involving Taida, a gold emblem suddenly flashes vividly inside his mind right now. Recalling that reward, Ningfang speaks softly, a hint of deep satisfaction in his quiet voice. Clearing that secret realm rocketed me from level 90 straight to 120. I'm incredibly close to my 4th class transition. Beside him, Han Yin's expression grows serious as she nods. In high-level realms, experience points are definitely worth their weight in gold. It is definitely the fastest way to level up, but Linfang sighs with a heavy frown. Causing a massive commotion like this will definitely draw the eyes of hostile gods who might target him. He knows he'll have to be way more cautious during future training runs. Shaking off the worry, he quickly composes himself and issues new orders. First, they need to visit the class advancement hall to grab the quest. Outside, the midday sun bathes the entire plaza in brilliant gold. As soon as they arrive, Linfang quickly scans the grand notification board. Requirements for the Law God System's 4th class transition. Players must enter the Spirit Realm Labyrinth and retrieve the Sacred Mind Sigil. Collect 100 transformation stones, plus 150 nightmare crystals and incense sticks. The time limit is 20 days, and the difficulty is S tier. Reading this, Linfang rests his chin on his hand, deeply contemplating the Spirit Realm Labyrinth. That sounds familiar, but trust me. You and I do not want to go to a place that depressing. Trust me, on this, our main character was feeling pretty lucky as he realized his target wasn't that nightmare dungeon, but the hidden boss waiting inside. Suddenly, in the Spirit Realm Labyrinth, the earth split open like a sleeping giant was waking up. The moment he stepped inside, Linfang stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. Standing right ahead, a massive blue demon king blocked the path. Its twisted form loomed large, but its glowing eyes held a wicked glint, sizing him up like fresh prey stepping into its trap. Suddenly, this demon king pulled the most punchable, smug smirk you have ever seen, making you just want to turn around and walk away. He then casually swiped a thumb across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. It was a hilariously arrogant and shameless move. Linfang stared in absolute disbelief, his eyes wide as he wondered if he was actually seeing things. Did this mob just taunt me? Deep inside the labyrinth, an eerie blue haze washed over the area, turning the environment into a twisted dreamland. Through the thick mist, ghost-like monsters were running around in a frantic panic, bursting into the main hall while trembling to report that the lone battle mage was back on the warpath. And here is where it gets interesting, because a massive wave of dread washed over this blue boss. Why did this feel like terrible déjà vu? He clutched his head, crying out with raw terror in his voice. He knew he stood absolutely zero chance, but right then, a deep, steady voice echoed from the darkness, asking what he feared. Out stepped a massive, one-eyed beast with writhing tentacles and razor-sharp fangs, promising that he would protect him. With the powerful ally standing by his side, the Blue Demon King finally began to calm down and catch his breath. He realized that they still had their newly summoned secret weapon, the ultimate hidden boss of the dungeon. Its strength was on a whole new level. This giant cyclops held its head high, oozing pure arrogance, eager to show off its power. My ultimate signature spell is called the Great Mind Draining Technique. No matter how high the target spirit stat is, once hit, their mental attributes will plummet non-stop. The beast grinned, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. A wicked smile stretched from ear to ear as it laid out the trap. Just distract him, and I will land a devastating surprise attack. There is absolutely no way he can dodge it. Once his stats hit 0, I will torture him slowly. Hearing this, the trembling Demon King finally got his confidence back. His eyes lit up with absolute fury, hissing through clenched teeth. That kid is finished. Meanwhile, across the dark labyrinth, Linfang stood calmly, taking in the eerie surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the dark. The Cyclops jumped out, its massive eye bulging as it triggered the mind-draining spell. At that moment, Linfang stood motionless, as swirling purple sigils locked onto his head. Seeing this, the Blue Demon King jumped with joy, cheering in absolute triumph. You and I both know what happens next. Linfang slowly turns, his gaze colder than ice. The sinister purple light around him instantly vanishes, completely nullified, as if it had never even been there. Seeing the swirling purple energy, He instantly realized exactly what kind of attack they used. A memory flashed in his mind. This was the skill he got earlier, designed to counter mental attacks. He originally wanted to save it for the Holy Spirit essence, but clearly, he did not even need to try. Not only does it grant total immunity to mental attacks, but it also bounces the damage back double. The skill book he was referring to was Soul Shield, which comes with a passive ability called Malicious Retribution. It blocks all spiritual damage while reflecting it 100-fold right back at the caster. In an instant, the giant Cyclops shrieked in agony, eyes squeezing shut as its own purple spell blasted back at it. Complete dizziness took over. Mouth wide open, tongue lolling out, and drooling everywhere, it looked like a total joke. The Blue Demon King froze, his jaw hitting the floor as his face paled, letting out a horrified scream. Stunned, he watched as Ningfang slowly turned his head, eyes cutting through the dark like sharp blades. That single, icy stare was so intense, the surrounding air felt like it was on the verge of exploding. That gaze spoke volumes, unleashing a crushing aura directly onto the Blue Demon King, who began sweating buckets, too absolutely terrified to make a single sound. He froze like prey cornered by a predator, his face twisted in pure, hopeless despair as his heart screamed. Without the hidden boss, you bullied me. Now the hidden boss is here, and you are still bullying me. And that is where we leave it, our poor boss crying and weeping in total despair. Classic. Alright, you and I are about to see Ningfang use a useless little ghost just to reach out and touch this barrier. Instantly, a brain-shaped badge emerged from the barrier as the system sent a notification. An orange-quality consumable mind sigil, permanently adding 20 to his spirit attribute. Grabbing the item, Ningfang fell into deep thought as the rules for dropping sigils finally became clear. You have to defeat a powerful hidden boss just to get a measly 1% drop rate. It is tough, but at least people can fight without relying on me. Slowly getting things on track, with a plan in mind, he pulled out his phone and muttered to himself, "Right, I need the trading firm to help me collect enough transformation stones." But the moment the call connected, the clerk answered with a shaky voice, speaking with pure shame, saying they were terribly sorry but their inventory was completely out of transformation stones. They were doing everything they could to rush the stock for him. Hearing this, Ningfang's expression hardened as his eyes darkened for a moment. These stones were already incredibly rare, especially after he bought a massive batch for his own 4th-tier advancement. It made sense they could not scrape together 100 stones so quickly, but at least he still had time. There was no need to panic. He would head back to training camp to check on things. Now, pay attention here, because the atmosphere at the elite training camp is suddenly completely different. A massive crowd of trainees has gathered right outside headquarters, their loud chatter buzzing like a busy marketplace. This makes Ningfang freeze the moment he hits the gate, frowning at the sudden chaos around him. The moment they spot him, a guy in a headscarf leaps up, screaming excitedly for the legendary Lin. The legendary Lin is back. Ningfang immediately recognizes the guy and thinks to himself, this is the elite squad that handled the Demon Tide last time. He asks them, "Who are you?" Just then, Lu Bin's voice rings out from behind, explaining that the government extended their training camp duration. Approaching slowly, he explains that with everything changing so fast, all of this knowledge is brand new. Rather than spreading resources thin, they decided to concentrate everything on training a select group of high-quality warriors. The crowd immediately erupts with excitement, and a purple-haired kid steps up to speak. "Senior Lin, does this mean we will get to see you around all the time now?" A brown-haired girl beside him also looks up with shining eyes, taking a hopeful step forward for guidance. Ningfang happily chats with the two eager students, bringing a vibrant energy to the camp, like it was finally waking up after a long winter. You and I can see why a brown-haired young man watching Ningfang's group clicks his tongue in pure admiration. That squad around Assistant Lin is our nation's strongest combat force, but a guy nearby immediately snaps back. "Are you crazy? Assistant Lin is the real ultimate power here." Before the laughter even fades, a familiar figure dashes past them like a hurricane, leaving everyone completely silent. With just one glance at her silhouette, the brown-haired young man immediately recognizes her. His mouth drops in shock. "Isn't that Ruo?" The guy next to him asks in utter surprise, "Why is she panicking, drenched in sweat and gasping as if she just sprinted across the entire camp?" Ruo's face is filled with deep anxiety, her lips trembling with words stuck in her throat. "Senior Ningfang, something has happened," her eyes trembling with intense worry. Gasping for breath, she hesitates before asking, "Senior Lin, can I trouble you for a second?" "What is it?" Seeing her gasping, Ningfang asks what's wrong, but Ruo has no time to catch her breath. She cuts straight to the chase, terrified that even a second's delay will spark a disaster. "The trading branch just called the transformation stones prepared for you have been violently robbed." The air suddenly grows heavy, but Ningfang remains calm, his eyes darkening as he demands the details. "Someone actually dared to rob your Far City trading branch. Do you know who did it?" She quickly recounts this morning's events. And that's where we leave it, with the director checking the box of stones right before everything went wrong. Let's dive into this story, where after days of endless running, they finally gathered all 100 conversion stones. Deliver them directly to Senior Ning at the training camp. Move at top speed. The tall employee in a sharp suit stood up straight and responded clearly. Understood. Humming a light tune, the director smiled as he closed the lid, feeling his heavy burden finally vanish. But the moment the lid clicked shut, a sudden surge of pitch-black magic erupted from the bottom. It rose silently like deadly poison gas, morphing into an invisible hand that gripped the director's throat and turned his face deep purple in seconds. Terrified, the employee rushed forward to save his boss, shouting, "Director!" But before he could even reach him, dark energy erupted from the floor, binding his feet like black roots. Suddenly, 3 grotesque monsters emerged from that energy, lunging to wrap tightly around the employee's limbs. They suffocated the poor man until his eyes rolled back and he collapsed lifelessly. The director was frozen in absolute terror, unable to call for help. But before he could move, another monster lunged forward, grabbing his neck with a massive hand and slamming him against the wall. It pinned him so hard he could barely breathe, forcing him to helplessly grit his teeth and struggle. Lifting him off the ground, the trembling director struggled to squeak out, "What kind of monster is this?" Now, watch this. The cruel mastermind pulling the strings is none other than Zheng Jiathan. So the rumors were true. The outer city trading branches really have been stockpiling conversion stones lately. Staring death in the face, the director winces in pain, barely able to choke out any words. Staring at that sadistic face, he suddenly realizes the terrifying identity of this man. Zheng Jiathan. The director mutters to himself as old memories click. This is Zheng Jiathan, the elite heir of the main trading branch. Zheng Jiathan and Vutron were high school classmates, known as the elite prodigies of their grade. As his breathing cut off from the pain, fragments of memory about this monster flashed through his mind. Back then, he was disqualified from college entrance exams after brutally assaulting another student. The last rumor was that he fled the country out of sheer rage and had not returned in a long time. The director gasps and coughs violently as his throat is crushed. Seeing this, Zheng Jiathan just sneers and orders his beast. "Hey, do not kill him yet. I still have questions. And I know what you're thinking, is he about to show mercy? No way." As he twirls a stone and ruthlessly demands why they are stockpiling them, the director struggles to squeeze out his words, his voice breaking. "Do not. Those belong to a major client." When asked who ordered them, a malicious grin spreads across Zheng Jiathan's face. "A major client, is it?" He pats the box in front of him, oozing pure arrogance. Well, what a coincidence. The primary trading branch wants those exact clients too. Casually grabbing the box containing the 100 stones, Zheng Jiathan turns back with a slow, smug drawl. "Consider these stolen. If your client wants them, tell him to come find me at the main branch." The director stutters helplessly, trying to shout, "You cannot," but his voice fades as the figure vanishes. In an instant, all the shadowy beasts dissolve, as if they were never even there. The dark energy choking him turns to smoke, leaving bruised black marks on his neck. Freed from the pressure, his body goes completely limp. He slumps to the floor, gasping and coughing, his face dark from oxygen loss. Weak and trembling, he still reaches out in the direction Zheng Jiathan went, desperately crying out for him to stop. Back in the present, Ningfang narrows his eyes as Vutron finishes, explaining the entire incident. A look of deep contemplation fills his eyes as he analyzes the situation. The main trading house is a massive rival, easily matching our own scale. Could this actually be a ruthless move of corporate warfare? Vutron frowns, her voice heavy with utter helplessness. "Honestly, we should handle this. But every time we send negotiators, Zheng Jiathan just violently drives them away." A dark chill runs down her spine, remembering his sadistic grin and those monsters. Zheng Jiathan has grown incredibly powerful lately. Even worse, the beasts he summons are far deadlier than any monster found within the dungeons. Having explained everything, Vutron hesitates, unsure of what else to say. And that's where we leave it today. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens when he picks up that ringing phone. "Wait, stick with me," as he excuses himself. She politely replies, "Of course." Ningfang's face darkens during the call. "Duan, old friend, Mayor Tai just reached out about something." On the other end, Duan grips his phone, his voice dropping as if he already knows what's coming. "It's the transformation stone, right? Taivu just told me about it after we swapped some info." Duan answers immediately, his voice sounding a little rushed but incredibly firm over the line. "I actually have the item near the main trading headquarters, so you won't need to travel." Ningfang agrees, telling him to stay safe. After hanging up, Hanam notices his worry and comforts him. "A minor issue like this really isn't worth your personal intervention," she says. "Duan has grown a lot lately, so we should leave this to him," Ningfang replies with rare, heavy seriousness. "Besides, we have to keep grooming him." Meanwhile, Duan's face is hardened with pure determination. Now pay attention to this room. The tension between these two is absolutely suffocating. The trade center's director looks at his nephew with deep worry, speaking in a very cautious tone. Jia Sheng, are you certain it's fine to steal goods from the Yuan Shen Trading Center? The nephew just smirks, his eyes flashing with a wicked, confident gleam. Relax, uncle. Hasn't Yuan Shen always been stealing our market share? I'm simply taking the liberty of teaching them a lesson. Hearing this, the director frowns, staring at his nephew with a heavy, silent sigh. Jia Sheng has been spoiled since childhood, acting recklessly and using his power to spark chaos everywhere. The uncle never expected this brat to cause such a massive mess immediately after returning from abroad. The director's eyes dart around, completely uneasy. His voice turns timid and cautious, weighing every single word carefully. I'm just worried because the 7 great guilds have been working closely with Yuan Shen lately. If Yuan Shen asks them to intervene, but before he can finish, Jia Sheng sneers mockingly. The 7 great guilds are nothing but clowns. He barks, giving his uncle no chance to object. Lowering his voice, he hints at a dark, massive secret. Uncle, you do know that actual gods exist in this world, right? The director freezes. Despite his mounting anxiety, he tries to stay calm, replying, I've heard a thing or two about that, ever since they were discovered recently. Jia Sheng proudly pats his chest, introducing his guest with ultimate, smug complacency. My master and I are devoted followers who serve the gods. Hearing this, you and I can feel the director's dread as he eyes the mysterious master drinking alone. Is that the freak he brought back from abroad? The man is heavily bandaged, with only a single eye exposed. Every cold movement radiates a deathly, suffocating aura, cutting straight through the director's sheer terror. Jia Sheng looks at the bandaged man with eyes full of fanatic reverence as he introduces him. Master comes from a higher world, one watched by the gods. The deity they worship cannot be named directly. He is honored as he emphasizes the title, each word ringing like a heavy judgment of fate. The moment that name is spoken, a terrifying vision flashes in the director's mind. Yet, Jia Sheng keeps praising him like a fanatic. His voice echoes with high fervor, laced with dangerous madness. This time, Master is traveling across the world to spread the faith and gather followers for our Lord God. Any nation willing to worship will receive Master's ultimate protection. Suddenly, Jia Sheng's gaze darkens, his voice dropping, sounding colder than a death sentence. But those who refuse to worship our Lord will be wiped off the face of the earth by Master. Those brutal words turn the director pale, sweat pouring down his face as he panics. Even if he's from a higher world, this is insanely arrogant. Reading his fear, Jia Sheng continues speaking in a condescending tone. You've never witnessed Master's true power with your own eyes, so you have no concept of it. Just as the room's atmosphere stretches to a breaking point, the landline phone suddenly rings. Jia Sheng keeps his relaxed stride as he walks over, hits the speaker button, and speaks with blunt authority. I'm losing my patience. What is it? The caller reports back with absolute reverence, saying the target has finally arrived. They claim they're here to collect the transformation stone. Jia Sheng doesn't hesitate, immediately ordering them to let the guest in. With that, he slams the receiver down and turns back toward the trembling director. His eyes slice like knives, making the director look pale. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Let's jump right in as he clears his throat, acting calm while discussing his master's insane strength. Talking about him, Jia Thin gives a smug thumbs up, looking incredibly arrogant and boastful. Basically, if the absolute peak power an adventurer can reach here is level 300, that is the 10th transformation. Picturing the one-eyed man's face, he continues bragging, claiming his master is easily level 1000 or more. That massive power gap is impossible to bridge with numbers, his voice rising in hype while his eyes swirl with fanatic madness. Jia Thin bursts out laughing, looking absolutely insufferable. Soon, my master will summon our Lord God to descend and bestow ultimate protection upon this entire world. And when that happens, I will be the very first believer to receive the divine grace of our God. Hearing him spew these crazy, arrogant words, the director still desperately tries to maintain his cool composure, but his voice drops to escape that oppressive pressure, whispering that he finally has nothing left to worry about. Even the legendary 7 great guilds wouldn't even count as tiny insects in the eyes of our Lord God. Now watch closely, because just as the tension hits its peak, a powerful hand suddenly shoves the door open. The door hinges creak loudly, startling them both as Jia Thin scowls, furious that someone dared to interrupt his fun. He growls in annoyance, asking who he is, but Duan ignores him and skips the friendly greetings entirely. Duan's cold gaze sweeps across the room before locking right onto him, cutting straight to the point. He demands the transformation stone, but Jia Thin just sneers with pure contempt, as if hearing a hilarious joke. He scoffs, wondering if he stayed here too long, asking if all modern brats are this insanely arrogant. An instant later, he stands up and looms over Duan, dark energy swirling around him like a shadow consuming the entire room. He barks that he told him to wait outside, but Duan has zero intentions of wasting breath on him. With blinding speed, Duan grabs Jiathin by the throat, making his arrogant eyes bulge out in pure shock. Absolutely helpless against this insane strength, Duan easily hoists him into the air with just one single hand. Jiathin's legs flail helplessly in the air as Duan tightens his vice grip, his voice cutting through cold and sharp. Duan demands to know where the transformation stone is, while Jiathin's face turns purple. Gasping for air, overwhelming panic floods his mind, refusing to believe he is losing despite having the absolute best gear. This sudden doubt drives him absolutely crazy. How could he not even track Duan's lightning-fast movements? As Jiathin struggles in vain, Duan's sharp eyes shift, staring directly at the dark entity emerging behind them. You've gotta love how little Mon is sleeping peacefully on his shoulder, completely oblivious to this terrifying threat. The newcomer is the creepy One Eye, his cracked body releasing swarms of tiny demonic creatures that wriggle like tentacles. Sensing the immense danger, Duan squints and tenses up, locking into a solid defensive stance, ready to strike. But in hilariously sharp contrast to this suffocating, murderous atmosphere, Mon just continues snoring his head off. One Eye smirks, tossing out a mocking compliment as if he has already won, praising Duan's decent skills. He asks if Duan is a believer of the Holy Spirit of true origin, but our hero stays unfazed. When Duan calmly denies it, One Eye narrows his single, malicious eye and lets out a spine-chilling laugh. Looking down on him like a complete insect, he notes that Duan must at least know of the Holy Spirit's existence. He guesses that some lucky miracle must have boosted Duan's raw strength. Saying this, he lazily slumps back in his chair, propping his leg up to enjoy this amusing little show. But he hates that response, claiming Duan's disrespectful tone toward the divine is nothing short of pure, arrogant blasphemy. Meanwhile, poor Jiathin is still getting choked out, sweating buckets as he desperately cries out to his master in his mind. Unable to make a sound, he watches One Eye lounge arrogantly, dark energy coiling around him during his boring lecture. Despite their different beliefs, he promises to teach Duan on behalf of the divine. He boasts that his shadow guardians will soon show Duan that there is always a bigger fish. Right then, a strange sound erupts from the floor, cutting straight through the dark energy to catch his full attention. One Eye looks down, his arrogant voice instantly losing its edge as he gasps. He is stunned to see little Mon sitting comfortably on the floor with a bloated, full belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Now, you and I are left laughing as One Eye stands there completely speechless, desperately wondering when that beast arrived and where his shadow guardians went. You and I are stepping into a room that just fell dead silent, with zero dark energy left. All that's left is a suffocating standoff. Jia Ying is shaking in absolute terror after watching Manman devour every single demonic creature. These shadow guardians were top-tier, high-level transformed demons boasting incredible power. What kind of monster eats all of them? Meanwhile, Duan speaks up casually, as if they're just discussing what to have for dinner. Honestly, Man seemed to love the taste. Sure enough, the beast hops onto One Eye's back, looking eager for seconds. One Eye violently recoils like he just got electrocuted, his face turning pale with dread. Duan even translates for Manman, saying, "If you have more, feel free to summon them." One Eye is literally sweating buckets, screaming internally. They told him this was supposed to be a low-level world. What kind of nightmare realm did he stumble into? Swirling purple demonic energy sparks in his hand as he prepares to risk everything just to escape. He has to try his luck and break out. But before he can even flinch, Manman gently places a paw on One Eye. That massive purple energy is sucked completely dry in an instant, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Now don't blink, because this villain never imagined he'd get his power sucked dry by a creature as tiny as a kitten. Before One Eye can even recover, Man springs up like a coiled wire, delivering a thunderous punch right to his face that leaves a massive crater. The sheer force is so brutal, it sends One Eye's teeth flying right out. Terrified to his very core, One Eye throws all pride away and collapses, his knees slamming hard onto the floor. The arrogance is completely gone, leaving him sobbing and begging like a dog. "Please spare me. I am just a small-time adventurer. I was exploring a secret realm when I hit temporal turbulence and got dragged here." Talk about mission accomplished. Manman hops right back onto Duan's head to rest like nothing happened, leaving Duan to quietly ponder this temporal turbulence. He recalls Senior Hanya mentioning it as a rare phenomenon that lets entities from high-level worlds cross into lower ones. With his mind racing, Duan glares down at One Eye, demanding coldly, "So, I heard you wanted to summon a god. What's that all about?" One Eye immediately cowers, pressing his face to the floor, terrified that even breathing might get him obliterated. Trembling, he confesses everything. "Honestly, I wanted to use the world heart for a sacrificial ritual, hoping to grab the attention of the gods. If they acknowledged me, I would become their divine representative here, and receive even more power." As those words leave his mouth, Man, perched high on Duan's head, cracks its eyes open. An ominous red light flickers in its pupils. perfectly matching the dark flame burning in the depths of Duan's own eyes. Then, Duan speaks with a tone so cold it'll give you goosebumps. Hand over the heart of the world. Suddenly, we shift to the Divine Realm's Mingao Monument, where a dark castle looms over an eerie sea of bones. Deep inside the Great Hall, the Divine Being is busy absorbing that sinister dark power. Watching from the sidelines, the Divine Star speaks up, his voice practically dripping with excitement and deep respect. Congratulations on your success. Standing nearby, Guizhu clicks his tongue in admiration, praising him as the true saintly origin spirit. You have already fused 10% of the divinity, and nothing can stop you now. The Divine Being clenches his fist, feeling this new, godlike power coursing through his veins. Since the fusion started, his severe internal injuries have healed up, and that chaotic, wild, dark power has finally calmed down. But suddenly, he looks up with deep, stern eyes. Without saying a single word, his crushing aura forces the other two to instinctively hold their breath. An uneasy feeling begins to creep in, sparking a grim premonition in their hearts. After a tense silence, the Divine Being speaks in a low, heavy voice, each word hitting like a solid stone. There is something you both need to know. Hearing this, the Divine Star freezes. So rattled, he starts biting his nails and mumbling as if his soul just left his body. The Almighty Law God? That guy? Guizhu immediately voices his suspicion. Could it really have been him who saved his own kin last time? This makes the Divine Being pause, and he can't help but snap. What on earth are you two talking about? Recalling what went down at the Temple of the Eternal Divine Star, he recounts every single detail. Just a short while ago, while you were in seclusion, a major crisis occurred. Still on edge, the Divine Star nervously bites his finger as he offers his assessment. The Almighty Law God was never like this before, since he never actively started conflicts. Suddenly, a thought flashes that'll leave both us and the Divine Being completely stunned. Could he really have turned into an evil god? You and I are about to find out, as Guizhu's eyes turn blood red and dark energy flares. Gritting his teeth, he declares in a raspy voice, I have a way that might actually deal with him. Guizhu's vague remark instantly triggers a wave of panic in the Divine Being's eyes. He immediately demands answers, unable to hide his tension. What is this way you have to deal with the Almighty Law God? Nearby, the Divine Star keeps pacing back and forth, biting his nails raw from sheer anxiety. Guizhu stands frozen before the two gods, his gaze darkening as he weighs his next move. Finally, his eyes flash red as his breathing slows. He replies in a tone intentionally vague, clearly trying to hide the truth. It is too early to say. There is no way to be sure yet. Let me run a few tests first, then I will tell you. This answer does not satisfy the Divine Being. A brief flash of deadly intent crosses his eyes as he makes a silent judgment. This shady bastard is definitely up to something behind our backs. Even if he claims it is a guess, he is already testing it. Meanwhile, Guizhu is calculating his own moves. He knows this hothead will definitely rush to confront the Almighty Law God. I cannot let him do anything reckless before I am absolutely sure. Suddenly, the Divine Star breaks the tense silence with a question you and I were probably thinking. Where is the Almighty Law God, and are we just leaving him alone? Guizhu seems to understand the situation better than anyone, quickly telling them not to worry. No matter how strong the Almighty Law God is, he is still just one person, completely alone. Faith in low-level worlds is far too sparse to resist other gods. And without divine protection, that place they call Blue Star will never be able to ascend to a higher realm. The moment he says this, the eyes of the Divine Star and the Divine Being sharpen with the exact same realization. Exactly. It is a cosmic rule preventing any single god from monopolizing a world, as expanding their power would throw global balance into total chaos. Sensing their thoughts, Guizhu's deep voice echoes with a cold, absolute truth. The hiding place of the Almighty Law God will simultaneously become his self-made cage. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive skyscraper towering over the city center, the headquarters of the main exchange. In the brightly lit room, Ningfang is beaming. His eyes crinkle with a smile as he pats Mammon's head like a proud parent. In stark contrast, One Eye and Jia Xin are groveling flat on the ground. Their faces are deathly pale, trembling like two small fish on a cutting board. I know what you're thinking, and so is he, wondering who this kid is when a beast stronger than his master acts so obediently. Ningfang pays no mind to their terror, turning to ask Duan, is this one-eyed guy's background confirmed yet? Duan replies instantly, completely confirmed. He then begins reporting the gathered intel in a calm, razor-sharp voice. About 1 month ago, he appeared in a secret realm in Leia. Ningfang seems familiar with the place and wants to verify. Leia, that small Eastern European nation? Duan explains in a measured tone. Exactly. The Leia government crowned One Eye as a national powerhouse and built an adventurers league in his name, forcing others to join. But when they contacted our country, our government flatly rejected them. So, his motive for coming here is likely to intimidate us. Seeing Ningfang deep in thought, Duan asks, "Big boss, is something wrong?" Ningfang just stares intently, saying absolutely nothing, forcing Hanyin to speak up from the side. Her voice is hesitant as she says, "This one-eyed guy keeps claiming to serve the vile god. But the summoning ritual he mentioned actually targets." After a brief hesitation, she blurts it out, "The almighty law god." The moment Ningfang hears it, the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Suddenly, he stares straight at One Eye and shouts, making him jump out of his skin, "Hey, you little brat. You still do not want to tell the truth? Just who are you trying to summon?" One Eye is sweating buckets, stammering his confession. It is the Great Vile One. This makes Ningfang look even more puzzled. One Eye's entire body trembles violently as he kowtows repeatedly, not daring to hide anything anymore. "I was completely wrong. The god I summoned is an evil god known as the Almighty Law God." Hearing this, Duan scolds him in fury. "Shameless! Who told you Lord Almighty Law God is an evil god?" One Eye trembles in confusion, whispering for mercy. But before he can even finish, he suddenly freezes, a massive realization hitting him from those words. One Eye's face suddenly lights up as he looks up at Duan, breathless and excited. "Lord Almighty Law God." With no denial from Duan, the guy is stunned. You and I know he is in for a crazy ride. Of course, the legendary magic god is famous, even down in these low-tier worlds. Wait. You and I are probably wondering how a world worshipping a literal god is considered low-tier. Kabo's sudden personality flip leaves everyone totally confused, making Ningfang ask why he is acting so weird. Ningfang demands him to spit it out quickly. Shaking with fear, the guy stammers out a weak agreement. He explains that his name is Kabo, and back home, he joined a nameless underground group. They do not recognize the traditional gods. Instead, they only worship the almighty magic god. Since that is highly illegal back home, they must pretend to follow other deities when in public. Chilling on the couch, Ningfang drops a cold question. "Who is the mastermind running this group?" Terrified, the guy stutters that he has no clue. Nobody has ever seen the boss's actual face. Hearing this, Hanyin shares his thoughts. "The leader could be one of your old disciples, but it might also be a dangerous trap designed by an enemy." Ningfang clenches his fist with resolve. Once he absorbs enough power from these offerings, he will take action. Stick with me here, because he is planning to personally investigate the next dimensional rift. Learning the truth, Kabo bursts into tears of joy. He never imagined finding his own people here, and immediately showers his deity with praise. He declares his lord's grace is everywhere. Hanyin chuckles, admitting he is actually starting to like him. Meanwhile, Ningfang and Duan are completely speechless. Ningfang stares at the weeping man and begins to think. Honestly, this guy's information is extremely valuable. Plus, he only needs 2 more pieces of the world essence to finally complete his collection. The image of Tacita, still frozen solid in stone, flashes through his mind. Ningfang grins with excitement, knowing he can finally wake her up. Soon after, his squad arrives at her domain, the Tomb of the Fallen. The second she sees him, she lovingly clings to his arm, overjoyed to finally lay eyes on him. She confesses how much she missed him every single second. Meanwhile, Han points to himself, wondering if she means him. Tacita shoots him a death glare, snapping that he is the last person she ever wanted to lay eyes on. "You can feel the bickering chemistry here, right?" Ningfang just chuckles, teasing them about how close they seem. Annoyed, she denies it instantly. Her eyes blaze with absolute fury as she points directly at her annoying rival. She complains that he always ruins the books she meticulously organizes, leaving them in a total mess. He never puts them back or returns them after borrowing, which is why she banned him for life. Instead of getting mad, Hanyin cheerfully suggests they should not keep their divine lord standing outside like this. He offers to lead them to the library. Suddenly, something flies through the air, catching Ningfang off guard. Tacita has officially lost her patience. She launches into the air, chucking a pillow directly at Hanyin. She screams at him not to make decisions for her. Soon after, a heavy, awkward silence fills the library. Hanyin rubs his head, pointing out that this is a pretty terrible way to treat their guests. They do not even get a glass of water. She coldly reminds them of her absolute rule of no drinks. She apologizes for being rude, but refuses to make exceptions even for her lord. Ningfang smiles, trying to keep the peace. Hanyin finally backs off and stops teasing her, letting out a sheepish laugh. She finally gets to business, asking for a status update on their situation, which Ningfang is happy to provide. Resting her chin on her hand, Tacita listens closely as Ningfang catches her up on everything. After hearing the details, she warns him that taking on other gods with only this world is practically impossible. Without divine intervention, the local adventurers will never be able to break past their natural limits, meaning they cannot give the support he needs. Her eyes narrow as she brings up Kabo as an example. That guy could easily dominate a whole continent with his raw power. The massive gap between world levels cannot be beaten with sheer numbers alone. Plus, if they step in, It will instantly alert the rival gods. Hearing this, Ningfang rubs his chin in deep thought. He asks if that means they are trapped here. She nods, warning that this brings up another massive issue. If enemy gods secretly send spies to sabotage them, they might not even notice until it is too late. And that is where we leave Ningfang, drowning in some incredibly heavy thoughts. Alright, stick with me here. What if those ruthless gods sacrifice their own followers as suicide squads, just like they tried before? A direct divine intervention would cause massive chaos. To make matters worse, those deities treat their loyal believers like mere pawns. They just might do it. Suddenly, Han Yin interrupts his deep thoughts, speaking up to present an intriguing theory to his lord. Ningfang looks at him, telling him to speak. Han Yin eagerly shares his idea, his eyes burning with absolute excitement. He notes the temporary, overpowered abilities that Ningfang can bestow upon others. These powers link to other divine domains besides his own. Memories of a sacred zither and staff flash by as Han Yin continues speaking. They point directly to two ancient deities, the swift shadow commander of agility and the wise prayer sage of the support path. Those legendary names grab Tacida's attention. She repeats them, asking if the Lord himself did not slay both of those gods during the ancient god war. Ningfang hesitates, realizing the implication. Are you suggesting? But before he can even finish his sentence, Han Yin nods, confirming the wild theory. Exactly, they are completely in sync. Watching them communicate in half-sentences, Tacida pouts, feeling totally left out of the loop. What are you two even talking about? Seriously, think about my feelings. Pay close attention right here, because Han Yin is about to drop a massive truth bomb he just realized. He is talking about the divine cores of those fallen gods, recalling Ningfang's absolute, supreme power as the legendary magic god. Ningfang glances at his loyal followers, focusing on the young man's dead serious expression, and hears out the rest. Could you have already absorbed their divine power? The more Han Yin explains, the more fired up he gets, unleashing a rapid torrent of explanations. If this crazy theory holds true, then several bizarre mysteries suddenly align perfectly. For instance, when you were blasted by that devastating forbidden spell, how did you regenerate instantly, as if you never took damage? And why you could unlock unique abilities tied to those two specific deities, but absolutely nothing for anyone else. Han Yin's eyes shine with ecstatic hope. This implies you do not just carry one divine spark, but three. Wait, scratch that, make it four, if we count both the evil god and the demon god. Processing this mind-blowing idea, Ningfang pieces it together. Defeating other deities allows him to steal and fuse their divine essences. This revelation leaves Tacida completely speechless, while Han Yin quickly admits it is all still just his own speculation. It still requires solid proof. But Ningfang rubs his chin, already formulating a dangerous plan as he echoes those words. Let's check out Mingao Peak, in the God Realm. Inside the holy sanctuary, the supreme gods sense a creeping dread, their faces tightening with intense anxiety. Guisu also senses an impending disaster, putting his guard up immediately, while the God Star feels the exact same threat. She looks utterly shocked, and Guisu's eyes go wide as a wave of sheer panic washes over him. What is going on? Sweat pours down Guisu's face in terror as they share the same grim realization. Even the God Star gasps, muttering to herself in shock. I just felt an absolutely terrifying threat. A memory from the past flashes by. The chief deity floats majestically in the air, glaring down at Ningfang alongside Guisu and the God Star. Crossing his arms aggressively, he roars, demanding why the all-knowing magic god remains so incredibly stubborn when they wanted to avoid this clash. Ningfang stays completely silent, his eyes shrouded by his platinum hair. Getting no answer, the God Star lifts her chin, reminding him he always hated conflict. We pushed you to this point, yes, but what you are doing now is an open declaration of war against the Pantheon. Guisu chimes in with heavy threats, demanding he cease this defiance immediately instead of being stubborn. Otherwise, as the supreme deities, they will strip his status and label him as a rogue, evil god. Seeing right through their pathetic little scheme, Ningfang finally speaks. An evil god? Is that really your play? Gritting his teeth, his eyes ignite with fiery orange rage as he makes an aggressive declaration. Fine. Then I am the evil god. Back in the library, Tacida arrives at a heavy conclusion. If Han Yin is correct, you could become the ultimate god ruling the entire cosmos. That way, you can easily restore ultimate order. Han Yin raises a finger, continuing his brilliant theory. Your mysterious system might be the physical manifestation of cosmic laws, which explains why it issues crucial missions at perfect moments. Ningfang's face darkens, and he replies in a low, serious voice. Speaking of cosmic laws, I just remembered. Before completing my 4th class promotion, I unlocked a brand new ability. He recalls the system alert clearly, stating he can now open the God Realm, explaining the details so everyone understands. It is a supreme domain under his absolute control, and trust me, we are in for a wild ride. Let's dive into this for any god. Their divine realm is both their power source and defensive shield. This makes Han Yin and Sita incredibly excited, cheering as they finally get to see their Lord God's personal territory. Imagining the beautiful scenery, Sita happily begins to describe it. She describes a gorgeous place called the Infinite Sea of Consciousness, filled with blue beaches, golden sands, and a high tower symbolizing his divine authority. They once caught a glimpse of that majestic view, making Ningfang smile as anticipation surges through him. Hearing her words, he gets genuinely excited, whispering to himself as he starts channeling his divine energy. Ever since he unlocked this power, the secret to opening his divine world has been etched into his mind. He only needs to focus his consciousness to activate it, but what appears next leaves all three of them completely speechless. His domain is a dark, desolate tower floating in a gray void, completely unlike her beautiful description. The shock hits him like lightning, forcing Ningfang to grab his head in absolute despair and scream at the sight. This dump is a total wreck, looking nothing like a divine realm, causing his face to fall as doubt sets in. Where are the blue oceans and golden sands? Could it be that his level is simply too low? A trash heap like this is not even fit for dogs, but as he struggles with confusion, a sudden voice breaks through. The silhouette of Sin appears on his chest as he senses the area, so Ningfang points forward, asking him to look around. He gasps, realizing it truly is his own divine territory. Sin then points out the core of the problem. It has been abandoned with zero power for ages. But pay attention, how did he even manage to find this place? His words leave Ningfang deeply confused, wondering why opening his own domain brought him into Sin's instead. Stepping forward, he is completely lost in thought, still unable to understand why he lost his precious memories. Now, he has to investigate everything piece by piece, starting with a simple search of the area. Staring at the gloomy tower ahead, Ningfang notes just how incredibly run down the temple is. It definitely looks completely abandoned, but as he steps closer, a faint, strange resonance begins to hum. He wonders if this is due to his own power, or because he merged with the evil god's divinity, analyzing his surroundings. Thick mist and jagged mountains block the view, making it impossible to see anything ahead. Suddenly, Ningfang gasps in pure shock as he spots something, shouting back to his two followers. "Did you see that?" Han Yin hesitates before pointing out that something is hiding in the clouds. Without uttering a single word, Ningfang launches himself upward with fierce determination, his body erupting in a blinding blue light. Push further, Ningfang tells himself, soaring higher into the sky to find his answers. Now, you and I are about to see what's hidden behind the clouds, his true majestic divine realm. Shida and Han Yin watch in absolute shock, staring wide-eyed at the magnificent jade blue tower of their Lord God. She cannot hide her awe, asking how this tower of divine authority ended up here. Ningfang, who is still flying forward, replies anxiously that they need to go check it out. As he reaches out, a faint trail of white mist drifts right through his fingertips. The system instantly flashes a warning. The divine realm's rules are incomplete, making activation impossible. Ningfang grows quiet as deep thoughts begin racing through his mind. Since these worlds represent rules controlled by gods, does an incomplete structure mean he hasn't fully mastered those laws yet? Suddenly, Han Yin shouts and points in another direction, signaling another shocking discovery. Before them stands a moss-covered tower of exquisite, ancient beauty. Tucked away in the white clouds stands yet another majestic castle, leaving Sita completely stunned as she points out the hidden structures. Having seen them in old paintings, she recognizes them as the remnants of the commander and sage's prayer towers. As Han Yin pieces the clues together, she gasps in pure shock. He rubs his chin smugly, realizing that the green-skinned jerk was actually right about this. Ningfang stares at the tower, calculating his odds with the warning about the incomplete rules. Realizing he can only activate the Sijin realm for now, he takes a step inside the dark tower. At the peak, a faint blue light pulses weakly, prompting Ningfang to place his hand on the stone wall. And trust me, we are about to watch his raw energy explode, blinding the entire void. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as the tower groans, threatening to explode. Finally, the sea age in the divine realm is restored, engulfing everything in brilliant blue light. The whole tower flares up, blasting spiritual energy from the peak before a new system alert pops up. Domain reinforcement power unlocked. Now, he can utilize dark power to strengthen his territory once all invaders are wiped out. Their harvested life force will boost his divine strength. Ningfang stares at the screen with freezing eyes, reaching out to mutter. So this is a wicked god's true power, gaining strength by stealing lives. No wonder these domains are so desperately invading other worlds. His expression hardens with dark resolve. No matter what, this is his very first taste of divine power. He needs to analyze this carefully. Meanwhile, our scene shifts to Mingdu, a domain completely ruled by the Soul Realm. This grim tower is covered in unsettling spikes, where the god Gu paces back and forth in deep thought. The almighty magic god has resurfaced. This is genuinely a massive shock. He was supposed to be long gone, but showing his face now is better than him lurking in the shadows. Now, pay attention here, he suddenly stops, staring as Ningfang's shimmering jade-blue tower flickers into the void. Watching the structure, he secretly muses that ever since the almighty magic god vanished, he has slowly mastered his ancient rules. His overall power has skyrocketed, and for the very first time, he understands that divine rules can actually be transferred, though thoughts of the divine star weigh heavily on him. Unfortunately, he is not the only one holding this secret, and thoughts of rival gods stir deep anxiety. Paranoia runs deep among these deities, each of them terrified that their peers will steal their hard-earned rules. The supreme gods are divided into hostile factions, with him, the trio of gods, and the divine star forming one alliance. Lost in heavy thoughts, he fears that uniting everyone to destroy the almighty magic god is just an impossible dream. But Gu's eyes suddenly light up with a devious plan because he has just unlocked a new power, divine fusion. This dark, forbidden power might finally be his key to breaking the deadlock. Suddenly, a system screen flashes right in front of him, looking identical to Ningfang's own notifications. He can now use dark energy to strengthen his domain. Wiping out invaders will let their life force feed his divine strength. Gu's face contorts into an incredibly sinister smirk as he whispers directly to himself. You and I can see the almighty magic god has practically lost his realm, hiding in lower worlds and thinking cosmic rules will protect him from our wrath. A terrifying, murderous light flashes in his eyes as he delivers a chilling hiss. Let us just see about that. Meanwhile, we cut back to Ningfang's base, a grand mansion hidden deep in the mountains. He stretches, letting out a massive yawn. Exhausting. Divine authority really is not something you can master in just a single night. Just then, Duan approaches with a bright face, waving to him as a warm morning greeting. Ningfang casually shoves his hands into his pockets and asks if the exchange is fully taken care of, and Duan nods. Yes. Hearing this, Ningfang's face completely sours in irritation. That Cyclops guy is way too full of himself. He actually believes he is some chosen follower of the wicked god. I must watch him closely, so he does not ruin our plans. However, Duan nervously scratches his cheek, looking completely embarrassed. Actually, that Cyclops is not what we expected. He recalls the guy slumped on a sofa, giggling like a kid who just scored a sweet treat. He never imagined a simple street fortune teller could actually become a loyal follower of the Lord God. If he had not witnessed this firsthand, he never would have believed it. Seeing him laugh like a madman, Duan stared blankly and asked why he suddenly seemed like an entirely different person. Cyclops scratches his head, grinning as he explains that his previous arrogance was just a facade. Upon arriving here, too many people tried to take advantage of him, so he had to force them to show respect. That was the only path to dodging unnecessary trouble. Hearing this confession, Duan reflects deeply. He already tasked Senior Fun with running a thorough background check on this guy. It turns out that since his arrival, he has not committed a single bad deed or harmed anyone. Suddenly, his gaze turns sharp, locking onto the man before him. But with a goofy attitude like that, will not he ruin the almighty magic god's grand image? Duan laughs it off, assuring him that everyone already believes he is a loyal follower of Vongfi Kai. Resting his chin on his palm, he grins with total confidence, as if every single piece has already fallen into place. Trust me, when the time is right, you and I will watch him claim he was enlightened by the almighty magic god. Alright, stick with me, because this guy claims he is abandoning his wicked ways to avoid troubling the Great Lord again. Watching Doc Nan deep in thought, Duan stared blankly, surprised the guy actually possessed a working brain. Once he heard the full story, Ningfang sighed softly and offered his thoughts in a quiet, analytical tone. It seems Doc Nan is not as foolish as he looks, so we should keep watching him to see if he is truly trustworthy. There is no need to reveal our real identities just yet, and Duan nodded in silent agreement. Then, as if suddenly remembering, Duan added that Jiathin and the Qingwai trading firm have prepared a massive apology banquet, hoping he could attend. And they even invited the Venthan trading firm along. This made him smile with genuine intrigue. Fine, let us check it out. He needed a good excuse to relax anyway. We cut to an incredibly luxurious building that looks just like a palace, with a lobby buzzing with high-class energy. Right in the middle of it all, Doc Nan is chatting away, keeping the crowd entertained. A passerby asks in curiosity, wanting to know why there is such a massive crowd gathered over there. The woman next to him whispers that the two legendary trading firms are hosting an ultra VIP, but nobody actually knows who. Now pay attention, because a sleek luxury car pulls up, where Ningfang strokes his pet, Man, while sighing at the extreme wealth. The drive from the front gate to the entrance took forever, proving this place fully deserves its reputation for pure luxury. As soon as he and Duan step out, Doc Nan excitedly calls out, welcoming Mr. Ning to the event. Two gorgeous receptionists are waiting at the entrance to greet their guests. The brown-haired girl quietly wonders if this kid is really the VIP of the two major trading firms, while her blonde coworker thinks he looks far too young. But as she takes a closer look, she suddenly recognizes Ningfang and begins to stammer. With a massive smile, she gasps, asking if he is the legendary hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved everyone. Her own family was trapped in that secret realm, and she was amazed by his video. The brown-haired girl is equally starstruck. Realizing he is indeed the legendary hero, the blonde girl grabs Ningfang's hand as if she is meeting her ultimate idol. She begs him for an autograph, and this enthusiastic welcome from the gorgeous ladies makes Ningfang shyly scratch his head. Seeing Ningfang's immense fame, Doc Nan grits his teeth, furious at Jia Thin for messing with such a dangerous powerhouse. That fool is going to get them all killed. Instantly, he and the hostesses bow deeply to welcome their honored guest. Guiding Ningfang inside, the group gathers in a private room, sitting down to enjoy an incredibly lavish and happy feast. The blonde receptionist sits close, happily feeding some ice cream to Man, her eyes sparkling with absolute joy. She coos over how adorable the pet looks eating ice cream, just as Jia Thin stands up, raising a glass with a calm expression. He speaks up solemnly, admitting that this entire mess was completely his fault. Remorse is clearly visible on his face, while Doc Nan bows his head, confessing he failed to properly discipline his student. He shares the blame, leaving Vutron completely shocked as he holds his glass, stunned that the arrogant kid is actually apologizing. You and I are witnessing history right now. He decides he should definitely keep riding the coattails of legendary instructor Ning. To show their absolute sincerity, the Qingwei trading firm is ready to gift Ning 25% of their shares and 3 converted stone mines. Hoping he will accept, the director of the Venthan trading firm chimes in, offering the exact same incredible deal. Their Venthan firm is also offering 25% of their shares and 3 valuable converted stone mines. They beg him to accept, leaving the 2 receptionists standing there, completely blown away. The brown-haired girl whispers in shock about 25% of both massive firms, while her friend marvels. With that kind of wealth, he could do absolutely nothing and still be set for generations. The director thinks to himself that they do not understand, because partnering with Ningfang ensures they never run out of top-tier goods. Their revenue skyrocketed, making 25% of the shares seem like absolute pocket change. Securing a partnership with a legendary powerhouse like him is what truly matters for their future. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ningfang calculates that while company shares are nice, those mines are the real treasure, especially since he just completed his 4th-tier advancement. He will constantly need more converted stones, and owning the mines directly means he won't have to buy them ever again. While Ningfang is deep in thought, Doc Nan suddenly points at himself with some hesitation. He wants to ask Ningfang one final question but suddenly hesitates, his eyes turning deep. Trust me, you and I need to see what he says next. Yesterday, when I had the Jinwei trading firm gather intel on Ningfang, I realized he is far from simple. Even Duan Nan treats him with absolute respect. Let's dive into this. Is it possible that Ningfang is the literal representative of a god? Then he glances at the monster, Man, thinking about how that terrifying beast is actually his pet. Suddenly, those hostile eyes glare right back. Those piercing eyes cut through space, making Duan Nan shrink back, terrified. That beast is watching me again. Seeing him freeze up, Ningfang speaks up with calm, steady authority. What did you want to tell me? Duan Nan stammers, his voice shaking. But then, a warm, friendly smile appears. His voice is both serious and open as he begins his story. Actually, I have been working right by Olivia's side, rallying nearby nations for a long time to fight off the monster invasion. But top-tier adventurers are rare, and we desperately lack true combat power. Ningfang listens, completely expressionless. Pay close attention here. This is where all the puzzle pieces finally start locking into place. Duan Nan created an agency-like organization, backed by several powerful nations. They outsource the most brutal secret realms for Cyclops to conquer, and those high-stakes dungeons offer incredibly rich rewards. That is how he got his 2 world hearts. Now, Cyclops flashes a warm grin, speaking with genuine friendliness. We want to team up with you to protect the Blue Planet. Hearing this offer, Ningfang quickly runs the calculations in his head. They say Cyclops holds immense influence in Eastern Europe, and his legendary reputation is spreading further every day. If Ningfang can exploit that massive clout to secure more backing, it would be a major win. After weighing his options, a slight smile appears. His voice is calm as he replies, All right, let's work together. Pure excitement floods Cyclops' voice as he yells, Thank you so much. It is a true honor to have someone as powerful as you. But Ningfang's expression soon darkens as he plans ahead. If this war gets any bigger, they will need top-tier elites guarding the homeland. It is officially time to drag these rookies through absolute hell. But let's head back to the dinner table. This is where he decides to break the peace with a sudden question. Cyclops, tell me, what was it like when you first got here? The old warrior laughs, completely hooked by the question. I was raiding a secret realm when a chaotic space-time vortex suddenly sucked me right in. Thinking back to that wild moment, Cyclops happily launches into his epic tale. They say those chaotic vortexes only appear once every 100 years. Why the hell did I have to run into one? Just thinking about it still terrifies me. The physical laws inside that rift were completely unstable. Surviving that chaotic void without a single scratch? It must have been divine protection. The scene shifts to a quiet, peaceful home surrounded by lush green fields on the blue planet. An old man suddenly points forward in pure shock, grabbing the attention of his companion. Look at that. A sinister black hole suddenly tears open the sky, rapidly growing larger. Back at the modern training grounds, Ningfang is about to start his brutal practical exam. 7 high-tier masters are gathered in the arena, their faces full of hype. But Ningfang just watches from above, silently judging their true strength. After observing them all this time, he realizes these 7 guild presidents and Professor Shi are actually decent. They are the few who actually possess some real potential to grow. Moments later, Enchan is gritting his teeth, desperately struggling to stand, but he reminds himself that this exact hellish training made Master Fan super strong. He has to take it with absolute, deadly seriousness. Outside, Ningfang conjures pitch-black energy currents to lock them down. Luke, Bin, and Ye Xuan are instantly hit, groaning in agony. Meanwhile, Anchan and Linhua press their backs together to form a desperate defensive line. She asks anxiously, "Old Lu, are we seriously just going to take this passively? This training is way too brutal. If I didn't trust Little Fang, I'd swear an evil god was trying to murder us." Gritting his teeth, he yells out a plan. "We have the numbers. Let's coordinate as a tight squad. Everyone, activate the defensive formation right now." Instantly, the 7 experts combine their power to manifest a brilliant, glowing golden barrier. But Ningfang just bares his teeth in a wicked grin. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The Wanghua Guild already tried this." Suddenly serious, trust me. We are about to hear his brutal critique. Stick with me after studying the power of the God Realm and reviewing this combat style. I finally understand it on a deeper level. Seeing how smoothly they connect, Ningfang can't help but marvel. These guys are seriously experienced adventurers. Their coordination is getting incredibly in sync. Linhua and Tongyan unleash the Earth Shield technique simultaneously, creating a massive defense of solid rock. Suddenly, a golden light completely envelops them. Tongyan cries out in surprise, leaving Lu Bin and Anshan staring in absolute shock. Right then, a system notification pops up. Energy transfers to both of them, triggering area reinforcement because a scholar and priest are together. With their defensive formation active, defense efficiency spikes by 20%. Tongyan's entire body glows as she absorbs the power. She asks blankly what's happening. Mu Ning and Lu Bin are no exception, soaking up power from the system's area ability as well. 2 assassins detected. Defensive formation active, boosting evasion by 8% and armor by 15%. Now, watch this. Hanam and Taya are watching this unfold in absolute shock. He wonders if team formations can trigger instant area effects. It actually works right away, making the entire atmosphere buzz with excitement. Everyone charges forward together, with Enchan eagerly taking the lead. Yes, the squad formation actually works. Time to get serious. Seeing his exhausted squad collapse on the ground, Ningfang speaks up with caution. That's the price of pushing so hard they now have to endure even more brutal torture. From behind, Hanam's curious voice rings out with an innocent look. "Lord, was that your miracle just now?" Hearing that, he smiles with deep satisfaction. He explains that watching everyone work together finally helped him connect the dots and clear up his thoughts. Finishing his thought, he remembers Tongyan and Linhua. Ningfang lowers his voice, his tone deep and serious. It seems those specific fields activated the exact moment they resonated. Right on cue, the system screen flashes. A notification states that his insight into the rules of the universe has increased. You and I both know what this means. Gazing into the distance, Ningfang whispers quietly to himself. So this is the secret to gaining insight into the universe's rules. The next day, sunlight filters through the trees onto a lonely forest house, keeping the surroundings quiet and peaceful. Inside, Fang Yi frowns in pure confusion at what he hears, but soon, his booming laughter shatters the quiet air. Seeing him look so pathetic, and Chan stands nearby, his face darkening as he speaks through gritted teeth. "Old man, don't you dare laugh." He reaches out to call Fang Yi, his voice raspy. "Hurry over and help me up." Afterward, Anchan lowers his voice, wearing a teasing smirk. "You didn't just show up to mock me, did you?" Hearing this, Fang Yi smiles faintly, keeping his voice light. "I'm not that free." He shifts to a serious tone, his eyes searching. "It was Ningfang who called us here. He heard that they stumbled onto something extremely important." And Chan struggles with every heavy step, yet he still forces out a question. "Are you saying we are impressive?" In the dimly lit control room, Fang Yi suddenly speeds up, making Anchan growl. "Old man, slow down! Are you torturing me on purpose?" Back inside, he stands in silence, his eyes locked onto the shifting scenes displayed in front of him. Fang Yi breaks the silence to ask about the situation. Professor Ta, how far along is our progress now? Busy working, Professor Ta replies with a serious tone. We ran experiments with several teams and discovered that different combat domains yield completely different effects. Her calm voice continues as her eyes track the streaming data. Currently, the domains we can activate mainly come from classes like agility, magic, and support. The number of active domains does not depend on level, but on the team's unspoken synergy. Hearing this, Fang Yi frowns, deep in thought as he begins to speak. In other words, with proper training, even weak adventurers have a real fighting chance against powerful enemies. Tong Yan, her eyes filled with anticipation, nods decisively. Exactly. In the control room, Ningfang secretly wonders, why is it that the things he can comprehend keep getting fewer and fewer? Is it possible that he has finally hit his limit? Right then, Duan rushes in from behind, his quick footsteps echoing on the cold metal floor. He calls out urgently, pointing at his phone. Boss, we have an emergency situation here. The Cyclops has actually sent us a brand new commission, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see Ningfang deal with one of his wildest requests. He snatches the phone, asking why Cyclops did not send him all the options. Duan sheepishly admits this job is just too unique. Right on the screen, a strange purple tear cuts through an open field, signaling that something absolutely terrifying is about to go down. Ningfang freezes in shock, asking if this is some new secret realm. Duan immediately answers with pure anxiety in his voice. He explains that it is a space-time turbulence. Right then, Han-Em silently steps up behind them to join the conversation. Cyclops literally arrived through one just a single month ago. For another anomaly to show up this quickly is unheard of. The more Ningfang stares at the image, the more serious he gets, his eyes filled with deep suspicion. But pay attention here, because the image suddenly shifts. Something is crawling out. What on earth is that? The next morning, warm sunlight streams right through the cafe windows, illuminating the wooden floor and tables, bringing a peaceful vibe to the room. Ningfang chats with Cyclops, who looks back with friendly eyes and an optimistic tone. He explains that the space-time rift is located way out in the state of Aviso. All the official paperwork is done, meaning we can use a flight scroll to warp straight there. Ningfang raises his eyebrows, eyes burning with sheer excitement as he says, "Fine, let us get moving." But Cyclops stops him cold, his voice practically booming with worry as he asks if he is seriously going alone. Ningfang is taken aback by the sudden panic, asking what is wrong. Cyclops locks eyes with him, delivering a dead serious warning. He explains that these anomalies completely warp the fabric of space and time. The danger is real, and there is no telling what kind of monsters have escaped. Sweat pours down his face as he pauses, thinking to himself that Ningfang needs to at least bring his strongest pet beast along. Ningfang goes tense, his eyes burning with resolve. He realizes that if the danger is this extreme, regular helpers will only get in the way. Instantly, his mind turns to Han-Em and Taydad. Let us pause here. Just thinking of them brings a wave of absolute confidence to his heart. Ningfang smirks, completely confident that their small group is more than enough. Later that afternoon, as golden twilight blankets the base, a sudden flash of light signals their successful teleportation. Right then, Ningfang, Cyclops, and Jiathin materialize, instantly scanning their new surroundings. Out of nowhere, the distinct sound of a woman's footsteps echoes through the quiet base. Her steady, heavy strides immediately demand everyone's full attention. A slender girl emerges, radiating an overwhelming pressure that dominates the entire area. Suddenly, her voice rings out clear and sharp. Recognizing her instantly, Cyclops grins, greeting her with a warm and highly familiar tone. He explains that Lilith is his top apprentice, and her father runs this entire base. But as they speak, they notice Lilith is trembling violently, her chest heaving as her entire expression completely crumbles. Before anyone can process what is going on, she breaks down crying, sobbing uncontrollably. Her face is absolute torture. Seeing her like this, Cyclops steps forward in a panic, asking what on earth happened. Just then, a steady, comforting hand gently rests on her trembling shoulder from behind. A calm, imposing man steps forward, his steady gaze carrying a deep, soulful weight as he introduces himself as Enzo, Lilith's father. He pulls his crying daughter into a warm embrace, politely apologizing to the group for seeing Lilith in such a terrible state. He promises to explain the situation, solemnly gesturing for everyone to follow him inside. Leading them up to an observation deck, Enzo points out, explaining that they can see the exact rift location directly below. What they see is a massive, incredibly bizarre sphere pulsing below them. It is covered in dirt, jagged rocks, and thick roots that squirm like a living creature. With a grim voice, Enzo admits that the reason he sent this commission is that the anomaly goes far beyond their scientific understanding. In almost no time, it swallowed a neighboring town, warping it into a deadly secret realm. He chokes up staring into the distance, explaining that the innocent residents have all transformed into horrific, high-tier monsters. The military sent in elite squads to neutralize it, but despite heavy casualties, they still could not clear the rift. Enzo pauses, clearly haunted by the painful memory. The elite unit Lilith put together was entirely annihilated. She barely managed to survive by using every ounce of her remaining strength. We thank you, Cyclops, for her training. Because honestly, you and I know she barely made it out alive. Let's dive in as Lilith. Her eyes filled with pain, sadly mutters a quiet apology. Those squad members were my closest friends, which is why I completely lost control of my emotions. Watching her look so completely broken, Giathan is shocked, thinking to himself that Lilith usually has a strong personality, making this rare heartbreak genuinely shocking. Right then, One Eye speaks up from behind, asking if the monsters in that secret realm are actually that powerful. Hearing this, she lowers her head, hesitation written all over her face as she slowly whispers, "It is not just that." Lilith continues her story, her heavy voice filled with deep sadness. It is a time-limited secret realm with two paths, and we must conquer both to win. These two paths are symmetrical reflections of each other that never connect, meaning even if you complete one, you will run out of time on the other and still fail. If time runs out, we fail and pay attention here, because One Eye speculates cautiously. This means the safest way is for two separate teams to push through both paths simultaneously. Hearing that, she immediately shoots it down, arguing that this strategy requires adventurers of insanely high strength tiers. As of right now, they cannot even build one qualified combat team, much less two. Suddenly, Ningfang speaks up with supreme confidence, his eyes flashing. He suggests that One Eye lead one combat team, leaving the other route entirely to him, a wild proposal that leaves everyone standing there wide-eyed. He remains silent, calculating his chances while thinking that if Lilith managed to survive and escape, then with One Eye's level of strength, their team should at least retreat safely if danger strikes. While he plans their next move, Lilith cannot help but keep her eyes glued to Ningfang. Deep down, she simply cannot accept him yet. Her master promised to bring a legendary powerhouse, but this kid looks like a normal earthling who is even younger than her, no matter how she views it. And yeah, you and I know this gamble is crazy, which is why a stunned One Eye tries to stop him. He begs him not to do this, but Ningfang remains completely unfazed and holds firm. He simply places a hand on One Eye's shoulder with a confident smile, telling them to just focus entirely on finishing their own route. With the plan set, the group quickly begins marching toward the entrance of that eerie secret realm. A bizarre, massive glowing orb looms ahead of them, and the squad instantly springs into action. Lilith spots the warning screen first, urgently reminding everyone that they only have a 2-hour time limit. As they approach a cave glowing with a strange purple light, Ningfang senses something and says he will take the left path. The rest go right. Stunned by this pure recklessness, Lilith grows incredibly anxious and whispers to her master, asking if Ningfang will truly be okay. One Eye looks equally horrified, his pale face filled with terror as he speaks in a shaky, low voice. He mutters that he does not know, falling into a sudden, deep existential crisis. He confesses he has never actually seen Ningfang fight, but just remembering his pet makes him break into a cold sweat. A wave of absolute terror washes over him, forcing him to swallow his pride and confess the truth to Lilith. He reveals that Ningfang's pet devoured all of his shadow guards, leaving her shocked to see One Eye this terrified. Lilith feels like she has been struck by lightning, standing there completely speechless as her mind starts racing. She cannot believe it, knowing her master's shadow guards were legendary elite warriors capable of crushing almost anyone in this world. Just how monstrously strong is that pet to eat them all? With that terrifying thought lingering, Lilith watches Ningfang's fading silhouette disappear into the dark, her heart racing with endless questions about what kind of insane beast tamer could keep such a nightmare as a simple pet. Her curiosity about his identity completely explodes, making her wonder if he insisted on going alone simply to hide a massive, dark secret. Faint light reflects off the damp, freezing cave walls, creating an incredibly tense and suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, a heavy, bone-chilling thud echoes from the path ahead. Sensing immediate danger, the entire squad braces for impact as two colossal beasts emerge from the shadow, their crimson eyes burning like wild flames. One beast lets out a sickening, murderous grin, its razor-sharp teeth glistening in the dark, hungry to tear them all to shreds. And trust me, you and I are about to see a brutal bloodbath as the monsters charge like a storm, throwing everyone off balance. Faced with this terrifying combat speed, One Eye doesn't hesitate. Stick with me to see how this fight kicks off. With a shout of soul-devouring tangle, green arrows of light shoot out, obliterating the beasts in a blink. Watching this glorious battle firsthand, Jia Chen is completely awestruck. Standing right behind him, he cheers for his powerful master, but is met with One Eye's calm, unwavering response. Are these mutated beasts actually what's left of humans? The moment he asks this, he sinks into a dark, heavy silence, contemplating the horrifying truth. They're definitely far more lethal than the standard monsters in this secret realm. Still, he can manage. A tiny spark of hope flickers in his mind. As long as Mr. Ning's power is greater than his, they will be completely fine. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Ningfang has already effortlessly obliterated another beast. It was absolute child's play for him. As the severed chunks of the monster crash down, they dissolve into thick green mist, instantly vanishing as if swallowed whole by the damp ground. The eerie green glow fades into nothingness, leaving a heavy silence. Right on cue, the system sounds off, displaying the remaining time. 1 hour, 51 minutes, 43 seconds. Back with one eye, green beams blast forward again in another soul-devouring tangle. The deadly strike flies straight toward the towering body of the monstrous beast, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. If anything, the beast just gets angrier, gritting its teeth in pure rage. Realizing his attack did absolutely nothing, One Eye completely loses his cool and screams, "This isn't right." Now, watch this next part carefully. Each time he uses this skill, the damage it deals to these creatures gets smaller and smaller. Now, it does absolutely nothing. Sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth in frustration. Is there some connection between these beasts that allows them to constantly evolve during battle? Before he can even think, the massive creature charges forward with a deafening roar. "Master, it's coming right for us." Just as the warning ends, One Eye conjures a swirling purple orb of energy, Death Scythe. The deadly projectile shrieks through the air like a lightning bolt, detonating violently right against the charging beast. Yet, the dread on One Eye's face doesn't fade. He is pushing himself to the limit while thinking he has no choice but to use his skills against these beasts. But if this continues, they will only make the monsters grow stronger. In this desperate life-or-death moment, Ningfang's face flashes in his mind, sending him into an absolute panic as sweat pours. Every signal is completely dead. He can't reach Mr. Ning. He can only pray that Ning is holding his own. Meanwhile, Ningfang stands in the silent space, his cold eyes challenging everything. Let's see if he can handle this better. With a terrifying snarl, the savage beast lunges forward to attack. Its roar echoes, ready to crush anything in its path yet. You remain strangely calm, completely unfazed. In a single heartbeat, your devastating windblade slices the monster cleanly in half. Its severed parts fly everywhere. Just like that, the beast dies in sheer shock, unable to resist. By the time a fountain of dark blood spurts out, its life has completely faded. Yet, Ningfang just calmly steps over the fresh corpse with a slow, steady gait, radiating absolute and overwhelming power. Where the carcass lies, eerie green smoke begins to rise, ready to swallow the beast whole into the dark ground. This battle was just a speck of dust to Ningfang. Frankly, his attack power is so ridiculously high that the beast's evolution speed couldn't even dream of keeping up with him. Walking straight ahead with a cold, expressionless face, Ningfang feels like an approaching storm, forcing the observer to whisper, "There is no way for me to stop him." On the other side, One Eye and Jia Chen are still desperately fending off relentless waves of attacks. This keeps the hidden mastermind confident, muttering, "Luckily, I still control the other path." The timer is down to 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. As the beast finally collapses, One Eye slumps down, gasping for air. He can feel his life force steadily draining away. Lilith turns to him, her voice trembling with intense worry. "Master, are you okay?" "This is nothing," One Eye replies, panting heavily. "Just a little exhausted. I can still push through." But before he can even finish his sentence, the single eye on his forehead dilates in absolute paralyzing terror. In a flash, a razor-sharp spike tears through the air like lightning, skewering One Eye's body before he can even blink. It all happens in a split second, leaving us absolutely no time to react. And that's where we leave it. Lilith stands behind him with a cruel grin, whispering, "So, how about this?" Right from the start, we see One Eye struggling to stand, clutching his bloody chest as his heart runs wild. Witnessing this horrific betrayal, Jashing roars in absolute fury, demanding to know what Lilith is doing. But her only reply is a cold, smug smirk. She casually mocks them, saying their invited helper is simply too strong, leaving her no choice but to kill them all. The grim truth finally clicks. One Eye clutches his bleeding chest and steps forward, gasping out that she isn't the real Lilith. But she just laughs it off. Of course she's Lilith, she just found a dark path to unlimited power, and they are the perfect sacrifices. Hearing these wicked, treacherous words, Jashing explodes. Unable to hold back, he lunges from behind, channeling raw energy into his fists to avenge his fallen master. Telling his master to run, Jashing summons 2 dark shadow beasts with razor-sharp claws that instantly leap straight toward Lilith. Yet, she barely moves, effortlessly flicking her slender wrist. In an instant, the massive beast attack completely vanishes into thin air. Wiping out Jashing's forces was effortless, but her dark, chilling gaze remains locked on them. She tells them to stop wasting their pathetic strength, because from the second they stepped inside, they were already dead. One Eye grits his teeth, his entire body tensing up as his racing mind finally pieces the horrible puzzle together. Pay attention here, her promise of a way out was a total lie. She set a trap for everyone. She never wanted any of them to survive. Lilith just smirks, deeply amused by the useless struggle of her former master. She taunts him, mocking that his terrified face looks exactly like hers did all those years ago. Too bad she was smarter. A dark shadow crosses her expression as memories of her past terror resurface. Back then, hordes of bloodthirsty monsters had trapped her, closing in from all sides. The crushing pressure of that dark power left her completely helpless, forcing her to throw her hands up, screaming until her voice went raw. She had begged for mercy, acknowledging their supreme power and pleading for her pathetic, insignificant life. If they wanted to conquer the world, she was fully prepared to become their most loyal servant. Her spineless betrayal had shocked her allies standing behind her, making them scream out in absolute disbelief. They reminded her that everyone else died to give them a chance, but she doesn't let them finish. A cold blade of light cuts through the dark. The man is ruthlessly sliced down. She just glares at his corpse with cold, impatient eyes, telling him to shut up. I know what you're thinking, because looking at this madness, we're all just as terrified. At that moment, a deep voice echoes from the glowing purple portal, declaring that they are far too weak to ever serve it. It demands them as sacrifices instead. Immediately, dark shadow tendrils whip out, binding the very comrades who had fought alongside Lilith. Their lifeless bodies slump to the ground right before her eyes. She watches with a sick, ecstatic thrill, her fanatical voice echoing as she kneels before the dark deity. She begs to be granted dark power, promising to offer up even more sacrifices in exchange. Facing her twisted, inhuman devotion, the glowing purple portal remains completely silent, offering no response at all. After a tense silence, the ancient entity speaks again, its voice filled with dark curiosity. It mocks humans as disgusting, but admits this wicked behavior is actually quite entertaining. Lilith looks up, hesitating to ask what it means. The sinister entity doesn't beat around the bush. It wants to see what kind of sacrifices she can bring. Hearing this, a greedy, dark ambition flares deep in her eyes. She vows eternal gratitude, promising she will never disappoint her new dark master. Back in the present, her beautiful face is masked in pure cruelty as she says she has no time to waste on them. Just quietly become her next sacrifices. Facing Lilith's murderous malice, Jashing and One Eye remain silent, their bodies tense like coiled springs as they watch her every move. A loud system alert chimes, announcing the left path is cleared. One Eye gasps, completely shocked by the sudden news. Standing nearby, Ningjing clenches his fists, his eyes filled with but Lilith doesn't flinch, coldly laughing that the two routes exist in completely different dimensions, meaning they cannot cross. Even if one is cleared, completing the other is completely impossible. But right as she speaks, the system chimes again, confirming the right path is also cleared. This impossible turn of events instantly shatters her confidence, causing her smug grin to freeze. And that's where we leave it, with the system announcing the impossible as Lilith's smug face completely freezes. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are starting right as her smug smile shatters into pure, terrifying horror. No way. How did he even pull that off? Meanwhile, Ningfang stood tall and quiet before the colossal beast he just slaughtered, completely oblivious to what was going down on Cyclops' side. Looking up, he waited in total silence. It was exactly as Lilith described, the two paths were perfectly symmetrical. Instantly, two massive mirrors, one blue and one purple, flashed in his mind. Since that was the case, he figured void walking was all he needed. Running the whole path again would just be a waste of time. Suddenly, confusion hit him as his floating body felt the pull of a massive teleportation force. The second he willed it, his body dissolved into the void, leaving behind absolute silence. Lilith could only stare, her face twisted in pure shock. She shrieked in panic. He is just one person. How did he clear both routes at once? Right then, a thick purple glow erupted, instantly warping the shapes of the three teammates in a strange blur. A swirling black vortex ripped open in midair, spinning like a massive mouth ready to swallow them alive. The violet light flared to a blinding intensity, with wild, deadly sparks of electricity swallowing the entire chamber they stood in. Jiathin gasped, his voice trembling with suspicion as he demanded to know where they had been sent. Now, pay attention here. If both paths get cleared, everyone gets pulled directly into the Master's private domain. But even I have never been here before. After my previous failure, the Master deemed me unworthy of this place. But as she thought this, a strange tremor caught her attention. A massive, towering figure covered in ancient symbols slowly materialized, its sheer size almost impossible for them to comprehend. Lilith had to strain her neck all the way back just to look at it. Jiathin's face went completely pale. Master, is that the ultimate boss of this secret realm? Cyclops stood right behind them, scanning the area with deep caution before whispering that a terrifying pressure this intense could only belong to a demon lord. Staring up at the titanic entity, a terrifying realization struck them both. A demon lord. Those monsters are second only to the demon god himself. We are completely doomed. Yet, while they panicked, Lilith's face lit up with a creepy excitement. She muttered to herself, "Is this the master's actual form? Just being near it is absolutely terrifying. But wait, that Ningfang kid is gone. He must have been turned to ash." Brushing those thoughts aside, Lilith plastered on a fake, submissive smile and pointed to the two men behind her. Keeping her tone humble, she bowed. "Master, your servant Lilith has returned. I brought these sacrifices for you to feast on." But the moment she spoke, the beast's response made her shrink back in terror. What was it saying? All right, watch closely because the voice that answered made her face drop instantly. She stared up at the massive entity, her mind racing with suspicion. Why did the master's voice sound completely different from the one she remembered? Before Lilith could even process this, the ancient beast began to glow with a pulsing purple light. Suddenly, Ningfang's face appeared in the light, looking down with cold, commanding eyes as his calm voice echoed through the space. "Lilith, start explaining right now." The shocking truth froze her in her tracks, completely speechless. Right behind her, Jiathin and Cyclops screamed out in utter disbelief. It was Mr. Ningfang! Lilith's jaw hit the floor, her mind spinning as she struggled to find any words. How is this kid standing on the master's head, and why isn't the master fighting back at all? As if reading her thoughts, the mighty demon lord was actually sweating bullets, completely terrified of the human above him. Looking back, the demon lord had originally assumed this guy was just another human with high offensive stats, but who could have guessed that when he found normal attacks too slow at the end of the route, he would casually drop a forbidden spell to instantly obliterate the elite guardian in his way. Then, Ningfang had charged straight out of the rift alone, completely catching the demon lord by surprise. He immediately cast another forbidden spell, bypassing space and time to warp straight to the other path. The second guardian was vaporized before it could even blink. Through all this, Ningfang's face remained completely deadpan, without a shred of emotion. The demon lord racked its brain, desperately wondering who this monster was to cast 3 forbidden spells so easily. Only a demon god could do that. What is his background? By now, Jiathin's eyes burned with absolute fury as he shouted, "Lilith, your scheme failed. Tell us, why did you betray our master? You and I are going to find out next time." Let's dive right into her ice-cold glare as she snaps. Why? Because you're all fools. She suddenly wide-eyes him, screaming with pure, bitter rage. "Master, I told you, with your insane strength, you could completely rule the world. My family and I would have been your ultimate backing, ready to die for you. But you rejected us without even thinking." Cyclops just scratches his head with a sheepish grin, muttering, "Sorry, I was only acting tough back then. I had to scare them to avoid any hassle." Hearing her scream, Ningfang recalls this memory and thinks, no wonder Cyclops said that. Nearby, Lilith is still going off, unleashing all her bottled-up fury on him. "I just don't get it. Don't you love the feeling of standing above everyone else? The strong rule and the weak obey, that is how it works, right?" Doknan's calm voice contrasts her complete meltdown. "Well, because the gods I serve can't stand greedy, stupid people. And what a crazy coincidence. You and your entire family are both." Hearing this, she freezes in absolute shock, unable to believe her ears. "What did you say?" Watching this unfold, Tad and Hannah are seriously impressed by the demon lord's bold style. This guy understands him pretty well, doesn't he? Suddenly, a shrill voice cries out to the demon lord. "Master, there must be another way." Watch closely here, she refuses to give up, pointing at Ningfang's group with a manic, trembling voice. "Quickly, kill them! Kill them all!" Just then, a giant, moss-covered stone hand emerges from the demon lord. Her pupils shrink in absolute terror, never expecting this monstrous power to suddenly turn against her. Boom! The massive stone hand slams into the ground with catastrophic power, a thunderous crash echoing as blood splatters everywhere, making the entire space shake violently. Ningfang stays completely calm, watching the whole thing before speaking in a steady voice. "Time is running out. Let's finish this big guy off and call it a day." Without hesitation, he drops from the demon lord's head, quietly activating his skill. A bright purple light blazes once again, washing over the entire area. Ningfang doesn't even blink, his ice-cold stare locking forward as if freezing everything around him instantly. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure surprise. You and I both know the system loves dropping unexpected rewards. A glowing blue object suddenly floats right in front of him, radiating a strong, pulsing energy. Instantly, the system screen flashes with a warning. "Temporal poison detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes or no?" A space-time rift slowly opens before a calm Ningfang, its eerie light flickering with danger. Seeing this, Han Yin frowns deeply, his face darkening as he speaks in a dead serious tone. Space-time turbulence is incredibly unstable. Usually it vanishes quickly, but since this tear is still wide open, we are in for some serious trouble. Hearing this, Ningfang frowns slightly and turns to face him with a confused look. Why? Han explains earnestly, his voice slow and deliberate to ensure he gets it. Because not even the power of a god can completely erase space-time turbulence. You can only gather high-level believers to borrow divine energy and temporarily seal it up, right? Standing nearby, Zaha chimes in to add, but this space-time turbulence is and always will be a ticking time bomb. There is no telling when a stronger entity might show up and shatter the seal. Multiple worlds have been wiped out like this before. Hearing this, Ningfang rests his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Quick thoughts flash through his mind. If other gods discover something this deadly, they will definitely use it to destroy me. He knits his brows together, a spark of suppressed anger rising in his eyes as he reaches a dark decision. If that happens, they won't pay enough for their crimes. Suddenly, something appears, making his narrowed eyes widen again. Han Yin watches him place a hand directly onto the dimensional rift, asking with clear curiosity, Lord God? Ningfang's voice is calm but slightly hesitant as he replies, Actually, it looks like I can fix this. Leaving Shida and Han Yin completely stunned, the system screen suddenly pops up. Mission: World Repair. Investigate the space-time turbulence and restore it to its normal state. Time limit: 2 hours. Failure penalty: host erasure. The brutal truth hits him hard. Not even a god can destroy a space-time tier, yet the system assigns a repair quest. Could the system actually exist far above the gods themselves? After a moment of thinking, Ningfang is just speechless. Whenever there is a loophole, it instantly threatens to erase him. It does not treat him like a god. Trust me, you and I need to see what he discovers next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy space-time mess. Jia Fin nervously watches him, whispering, Master, what do we do? One eye keeps his gaze locked dead on Ningfang, quietly replying, It seems Mr. Ning is figuring something out. We shouldn't disturb him. Suddenly, a heavy silence falls, with only a strange purple light flickering like living energy between his fingers. Hold on, the sequence just jumped right here. Suddenly, faint blue streams of light blend into the purple, radiating outward and leaving Ningfang looking totally shocked. But that shock does not last long, instantly replaced by a painful, agonizing scream escaping his lips. Sweat pours down Ningfang's face as he grits his teeth. The violent space-time turbulence is literally tearing his body apart. He never expected such agonizing pain. Then, a faint, mysterious voice echoes inside his mind, the hidden seal must fall. The voice completely commands his attention as chaotic sounds fill the air. Suddenly, dense lines of mysterious text appear right before his eyes. His mouth hangs open. He is completely speechless, his mind racing with questions. The seal must fall. The pain is blinding, but pay attention here. He bites his lip, muttering, Is this a trap? Fine. Trap or not, if the system is giving him a mission, there has to be a way to clear it. Tensing his entire body, he repeats a single mantra in his head. Stay calm, just stay calm. Suddenly, something flashes past, and Ningfang's eyes instantly sharpen. With a serious look, he presses his lips together and mutters, I felt it, even though it was fleeting. Suddenly, a blinding pale blue light illuminates the space, and Ningfang instantly realizes that something is different. There was a brief pause in the flow unlike anything else. If only he can catch it. Closing his eyes, he focuses every single sense to feel the tiny vibrations in the space-time turbulence, clenching his teeth. The raging energy around him seems to be deliberately trying to distract him, forcing him to focus even harder. After a moment of absolute concentration, Ningfang's eyes snap wide open. Found you. Meanwhile, in another area, a mysterious figure stands silently in an empty space with only the howling wind. His face is completely shrouded in shadow, his voice echoing clearly. It has been 2 hours since they entered the secret realm. It looks like Lilith's plan worked. The dim light slowly reveals Enzo's sinister look and his triumphant, evil smile. He whispers to himself, hoping the demon lord of this secret realm will be satisfied with the sacrifice. Once I have the demon lord's backing, absolutely nothing can stop me from ruling. Now watch closely, because right then, a subordinate rushes in to report. My lord, forces from the Guild Alliance have completely surrounded this entire place. A malicious fire flares in Enzo's eyes. He glares at his subordinate with pure contempt, hissing, Those fools are only reacting now. Fine, then send them all straight to hell. Outside, right at the warning tape under the scorching sun, a tall, imposing figure stands incredibly firm. Meet the commander of the Austrian Guild Alliance, Johnny Juin. Behind him, highly armed forces stand in perfect formation, marching forward with steady, disciplined steps. The association was built by mega-corporations, making this alliance the absolute highest authority managing all of Austria's adventurers. Suddenly, a mage in the group speaks up respectfully, his voice trembling with anxiety despite trying to sound serious. "Commander, should we go in and capture Enzo?" Johnny replies with a calm, steady voice. "Wait just a bit." Suddenly, 3 pale blue arrows whistle down from the nearby forest, slamming deep into the dirt just a few steps right in front of them. Without a single hint of fear, Johnny cheers up instantly and laughs. "Old friend, you finally made it." Meanwhile, in another location, a swirling vortex glows with blinding light, spinning violently as if trying to swallow everything nearby. Ningfang stands before it, silently planning his next move. This is the source of the spatial flow. "Now, I will use my divine power." As the seconds tick by, he observes every glowing point of light in the air, calculating meticulously. Once stabilized, this section will not run wild anymore. Just then, a second point of light blinks into view nearby. Sweat trickles down his cheek, and tension fills the air, but Ningfang is feeling more pumped up than ever. He mutters, "If I keep this up, then naturally, Han Yin is going to be completely amazed. The rift is actually closing, filling Sid with pure admiration. This is the true power of Lord God." After a tense mental struggle, Ningfang finally lets out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, it is done. Right on cue, a sudden system notification pops up in front of him, displaying the words, "Your cosmic comprehension has increased, strengthening your world." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. We begin with Ningfang reading this, totally baffled. Restorative capability? What is that? C can only apologize, admitting that even she doesn't fully understand what this means. But then, Hyan stares in realization, taking the words completely literally. Maybe this power can restore a completely ruined world back to its original state. Hearing that, Ningfang's face instantly turns dead serious. "Maybe. I can study that later. But right now, there is one more thing." He recalls those eerie words echoing in his head, "The gods will surely die." His expression grows darker. "When I was repairing the space-time flow, what was that voice I heard? What did it actually mean?" Suddenly, a finger points forward as an excited voice cries out, "Master, look over there!" Jia turns toward the silent vortex, which is now violently erupting with turbulent energy. Both master and disciple stare at the rifts, their shock only growing deeper. "Look, master, everything around us is finally returning to normal. A complete miracle." Now, watch closely as hurried footsteps suddenly start echoing across the ground. It is Doc Nan, who just witnessed that blinding, miraculous light. Ignoring his disciple, he rushes straight toward Ningfang, desperate to speak as he blurted out a panicked explanation. "Mr. Ning, you must believe me. I, Abba, never wanted to rule this world. Who would expect him to be this incredibly calm?" Ningfang simply offers a faint, quiet smile. "I believe you." But the moment Ningfang speaks, a massive shockwave rumbles through the ground from the empty void. He turns around, asking in complete confusion, "What is that sound over there?" Meanwhile, flashing back to 20 minutes ago, a group of people wait in silence. One of Johnny's men asks respectfully, "Were those 3 flying scrolls your old friends, Commander?" The people stepping forward are none other than Yan Xuan, Fangge, and Wang Yu. Skipping any introductions, Fangge gets straight to the point. "Johnny, what is the situation?" Watching from a distance, Wang Yu calmly recalls his file, Holy Knight Johnny, Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom Guild Alliance. He and Senior Fang are absolute legends. Normally, you only ever see them on the news. Johnny's face turns tense. Gritting his teeth, he says, "We are hunting down the ambitious Enzo. But we can't get near the hidden realm, and the situation is unclear. I am deeply sorry for dragging your country's adventurers into this dirty conspiracy." Fangge's expression remains completely calm, speaking in a serious yet reassuring tone. "You and I know that since Mr. Ningfang is in that hidden realm, nothing can go wrong. Just focus on dealing with Enzo. He has to pay for trying to deceive Mr. Ningfang." Hearing this, Johnny's jaw drops. Completely speechless, he stammers, "Did you say you can handle it?" The hidden realm remains the biggest threat. Mysterious figures begin looming behind a massive stone gate. Dead bodies and bloody trails litter the ground, surrounded by massive, sharp-toothed beasts. Their eyes flash with pure bloodlust. "This pathetic rabble does not interest me at all," they sneer, their mouths curling into savage, arrogant smiles. One gets even cockier, bringing up that old man Johnny down the mountain. "Why don't we just go and finish him off?" Suddenly, a badly beaten figure staggers toward them from the distance. Drenched in blood and gasping for air, he grits his teeth to speak. "Commander, we were ambushed by the enemy." Johnny leaps forward, catching the collapsing soldier and asking in a panic, "Han, why are you hurt this badly? Do not move. Let me heal you right now." But the soldier just trembles, choking out the words. That guy, Enzo, has gathered a massive army of missing people. Hearing this, Fangge frowns, unable to hide his suspicion. "What does he mean by missing people?" Johnny answers directly, It is a massive group of people who vanished mysteriously. Suddenly, a rare caution flashes in his eyes as he explains slowly, each word carrying immense weight. They were once human, but now wield the dark power of demons. Normal adventurers do not stand a chance. As those words sink in, several dark names instantly flash through Fang Ge's memory. His face pales as his breath catches. Is it really them? Suddenly, Johnny remembers something, his expression shifting in panic. Exactly. Enzo's daughter, Lilith, captured those people. Let's see where this leads. Stick with me, we are about to see how long they have been building their massive forces. Before he can even finish speaking, a dark ray of light tears through the air, aiming straight at the badly wounded brown-haired kid. At that sight, Johnny nearly leaps out of his skin, his voice choking with panic. Watch out! But it is too late to save him. Caught in that split second between life and death, Johnny stands completely frozen. He watches the beam streak closer, his heart tightening with fear. But right before it pierces the victim, a sudden bolt of lightning rips through the sky, hitting the deadly ray and blowing it to pieces mid-air. It all happens so fast, and with such danger that Johnny and the brown-haired youth can only stare in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Looking into the distance, Wang Yua stands tall with her weapon raised high. Her powerful presence and piercing gaze make her look like a goddess sent down to rescue her people. Nearby, the purple monster stares in absolute shock, unable to believe his attack was blocked. Even Johnny is stunned, his gaze locking onto Wang Yua, this young girl with sharp, icy eyes and courage radiating from her. As he mutters to himself, how could this young girl be even stronger than him? Before anyone can recover, Wang Yua and VM Shuiyan charge forward like unsheathed blades, their raw energy exploding. Leading the charge right in front is Fang Yi. Watch closely here, he coordinates with them in a flash, giving their opponents absolutely no time to breathe or retaliate. Within minutes, both monsters are completely destroyed, their massive bodies crashing to the ground like dead weight. It is finally over. Johnny steps forward, still dazed and struggling to clear his head. How did you get this strong? Seeing the utter shock on his face, Fang Yi strokes his silver beard. A smug grin spreads across his face as he says, "It is all thanks to Mr. Ning's special training." Those words strike Johnny like lightning, his look instantly shifting to pure respect, bordering on total adoration for Mr. Ning being inside. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. No wonder you were not worried at all. As Johnny calms down, Fang Yi stops smiling and turns incredibly serious, warning him to lead them inside before it is too late. Meanwhile, in a desolate, silent forest, the air is so quiet you can hear every single leaf rustling. At the bottom of a pitch-black pit, piles of monster corpses are stacked like a mountain of gray flesh, reeking of death. Nearby, Ningfang, Dr. Nan, and Jia Thin wait quietly, their eyes sharp and alert, but their expressions completely unreadable. I know what you are thinking, but look, his face completely lights up with pure joy as they arrive. Wang Yua, Senior Fun, President Truong, what are you all doing here? Facing Ningfang, Fang Yi speaks with a heavy but respectful tone to introduce Johnny, the Holy Light Knight of Austria, who noticed Enzo behaving very strangely. Since it involved your safety, he contacted me right away. But as he looks at Johnny, he realizes something is terribly wrong, immediately furrowing his brow in deep concern. Johnny is an old friend. Are you okay? But Johnny is too lost in his own thoughts to even answer. Johnny's eyes are wide and pale with panic, as if he just witnessed a terrifying hidden realm beyond human comprehension. He looks down at the massive pit before them, which used to be the entrance to that very realm. Johnny suddenly screams in pure disbelief and terror that it is gone, just as the two groups finally stand face to face. The tension is thick enough to ignite as Dr. Nan grabs Enzo by the collar and hauls him up. Recognizing a familiar face, the old man gasps Johnny's name, tears welling in Enzo's eyes as his voice shakes with fear, though he still tries to threaten them. I demand to be judged under my own country's laws. I am a provincial governor. Under our laws, no matter my crimes, foreigners have zero authority to pass judgment on me. Otherwise, this will be taken as an act of war. Hearing this, Johnny nods with a serious face as if he fully agrees. You are absolutely right. Seeing Johnny's support, Enzo instantly smiles with joy and his usual self-important pride. But the next second, Johnny's expression turns cold, as he solemnly declares, however, I am ready to use my power to make Mr. Ning an honorary citizen of Austria. I hope Mr. Ning accepts. Without hesitating for a single second, Ningfang steps forward and delivers his sharp reply. I gladly accept your invitation. Hearing this, Enzo looks like he just got shocked by lightning, his eyes bulging as he screams in utter disbelief. What? How dare you do this? Talk about instant karma, even the people Enzo thought would save him are now cursing him. What a wild ride. Let's dive in. I hope Ningfang sends that crazy bastard Enzo straight to hell for everyone. Meanwhile, people are busy dragging massive monster carcasses out of the forest as time flies by. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl starts whining. complaining that hauling gross monster corpses is no job for a woman. The guy next to her glares, snapping back instantly with a harsh reality check about her ridiculous complaining. Look around, everyone here is a top-tier guild leader, and they're all desperate to talk to the legendary Dragon Kingdom hero. That means low-status grunts like us are stuck doing all the heavy lifting. And he's not wrong, just a few feet away. The elite guild leaders are laughing and socializing. Just hearing Ningfang's name makes the girl blush with pure admiration, calling him an absolute powerhouse. She openly daydreams about talking to him and maybe even snagging a date, completely letting go of the corpse and making her partner panic. He snaps at her to pick it back up. Meanwhile, Johnny approaches Ningfang with a respectful, warm, and highly professional attitude. "Mr. Ningfang, we are hosting a grand banquet in your honor." He begs Ningfang to attend so they can show their gratitude, which makes our main character start calculating his options. Clearing this spatial rift gets him straight to level 150, but advancing his class in Austria means leaving his records here, which he really doesn't want to do. Here's the part we need to watch. He rests his chin on his hand, weighing every single option. Then again, building connections and grabbing a free meal sounds great, especially since he needs to recover his energy. Feeling pretty drained, Ningfang finally shakes Johnny's hand to signal his agreement to attend the feast. He politely says that in the Dragon Kingdom, he must accept this generous offer. Johnny laughs heartily, mentioning that an old friend named Fang once taught him exactly what that phrase means. A short while later, the entire group arrives at the most luxurious hotel in the city. Inside the banquet hall, Johnny personally pulls out a chair for Ningfang, showing deep, genuine respect. He warmly invites him to take a seat with a polite bow and a sincere smile, which Ningfang accepts. The moment he sits down, he is greeted by a massive spread of delicious food, making his incredibly hungry stomach growl out loud. Though he is absolutely starving, Ningfang maintains his calm, composed demeanor. He scans the table, noting representatives from Austria, Europe, and his home, the Dragon Kingdom. You and I both know this lineup is insanely powerful, an alliance meant to protect the entire planet. Suddenly, Johnny's phone rings, completely breaking the serious mood. He quickly apologizes to Ningfang before stepping away to answer it. Asking to be excused, he gets a calm nod from Ningfang, who tells him to go ahead. Johnny thanks him and hurries out the door to take the call. The warm banquet room still smells amazing, but the second Johnny steps outside, his face turns incredibly serious. He grips the phone tightly and asks what happened, hearing a frantic, completely breathless female voice on the other end. The pink-haired girl reports back in a tense, rushed voice, bringing bad news about Ningfang's honorary citizenship. It turns out Parliament refuses to approve it because they lack detailed records, and the Dragon Kingdom won't share any. They simply cannot grant citizenship to a complete outsider with such a mysterious background. This news hits Johnny hard. His face darkens, and a rare look of pure anxiety flashes in his eyes. Without wasting a single second, he walks rapidly away from the banquet hall while instructing the girl that he will be gone to handle this massive emergency. He orders her to stay put and closely watch over Ningfang, warning her not to mess up, and she quickly agrees. Meanwhile, over in the conference room, the members of Parliament are gathered, and things are already chaotic. A blonde young politician cautiously voices his heavy suspicions about the hero. It is hard to believe someone with that level of godlike power actually belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. His colleague laughs enviously next to him, admitting that he is starting to get incredibly jealous of their luck as well. A few rows back, an older assemblyman speaks up with a highly calculating look. He suggests that if they offer Ningfang a massive enough incentive, they can poach him for Austria, calling it worth a shot. But trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos because right then, the door is kicked open like paper. Alright, you and I are starting this story in pure chaos as a swarm of monsters floods the room like starving beasts, their roars shaking the ceiling. Instantly, the once quiet meeting room transforms into a blood-soaked nightmare, sending everyone into a state of absolute, screaming panic. A pale, glasses-wearing politician screams at the top of his lungs, "Monsters!" Desperate screams ring out, begging for guards and wondering how monsters got inside. Yet, amidst this terrifying chaos, one man remains completely calm. A wicked, twisted grin spreads across his face, as though everything was going perfectly to plan. Slamming his hands down, he stands up and roars at the terrified crowd. "We cannot allow untrustworthy foreigners from the Dragon Kingdom to join us." This sudden political statement amidst a literal bloodbath leaves everyone completely stunned. Beside him, another official turns around in utter disbelief, staring at him with wide eyes. "Are you seriously bringing up politics right now?" But the corrupt politician refuses to back down. Instead, his attitude gets even cockier, fueled by a deep, poisonous hatred. "We never expected the vile Dragon Kingdom to seek world conquest by slaughtering our officials. This is a direct declaration of war against Austria." The room explodes with confusion. Who is killing officials? What in the world is this guy talking about? Now don't blink, because a second later, This guy's head gets split completely open like a sliced melon. Blood splatters everywhere as a brand new body begins writhing out of the split corpse, shedding the dead skin like a snake. A woman with long, dark hair and cold, gray eyes emerges, her gaze sharp with pure, venomous bloodlust. It is Lily! Wearing a sinister grin, she mocks them, saying she is indeed talking about them, the precious officials. Shedding her disguise completely, Lily glares at the surviving politicians with an icy, bone-chilling intent to kill. As the room suffocates under this oppressive aura, Johnny kicks the doors wide open and storms inside. But the moment he steps in, he is greeted by a horrific, bloody massacre. What? What happened here? Just then, the buzz of his vibrating phone snaps him out of his shock, breaking the heavy silence as he answers immediately. On the other line, his frantic subordinate speaks with a voice that is visibly trembling with fear. Commander, a massive wave of anonymous posts is flooding the internet right now. Cruel, negative rumors are spreading across social media like a wildfire on dry grass. The posts claim foreign hunters slaughtered the Austrian officials, and that our top local guilds are covering it up out of cowardice. They are demanding that this killer be denied citizenship, calling for the public to stand up and fight back against the corrupt guilds. Countless angry citizens are already joining the protest online. Johnny is absolutely furious. This has to be the work of the Enzo family. They are like persistent ghosts that never fade. Shaking off his anger, he focuses and quickly scans the ruined conference room. Pushing his rage aside, Johnny tries to piece together what their ultimate goal is. Now think about how massive this is. They are using fake news to attack Ning, and it could easily spark an international war if the truth doesn't get out. Staring at the absolute devastation around him, a heavy weight of hopelessness settles in. With the crime scene completely vaporized, finding any real physical evidence seems impossible. Suddenly, a subtle shifting in the debris catches his eye. A bloody hand reaches out of the rubble and grabs his ankle. Johnny flinches, nearly leaping back in surprise. Looking down, he spots a blonde young survivor, barely clinging to life beneath the dust. The boy wheezes, his voice incredibly weak. "Johnny, please save me." Meanwhile, in stark contrast to this horrific scene, a nearby luxury hotel remains quiet and peaceful. Deep inside the grand banquet hall, Ningfang listens to the report, his expression turning into one of pure shock. Across from him, One Eye speaks with a hesitant, complicated tone. "Are you saying Lily is actually still alive?" The traumatized blonde youth, the sole survivor of the attack, stands before them, shaking violently as he retells his nightmare. "Yes, I saw her with my own eyes. Lily summoned a terrifying monster that wiped out the entire room. I only got out alive because of a skill that mimics death." Hearing this, Ningfang calmly asks another question. "So, where did Lily go after the slaughter?" The young man looks down in shame, apologizing that he doesn't know. "I was too busy pretending to be a corpse." Ningfang casually grabs another bite to eat, looking completely relaxed as he continues. "Does Lily possess any secret resurrection skills?" Hearing this, One Eye practically jumps out of his seat, pale with sudden dread. "Not to my knowledge, unless she kept that card hidden from me." But right at that very moment, the blonde survivor drops to his knees, begging, "Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Mr. Ning, you have to become our honorary citizen because we desperately need your protection. But watch closely with me." Johnny suddenly smacks the kneeling guy on the head and yells at him to shut up. Knowing the real situation now, Ningfang's gaze deepens as calculating thoughts swirl in his eyes. He never expected her to survive a direct hit from a demon lord. This Lilith is definitely bad news. Now he needs to monitor her every move. Outside, the midday sun blazes down, casting bright light over the luxury hotel. But despite the gorgeous weather, the mood out on the banquet balcony feels incredibly heavy. Johnny turns toward Ningfang with a face full of deep regret, his voice dropping to a whisper. He apologizes deeply for bringing Mr. Ning all this trouble, promising to grant any request he has. Hearing this open offer, our main character does not hold back at all. "Since you brought it up, I actually do have a favor to ask." Ningfang immediately states his demand without holding anything back. "I need some special elemental skill books from Austria." Hearing this very simple request, Johnny immediately flashes a bright smile and says it is absolutely no problem at all. He quickly orders the local guilds to gather the right books, and soon enough, the exact manual Ningfang requested is in his hands. But check this out, Ningfang looks completely unimpressed with the book. Johnny quickly explains that these exclusive skill books are incredibly rare and almost impossible to secure on such short notice. He promises to deliver any new ones they find, but also suggests that Ningfang can enter the secret realm to search for them himself. Seeing the guildmaster's genuine sincerity, Ningfang decides not to hold a grudge. He calmly replies, "I understand, but I have other things to deal with back home first. One Eye, you will stay here for now and help them clean up this entire mess." Hearing this, Johnny is incredibly grateful and thanks him over and over. He hopes they meet again soon. 5 days later, Ningfang returns to the luxury hotel. But the moment he steps inside the lobby, he stops in his tracks as Johnny and One Eye rush over to welcome him, their faces absolutely glowing with joy. Johnny exclaims how surprised he is by his quick return. Facing all this excitement, Ningfang just sheepishly rubs his neck. To be completely honest, Ningfang did not expect to be back here this soon either. I know what you are thinking, why Austria? Well, his 5th class advancement quest literally forces him here. Keeping the momentum going, Johnny quickly explains the coordinates. The specific secret realm Ningfang needs is hidden deep inside the Sidern wilderness. Their own guild has never cleared it, so they lack any detailed data. Meanwhile, inside his private dimensional space, Taimong is happily stuffing his face without a single care in the world. Suddenly, a swift and unexpected strike tears through the air, knocking the food bowl right out of his hands, and leaving Taimong completely shocked. Within a split second, his face goes completely blank as he looks around, trying to figure out what on earth just hit him. Back on the desolate road, a sudden gasp of disbelief shatters the quiet silence inside their blue vehicle. Ningfang asks if even they have never seen this item, while Johnny looks as guilty as if he committed some terrible crime. He apologizes, explaining they only use standard conversion stones for their job advancements. As for this legendary conversion essence Ningfang is looking for, they have absolutely never heard of it before. One Eye also speaks up in total shock, explaining that conversion essence is actually the highly advanced version of a regular conversion stone. He mentions seeing them in his previous world, but admits he has never seen a single one on this planet. That devastating news hits Ningfang like a physical blow. He sits there in absolute shock, looking like a puppet that just lost its soul. Nobody could have predicted these insane class requirements, especially since most of his magical energy was drained while fixing the massive space-time rift. Because of that, he currently lacks the raw power to open up a portal to another world. Suddenly, the system screen for the all-system God Mage flashes in his mind, displaying his 5th class advancement prerequisites. 1. Enter the Abyss Valley secret realm and obtain the Abyss Mark. 2. Collect 10 conversion essences. 3. Collect 200 blue obsidians. 4. Collect 200 fragments of abyssal fire. Time limit is 30 days, with a 6-star difficulty level. Honestly, you and I would be just as annoyed as Ningfang facing this strict 30-day time limit. If he cannot complete this in time, he might have to force the entire guild to work extreme overtime. Meanwhile, deep inside the scorched Abyss Valley, rivers of boiling molten lava radiate intense heat that burns the air. On the ground, poor Taimong lies curled up in agony. His entire body is shaking violently as he silently endures brutal whiplashes across his back, with each strike threatening to tear the flesh from his bones. The red-skinned monster sneers unpleasantly. Alright, you and I are diving straight into a brutal fantasy story where a merciless whip lashes down on desperate miners. Who gave you permission to slack off? An old beastman trembles, stepping forward with his hands clasped in desperate prayer. My lord, please have mercy on us. Our workload suddenly doubled, and we have absolutely no food or strength left. Before he can even finish, a brutal whip crack sends him crashing down in agonizing, near-fatal pain. The monster sneers, hot drool spraying from between his jagged, terrifying teeth. If you useless trash didn't know how to dig, you'd be dead already. How dare you talk back to me? His cold gaze slowly sweeps across the dirt-covered, desperate faces of the beastmen, his voice icy. You idiots are doing double the workload today. Fail, and I'll execute the slowest miner and hang his body outside the doors as a brutal warning. Another small beaver approaches the elder, his trembling voice barely a whisper. Elder, if our quota doubles, there's no way we can finish it. Won't they just slaughter us all? Meanwhile, Taimang lies there, his entire body aching. Still, Taimang firmly declares, Don't worry, everyone. If they want to kill someone, let them take me first. Hearing this, the elder frowns and quickly scolds him. Taimang, what are you saying? We won't abandon you. Tears begin streaming down the elder's fur-covered face. But there must be sacrifices, right? We are simply too weak. We don't even have the power to fight back. Those heavy words crush the spirits of the beaver beastmen. They all hang their heads, completely consumed by deep despair. But the elder knows there's no time for self-pity. Taimong, I will take the others to work first. Rest up and join us as soon as you can. With that, the beastmen quietly turn back to the mines. Nobody speaks a word. Finally, in this scorched red wasteland, Taimong is left completely alone, unable to move. Now watch closely, a strange, cold voice suddenly echoes behind him, making every single hair on his body stand on end. To think a demon beast's corpse is lying here. Could there be other adventurers lurking around as well? The scene shifts deep inside the secret realm, where blood-red lava violently surges in every single direction. In the center of the cavern, the priest enthusiastically channels dark energy into an evil, skull-shaped barrel. Gloomy green currents of magic are constantly sucked into the jar. Lost in his ritual, the priest eventually tilts his head, asking in a harsh, grating voice, Where is the ore? Why is it late? The red-skinned monster cowers in fear. I am deeply sorry, master. I have already forced them to work faster. They will deliver it shortly. The priest's tone drips with absolute cruelty and bloodlust. If those brainless fools weren't so useful for refining the highest quality ore, I would have slaughtered every last one of them long ago. Just as he curses, the skull's empty eye sockets suddenly ignite with eerie, spine-chilling green flames. Seeing this, the priest begins to shake with pure, uncontrollable excitement, screaming out, "It is a success! The demon god has answered my ritual." The red-skinned beast behind him watches in awe, timidly asking if they need more mineral ore. But the priest furiously barks back, "Shut your mouth! Do not interrupt me while I listen to the oracle." Suddenly, a distant, echoing voice whispers, "Flesh! Sacrifice!" And trust me, we both knew this was bad news, as the priest immediately barks out a frantic, high-pitched order. "Go! Fetch sacrifices for the demon god." The red-skinned monster stammered, completely terrified by the priest's sudden shrill scream. But the priest goes completely wild, roaring like a maniac while flashing his razor-sharp teeth. "Bring me the miners right now." The summoning ritual is complete, so those pathetic fools have absolutely no reason to live anymore. Green firelight flickers across his twisted, fanatical face, casting a terrifying glow over his mad eyes. To be offered as food to a dark deity is their greatest possible honor. Meanwhile, deep in the underworld, the entity known as the Restless Soul peers closely at a massive rock tightly bound in heavy chains. This planet called Blue Star is incredibly strange. Every connection I make with their secret realm keeps getting cut off halfway. He narrows his eyes, trying to peer through the endless dimensions separating their worlds. It feels as though some mysterious force is actively blocking his dark, divine energy. But then, the moment he stops speaking, the giant rock violently shakes, unleashing a surge of deep purple energy that twists and coils like phantom serpents. Seeing this, he realizes he is finally connected to the new secret realm, without a single moment of hesitation, and that is where we leave things today, as the purple energy explodes into a blinding flash of absolute power. Alright, stick with me because weird whispers from the abyss are suddenly echoing in his ears alongside strange, twisted characters. We go back to the Dongyuan Ledge secret realm, where boiling red lava surges to swallow everything in sight. Inside that blazing heat, a skull-shaped barrel echoes with a dark, muffled demand. A flesh sacrifice. Right then, the enslaved beavers are dragged out, their legs locked tight in heavy iron shackles. Things look completely hopeless. Through the darkness, a red-skinned monster runs up, grinning like he just won a major prize. "Master Priest, the sacrifices are here." Ignoring the pure terror in the captive's eyes, the priest raises his hands. This is the moment he has been waiting for, his eyes burning with absolute madness. "Great demon god, please accept these offerings." Only now do the poor beavers realize the truth. They were not brought here to work, they are about to be slaughtered. Before they can even process the horror, an invisible force yanks one beaver straight up into the air. As his friends scream in terror, the helpless elder shakes violently, unable to move even an inch. All he can do is watch in despair as he floats toward a swirling vortex of green fire. Now, watch closely here, because just as the vortex prepares to swallow him, it suddenly shrinks at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it condenses to a tiny speck and vanishes completely. No sound, no dust, absolutely nothing left behind. With the strange green energy suddenly gone, the elder drops heavily back onto the hard stone floor. His weak, aged body lies completely still, his chest rising and falling slowly as he struggles to catch his breath. The priest cannot believe what he just witnessed. He stares in utter confusion, wondering what went wrong. My connection to the great demon god has suddenly vanished. Suddenly, his panic turns to absolute fury, erupting like gasoline on a fire. Of course, this pathetic, low-level creature simply is not worthy of being offered to the demon god. His eyes gleam with pure malice. He points a finger forward, his voice cracking with insane rage. "I will just absorb all of your power and find much better offerings for my master." The priest throws his head back and raises his hands, swirling dark energy all around him. He prepares to unleash his demonic devour technique on the helpless beavers. But suddenly, a glowing purple barrier appears and completely blocks his attack. Terrified, the beavers instinctively huddle close together in a heap. You and I know their terror will not save this priest now. The red-skinned monsters outside try to rush in, but they are immediately caught in the purple barrier, frozen completely solid. As the tension reaches its limit, two shadows appear at the cave entrance. Tong's eyes light up immediately. His face is a mix of pure shock and excitement as he watches Ningfang use magic. The other beavers quickly notice the change. The trap is gone. "Look, it is Tai Mang." They crowd around him immediately with endless questions. "Tai Mang, who is that human?" Pure pride shines across Taiyang's round face. "He is the magic god I brought to save us." Another beaver gasps in complete shock. "Save us? A magic god? Tai Mang, what are you talking about?" He answers with a smug grin. "It is a long story, but I serve the magic god now. But why would a powerful god care about weak creatures like us? I definitely do not want to miss the best part. Tong quietens them down. Shh, keep it down. Meanwhile, the desperate priest clings to one final shred of hope. He repeatedly fires his dark, devouring energy. But as the final blast hits, he can only stare in horror at the purple shield. His voice trembles and fails. Before he can even finish, the purple energy shreds his body into a million tiny pieces. It happens way too fast for anyone to react. Ningfang just stands there, totally calm, watching the pieces fall like it was the only possible outcome. Now it is the red-skinned monsters who are shaking, their faces twisted in pure panic. What kind of magic was that? It crushed the priest. Nearby, Ningfang raises his hand to cast another spell. Right at that moment, a sudden memory flashes through his mind. Johnny's voice echoes out as he barks orders. It is done. Tell the guilds to bring the correct skill books here right away. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you have to see what is on this glowing book cover. Check this out. Glowing orange text reveals a forbidden space-time warping teleportation skill. It's a forbidden dark spell, using raw dark energy to distort, separate, and fuse low-level worlds. It consumes faith based on the world's tier. Ningfang's gaze deepens as he realizes this could actually be an insanely useful skill. Right then, a fist-sized object suddenly begins squirming inside the dead priest's cold body. It slowly crawls up his throat and falls out. The moment it escapes the demon's body, an invisible force yanks it high into the air. High above, the small stone spins rapidly, polishing itself into a glowing badge. The strange badge hovers overhead, and as Ningfang steps forward to inspect the loot, his system interface flashes open. This orange-quality Abyss badge permanently increases his mental stats by 10. It also gives a permanent 50% critical damage boost. Bathed in red light, Ningfang grips it with pure excitement. I have the badge. What comes next? Before he can even finish speaking, Ningfang freezes as his eyes dart sideways. All the beavers have suddenly knelt in absolute reverence. Their tiny tails wag gently behind them as a sign of total submission. Pay attention here, even Ningfang is confused, as he asks Taimang what this sudden surrender actually means. Without hesitation, Taimang steps forward to speak for his clan, his voice overflowing with the devotion of a true believer. Great demon god, our tribe wishes to pledge our loyalty. We humbly ask, what kind of tribute do you prefer? With that, Taimang turns sharply to his clan, his voice echoing in the cave. Everyone, the great demon god has instructed us. We must gather all kinds of gemstones and rare minerals to offer him. Seizing the moment, Ningfang speaks up with calm, absolute authority. For instance, right now, what I need most are 10 transformation essence cores. Hearing this, the elder lifts his head, his eyes full of gratitude as he replies firmly. Of course. Just give us 100 transformation stones, and we will immediately craft 10 transformation essence cores for you. Ningfang pulls out a small chest, a wave of relief washing over him as if a heavy weight is gone. Only 100? I thought it would require way more. The elder bows and steps forward, carefully accepting the chest with both hands, speaking with deep respect. Crafting these transformation essence cores will take some time, sir, but Taimang can show you our secret gemstone vault. Taimang eagerly points the way, shouting, Please, follow me. Now, let's pause for a second watch as the tiny beaver uses his surprisingly sturdy body to heave open this massive stone gate. As light floods the room, Taimang scurries inside, his proud voice echoing through the massive space. Great demon god. These are the treasures accumulated by the high-level demons over generations. Ningfang lifts 2 of the sparkling gemstones, intently examining the glowing patterns on their surface. Compared to those on Blue Star, these are absolutely flawless and boast massive stat upgrades. Flawless rubies and flawless sapphires. Just as he is observing them, Han Yin suddenly flies out, pointing to a corner. His voice is respectful yet hurried. My lord, look over there. Without waiting for Ningfang to reply, he teleports right in front of a floating gemstone. Han Yin grabs the glowing seed, his eyes lighting up. This is a profound icefire seed, perfect for upgrading your artifact necklace. Just leave the upgrading process entirely to your loyal subordinate. He moves so fast that Taimang is completely startled, his fluffy fur standing on end like he got shocked. Ningfang gracefully steps over, handing the necklace to Han Yin while comforting Taimang, telling him Han Yin is also a trusted ally. Hiding behind Ningfang's tall back, the beaver lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, Han Yin quickly arranges the gems in a circle and places the necklace in the center. Conveniently, all the other required materials are also sitting right here in the vault. Suddenly, the elemental energy from the gems starts surging, perfectly guided by Han Yin into a single, unified stream. Han Yin raises his hands, focusing intensely on completing the upgrade. As the final surge fades, a streak of red light shoots straight into Taimang, making his eyes widen in pure shock as immense power fills his body. This dark energy is incredible, The great demon god has truly accepted my offering. There are plenty of useful treasures in this vault. I will happily take them all. And trust me, we're left hanging on his chilling words as they echo throughout the cave. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as red energy explodes around Taimang. He grins, whispering, "Absorb more of this dark power." The massive wave of dark energy flows straight into Taimang, forcing him straight to his knees. His tail wags furiously, desperate to show his deepest gratitude for the demon god's incredible favor. Ningfang just glances over, whispering that he also absorbed the power of the sacrifice. Then, softening his tone, he issues a direct order. "Taimang, go check on the progress of that transmutation essence right now." With an excited nod, he darts away like a howling wind, shouting aloud, "Yes!" Taimang cannot hide his pure joy as he runs, eyes gleaming while he mutters about his newly upgraded speed and massive strength. Meanwhile, just outside the cave, a giant, rough hand suddenly snatches a beaver, lifting it right off the ground. Its terrified companions freeze on the spot, turning pale. The lead beast squinted in confusion. The monster glares around, highly suspicious, muttering, "Strange. Where did everyone run off to?" Another monster dangles the poor beaver like a cheap toy, asking with a cruel sneer what this pathetic tribe is trying so hard to protect. Knowing they are caught, the elder bravely steps forward to shield his tribe, spreading his arms wide with absolute, grim authority. "This is the sacred transmutation essence of our demon god. You will never touch it." But this whole scene is witnessed by a returning warrior, and trust me, things are about to get bloody. Taimang has seen enough, and there is no way he lets these thugs bully his people. He unleashes his power, launching like a bullet to smash a fist right into the captor's face. The elder's jaw drops in pure shock. "Taimang!" The red-skinned monster gets caught completely off guard, flying like a broken toy before crashing violently into the solid cliffside. The monster's ally stumbles backward, shaking in terror. How is this even possible? Taimang's gaze turns ice cold, his entire aura dripping with pure killing intent. "I will slaughter the rest of you myself for our demon god." Nearby, the hamster tribe's furry tails are spinning like helicopter propellers. It looks straight out of a classic cartoon. Right after, the entire tribe bows down in deep respect, while Taimang proudly presents a glowing, shimmering treasure. Now, I know what you are thinking, but Ningfang is distracted by a hilarious detail. Why are their tails wagging so much faster? Meanwhile, Taimang is literally crying tears of joy, his voice shaking with overwhelming emotion as he weeps. "Thank you, demon god, for granting me this power. We never have to suffer under those monsters again." While he celebrates, Ningfang picks up a small, glowing orb, examining it with deep curiosity. He realizes this is the fabled transmutation essence, possessing laws far more complex than a standard upgrade stone. As he studies the orb, Hanyin shares some calculated insight. Higher-tier worlds yield much greater treasures, and their physical structures are completely different as well. If we utilize these furry beasts correctly, we will have an endless supply of this stuff. Ningfang nods approvingly. He is absolutely right. It is a miracle they helped track down the divine upgrade stone. Otherwise, he never would have known about tiers higher than legendary orange gear. But suddenly, the stats for Han Yin's necklace flash right before his eyes. Rows of text pop up. Equipment quality, red tier divine artifact, fully upgradable. Mental stats plus 2400. Casting speed and mana regeneration up 200%. Magic resistance up 60%. And critical chance up 30%. Totally indestructible. Freezing effect. Basic attacks deal extra water damage with a 25% chance to completely freeze the target. Hydro movement grants free mobility through ice and water, while reducing the movement speed of nearby enemies by 15% every 30 seconds. Set bonus 2, all stats up 10%, plus extra spells like Ice Wall and Ice Storm. Fortunately, Hanyin's spirit essence is protected by divine power, staying sealed directly inside this necklace instead of fading away. Seeing these broken stats, Ningfang's face lights up with absolute shock and pure delight. Staring at this red-tier gear, Han Yin starts bragging to everyone in the room, his voice overflowing with pride. "See? My divine weapon is still the ultimate best." But before he can celebrate, Shida whacks him, telling him he is just begging for a beating. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light erupts straight from Ningfang's chest. From all around, spiritual energy is sucked into that light, and trust me, we are about to witness something truly legendary. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a crazy mystery where our main character gets blindsided by a sudden, chilling power drain. Wait, this isn't right. What just happened? It feels like some of the divine power inside me was just sucked away. For a fleeting second, Ningfang stood frozen, thinking. The loss of divine power was tiny, but it vanished with such blazing speed that he couldn't even trace its path. A moment later, during the grand farewell ceremony of the Taimang tribe, their little tails wagged furiously in a final salute. Deafening cheers erupted as Ningfang stepped through the glowing portal of light. But the moment he crossed over, the entire vibe shifted instantly. Sidat immediately reported the situation, her voice trembling with sudden urgency. The divine power just completely vanished. Her brow furrowed in deep worry as she apologized, admitting they still knew so little about this bizarre place, so they hadn't dared to speak up. Yet Ningfang remained strangely calm, his eyes lighting up as if he had already solved the mystery. Don't stress over it. For now, let's head back to the human world and wrap up this class advancement quest. Shortly after, his silhouette appeared before the massive teleportation gate, and the system quickly flashed a brand new notification. You have increased your knowledge of the universe. Walking down the plaza steps, memories of his journey drifted back through Ningfang's mind. This class advancement successfully boosted my divine personality fusion with Tajin to 20%. Visions of Inu Nin's group flawlessly setting up their tactical battle formation played in his head. Their flawless coordination and lightning-fast reaction times gave Ningfang a real sense of relief. Lately, watching everyone adapt to the battle formation helped him understand the three gods of agility, magic, and support much better. But watch closely, the wind suddenly shifts, and as he looks up at the sky, a final, dark thought crosses his mind. Along with the final drop of poison he just acquired, it also holds the memories of the Demon Lord before he died. I just need some quiet time to digest all of this. Soon after, inside Ningfang's divine realm, flickering blue light danced across stone walls, casting long, shimmering halos down the silent hallways. At the center of the formation, where ancient runes rotated slowly, his half-closed eyes remained completely still. Suddenly, a strange glow ignited on Ningfang's chest, swirling like a small vortex, hungrily swallowing every drop of spiritual energy radiating from his body. The very moment that energy flow surged violently, Ningfang's eyes snapped open with a sharp realization. His divine power was draining again, but this time, he finally caught a vague trace of the source. You and I both know he's fast instantly. A vision of Earth floating in deep space flashes in his mind. It wasn't hidden in the water. It seemed to be somewhere deep in the southern hemisphere. Without wasting a single second, Ningfang instantly teleported straight to the African savanna. As the scorching wind swept over the endless sea of golden grass, the sight waiting for him left him completely stunned. So it was this thing, he muttered, feeling a strange emptiness lingering inside him. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, on the silent map, a thick fog swallowed two bizarre, twisted stone tablets, and nearby, Guitu laughed gleefully. His grin stretched so wide it looked utterly grotesque. Finally, I've succeeded. Behind him, a space-time portal crackled to life. The Swallowing Abyss, a secret realm that literally consumes time itself. Those ancient evil gods used to weaponize this against us constantly. And just like that, unfortunate victims get sucked right inside. This realm triggers a countdown. Once the countdown hits 0, it randomly abducts a group of adventurers, turning them into mindless puppets with cold, glowing eyes. Whether an adventurer entered voluntarily or was violently dragged in by force, failing to clear this realm didn't mean instant death. Yet right then, an invisible chain bound Guitu and Ningfang together, forging a blood contract that would demand a terrible price. Even more innocent souls would be dragged straight into that space-time portal. The realm would slowly siphon the world's divine power, feeding it directly to the evil god pulling the strings. And that's not all. This realm is dangerous because Guitu started to warn, but his words died halfway, dissolving into the freezing wind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, Ningfang finally approached the swirling portal. Ningfang reached out to touch it, but absolutely nothing happened. Even he felt baffled. Why was he completely blocked from entering? Suddenly, the cold system notification flashed on screen with a brutal warning. Magic-based classes are strictly restricted from entry. This unexpected system restriction made Ningfang break into a cold sweat, a wave of sheer frustration washing over him. Why does this place have a class restriction? As he stood there bewildered, Sidat's calm voice echoed in his mind to explain. And trust me, we're left waiting to see how he survives a realm where evil gods dare to challenge the world lords. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a secret realm with crazy rules designed to make survival almost impossible. Hearing this, Ningfang rubs his chin, deep in thought as he analyzes the situation. Maybe the evil god directly corrupted this place. Or maybe it's reacting because I've merged with the evil god's power myself. His calm, sharp analysis leaves both her and Han Yin completely stunned. That is definitely a real possibility. Ningfang looks incredibly serious. Things are getting complicated, but the priority is finding a way to clear this dungeon. As he runs through his options, the faces of his strongest allies flash across his mind. He quickly realizes a major problem. Almost all of his highest-level fighters rely on magic classes. Banning them would absolutely destroy their combat power. But after a brief silence, a brilliant new idea strikes him. He decides to put together an elite vanguard strike team, and the perfect names immediately come to mind. Yang Chen, Feng Rui, Duan, Linghua, and Wang Yu. But before locking them in, he must carefully evaluate each member. Lately, everyone on the team has powered up massively. Wang Yu and Xiao Rui have hit Tier 4, while Chairman Liu has already completed his Tier 6 breakthrough. Without their magic users, this was still the strongest squad on Earth, and honestly, we can all feel the tension in the air. Ningfang clenches his fists to calm his nerves and tells them, "Do not worry, everyone. This dungeon will not kill you, so go completely all out." Right away, Wang Yu, Duan, and the others shout, "Understood." One by one, the members step straight into the space-time portal. Inside, a vast, silent wasteland covered in a thick, heavy mist stretches out before them. So quiet that every single footstep echoes. Feeling the heavy, suffocating pressure, Yang Chen takes charge. His calm voice cuts through the fog as he orders, "Coordinate your formation and watch each other's backs." Instantly obeying the command, Wang Yu and Duan respond with a fierce, united shout, "Yes!" Wasting no time, the squad moves forward. Their bodies cut through the white fog like sharp blades in the darkness. But as they push deeper, a shadowy figure suddenly lunges from the fog, aiming a lethal strike directly at Yang Chen. Luckily, his lightning-fast reflexes save him. He blocks the strike just in time, feeling the heavy impact vibrate up his arm. But in the blink of an eye, the assassin vanishes completely into thin air, as if they were never even there. And watch closely now, because a strange ring of light suddenly locks onto Yang Chen, scanning him like a target. As the beam sweeps past him, Duan's shoulder suddenly bursts with agony, making him wince in pain. His heavy armor, built to withstand massive blows, is sliced clean through like a piece of paper. Nearby, Linghu remains on absolute high alert, the muscles in her face tightening. In a cramped, tight space like this, it is way too dangerous. Before she can even finish that thought, a terrifying surge of pure killing intent explodes from behind her. The exact same attacker reappears, landing a devastating, pinpoint strike that completely stops her in her tracks. Meanwhile, Ningfang is feeling the effects on the outside. His divine energy is rapidly draining away once more. They haven't even been inside for 10 minutes, yet the enemies are already this insane. With things quickly spiraling out of control, Yang Chen's squad has absolutely no choice but to retreat immediately before anyone gets permanently killed. As they step back out, a heavy silence falls over the group, their faces grim after such a disastrous raid. Breaking the silence, Wang Yu speaks up, her voice raw and hoarse from the sheer tension. She apologizes, but instead of blaming them, Ningfang asks gently, "Do not worry about it. Is everyone all right? Are you hurt?" Checking her own body, Anchan gasps in pure disbelief at what she sees. Every single one of her wounds vanished the moment she left the dungeon. Realizing this, she breathes a massive sigh of relief. Ningfang tells them to rest up before trying again, but Wang Yu still cannot shake her deep anxiety. She hesitates for a second, then looks at Ningfang, asking if he actually has a secret way to help them. He admits his own doubts, telling her that he still needs to analyze how this weird realm works. Suddenly, Anchan steps up with absolute trust, saying that if Ningfang believes in a plan, they are ready to execute it. Shortly after, right before the space-time portal, Ningfang sits down cross-legged on the floor, his body completely motionless as he merges with the flow of the magic formation. Seeing how weak he looks, Wang Yu walks over, filled with worry. She asks if he is all right, and even though his energy is fading, his voice remains perfectly calm. "He can handle it, but trust me, you and I are going to see things get way crazier soon. Stick with me." Despite draining his divine power, Ningfang finally achieved his goal. He could barely stand after finishing, needing support. "Wang Yu, help me over there." Leaning on each other, they step through the faint white light toward the swirling spatial gate. Reaching the edge to keep everything stable, Ningfang lowered his voice. "Let me modify this secret realm just a little bit." The group quickly gathered around Ningfang and Wang Yu, sheer tension written all over their faces. Leaning down with impatient anticipation, her voice trembled slightly as she asked if it worked. He remained seated cross-legged, breathing slowly while focusing his divine power into a single point. Then, he calmly replied, "You can go in and try again." That simple remark instantly sparked massive curiosity in Linhua and Anchan. To their eyes, the entrance to the secret realm looked completely unchanged. Watch closely now. What did Ningfang do to make this space-time gate crackle with lightning? Suddenly, a glowing system menu popped up before Wang Yu, displaying a list of difficulty options. Easy mode offers low experience and poor loot, while normal mode gives average rewards. Hard mode yields high experience and good loot, while suffering mode offers massive rewards. And nightmare mode gives extreme rewards. Wang Yu stared in shock, utterly torn on how she was supposed to choose. Beside her, Duan frowned as she pondered, debating if they should start with easy or normal. Deep inside the secret realm, eerie rustling noises echoed through the giant tree canopies blocking the sky. Beneath the dense foliage, 3 powerful, shadowy figures moved in absolute silence, blending with the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light cut through the air, moving at an incredibly lethal speed. With absolute precision, the beam pierced straight through their chests, neutralizing them without a single wasted movement. The 3 bodies collapsed backward into the white void, completely vanishing as if they never existed. The lethal attacker was none other than Wang Yu. This easy mode was equivalent to a standard realm on Earth. Any adventurer at the 3rd transformation stage or higher could easily clear it. I know what you're thinking, but Anshan's serious expression says that all the experience points here are just too low. She decided to report everything to Ningfang. Outside, Ningfang, Han Yin, and Tot waited in complete silence, their eyes glued to the space-time gate as if they could already feel the subtle shifts occurring inside. Han Yin suddenly spoke up, asking what her master changed, while even Tot looked utterly shocked. He didn't expect them to have the stamina to survive that long. Thinking of his plan, Ningfang smiled with absolute confidence. I made them test it repeatedly until I finally located the convergence point of the dark energy inside. Then, I unleashed a forbidden spell to construct 5 pocket dimensions and isolate that spot. Even so, Ningfang was deeply curious. Those 5 small pocket dimensions were the absolute limit of energy he could currently maintain. He had no idea what kind of changes would unfold inside. Right then, a familiar figure stepped through the space-time portal, breaking past the violent waves of light, and a bright smile lit up Ningfang's face. He asked how it went, while the returning Wang Yu beamed with excitement. With sparkling eyes, she proudly announced they had successfully defeated the realm's main boss. Hearing this, Ningfang immediately stepped forward to touch the surface of the portal, sensing the faint vibrations to verify her claim. In that instant, a flurry of strategic thoughts crossed his mind. The dark energy has slightly decreased. While this method won't fully conquer the realm, it can definitely slow down its rapid rate of strengthening. Just as the heavy atmosphere finally settled, Duan's voice broke the silence. Do we really have to go back in? Before anyone could reply, Wang Yu excitedly volunteered to try normal and hard modes. But the system menu instantly crushed that dream with a strict warning: cannot re-enter for 7 days. This left her deeply disappointed, questioning the restriction. Seeing her pout, Ningfang gently comforted her. They could always send others in to test the realm and map out its rules. But suddenly, his expression grew incredibly heavy. If he could stall the realm's growth, he would buy himself valuable time to find a permanent solution. Ningfang resolved to himself, shooting a sudden glance at Wang Yu that made her jump. He had to make everyone stronger. And that's where we leave them, Wang Yu blushing as Ningfang totally kills the vibe with his cold, cryptic plans. Nothing happened. Soon, you and I see Ningfang sink back into deep thought. His mind was racing. During the recent space-time turbulence, he had absorbed the memories of the terrifying demon lord. Buried deep inside was some incredibly vital information. As he focused, those memories flooded back, a massive crystal floating in midair, holding an entire vast ocean inside. Bright sunlight pierced the crystal-clear water, lighting up a thriving ecosystem moving silently along the seabed. Right amidst that breathtaking view, a memory sparked the moment his eyes caught a shimmering purple bow. Nearby, several gods and powerful figures stood tall, radiating immense pressure as they all lined up to confront Ningfang. Meanwhile, the cold-faced commander of the shadow demons stepped forward. With eyes full of weariness, she slowly stepped forward. Lightning suddenly crackled across her fingertips, twisting into brilliant sparks, while he sat there calmly, just watching his opponent. Next, she drew back a majestic purple bow. The string hummed softly as wild lightning converged into a jagged, lethal arrow. Even though he was her target, Ningfang remained completely unfazed. His gaze remained steady as his consciousness snapped back to the gloomy, desolate Mindu dungeon, where thick black mist seeped through every cold crack. Standing quietly before the ancient stone tablet, his fingers brushed its rough surface, triggering a freezing aura that made him frown. Wait, what's going wrong? Pay attention here, as a sudden rush of dark images flashes through his mind. He saw the exact dungeon where his team had entered the Thoyuan village back on Earth. The portal was still active, but it hadn't absorbed divine power in ages. Suddenly, 3 dark energy skulls swirled, warping the space around them. How annoying, he muttered. He wished he could just go down there and inspect it directly. Soon, the scene shifts to a vibrant green meadow buzzing with excited crowds because a brand new dungeon portal just opened up. In front of a striking red tent on the field, an arrogant girl stands with her arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. For her 3rd-class advancement, she easily cleared easy mode, but now she wanted to tackle normal difficulty. They needed at least 4 players above the 5th advancement to form a raid. Nearby, Anshan listened respectfully to her companion. We are deeply grateful to the Long Kingdom for assisting us in developing this dungeon. They were from the Skilu Alliance. The commander continued speaking politely, though he couldn't completely hide his growing pride. It has turned into the most popular dungeon worldwide, helping us gather valuable resources to train a new generation of explorers. A short distance away, on a quiet patch of ground, a massive slab of meat was sizzling over an open fire. Let's check in on our main guy. As the delicious aroma drifted, Ningfang casually flipped the skewer, his mind busy with complex plans. Having a massive crowd of active explorers constantly drains the dark energy of this dungeon, which keeps extending the countdown timer and makes it impossible to bring in new people for now. Even while chewing on the savory meat, his mind never stopped working. Right now, normal difficulty is the absolute limit of what he can clear. He still needed to figure out how to level up Dewey, Ani, and the others. Suddenly, the memory of that legendary bow flashed in his mind, and his expression hardened. Deep within the Demon Lord's memories lay a crucial piece of information. It was a lost divine artifact, the lightning trace bow. The vivid memory of someone grasping its handle was burned into his mind. This legendary weapon belonged to none other than the Swift Shadow Commander. As one of the 12 main gods, her cold demeanor and piercing gaze had left a permanent mark on Ningfang. Following her defeat, the divine bow descended into the mortal realm. Someone eventually used its power against the Demon Lord, which is why it lingered in those memories. This realization lifted his spirits, prompting him to happily rip off another juicy piece of meat and chew with absolute satisfaction. Once he gathers enough divine energy to cross over to that world, he intends to find that artifact and gift it to Wang Ua. With a weapon that powerful, clearing higher difficulties would be easy. Just then, Anij Chan walked over to greet him. "Little Fong," she said, "seeing both of you together here is a pleasant surprise." An envoy from the Kipa Association had just arrived, carefully presenting a mysterious, wrapped object with the utmost respect. "Mr. Ningfang, this is a legendary skill book unique to our country." As Ningfang inspected it, the man explained eagerly that while its power is quite weak and rarely used, it might still prove useful to him. Flipping open the very first page, Ningfang's eyes immediately locked onto the name of the skill, gibberish. He hesitates, completely baffled, so Kipa nervously explains, "Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Let's dive into a skill that's literally just used to scramble speech. Normally, people use it to disrupt spellcasting, but with no other combat value, it was quickly phased out." Even though the spell sounded completely useless, Ningfang still smiled, shook the man's hand, and thanked him for the generous gift. Promising to put it to good use, the man's mood instantly soared, feeling like a massive burden was finally lifted. "I am so glad you like it. Thank you and the Dragon Kingdom for everything you have done for us." Ningfang was highly satisfied and quickly stored it away, knowing it would eventually evolve into a forbidden spell. With him, it definitely wouldn't go to waste. Soon, they sat down to chat, and Kipa eagerly offered Ningfang some more fresh fruit. Eventually, only a few leftover bones were left on the plates. Ningfang patted his full stomach, declaring he was stuffed, when a sudden voice whispered in his ear, asking if this was his blessing. Instantly, the image of a muscular leader flashed through his mind, recognizing the voice of the Beastman Lord, Hagen. Over in the Beastman territory, the setting sun painted the sky as their tribal flag fluttered in the wind. The Beast Lord and his massive monsters were gathered outside their tents. Their boisterous laughter echoed through the entire camp, right up until Ningfang arrived. Watch how the excited Beast Lord immediately cheers when he spots him. "The demon god has arrived." Hagen then eagerly pointed at his subordinates to show them off. He announced that his craftsmen had just promoted to become blood enchanters, leaving Ningfang highly skeptical of the title. Hagen patiently explained that offering more sacrifices to the gods allows their craftsmen to promote whenever they forge legendary weapons. The Lord explained the whole process clearly. These blood enchanters can forge and strengthen excellent equipment in record time. If they receive divine recognition, they can level up even further. Hearing this, Ningfang looked puzzled and started to speculate. Was it because they were using looted beastkin weapons to buff up for the massive monster raid? It technically counted as looting some gear, but he just smirked, finding the entire situation hilarious. Either way, this was amazing news. He could stockpile power faster to open the otherworld portal. "Now, you and I are about to see a massive void rip open." Ningfang stood alone, his eyes locked onto the rift. He finally had enough divine power to tear the gateway wide open. Reaching out, he touched the empty air and channeled his energy. In an instant, his entire body dissolved into the void. The scene shifts to a vast, deep ocean. Waves crash under a blazing sun as Ningfang dives deep, quickly spotting a familiar, shimmering mark on the coral reef. The moment he grabbed the item, a system window instantly popped up above his head, confirming he had acquired a replica weapon. The divine artifact, theme gone, caused the space around it to warp violently, but the ocean quickly calmed down, and a familiar voice echoed. "A fake?" Curious, Hanum leaned closer to inspect the replica bow. "Are you saying this divine weapon is just a fake?" Ningfang's gaze grew incredibly sharp. "It is indeed a fake, but something feels completely off." He suddenly recalled a stone tablet carved with strange symbols being struck by bright light. In the Demon Lord's memories, he had witnessed this very bow unleash a genuine, godly attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left such a deep impression. Sita immediately chimed in, guessing it might have been swapped. Ningfang agreed with the theory, his eyes scanning the surrounding waters as he considered the possibilities. This place resembles an ancient underwater temple, and thankfully, his magical necklace lets him breathe without any trouble. After examining the silent palace, he made up his mind. He needed to find someone to interrogate. With a very serious tone, she asked if he planned to use that overpowered camouflage spell again. Meanwhile, a soft hand gently touched a cold stone surface. It belonged to Maka, whose eyes held a deep, lingering sadness. Her handmaiden softly asked if she needed company, but Maka quietly refused, her voice heavy with deep depression. No need. I just want to be left alone to have some quiet time. Shortly after, the palace's massive doors slowly opened, and she swam out. As the cold water rushed around her, Maka looked gloomier than ever. Sitting on her throne, she questioned a sea creature, asking if it truly brought a marriage proposal. The creature raised its sharp claws, confidently confirming the offer. If the queen marries our prince, this brutal war will end. That smug attitude immediately made her female guards snap in rage, calling them arrogant. They started this war, so how could the queen ever marry an invader? Trust me, this conflict is about to get wild. You and I are about to see this sea monster act incredibly smug. He sneers, telling them not to yell at an envoy. If they had the real guts, they should have won on the battlefield. His sheer insolence makes the female guard boil with rage, but Maka quickly warns her to hold back. Right then, the creature points directly at her, mocking that Her Majesty is at least the logical one. Honestly, he claims that accepting the prince's marriage proposal would actually benefit both of their nations. But Maka rejects it flat out, shouting that his hands are bloody and she will never marry a monster. The messenger covers half his face, his single remaining eye flashing with eerie light. In that case, they have a serious problem. He promises to deliver her stubborn refusal, his face warping into an incredibly hideous grin from sheer, sick excitement. Mockingly, he hopes the prince keeps his cool. The two guards are seething but forced to grit their teeth. They watch the monster saunter off with a malicious cackle, the massive palace doors sliding open on their own. Maka's webbed arm trembles with rage as she tightly clenches her fist. She presses it to her chest, her fury quickly turning to despair as she wonders if they angered the gods in the past. Is this their divine punishment? Suddenly, Ningfang appears out of nowhere, startling Maka. She points at him in absolute horror, looking like she has seen a ghost. "Who are you?" she demands, realizing there is an incredibly strange energy in the air. Now pay attention. With all these temple defenses active, how did someone slip inside without anyone noticing? Ningfang tries to calm her down, telling her not to panic because he only wants to ask a few quick questions. But Maka ignores him and draws back her divine bow, aiming a glowing arrow straight at his head with total determination. She fires a massive blast of energy, but Ningfang blocks it effortlessly with his own shield. Maka is left completely shocked. Looking incredibly powerful and intimidating, Ningfang calmly asks if they can talk now. Maka is utterly terrified, barely able to stand as her hands shake uncontrollably and pure dread washes over her. Inside, she is completely torn, desperately trying to make sense of his impossible power. Sensing his dark aura, Maka wonders if he came through the portal, her tension reaching an all-time high. Her strongest attack did absolutely nothing against him. His dark energy shield is just too powerful. Worse, she believes he wants to steal their sacred divine artifact, seeing Ningfang as a dark, evil, and absolutely terrifying invader. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is her kingdom actually about to be completely wiped out? Holding her staff, Ningfang is frustratingly calm as he asks a cold, indifferent question. He calmly asks if this artifact is just a fake copy, sending a massive shockwave of absolute terror through Maka as she gasps. A fake copy? She insists she has no idea where the real artifact is. Behind him, Sita instantly calls her out for lying, while Hanum adds that she clearly thinks of them as hostile invaders. Seeing that Maka is on the verge of a total breakdown, Ningfang smiles wryly. He tells her there is no need to panic, explaining he has zero ill intentions and just wants to borrow the artifact for a short moment. Maka is speechless, wondering if this guy seriously thinks standard robbery is just borrowing. Seeing her face, Sita quickly whispers that her stress levels seem to have gone way up. Desperate, Maka shouts with all her strength that her kingdom is being invaded, and this artifact is their final hope. She swears she will never surrender it. But suddenly she freezes in sheer terror, wondering why she just provoked him. If she angers him, they are dead. But hearing her words, Ningfang asks what she means by invaded. Before she can even answer, a panicked scream from one of her guards echoes loudly through the palace halls. Maka spins around with her heart pounding in her chest, frantically asking her panicked subordinate what is wrong. With a voice dripping with absolute despair, the guard delivers the crushing news. The enemy vanguard has shattered their outer defensive lines and is marching straight toward the capital, a piece of news that strikes like a devastating thunderbolt. The guard begs Maka to give the command since all troops are ready to fight. Hearing this, Maka turns pale as her lips tremble. The words pierce her soul like sharp blades, causing her to break down as pure despair takes over. Is she truly destined to rule a kingdom that is on the absolute brink of ruin? Just then, a pair of boots enters her view, quietly stepping closer to Maka. With a soft, heavy step, Ningfang walks up to her and reaches out, his calm voice freezing the entire room. "Let's go, I'll go with you. Trust me." We can't miss how Maka blushes in pure surprise at his gesture. Trust me. You can feel the absolute confusion and tension here. A storm of anger and conflict brews inside her, leaving her utterly speechless. But suddenly, Minka grits her teeth and stands tall, letting raw emotion conquer her fear. "God of magic, hear this, I will never accept any of your demands. Do not think you can force me to submit." But her defiance instantly triggers Ningfang's cold, murderous glare. Her face turns completely pale as her breath catches. Yet, he simply turns away, delivering his final words with an incredibly cold and detached voice. "Fine. I will not interfere." Hurried footsteps echo nearby, followed by a trembling female voice urgently calling out for her queen. The breathless soldier rushes inside but freezes instantly. Seeing Ningfang standing so close to Queen Minka, she immediately drops into a defensive, highly guarded stance. Her eyes scan between the two of them, loaded with heavy suspicion and caution. She immediately demands to know who he is, leaving Queen Minka startled and pale, looking like she just got caught red-handed. With zero time to explain this mess, she quickly says it is a long story. She urges them to focus on urgent matters first, practically sprinting away to escape the awkwardness. Ningfang remains, but the guard keeps a sharp, wary eye on him. Then, the rhythmic, heavy thud of marching boots echoes closer. A massive squad of royal guards floods the chamber, saluting their queen in unison. Watch closely here, their unified shout literally shakes the air, forcing Minka to stop in her tracks, completely stunned. She wonders why they have gathered, as a lead guard steps forward, speaking with absolute pride and devotion. "Your royal line always protected us outsiders from brutal invaders. In a dark hour like this, we must fight beside you." Behind him, the rest of the warriors clench their fists and step forward together. Their eyes burn with absolute resolve as they declare that despite their faded strength, they are ready for war. "Count me in as well." These incredibly sincere loyalty vows touch Queen Minka deeply. With trembling lips and tearful eyes, she offers a profound, humble bow. This is not a queen ruling, but a grateful soul paying her respects. She softly whispers her deepest thanks to her loyal soldiers. Behind her, Sita speaks up with cautious surprise, closely observing the row of guards before noting something highly fascinating about these brave, outcast warriors. "Are they truly your followers? You and I both know how insanely arrogant these villains can get." And Wangzi definitely does not disappoint, laughing mockingly at Queen Minka's defiant response. "Foolish woman. Does she honestly believe she can stop my forces?" His evil henchmen instantly explode into roaring laughter, sending mocking jeers echoing throughout the massive hall. But one soldier suddenly cuts his laughter short, solemnly asking if this could be a trap. They still wield the holy relic and lead the shadow marked. Hearing this, Wangzi merely grins, manipulating his harvested souls. He dismisses them as a mere fallen god, completely incomparable to his own patron deity, as raw, dark magic surges through his body. "Lately, my dark energy has been multiplying daily, which is surely a blessing from my god." He suggests giving Queen Minka a taste of this power, roaring out orders as his bloodthirsty subordinates gear up to strike. Right then, one of Queen Minka's faithful mages steps forward, firmly slamming his heavy staff down to unleash a detection spell that immediately erupts into swirling, glowing ribbons of fluorescent light. Observing from the back, a puzzled Ningfang questions what they are doing. Standing beside him, Sita explains the situation in a rushed tone filled with deep regret. They are constructing a boosting array to amplify their strength. But sadly, they cannot unlock its maximum power. Suddenly, Queen Minka gasps in sheer terror as monstrous, colossal silhouettes begin looming through the thick magic fog ahead. A massive wave of terrifying, octopus-like beasts appears with writhing dark tentacles. Their massive hides are split by glowing red fissures resembling evil eyes, prompting the lead guard to instantly scream for an attack. Spells and blades fly like lightning against the giants, but the offensive completely fails to leave even a single scratch. He screams in pure horror at their useless efforts, demanding to know what these beasts are, just as a shadow looms. Wangzi suddenly drops down from the heavens, standing proudly atop a giant beast while roaring in savage triumph. Sneering with a rage-twisted face, Wangzi mocks Minka for relying on heretics as her last resort. But trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens when he orders his army to show their true, devastating power. Listen close on command. The beast let out a terrifying roar, shooting a giant bolt of lightning from its jaws straight toward Mingi's defensive circle, slamming into the magical barrier with devastating force. The protective shield cracked like fragile glass, sending everyone inside into a total panic as it began to fail. But right when panic peaked, a remarkably calm voice echoed from behind, commanding a counterstrike. The lead guard spun around to see Ningfang urgently ordering them to use the counterstrike technique, but the guard could only look back helplessly. "But I can't even touch that monster." Watching his unbelievable moves, Mingi was left completely stunned, wondering when on earth he had gotten over there. Suddenly, her panicked subordinate cried out, warning the princess that the giant beast was launching another attack. She screamed that there was no time to lose, begging them to retreat since they couldn't possibly hold it back. But right before the blow landed, a blinding flash of light suddenly ripped through the air, tearing right through the monster so fast the creature couldn't even process what had just hit it. Watch this closely. All that was left was a smoking, gaping hole in its iron skin, leaving Mingi and her subordinate staring in absolute disbelief. Right after, Ningfang calmly stepped forward, putting a hand on the lead guard's shoulder and offering a quiet, imposing word of praise, leaving the man in complete disbelief. His voice cracked as he stammered, "Was that actually my attack?" Standing right behind him, she piped up with a proud, playful smile, noting that Lord God himself was guiding the magic circle. Han Yin chimed in, admitting her jealousy, while nearby, the prince stood frozen in rage, veins pulsing furiously on his temples. "Impossible," he screamed like a cornered wild animal, absolutely refusing to accept defeat. His voice was pure venom as he spat. "You think you can actually defeat me with this?" Suddenly, intense flames erupted to seal the massive wound, fully regenerating the beast's body in an instant, as if nothing had happened. The beast thrashed in a frenzy as the prince kept howling, his voice twisted with pure madness. He bragged that since he summoned these corrupted beasts, they would keep regenerating forever unless someone broke their connection. Beside them, Ningfang winced at the annoying noise, asking if he heard that. The guard leader replied that he definitely heard the screaming, but a second later, he froze in utter confusion and asked, "But who on earth just blabs their own weakness like that?" Ningfang just smiled smugly, a clever glint in his eyes as he found this forbidden magic highly entertaining. Meanwhile, a system alert popped up, explaining that his active skill, Fourfold Will, triggers when enemies inside the forbidden zone get cursed, allowing him to see and control them. Right as Ningfang finished speaking, the beast let out a deafening roar that split the sky, but before it could strike, a razor-sharp, lightning-fast blow smashed directly into its body. The giant monster collapsed in an instant, its colossal body shuddering violently before it went completely still. The guards below, nearly flattened by the massive falling carcass, shrieked for everyone to get out of the way. Watching this unfold, the prince flew into a furious rage, forehead veins bulging as he spat out, "Shameless! How did you locate its core? Every single sea beast's core location is supposed to be completely different." Meanwhile, Mingi and her crew were cheering in triumph as a nearby mage happily celebrated another perfect hit. She exclaimed that she never expected the magic circle to boost offensive spells, leaving her companion absolutely thrilled. Gripping his staff tightly, the guard captain's voice trembled as he realized he could see the exact location of the core. "Let's pause here," he admitted. He hadn't felt this incredible sensation since Lord God left, finally lifting the heavy fear of the monsters. Mingi then eagerly turned to their savior, anxiously asking him who he actually was. Ningfang calmly looked back and told her in a steady voice that he wasn't their enemy. Telling her they could chat later, he casually changed the subject with a surprisingly brisk, business-like attitude, asking if they could grab him some food, since he was getting pretty hungry. Though completely thrown off by the random request, she quickly nodded and promised to have a meal prepared immediately. Once things calmed down, Ningfang looked over at the squad that had used the magic circle, wondering with a calculating look what their connection was to the cultists, prompting a sad, respectful reply from Mingi. "And that's where we leave it," she solemnly explained. They were her own citizens, worshipping the almighty mage god. Let's jump right into a world where the great mage god actually watched over humanity. But when the war of the gods erupted, everything shattered. A divine oracle declared that very same mage, god, an evil deity. Mingi's voice shakes a bit, but she shares every detail clearly. Anyone who still worshipped the mage god had to give up their faith, or face ruthless slaughter by those crazed cultists. Even the other deities encouraged this execution. But my ancestors knew these believers were innocent and bravely stood up to shelter them. Her voice drops to a whisper. But they never expected their own patron deity, the commander of shattered shadows, to also die in that divine war. Without their god's protection, their power slowly began to fade. Seeing this weakness, neighboring nations prepared to invade, using the sheltered heretics as a perfect excuse. Mingu speaks in a calm, steady tone, reciting a tragedy etched deep in history. But luck was on their side. Her ancestor unexpectedly found the divine artifact belonging to the commander of Shattered Shadows. By tapping into that artifact's immense power, they drove back the invaders and monsters, keeping their homeland perfectly safe. Hearing this, Ningfang realizes this matches the memories of the Demon Lord. That artifact was actually real. He has to admit, they got insanely lucky. He opens his mouth to ask where the weapon is kept now. But before he can even finish his question, panicked screams suddenly ring out from the front lines. Now pay attention, this is where everything goes south. Before their eyes, the revived monster looms larger and more terrifying than ever. It is far more vicious, radiating a dark aura of pure hatred that feels like it could tear reality apart. Its monstrous roar echoes like a death knell, making the ground beneath them shake. A cultist girl goes completely pale, her voice trembling. That thing is made from the fallen soldiers and innocent civilians. How could he use such twisted, forbidden magic? The others panic, screaming that they are doomed. Their magic cannot even scratch this beast. Meanwhile, the wicked prince lets out a hoarse, twisted laugh that sounds like it comes straight from the abyss. I want you all dead. Every soul you have taken only makes it stronger. The madman roars, eyes gleaming with fanatical glee. This is true divine power, enough to wipe out the world. He demands the world tremble at his feet. Behind him, trapped in his own forbidden spell, his worried subordinates trade uneasy glances. One nudges his comrade, whispering, "Does the prince seem crazy today?" The other nods, pale with anxiety. Yeah, he is acting incredibly strange. Before they can finish, the beast violently spasms. In an instant, its flesh warps into a grotesque, horrifying nightmare. Staring at the monstrosity, the prince gasps, his breath hitching in his throat. Suddenly, sharp, tentacle-like blades sprout from the beast, wrapping around him like a cage and whipping out at lightning speed. It is a relentless barrage that leaves him zero time to react. Gritting his teeth, he conjures a shield, but he cannot hide his absolute terror. Why is his own sea beast attacking him? Meanwhile, using the active skill Soul-Snaring Shadow alongside his dark forbidden spell, the target's mind is completely dominated by pure mental force, turning them into a deadly puppet. Watching the chaos unfold, you and I both know who is behind this. Ningfang smirks, watching his trap play out. The vengeful spirits of the prince's victims burst out of the beast, crying, "Mom, save us! My legs! My legs are gone!" The souls continue their agonizing cries, begging their commander not to leave them behind. Burning with agony and fury, they swarm the prince like wild beasts to claim their bloody justice. The monster's massive tentacles lash down without mercy, utterly crushing his last desperate attempts to resist. Gasping for breath, he spits a furious curse, swearing he will never surrender. For slaughtering innocent people, you deserve to die. The onlookers stare in absolute horror, completely pale. In front of them, the prince lies broken in a deep crater, thick smoke rising from the rubble. All his arrogance is gone, utterly defeated and beaten by the exact beast he summoned himself. With the battle over, his crustacean underlings quickly gather around their lifeless master in the crater. They cry out for their prince. But just when it seems over, his eyes snap open, roaring a booming command not to panic. The god he serves is the Lord of Returning Souls. How could he possibly die so easily? He rises, power radiating, as arrogant as ever. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what's next. Alright, you and I are starting with a prince boasting he can survive 10 fatal blows, but Ningfang is not buying it. Oh, so there are 9 left? Right as he says this, a sudden attack strikes, sending the terrified prince scrambling back. The giant sea beast keeps him pinned down, thrashing him mercilessly as the surviving soldiers panic and scream in utter chaos. Honestly, why would the prince just shout his biggest secret out loud like that? Down on the sand, the enemy army lies crushed in a massive heap, a total, unexpected shift in this brutal war. Yet, even in the days after their defeat, the enemies refuse to surrender. The survivors still plot revenge, calling their loss a fluke. They plan to beg their deities for the ultimate power to avenge their fallen prince. His fury burns out of control as he rages on, completely blind to the lethal threat closing in. The hour has arrived. Your gods abandoned you all. How do you plan to fight against actual divine protection? Right after he speaks, a warrior from the Merman Legion raises his bow, chanting for their own holy shield. In a flash, the shot flies, blowing the massive cliff face into dust as the assailant smirks with total confidence. You have to watch this part closely. The crowd gasps in absolute shock, terrified by the godlike power on display. Through the panic, someone stammers, asking how this is possible when their god allegedly left them. The merman grips his bow tighter, flashing a cocky, mocking grin. Sorry to disappoint you folks. We are blessed by a real god. Meanwhile, the deity himself, Ningfang, is casually enjoying a delicious lunch. Ever the chill, mighty deity. He looks up mid-chew and waves them over to eat with him, telling them to sit and drop the formalities. Mingyur quickly waves her hands, speaking with deep respect. She insists on serving his every command, while nearby, Elder Yu is so deeply touched, he literally bursts into tears. Choking back tears, the elder says he only ever read legends of the Divine Master in old, dusty texts. He never even dreamed he would see the true Divine Master come down in person to save them. It is not just the elder, she is completely frozen in awe, staring with wide eyes. She never imagined this legendary magic god would far surpass the ancient records. As night falls over the city and silence takes over, Mingka hesitates, needing to ask him one more time if he truly is the almighty magic god. Without a single second of hesitation, he simply nods. Now, you and I are about to learn the sad truth about the legendary commander's missing divine artifact. In reality, the item's sacred power was rapidly fading, so her mother secretly took it away to find a cure. The one they recovered was actually just a fake, crafted to keep the citizens from falling into utter panic. He does not get angry, but calmly inspects the replica, his voice staying perfectly steady yet firm as he speaks. He asks where the genuine artifact is, but she looks down in deep guilt, admitting her mother kept her plans hidden. Looking out toward the distant cloud-piercing tower, Ming-Ka offers a quick suggestion. Her mother was constantly doing research inside the legendary commander's forbidden trial grounds. Clues might be hidden there, but hearing that name gives Ningfang an instant, uneasy feeling. In the past, he accidentally stumbled into the Holy Spirit's trial grounds and got completely shut out. He wonders if new trouble awaits him here, just as a soft sound breaks the silence. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches out to touch the gate, leaving Lu Yuefei deeply confused. The moment his fingers make contact, his system screen blinks, revealing an abandoned training ground. Asking if he wants to reboot it, Tadet's eyes go wide with pure shock as he gasps in wonder. He immediately begins shouting out all the incredible perks this secret dimension offers. His voice shakes with excitement, loaded with massive anticipation. Rebuilding this arena is like bringing heaven itself to earth, giving all your loyal followers massive stat bonuses and knowledge. Ningfang watches quietly for a moment before making his final, decisive choice. He hits accept, murmuring that he finally understands exactly how this whole setup operates. Instantly, the massive stone gates swing open as the abandoned tower pulses back to life, humming with raw power. Mingyer stands there completely stunned, wondering what on earth is happening. An epic blast of energy erupts, and trust me, you and I are about to see this ancient tower completely transform. Alright, stick with me here. She stood completely frozen, her eyes wide with absolute, stunning disbelief. This trial realm was abandoned for ages, but somehow, it was coming back to life. A spark of joy and hope flared in her chest. Ever since the gods fell, these divine relics were humanity's sole defense against such terrifying enemies. But with the trial realm waking up, it felt like the gods were finally shielding them once more. Meanwhile, Ningfang stepped inside, walking slowly as his tired eyes took in the surroundings. His mind raced. This place is still highly unstable, he thought, wondering if he could even find any clues about the divine artifact. Reaching the end of the path, he grinned as things took a sudden, massive turn. Ancient images appeared, but as Exa looked closer, she simply could not believe her eyes. She turned to the silver-haired man radiating pure authority and asked, "Are you my lord, the Godmaster?" Gripping the weapon, Ningfang handed it to the kneeling figure, his voice warm but incredibly firm. "Thank you for protecting my people. Take this divine artifact and keep defending what is good and just." Right then, Ningfang could only scratch his head, looking totally embarrassed, like a kid who got caught doing something wrong. Turns out, this bow was actually a gift he had given to their ancestor, Queen Minga, right after defeating the Blight Commander. Hearing this, everything finally clicked into place for Han Yin. Now, pay attention here, everything clicked, and Ningfang slowly raised his head, his expression turning deadly serious. His tired voice carried absolute conviction. The link between the divine artifact and the god realm is incredibly weak. It took me a long time to track its trail, but I have finally located it. I will set out once I recover my strength. Just then, Queen Minga approached, offering her help with deep reverence. "My lord, do you need our aid?" Ningfang simply smiled and declined, his voice carrying a calm, comforting reassurance. "You have important matters to attend to in the kingdom, right? I can handle this on my own." Less than 3 seconds later, he darted off like an arrow, his face stern as he surged forward, leaving a trail of churning bubbles behind. Soon, the two stopped before a dark, fog-covered cave. Ningfang observed it closely and confirmed, "This is the place." But Han Yin, standing behind him, hesitated. "There is nothing here." Right then, Ningfang suddenly raised his hand, and streaks of mysterious purple light bloomed. A second later, a fierce blue light burst from his body, lighting up the entire dark abyss. Seeing this, Zeta was so startled she almost lost her voice, whispering, "It is a hidden cave." Han instantly spotted symbols appearing beneath the melting rock layer, and explained, "That is right. Underneath is the symbol of the Blight Commander." As he spoke, his voice suddenly dropped, his eyes widening. "Wait, What is that deep inside the dark vortex? Let's pause here, because emerging from deep within that black whirlpool is a beautiful, silver-haired mermaid. And yes, she is Queen Minga's mother. Without a second thought, Ningfang rushed over to catch her unconscious body, his eyes filled with deep worry. He kept calling out to her, terrified she might dissolve into the water. "Hey, can you hear me? Wake up!" Finally, Minga's mother fluttered her eyes open. Her breathing was shallow, her lips trembling as she weakly spoke. "Who are you?" Ningfang replied calmly but urgently. "I am a friend of Queen Minga." "You are her mother, right?" At the mention of her daughter's name, she muttered it in her dazed state. Minga. Suddenly, a memory tore wide open. Her eyes snapped wide open, filled with shock and terror as she stared at Ningfang. "Why am I here?" He replied, "I do not know. You were already unconscious when I arrived." Outside, panic flashed across Queen Minga's face when she heard her mother's voice. "My seal has failed. The divine artifact is breaking free." Hearing this, Minga's mother turned her head toward that familiar, panicked voice. Seeing her strange look, Ningfang stepped closer and asked in a cautious whisper, "What is wrong?" Her face turned pale as cold sweat rolled down her cheek. That divine artifact can actually resurrect a god, but the price is total worldwide destruction. As the air froze, Han stood completely stunned. "This is the first time we have ever heard of this." Beside them, Zeta frowned in deep thought. The Blight Commander is resurrecting. It makes you wonder, can fallen gods actually be brought back? As everyone froze in terror, only Ningfang remained calm, leaving us to guess what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where our main character does the unthinkable. Without a second thought, he clenches his fists and plunges straight into the swirling vortex. In that tense second, Minga's mother grows pale with absolute terror, her trembling lips letting out a choked cry. It is already too late. Through her exhausted eyes, memories rush back of the ancient records she once believed were her salvation, her voice cracking with a grief that tears her soul apart. "I truly believed I had found the way to restore the sacred relic, but I was dead wrong." Minga's mother begins to confess, revealing the dark truth of a weapon glowing with eerie purple light. This twisted ritual was never a blessing. The relic actually drains the fragile life force of its followers to resurrect a god. A mortal world cannot sustain a god's overwhelming power, and it will slowly crumble into ruin. Back then, she fought desperately to push the weapon away, clinging to one final hope. By the time I realized my mistake, the ritual had already begun. There was no stopping it. I could only gather my last bit of strength to seal the sacred weapon. Now, her eyes widen in sheer horror as the cruel truth hits her. We are nothing more than food for these entities, ready to be sacrificed at any given second. A deity's grace is just a sick lie to trick humanity. She hangs her head, gritting her teeth in agony. Tears stream down as memories of holding baby Minga flash by. Sobbing, her voice chokes up. "Minga, I am so sorry. Your mother has failed you. It breaks my heart that as this world meets its doom, I cannot be there by your side." Meanwhile, Ningfang quietly ventures deeper into the cavern. Floating right before him is a bizarre symbol, radiating a dark, mysterious energy. Instantly, he senses that something is dead wrong. Here is the part you and I need to watch closely. The local energy is warping reality, and a rift in time and space is about to tear open. The floating symbol expands rapidly, casting a creepy glow across the entire cavern. In a single heartbeat, the soul of Titan materializes from its center, looking fiercely majestic the moment her eyes lock onto Ningfang. She speaks, offering a strange proposal. "I can feel my own divine power resting inside you. Would you like to become one of my kin?" Taken aback by this sudden offer, Ningfang feels instantly skeptical. He frowns, looking down before glaring back up to question her. "Kin?" Immediately, Titan explains in a regal, seductive voice. "Our kin are the ultimate servants chosen by the gods themselves. You will be allowed to enter the heavens and stay by my side forever, helping me complete the ritual to receive my eternal grace." After hearing her out, he delivers a flat, freezing rejection without a single second of hesitation. "I am not interested." Such bluntness makes her laugh out loud, treating him with mock amusement. "It seems you and that woman are both brainless fools, throwing away godhood just to save a bunch of worthless mortals." Hearing this, Ningfang immediately pieces it together. The woman she mentioned must be Minga's mother, who once boldly rejected Titan's direct command. At this, Titan growls, her voice dripping with pure malice. "It seems I have slept too long, and mortals have forgotten my divine wrath. Very well, allow me to personally refresh your memory." The moment she speaks, a wave of godlike power crashes through the area, forcing the nearby mortals to their knees. You and I both know Ningfang is built different. He just stands there in silence, utterly unfazed by her hilariously arrogant posturing. He gives her a sideways glance, so incredibly bored by her dramatic show. Titan releases another massive burst of energy to strike Ningfang down, but she suddenly freezes as her knees buckle uncontrollably. It all happens in a flash, leaving even the self-proclaimed goddess utterly clueless. Her jaw drops in absolute shock, her eyes rolling back in terror. But a second later she roars out with every ounce of her remaining strength. How dare a god like me be forced to bow before this mortal? In less than 3 seconds, she loses complete control of her body, forced down like a helpless puppet on strings. Gritting her teeth in useless defiance, Titan screams, "I will make you pay a devastating price for this." Paralyzed by this massive pressure, her face twists in pure rage as her entire body locks completely in place. No matter how hard she struggles, it is absolutely useless. She cannot even stand up. Watching this play out, Ningfang just stares in silence, completely baffled by the bizarre sight. Suddenly, a pitch-black, swirling portal tears open behind him. The soul she was manipulating leaps out of the shadows, attempting a deadly ambush on Ningfang. The phantom darts wildly in every direction, casting a flurry of illusions to completely throw off his vision. As she laughs hysterically, "You and I are just going to have to wait and see how he survives this insane ambush. How dare a pathetic mortal look down on a god? Experiencing my forbidden curse is your ultimate honor." In just 3 seconds, blinding purple rays of light flash by, instantly tearing the man's soul into 100 pieces. Ningfang speaks with a cold, stern voice, realizing it was an ambush and feeling glad he kept his guard up. "All right, you and I are diving in," as Titan panics, completely shocked by what she just witnessed. "How? How do you have this insane power? I get it, you took it from the almighty law god, right?" He stays quiet, keeping his head down before slowly raising his eyes to lock her in a freezing, deadly glare. That heavy silence makes Titan shudder. Her eyes widen, her breathing quickens, and cold sweat drips down her face. That damn traitor actually opened the sacred gates of divine knowledge to mere mortal hands. No matter how we tried to stop him, he refused to listen. Remembering that moment in the brilliant divine light, Shenjing speaks in a deep, heavy tone that crushes the air. "You hate conflict, and we never wanted to force you. But what you are doing is defying the gods." Gu steps in, warning him coldly to stop right now. "Drop this stubborn attitude, or we will strip away your divine title and brand you a fallen god forever." Hearing this, the purple-clad man stands up, his massive, powerful frame causing the stone under his feet to burst apart. Debris scatters like dust in a violent gale. Instantly, the other deities raise their weapons, bracing for a massive clash. Mortals can never control their greed. Give them supreme power, and they lose all respect. Their fear of us fades as their ambition grows, eventually leading them to challenge our very throne. The deities unleash their majestic forms, standing proud with arms crossed like massive, immovable mountains of absolute power. Behind those two, his cold presence looms like a wall of ice. Finally, Shenjing drops his ultimate judgment, his voice echoing like a decree. "But you mortals fail to understand we are the pillars holding this universe together." Right then, a massive wave of blinding divine energy explodes. If the gods fall, the laws of the universe will collapse, throwing everything into absolute ruin. The ultimate end is a total, brutal apocalypse. Cut back to the present, where Ningfang stands motionless, staring ahead in dead silence. Suddenly, Titan's eyes widen as a creepy grin spreads across her face, her voice sounding absolutely bone-chilling. "So, help me finish this resurrection ritual. Agree to this, and I will nominate you to take the mage god's place as the new deity." Watch his face closely here, his expression shifts as a wave of terrifying killing intent flares in his eyes. Aren't gods supposed to hold this universe together? Yet here you are, trying to assassinate the supreme mage god? Is the mage god really a bigger threat to you than the end of the entire world? The shadow's expression shifts instantly as she feels a suffocating aura of death closing in on her. Growing pale, she lunges forward in a desperate bid to stop him, screaming, "Stop! Don't do anything stupid. If I die, the laws of the universe will collapse." But Ningfang couldn't care less. His voice is incredibly calm, carrying an intense authority that makes her tremble as he says, "Do not worry, I am here." Then, a cataclysmic blast of pure destruction pierces the earth, sending massive rocks and debris flying everywhere. Before Mingka's mother's shocked eyes, she flinches, shields her face, and whispers in disbelief, "Tan Min, are you finally reborn?" Suddenly, a warm, calm voice speaks from behind. Ningfang steps out and gently asks if she is all right. Look at his smirk as he shows off his prize, leaving Minga's mother completely frozen in shock. Her face loses all color as her jaw drops, pointing at the weapon and screaming, "How are you holding that bow, mortal? Get your filthy hands off it." Ever since the ritual failed, it developed its own wild consciousness and has constantly rejected my touch. Ningfang's face darkens, but he forces a small smile, replying, "It is a long story, but basically, its mind is gone." After a brief silence, Minga's mother asks to examine the weapon, and he hands it over without a second thought. Grabbing the bow, she inspects it before stuttering in complete shock. How is this even possible? Minga's mother suspects there is a terrifying inscription carved on it, reading God Slayer from the glowing system stats window. God Slayer weapon. God tier, orange quality, upgradable. Granting 1500 agility and massive bonus attack speed. It grants 120% armor pierce, 50% movement speed, and 30% permanent critical rate. This gear never breaks. Its phantom dash leaves an afterimage that momentarily charms any nearby enemy. The sigil tracks targets, and trust me, you and I are going to love its 20% boost against gods. Let's jump in. This artifact set is not active yet, but it holds wild skills like Phantom Rapid Fire, Stealth, Backfire, and Heaven Send Arrow Rain. But suddenly, she looks back at the magical energy floating in the air and realizes the gathered divine power has completely vanished. The ritual was interrupted. Right then, Ningfang asks in a soft tone, "Tell me exactly what happened." Her mother quickly replies, "Understood. I was trying to find a way to restore divine energy to the artifact." Smiling, she looks straight ahead and continues, "Perhaps my strength was simply too weak, so it eventually broke free from its seal, which is how it ended up like this. That makes you our true savior. I honestly never imagined that a mortal could actually take down a god." The mother speaks with deep respect and emotion. "From this day on, we will never worship or believe in gods again. Please tell me your name. I want to spread your heroic legend to every corner of the world." After a 3-second silence, Ningfang replies calmly but with immense power, "They call me the Almighty God of Magic." Upon hearing this, her face pales. Cold sweat breaks out as her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. "Now watch this." She frantically glances around, looking for any proof that this absolute nightmare is real. Losing all her composure, the mother trembles and bows, her voice shaking. "Great Lord, please forgive my utter insolence. I had no idea you had personally descended to our world." Meanwhile, Shida whispers in Ningfang's ear, "Master, it seems she is absolutely terrified of you." Han Yin chimed in with deep, gentle empathy. Being lied to for years by the god she worshipped must be so incredibly hard on her. After a brief silence, he lifts the bow with a calm yet commanding tone. "I shall take this divine treasure. The battle is over, but there is still plenty to do. Mingka definitely needs your guidance." She instantly replies, "Understood." Watching them leave, the mother rests her chin in her hand, deep in thought as she tries to memorize every detail of this god. Meanwhile, the scene shifts outside the Supernova training camp. Inside the hall, the crowd gathers around, staring at the legendary bow with eyes full of awe and amazement. Wang Yu takes it from Ningfang, completely shocked. "Is this really for me?" Her face beams as she stares at this god-tier artifact. "I never dreamed I would actually hold one." Around her, everyone is green with envy. All eyes are locked onto the legendary weapon in her hands. Just then, Ningfang's warm voice breaks the silence. "But wait, there's more." Before he can finish, a massive boom from outside makes everyone jump. "Is that an earthquake? What's going on?" You and I can see Wang Yu, Xu Ying, and Jiang Shu immediately looking up. Ningfang stands there, arms crossed, confidently explaining that there is a perfect trial realm made just for her. Wang Yu tilts her head. "Is it just like the one Duan conquered before?" He rests his chin on his hand, thinking about the trial realm's gateway that is clear in his mind. Activating it opens up a portal to a world completely under one's own control. Since everyone needs to level up fast, he decides to let Wang Yu take the first crack at it. The scene shifts. Wang Yu stands in a massive wasteland, her eyes widening in shock. This looks like the skeletal gate of some giant beast. Before she can even think, hordes of armed skeleton demons ambush her from all directions. Wang Yu quickly draws her bow, pulling back the string with force, aiming straight at her targets. Arrows rain down like shooting stars, obliterating the skeleton monsters one by one. Watching her, Jiangshu gasps. That damage output is insane. Even Xu Ying can't help but praise her. Based on stats alone, even a 6th cycle master would be completely crushed by Wang Yu. Watching her fight, Ningfang envisions both Mingka and Wang Yu battling side by side in different realms. This makes him very pleased. Is Queen Mingka entering the trial too? What a coincidence. The scene shifts. Mingka asks, "Mother, is something wrong?" Her mother's face looks extremely pale and uneasy. Bowing her head slightly to hide her worry, her mother replies softly, "It is nothing," while silently questioning herself. "I don't know if I can trust those gods anymore, but I can't stop Mingka. What if I anger a deity?" Watching her daughter step into the portal, she whispers to herself, "Mingka, please, let nothing happen to you." Suddenly, inside the trial realm, ghost dogs with razor-sharp fangs and glowing eyes leap out to attack. But Mingka doesn't hesitate. Standing her ground, she pulls back the bowstring with resolute eyes, launching a powerful strike. Watching this, he smiles. "We know this is just the beginning. All right, you and I are about to see how trial realms look identical across worlds, but the monsters on Mingy's side are way tougher than Earth's." Suddenly, His relaxed expression instantly tightens, turning incredibly serious. Ghostly chains suddenly manifest behind Mingyi's head, floating there as if restricting her every thought and action. Ningfang stares in total confusion, wondering what they are. Closing his eyes tight, he dives deep into thought as ideas flash through his mind like lightning. While Ningfang is deep in thought, a massive hound bares its razor-sharp fangs and leaps at him. Mingyi stands her ground, bow fully drawn and ready. This looks like a forbidden restriction, blocking her from gathering any higher knowledge. Could this be the exact restriction on mortal knowledge the Tatan commander mentioned? She immediately begins weighing her options. Mingyi has no idea this is happening, meaning only a god like me knows these forbidden arts even exist. I could step straight into the secret realm and shatter this restriction, but the consequences are completely unpredictable. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoes out. Mingyi gasps, turning around to reply, calling him her divine master. Mingyi hangs on Ningfang's every word as he warns her to slow down while he confirms a few crucial details. Without hesitation, she raises her bow and obeys. Now pay attention as our perspective shifts outside that gorgeous underwater palace. Inside, Mingyi's anxious mother clasps her hands together in desperate prayer, while Ningfang remains lost in deep thought. On one side, Mingyi draws her blazing bow of fire, while nearby, Wang Yu unleashes a devastating shot from her own glowing bow. Ningfang's eyes snap open with a brilliant smile as a major realization hits him. So, that's the secret. Mingyi's mother continues to pray outside the palace, keeping her anxious eyes locked onto the gateway of the secret realm. She has been inside for ages, and her progress has crawled to a halt. What could possibly be happening? Deep inside the secret realm, a skeletal hand radiating an eerie blue light bursts forward as the skull monster prepares to strike. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of pure light cleaves through the skeleton, forcing it backward in complete, defensive shock. Mingyi glares coldly down at the staggered beast, waiting for Ningfang's next question. When he asks how she feels, she draws a shaky breath but answers her divine master with absolute, unwavering resolve. Confessing that she isn't fully adjusted yet, she admits she simply needs a bit more time. Hearing this, Ningfang reassures her, telling her to take her time and not rush. But right after speaking, he gazes up at the phantom locks in deep thought, and a massive realization dawns on him. And here is the crazy part: you and I need to realize these milestones seal away universal laws, forcing mortal believers to pray to their gods just to use them. Ningfang instantly pictures Mingyi being completely blocked off by massive, solid gemstones. This insidious method traps believers under divine control, completely blocking them from directly touching the universe's true laws. His expression darkens, realizing that over time, mortals will blindly believe they must rely on gods to gain any real power. So this is how gods maintain absolute control over mortals. Meanwhile, Mingyi aims her bow of fire at a giant spider spirit, but the ground beneath her suddenly cracks apart. An iron spike suddenly erupts from the soil, whipping wildly through the air and startling her. Stumbling back in panic, her weary eyes widen as a sharp cut slices her hand, leaving her pale and desperately crying out to her divine master for forgiveness. Am I being too foolish? Seeing her confusion, Ningfang simply smiles gently and guides her. Mingyi, stop asking for my permission. Truly feel every single movement of your own body and find what has changed within you. Hearing this, Mingyi raises her weapon, her intense gaze locked directly onto the battlefield ahead, even though her eyes still flicker with doubt as she wonders what changed, completely trusting his guidance. She tries once more, shutting her eyes tight to fully concentrate on the energy flowing deep inside her. Suddenly, skeletons emerge from the darkness to ambush her from behind, but the very moment their weapons hit the ground, she has vanished. She has completely turned the tables, catching those brainless skeletons entirely off guard. The sudden counter leaves them utterly frozen in place. Finally, the perfect opening has arrived. At that exact second, Mingyi draws her bowstring back with all her strength and releases 3 massive arrows, shattering those glowing blue skeletons into dust. Watching them crumble, her face lights up with pure joy as she excitedly shouts, "I never knew skills could be used like this. My understanding of combat has completely evolved, but this battle is far from over." Just across the battlefield, the enemy leader is still plotting her assassination, waiting for her guard to drop. And trust me, before he can even flinch, dozens of glowing energy arrows rain down to pierce straight through him. Alright, you and I are back at the quiet underwater palace, just as a spatial portal suddenly opens. Mingyi steps right through to head home, instantly rushing off to find her mother with sparkling, excited eyes. Wearing a massive, sunny smile, she runs over like a little kid and shouts, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mom." Spotting her daughter back safe and sound, Mingji's mother rushes right over, asking eagerly how everything went. On the surface, Mingji acts super cheerful with a playful pout, telling her mom she failed, but her mother somehow mishears, thinking she succeeded and beaming with pride. Once her mother finally registers the actual words, she blinks and asks, "What did you say, dear?" Mingji just smiles softly and repeats, "Seriously, it is true. I failed. So you do not have to worry anymore." Pumping her fist in the air, she makes a loud promise that under the Divine Master's guidance, she will crush it next time. As she speaks, Mingji starts picturing Ningfang's incredibly handsome face and towering presence. The Divine Master really is an incredible god, so gentle and wise. She even blushes, totally looking like she has a massive crush. She cannot wait for their next training session, leaving her mother totally speechless and asking worriedly what on earth happened in there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ningfang looks incredibly tense, his brow deeply furrowed. He silently realizes his believers rely way too much on divine power. Lifting the restrictions on a massive scale right now could unleash absolute chaos in the world. But watch closely inside the secret realm. Wang Yue is about to face a terrifying, fire-breathing dragon. But of course, Ningfang had everything fully calculated from the very beginning. Fortunately, players from the Blue Planet face no limits, letting them survive miraculously, even without any divine help. Still, these secret realm monsters are no joke, constantly spewing fire and attacking Wang Yue directly, without giving her a single second to breathe. To pay the beast back, Wang Yue has absolutely no intention of holding back. Drawing her bowstring tight, she locks onto her target and unleashes 3 devastating arrows at once, piercing straight through the massive monster. The beast has no choice but to buckle under this insane power, baring its fangs and letting out an agonizing roar. With a spectacular victory secured, Wang Yue looks up, her eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated pride. Standing tall, her face radiates such immense confidence and pride that absolutely everyone around cannot help but stare. Watching her, Ningfang cannot help but flash a bright smile, his eyes shining with pure joy and satisfaction. Less than 3 seconds later, she dashes through the illusion portal, sending bursts of blinding light from the magic frame. Wang Yue returns and immediately throws herself into his arms, their happy laughter blending into the perfect joy of victory. You can feel her absolute excitement as she beams and screams, "We finally did it." Right after Wang Yue joyfully hugs Ningfang, the system chimes in to cheerfully announce her rewards. She receives the Divine Blessing, the ultimate reward for clearing the dungeon for the very first time. Back in the conference room, the mood turns incredibly solemn as Seda speaks in a serious tone, outlining the key facts. She explains that the so-called forbidden spells are incredibly devastating forms of magic. Typically, the conditions to cast them are insanely strict, way beyond what any mortal body can actually handle. As her explanation hangs in the air, Ningfang quickly cuts in with a sharp question, asking if that reward is in the trial realm. "A lie?" Seda answers without a single second of hesitation, absolutely firm. With furrowed brows, her voice drops low and heavy, explaining that a few legendary powerhouses have cleared the trial and mastered forbidden magic. But because of cosmic laws, those powerful masters ascended straight to the god realm, serving directly under the deities. While everyone is still trying to digest this massive bombshell of information, Hen Yin simply rests her chin in her hand, letting out a helpless, frustrated sigh tinged with deep regret. If Seda and I had actually mastered a forbidden spell back then, we could have fought beside the Lord God. Meanwhile, Wang Yue is busy sorting through an endless flood of system notifications popping up right in front of her, and the flashing text before her eyes is not exactly great news. Since her adventurer class is incomplete, she cannot learn forbidden spells, so the system adjusts the reward, upgrading her class to Arbiter. Moving on, the sky above the special district slowly turns into the soft, golden light of dawn. Right in that peaceful scenery, Shu Rui appears with a rare, beaming smile, his face completely lighting up as he greets them. "Boss. Long time no see." But Ningfang just gives his usual cold, indifferent reaction, cutting straight to the chase, so stick around as we find out about this newly synthesized potion. He nodded honestly, admitting the truth. Now, stick with me, as Shiru opens his bag to reveal something amazing. These 3 bottles were crafted exactly from the herbal formulas you provided. They are top-tier healing potions, high-grade defense potions, and high-grade resistance potions, perfect for self-buffing during combat. Hearing this, Ningfang raised an eyebrow in curiosity, realizing that something did not quite add up. Recalling the recipe line by line in his mind, he spoke up slowly. "I remember that formula, requiring several rare ingredients that are impossible to find here, right?" Hearing this, Shiru excitedly clenched his fist, sharing the news with sudden energy. "Thanks to Mr. Capo finding a brand new overseas secret realm, they harvested rare alchemy materials that perfectly match the recipe you gave me." Meanwhile, deep inside the Qinghuai Forest secret realm, a zone blanketed in lush greenery, the warrior they spoke of was unleashing her true power, obliterating the demon trees in a heartbeat. The onlookers watching from afar were absolutely thrilled by the spectacle, praising Mr. Capo's squad for their insane clearing speed. But unfortunately, that joy did not last long. Pay attention here, because Mr. Capo is suddenly bombarded by a barrage of projectiles piercing right through his flesh. The rest of his teammates paled in horror, throwing all caution aside as they rushed to his side. Before anyone could administer first aid, Capo gritted his teeth, using his last bit of strength to grab his comrade's hand. The strike was clearly fatal. Gasping for air, Capo struggled with everything he had left to choke out a single word. Run. As his final whisper faded away, the faces of his two companions turned completely white with pure panic. Out of nowhere, emerging from the thick green mist of the forest, a bizarre shadow silently appeared. An icy murderous intent enveloped the area. Hearing the news, Jia Shang rushed over in a panic, shouting with ragged breath, "Boss, you have to save my master." Inside the infirmary, under the harsh emergency lights, Capo's condition was extremely critical. While support mages desperately worked to stabilize the wounds, Ningfang arrived on the scene and demanded to know what happened. What happened? Jia Shang quietly explained that his master was blindsided in the secret realm, never even catching a glimpse of the enemy. This revelation sent Ningfang into deep thought, carefully analyzing every single detail. Even though Capo's strength had dropped after losing his guards, an attack this brutal went far beyond what any normal Blue Planet monster could do. Meanwhile, Man leaned in gently toward the bandaged wound on Seo. Her little nose twitched continuously, sniffing for any unusual trace. Suddenly, Shida's eyes sharpened as she whispered in a low voice, "Hanyin, can you feel that?" Hanyin stayed silent for a moment, focusing on a faint sensation in the air before slowly nodding. There was definitely a familiar energy lingering. You and I know the Qing Forest secret realm had already claimed countless victims, making this quiet scenery feel incredibly ominous. Suddenly, a mysterious voice belonging to an unknown entity echoed through the silent forest. "Why did you let those humans escape?" Maka stammered. "Like a child who made a mistake," he muttered. "I was not careful." Suddenly, the demon tree's aura erupted. Waves of bloodlust surged out, threatening to crush the forest as it boomed. "Little one, I wanted to give you a chance. But your performance was pathetic," as memories of Capo's fleeing squad flashed through its mind. Angered by its own judgment, the beast thought, "Those outsiders wanted to destroy my home and take my life. If you let them go today, they will return with far more allies in the future." The monster directed its absolute fury toward the trembling Maka, gritting its teeth as every word cut through the air like a blade. "Your mistake puts our entire secret realm in danger. Do you want us all dead?" Cold sweat soaked Maka's back. He quickly bowed his head, voice trembling despite trying to stay resolved, whispering, "I am incredibly sorry. I promise I will not fail you again." The giant demon tree stared down at its tiny subordinate in silence. A suffocating silence blanketed the forest, as the mastermind thought, "This guy is actually a legendary hidden boss I recently summoned. His strength is far beyond imagination, but his intelligence is lacking, and he relies heavily on me." A wicked smirk formed on my face. A devious smile completely replaced the anger. Naturally, I exploited this weakness to make him my loyal puppet. With his raw power, my plan for conquest can finally begin. Meanwhile, back in the emergency room, tension fills the air. After talking to Shida, Han Yin shares her instincts. "Trust me, you and I need to hear this." Alright, you and I are jumping right into a massive betrayal. A poison from Ningfang's own kin suddenly shatters his deep thoughts. Sweat drips down his face as she mentions a name that instantly grabs everyone's attention. His name is Maka, a nature element mage. In terms of pure, raw power, he is easily the strongest among us. Han Yin's evaluation leaves Ningfang completely startled, a look of pure, unsuppressed shock washing over his face. "He is really that strong," Sadat adds softly, her voice steady but carrying a sharp warning. "I told you before, historically, very few kin have ever passed the final trial and mastered forbidden magic." Her brows knit together slightly, a subtle gesture that completely reveals the extreme gravity of the situation, and Maka is one of them. But Hanyin's next words only add an even heavier layer of pressure. If he lost his memories like the other subordinates, he could easily become a highly dangerous enemy. Now, pay attention to the Qinghui Forest Mystery Realm, where chaos just erupted, and the shockwaves of the battle still linger. Under a faint purple light, spreading like the breath of some otherworldly power, the demon tree stands before the energy flow, intoxicated by wild ambition. "Soon, I will open the rift and unlock this energy. I will merge the outside world directly into my domain." The silent space offers no response to his bold declaration, sparking suspicion. The demon tree turns to Maka and asks, "Kid, what's wrong?" Terrified of another scolding, Maka waves his hands frantically, his voice trembling as he stammers that he's fine. But right after denying it, Maka falls silent again, clenching his fists as deep, heavy memories start to rise. "Kid, that way of addressing me feels so familiar. It feels like someone very close to me used to call me that." Looking at the massive, terrifying figure before him, a gentle wave of nostalgia swirls deep in Maka's mind, making him shrink back from the familiar feeling. Initially, I thought he was that person. But flickering memories pull my mind back to the moment I attacked the target, As the bullets tore through him, a strange yet deeply familiar vibration flared right within Maka's heart. When I struck that intruder, I suddenly felt something so familiar. That's why I didn't finish him off mercilessly. This glaring contradiction leaves Maka completely conflicted as intense mental pressure and pain build up in his mind. I feel like I'm remembering something, but it's too blurry to grasp. What should I do? You're going to want to watch this closely. As Maka's mind descends into chaos, the purple magic suddenly erupts like a swirling doorway. Immediately after, the demon tree's excited voice echoes. The gateway is open, kid. The rest is on you. Meanwhile, in another location, in a completely different place, surrounded by nothing but Dongfu and bone moss, a group of 3 gather in tense silence. Jia Shang has just received the urgent news and rushes over, his eyes wide with utter confusion. What's going on? The powerhouse replies with a grave, stern tone that cannot hide his deep anxiety. Mr. Shang, we aren't sure either. That lack of information instantly triggers a wave of panic. Without wasting time, the powerhouse gathers them and points to the scene ahead to explain the situation. That mystery realm has been heavily invaded, but strangely, the monsters inside aren't showing up in massive numbers. The powerhouse's face shows sheer tension when facing this unknown threat. We've already evacuated the nearby residents. Almost no casualties, but the enemy's total silence is deeply worrying. Even Zhang breaks into a cold sweat and looks at his big brother. Could the monsters in the mystery realm be gathering their strength, preparing for a massive coordinated strike? As that dark thought crosses his mind, Ningfang nods solemnly. It could be something else entirely. Back at the Qinghui Forest Mystery Realm, a radiant green light glows, making everyone tremble. Those broccoli-looking creatures look absolutely panicked, desperate to retreat back to their safe home. Seeing this, the angry demon tree grits his teeth. Hissing each word with fury, he demands, "Stop hiding there. Bring your forces and attack them for me." Maka shivers violently, barely able to speak. I'm too scared. Can you stay with me? But the demon tree is no saint. He roars with a terrifying voice. I said move. Don't treat this like a joke. Suddenly, something unexpected happens, forcing him to change his tone. The trees are sending me a message. Surprise washes over the demon tree's sharp face as he scans the area, realizing that enemies are closing in. And that's where we leave it with the demon tree struggling to keep his wits. Let's dive into this madness. The enemy is moving way too fast, and I can't handle this alone. Is staying here with that guy my only option? Forget everyone else. He makes a split-second choice, leaving Maka completely dazed. Where are you going, boss? Standing right before a mysterious portal, the demon tree just drops one cold final order. Hey kid, go wipe out those enemies over there. Do that, or don't even think about showing your face again. With tears streaming down his face, the kid desperately runs after the only person he has left to rely on. Shaking, she screams out, begging not to be left behind. But using his insane speed, Maka manages to dive through the teleportation portal just in time, believing he's finally safe. For one brief second, absolute silence falls, as if reality itself is holding its breath. But the demon tree is absolutely terrified of dying and obsessed with survival. Terrified of being totally wiped out, it refuses to let him go, dragging Maka right back to their old hiding spot. He crashes down hard as the portal instantly vanishes, leaving nothing behind but an empty, cold void. Utter despair washes over Maka's tiny frame. Every single word he chokes out is loaded with nothing but pure, raw agony. Don't leave me behind. Now pay attention, because this exact moment triggers a painful memory that starts echoing through his mind. Please, don't leave me. Suddenly, that cold figure turns around. It's a subtle movement, but radiating massive power. The face turning to look at him is none other than the evil god, Ningfang. A massive shadow looms over Maka. Ningfang's face is looking as terrifyingly dark as a literal demon. Why'd you suddenly attack me, kid? Maka's voice shakes, holding back tears as he replies that he thought they came to capture him too. Maka desperately tries to explain himself, crying that everyone who spots him just tries to drag him away for some reason. Hearing this, Ningfang's rage cools down. A kid like you is basically either a rare magic ingredient or a snack. Ningfang suddenly reaches out his hand, offering a deal. Still, your magic talent is pretty impressive, kid. Want to come with me? Standing nearby, Han Yin checks out the little creature, asking her Lord God if this is the kid he mentioned. Sita chimes in, completely captivated by how adorable Maka looks as he hides timidly right behind his Lord God. Ningfang smiles, his eyes narrowing. His sheer talent and effort have completely blown past my expectations. He literally cleared the trials of the lower realms step by step. Watching him, Han Yin wonders why he still looks so terrified. Ningfang looks down, his voice softening. When I wasn't by his side, people were constantly scheming and plotting against him. He's grown super cautious. But look closely here as Han Yin creeps up, looking totally starved. He seriously looks so delicious. Sita kicks her away instantly, flashing a sweet smile while offering her hand to Maka. Don't mind that green-skinned idiot, kid. From today on, you're going to be living with me. From that day on, Maka trains hard with her daily, leveling up incredibly fast to Sita's absolute amazement. He's already beaten the trials for this level. Hanyin grumbles, her voice dripping with pure jealousy. Calling her a total slacker, she scoffs that Hanyin has always been like this. Watching Maka, Ningfang grins. Do you have something to tell me, kid? Maka looks flustered before shyly bringing up a tiny request. Lord God, if I reach the God realm, can I stop fighting? Maka looks down, sweating, admitting he hates fighting. I only force myself to get strong to survive. I thought if I could just live in the God realm, I wouldn't have to struggle anymore. Ningfang doesn't hesitate to nod. It is a deal, then. Once you arrive at the God realm, do whatever you want. Ningfang then smiles, telling Maka he's completed the ultimate trial. Welcome to the God realm. Maka cheers happily like a little kid, celebrating his success. The moment he steps in, he starts happily exploring. But Ningfang suddenly cuts in, saying he has a small favor to ask. I need you to travel to another world to retrieve a treasure. Maka's face falls, asking if he has to go alone. Ningfang just smiles warmly and explains that he simply cannot leave this place at the moment. I have no choice but to count on you. Hearing that, Maka immediately nods, agreeing to go. I'll return soon. Cut to a freezing, snow-capped mountain range where icy winds howl, and Maka finds the sparkling ice flower, overjoyed. He finally found it. It's time to head back. But the moment he says those words, he freezes solid. We can only watch as Maka realizes his vital connection to the God realm has been completely cut off. Please, Lord God, do not abandon me. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a bishop declares that the almighty magic god is a heresy already wiped out by the main gods. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where believing in the almighty magic god is now a death sentence. In the nearby forest, a strange dark shadow slips through the trees, darting from the gloom like a tiny mouse. Maka had been running for a long time, gasping for air. Is it really like this everywhere? What went wrong? Suddenly, a windblade slices out of nowhere. Maka reacts fast, blocking the blow as a massive boom echoes. The explosion sweeps through the woods, followed by a cruel, arrogant voice mocking him from the shadows. Found you, little fish. You're the one who escaped from that trash evil god's side. A masked figure emerges, radiating pure, suffocating killing intent like death itself. But Maka stands his ground, staring him down. I know who you are. You serve the blood-mad warlord. Why the hell are you attacking me? The brute sneers, flashing a wicked, twisted grin. Why act dumb? The evil god you worship has been utterly defeated. Why else would you be running? Hearing this, Maka's heart sinks. So it's true his master was jumped by other gods. Why? Pay attention now as the brute raises his massive axe with deadly force. I never thought the evil god could spawn such rare prey. You'll taste amazing roasted over a campfire. But before he can strike, he freezes in horror. Maka is suddenly covered in crackling blue lightning, eyes burning with rage. Tell me everything. Instantly, Maka blasts a devastating beam of pure energy at the brute. The brute grunts, barely blocking the blast with his axe, but the impact still tears through his flesh, drawing blood. The bleeding butcher gnashes his teeth in fury. How did that trash god raise such a powerful beast? If only he were in the divine domain. Why didn't this creature show up during the Great War? They would have stood no chance. Suddenly, Maka summons a massive whip of sharp vines, binding the giant tight. His voice is cute, yet deadly serious. Where is my lord? Spit it out. The butcher just sneers, blood dripping heavily onto the grass. He was broken and jumped by multiple gods. He is probably dead in some ditch by now. But if you want to know more, suddenly, the butcher laughs like a total maniac. I've already summoned the great warlord himself. He'll be thrilled to answer your questions personally. This sends a shiver of terror down Maka's spine. We both know he is in deep trouble. A god is descending, and Maka cannot win this. Taking advantage of the distraction, the brute breaks free from the vines. He grips his glowing red axe, preparing to strike. With a massive swing, he unleashes a devastating blow. Maka can't react in time and is blasted back by the force. His tiny body rolls across the dirt. Struggling to stand, he cries out in utter despair, asking if his god abandoned him. Right then, a light so brilliant, it blinds the eyes, erupts in the sky. Ningfang steps out, a calm smile on his face. Only then does Maka look up and see him. Floating right behind him are Han Yin and Sita, arriving just in time. Tears stream down the little beast's face. Am I finally dying? Is this just a beautiful hallucination? Han Yin chuckles, kneeling down to gently tap his head. Hey kid, we meet again. Maka's face lights up with pure joy as he realizes it's really them. Sita's voice chimes in, absolutely bursting with excitement. Ningfang remains silent, simply gazing down at him with immense warmth and affection. Tears flowing, Maka doesn't hesitate for a single second and rushes forward. He clings to his master's legs, crying out all the heavy sorrow he had bottled up. Seeing this, Han Yin crosses his arms and sighs. Seriously, I told you this little guy is a total crybaby. He is still a total coward, even after becoming a hidden boss and triggering this entire secret realm invasion. Maka looks up, sniffling. Master, am I too weak? Is that why you left? Is that why you don't want me? Ningfang's smile never fades as he offers gentle comfort. Of course not. Why else would we come all this way to find you? Maka chirps happily, completing their warm family reunion. High above, the morning sun pierces beautifully through the treetops, but they have no idea that someone is watching their every single move. The magic tree watches in utter disbelief. What is going on here? Once Maka calms down, he explains the situation. Turns out, the person who was poisoned is also a loyal follower. I can neutralize the poison easily, and he will make a full, speedy recovery. You and I know what's next. Ningfang smiles, ready to clear this realm invasion and head back home. Purple lightning suddenly crackles in Maka's hands. No need to worry, Master. I will handle this myself. A swirling portal opens up before them, and without a moment's hesitation, the group steps inside. All right. You and I are diving right back into the action, where a shocking sight makes Maka gasp. The magic tree and his crew suddenly kneel, shouting to welcome their true leader home. The man's face is incredibly tense, with massive beads of nervous sweat rolling down his forehead. Ningfang has absolutely no idea what is happening. Mushroom, what is going on? Pure anxiety spreads across the magic tree's face. I was reckless before. I am deeply sorry. Since we both guard this secret realm, please forgive me. From now on, we swear absolute loyalty to you and will never betray your trust again. At this, Masya looks up at the person beside him, silently asking for his guidance. Master? Ningfang's lips curl into a soft smile. You can decide whatever you want. His voice shakes, barely believing this freedom. Master, is it okay if I never have to fight again? He asks, smiling with pure hope. Of course, just do whatever makes you happy. Hearing this, Maka's eyes well up. His master is just as kind as always. A second later, he closes his eyes, completely transformed from the person he once was. Pay close attention here. The magic tree's body is engulfed in agonizing green flames as he begs a furious Ningfang for mercy. I absolutely despise anyone who abandons their friends. From this day on, I will fight to protect the people who matter. With the matter settled, the duo heads back to Ningfang's research lab. He looks down at Maka, who is currently trembling behind his legs. Mushroom, it is time to be brave. Summoning all his courage, he faces Doc Nan lying in the hospital bed and yells, I am so sorry. I was the one who hurt you. Hearing that, Doc Nan just smirks with his usual rogue charm. Honestly, I cannot really blame you for what happened. Besides, you helped cure the poison. It is all behind us now. But Maka is still shivering like a scared little animal. To break the awkward silence, Ningfang steps in. You have worked incredibly hard lately. Take a few days off to get some rest. Doc Nan flashes his signature roguish grin. It was nothing. Honestly, I am just happy to be working alongside everyone here. Deep down, he is calculating. During this chaotic time, Capo has proven his reliability. If a future opportunity ever comes up, he will definitely find a way to repay him. But watch closely. Maka suddenly collapses to the ground in a dizzy spell, looking incredibly pale and leaving everyone completely shocked. Master, I am okay, just exhausted, Maka murmurs. Han Yen rushes to lift him, while Ningfang immediately realizes what went wrong. To cure you, the mushroom used the last of the heart of the world, exhausting all of his spiritual energy. Ningfang raises his hand, sending a warm stream of radiant light to completely cover the little mushroom's body. He dispels the mushroom's form first, then immediately starts searching for extra resources. Maka instantly vanishes, leaving nothing but empty air. Soon, near the portal, Ningfang spots a familiar face and asks calmly, Maka, what is up? Her voice is filled with excitement. I finally found the heart of the world, fragment you desperately need. Ningfang smirks, highly pleased with the news. Having the ability to communicate with two separate worlds is incredibly useful now. The search area is massively expanded. Moments later, Ningfang proactively asks her, do you want to join me in traveling to this secret realm? Maka gets even more excited at the offer. Can I really come along? That is absolutely amazing. Within this uncharted secret realm, the landscape is a completely dried up, lifeless wasteland. Looking at the dead ground, Maka and her crew gasp in shock. But then, Ningfang simply waves his hand, releasing a massive wave of pure vitality, power, and fusion energy. The subordinate behind him stares in awe of this pure natural energy. This is the master's incredible enhancement. Whether Ningfang hears their praise or not, a highly confident smile spreads across his face. A second later, a legendary item manifests. proving his efforts paid off. He just crafted the Spirit Ginseng Boots, an orange tier divine artifact. Spiritual power plus 1200, movement speed plus 100%, health regen up 100%, half resistance, and 20% magic crit boost. The gear ignores durability loss. Plus, normal attacks deal natural damage with a 20% chance to paralyze enemies. With the set bonus, navigating thick forests ignores difficult terrain. But this epic outfit isn't fully active yet. Its magical traits: Thornwall, Chain Words, Vitality Infusion, and Natural Mark. Protected by divine energy, the mushroom soul lives on inside the boots. But Ningfang has no idea that a shadowy figure is watching his every move. Not a bad mage, covering the support role like that. A sinister smile creeps onto his face. But you guys are far too arrogant. A weak mage like him, completely unprotected without any defenses? Instantly, the demon lunges behind Ningfang with a smirk. And that is where we leave it for today. Alright, let's watch this demon think he's getting an easy meal. His mouth opens wide, ready to bite, but our main character doesn't even look back. With a casual wave of his hand, he delivers a brutal slap that sends the monster crashing down like a piece of squashed fruit. That is when the demon realizes his jaw is pinned completely shut by a heavy stone slab. He can't even open his mouth. Watch closely as the demon's blood-red eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. The very humans he thought were easy prey are now staring down at him. And that is all we have for today. If you want to keep following this epic journey, hit that subscribe button. And while you are at it, leave a like on this video. You and I just watched a wild intro, thanks, and see you next time.